Chapter 1. The tempest howled, and the waves roared as a weathered pirate ship was tossed upon the tumultuous sea. At the ship's bow stood a formidable figure, known as Sig, hailed as the King of the Mountain Bandits with a bounty of 8,056 royal slashes. With wild black hair billowing in the ocean breeze, his deep-set eyes sparkled with an indomitable spirit. His towering physique, muscular and sinewy, seemed capable of bearing the weight of the world. His presence was akin to a colossal beast amidst the raging winds, rendering him impossible to gaze upon directly. Sig's name resounded across the East Sea like thunder. Though his bounty was a mere 8 million, his prestige and ferocity were sufficient to instill fear in the four emperors, even earning a modicum of respect from the future pirate king. He was the audacious one who dared to challenge the four emperors with a wine bottle in hand, treading upon the path of the future pirate king. In that ever-shifting expanse of ocean, Sig was a unique spectacle, wild, commanding, and utterly unafraid. Had he not encountered the formidable near-sea king, he might have completed the entire saga of the Pirate King within a mere 4 episodes. Yet, the wheels of fate do not halt for the sake of an individual's bravado. Sig's tale was only just beginning. This young man, originally from the 21st century, bore the knowledge and wisdom of the modern world, but found himself unexpectedly thrust into an era steeped in the lore of piracy. The exhilaration and anticipation of his maiden voyage were ruthlessly shattered by a sudden tempest, as the ship was reduced to a fragile leaf amidst the fury of the waves, ultimately succumbing to the depths of the sea. Upon awakening from his stupor, he was greeted not by the familiar sights of the urban landscape, but rather by a humble wooden cabin, surrounded by an assortment of nautical tools and tattered maps. The air was thick with the briny scent of the sea, and the aroma of aged wood. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon him, yet could not illuminate the confusion and disorientation that clouded his mind. His thoughts felt as though they had been cast into a blender, modern memories entangling with the history, culture, and lexicon of this maritime realm, causing him excruciating pain. Fragments of the internet, technology, and contemporary life collided with the burgeoning pirate jargon, ancient navigational techniques, and the rules of this era, creating an intense storm of information that sought to reshape his cognitive framework. Lying in bed with eyes tightly shut, Sig endeavored to calm himself. Allowing the interplay of these new and old memories to settle within his mind, he realized that regardless of whether this was a dream or reality, fate had brought him here, and he must adapt and survive. He began to recall everything he had learned in modern society, from the laws of physics to psychological principles, and from team management to strategic planning. Contemplating how to leverage these advantages, he aimed to carve out his place in this new world brimming with peril and opportunity. As time progressed, Sig gradually embraced this transformation of identity, the spark of defiance reigniting in his gaze. Even in an environment seemingly inferior to the era he knew, knowledge and wisdom remained his most treasured weapons. He resolved not only to survive in this age, but to leave behind a legendary chapter as the King of the Mountain Bandits with a bounty of 8 million, proving that regardless of the passage of time and space, true strength always finds its stage. Thus, Sig rose to his feet, gazing out at the vast ocean, both unfamiliar and familiar, his heart ablaze with renewed determination. His pulse quickened, and cold sweat trickled down his brow as he realized that he had not merely traversed time, but had become the embodiment of the same Sig, the King of the Mountain Bandits, within the world of the Pirate King. Memory fragments surged upon him like a tidal wave as he recalled the terrifying legends of the near-sea king and the grim fate that awaited this body. An overwhelming sense of urgency enveloped him. He knew his time was limited. Reflecting on his previous knowledge of the Pirate King, Sig couldn't help but chuckle ruefully. He had once fantasized about becoming a hero like Luffy, embarking on the grand voyage to seek the One Piece. Yet he never anticipated being drawn into this world in such an ironic manner, burdened with the original owner's misdeeds and poised to ensnare the future Pirate King, Luffy, even daring to provoke red-haired Shanks with a wine bottle baptism to his head. Such reckless actions were undoubtedly a path to self-destruction. However, despair did not consume him. The education of the 21st century had endowed him with extraordinary logical reasoning and adaptability. Sig swiftly regained his composure, formulating a plan to alter his destiny with the knowledge he possessed. First and foremost, He must avoid direct confrontation with a near-sea king next. He would assess whether red-haired Shanks, who possessed the power of the face-face fruit, radiated the aura of conqueror's hockey. I cannot follow the original script, Sig vowed silently, his gaze resolute. Furrowing his brow, he felt a tumult of emotions within him. He recognized that while he possessed knowledge and memories from another world, it did not grant him the liberty to rewrite the script of this reality. Every action he took could yield a butterfly effect, rendering the future unpredictable. This uncertainty exhilarated and frightened him, as if standing at the crossroads of destiny, where each choice could lead to vastly divergent outcomes. If I truly alter certain pivotal events, what will become of the world of the Pirate King? He pondered, will Luffy still find his companions and realize his dreams? Will the fates of red-haired Shanks, Whitebeard, the Navy, and the Revolutionary Army be rewritten as a result? Sig wrestled with these questions, which spiraled in his mind like a whirlpool, leaving him dizzy. Yet it was this very uncertainty and challenge that ignited the spirit of adventure within him. Taking a deep breath, he renewed his focus. Regardless of what the future holds, at least for now, I have the opportunity to influence and create rather than passively accepting fate. I shall take the initiative even if the outcome remains unknown. It is better than waiting idly for disaster. Sig resolved to adopt a middle ground strategy, seeking to utilize his knowledge to the utmost while preserving the original narrative framework. He began to devise a series of plans, aiming to ensure his safety while attempting to establish a connection with Luffy and Shanks in a more tempered and wise manner, all the while exploring how to provide assistance without drawing undue attention. Standing upon the deck, Sig's silhouette appeared both solitary and heavy, the sea breeze brushing against him, dispersing some of his worries, yet also provoking deeper thoughts. He recalled that his title of King of the Mountain Bandits, with a bounty of 8 million, was not unfounded. Each bounty was a testament to countless life and death struggles. Sig's strength stemmed from countless battles, honing his skills in swordsmanship, physical prowess, strategy, and leadership to an intimidating peak. Yet, in this moment, all of that seemed inconsequential, for he faced a wholly new challenge: how to rewrite his destiny as an outsider in a world with a known narrative. His crew, fierce and formidable, regarded their captain with a mixture of awe and confusion. They could not fathom why the once arrogant and imperious Sig now appeared so contemplative. On the deck, silence reigned. No one dared to utter a sound. Fearful of disturbing their captain's reverie, they could only steal glances, noting the fluctuations of his expression as he grappled with an internal struggle. Suddenly, Sig turned, his gaze sweeping over each crew member, embodying both severity and warmth. He understood that regardless of the world one inhabited, having a loyal crew was paramount. With a steady and powerful voice, he proclaimed, "We have all fought upon these seas for our survival. I, Sig, your captain, have resolved to no longer live solely for bounty and fear. From this day forth, we shall fight for freedom, for respect, and for the dreams that reside within our hearts." As his words resonated, an unusual silence fell upon the deck. Unlike the fearful quiet of the past, this stillness was tinged with a subtle emotional undercurrent. Expressions varied among his crew. Some bore astonishment, seemingly moved by this unexpected declaration, while others appeared increasingly anxious, exchanging uneasy glances as memories of recent events saw disobedient crew members being banished flooded back. A chill crept over them, as they worried whether they too might fall victim to some minor misstep. Sig keenly sensed this shift in atmosphere and recognized that his words might have been misconstrued. His intention was to inspire unity in the pursuit of higher goals, not to instill panic. With a soft sigh, a self-deprecating smile graced his face, a reflection of his frustration at his own communication missteps. "It seems I have yet to fully adapt to expressing my resolve in the right manner." Sig's tone softened, imbued with a hint of remorse. "What I speak of is not a threat, but a promise. We are partners, weathering the storms together, seeking treasures side by side, facing life and death as one. From this day forth, I hope that every battle we engage in is for a brighter tomorrow, for our shared dreams." As these words left his lips, the atmosphere on the deck gradually eased, and the expressions of his crew shifted from tension to relief, even tinged with emotion. They began to reassess their captain, who had once been known for his tyrannical ways, and noticed that he seemed to be genuinely changing, becoming more humane and visionary. Among them was one of the roughest men, who typically was the first to heed Sig's commands, and he could not help but speak up. "Boss, you are right, we follow you because we believe you can lead us to treasure and a better life if it's for freedom and dreams. Then this band of rugged men is willing to risk it all." Others nodded in agreement, though their words varied. The determination and trust in their eyes were uniform. Seeing this, a warm current surged within Sig. He realized he was beginning to earn their genuine support, rather than mere obedience born of fear. Yet the level of this newfound belief was exceedingly fragile. Only when tangible rewards were shared among them could these brigands, who had been suppressed for so long, truly comprehend the change within him. "Very well, from this moment onward, let us join hands, not merely for survival, but for glory and dreams, transforming these vast seas into our stage." Sig's words resonated with conviction, his gaze sparkling with an unprecedented brilliancy and embodiment of boundless aspirations and steadfast faith in the future. He understood that while words may temporarily unite hearts, it is through concrete actions that trust is ultimately earned. He resolved that it was time to demonstrate his resolve and dismantle the long-held biases in their minds. Taking a deep breath, he spoke slowly. "I recognize that mere words are insufficient to earn your trust starting today. We shall share the fruits of our labor. Every gain will be equitably distributed, including the berets aboard this ship." At this declaration, a wave of astonishment swept across the deck as his crew exchanged incredulous glances. In their minds, Sig had always been miserly, strictly controlling wealth. The notion of equally dividing the berets was simply unfathomable. Some eyes glinted with suspicion, suspecting it to be the onset of some scheme. Others were filled with hope, yet they dared not be overly optimistic, fearing that greater hopes would yield greater disappointments. Sig perceived their trepidation but refrained from further words, striding purposefully toward the depths of the ship. Before long, he returned to the deck, burdened with several heavy chests, brimming with gleaming berets. With his own hands, he opened the chests, allowing the radiant coins to glisten under the sun, then distributed them one by one to each person present. As each brigand grasped the berets, they were momentarily stunned, tightly clutching the weighty coins, feeling their reality and warmth, overwhelmed by indescribable astonishment. This was no dream. Their once stern captain, Sig, had truly displayed an unprecedented generosity. "Remember, this is not charity, it is the result of our collective efforts from now on. Every victory belongs to each and every one of us." Sig's words struck with authority, each syllable laden with gravitas, dispelling their final doubts. The expressions of his crew gradually transformed from initial shock to heartfelt emotion and exhilaration. They began to believe that this former tyrant was indeed undergoing a metamorphosis, evolving into a leader willing to share both hardships and triumphs with them. This sudden wave of trust and gratitude enveloped the ship like a warm current, also warming Sig's heart. "We are brothers, we are family, facing the storms with laughter, conquering the seas together." Sig's voice echoed through the sea breeze, stirring the souls of every individual present. In that moment, they were no longer mere brigands. They were a united band, sharing a common goal, poised to inscribe their own legend across the expanse of islands. Sig's thoughts surged like the tumultuous waves, recalling the isolation he had faced in the original narrative, a sense of despair that sent a shiver down his spine. He vividly remembered how his fate unfolded in that anime. Alone, with not a single trustworthy companion by his side, he faced the near-sea king alongside a young Luffy, only to meet his demise. That scene loomed over him like a shadow, a constant reminder of the consequences of reckless gambles. "I cannot allow history to repeat itself," Sig silently admonished himself, his gaze revealing an unprecedented resolve. He recognized that to survive in these treacherous waters and fulfill his ambitions, he must possess a cohesive and loyal team. And this band of brigands, though initially following out of fear, must now come to embrace him wholeheartedly, willing to brave any challenge for his sake. Sig, the self-proclaimed King of Bandits, possesses a fierce aura hidden beneath an unremarkable exterior. His stature is diminutive yet robust, crowned with a wild mass of unkempt black hair, reminiscent of gnarled branches after a tempest, showcasing his untamed spirit. The contours of his face resemble rugged mountain ridges, and beneath furrowed brows, a pair of elongated eyes glimmer with cunning and an air of superiority, capable of discerning the hearts of men while remaining utterly indifferent to them. A smirk perpetually graces his lips, embodying a disdainful challenge to the world. Though his attire is worn, it bears the distinctive marks of the wild. A deep brown leather vest, slightly frayed at the edges, still adorned with trinkets possibly pilfered from his past exploits, jingling softly and chronicling his glorious escapades. His loose-fitting trousers sway with the wind, hinting at agility and ease of movement, while his feet are clad in robust bandit boots. Designed for treacherous terrain, each step exuding an undeniable presence. Most striking of all is the oversized cleaver he wields, a weapon of disproportionate size that symbolizes not only Sig's identity, but also a direct manifestation of his strength and ambition. Each swing proclaims to the world that even a modest frame can instill fear in adversaries through sheer blade and audacity. Sig is acutely aware that Monkey D. Luffy's formative years were spent on this very Gorbos Mountain. Gorbos Mountain, that enigmatic place nestled on the eastern seas, appears as if sculpted by nature's hand, rising majestically and piercing the sky. Its slopes are draped in lush forests, trees towering into the clouds, their branches thick and verdant. Sunlight filters through the dense canopy, casting dappled shadows that envelop the land in a dreamlike golden veil. Mist swirls about the mountain, at times thick and at others ethereal, as if the mountain deity exhales softly, adding an air of mystery and tranquility to the foot of the mountain. Cerulean waves gently caress the rocks, producing a serene and lingering echo, harmonizing with the distant melodies of birds and the whispers of the wind to create a symphony of nature. The beach is strewn with shells of various shapes and smooth, rounded pebbles, testifying to countless cycles of ebb and flow. Occasionally, a seagull glides over the surface of the sea, leaving behind a crisp cry that disrupts the surrounding stillness. As the elevation increases, clear streams meander through the rocks, their gentle babbling contrasting sharply with the surrounding tranquility, bringing a refreshing vitality. Along the mountain path, wildflowers bloom in vibrant hues, exuding a subtle fragrance that attracts bees and butterflies to dance among the blossoms. Celebrating the joy of life, bathed in the soft light of dawn, a band of bandits stealthily moors a commandeered pirate ship along the winding coastline of Gorbos Mountain. The rhythmic lapping of waves against the hull intertwines with the hushed, excited murmurs of the bandits aboard. Their eyes shimmer with greed and anticipation, each heart racing at the prospect of the impending adventure. The bandits busily engage in final preparations, sharpening their blades, the atmosphere charged with tension and fervor. Robust men gather on the deck, hands gripping an array of weapons, from rusted swords to gleaming daggers, even crude axes, all scraping against rough, sharpening stones, creating a cacophony of sound. Their focused expressions reveal a fierce determination, as if channeling their primal instincts and thirst for battle into the cold steel of their blades. Sweat beads down their rugged faces, splattering onto the wooden deck, mingling with the scent of sea salt, exuding a raw and untamed essence. Even more exhilarating is today as proclamation from their miserly leader, Sig, who, in an unprecedented gesture, declares his intention to share his long-cherished bounty of belly and the hidden location of his buried treasures. This news acts as a potent stimulant, igniting an unprecedented fervor among the men. Their movements quicken with urgency, their gazes ablaze with an intense yearning for wealth and glory. They understand that today's battle is not merely for survival, but for a rare reward. Consequently, every bandit presents their utmost dedication, showcasing not only ferocity in combat, but also a profound sense of camaraderie and trust among one another, as the entire team is bound by an invisible force. Under Sig's leadership, this motley crew of bandits transforms into the fiercest pack of wolves beneath Gorbos Mountain, ready to surge forth at a single command toward the unknown treasure, embarking on a riotous feast of their own. Standing in the shadow of Gorbo's mountain, Sig is engulfed by an unprecedented sense of vigilance and anxiety. He realizes that in this perilous world of pirates, even the slightest misstep could become a fatal pitfall. Every action and decision must be taken with utmost caution, for this is the real world, not a tale spun on a screen. Once death strikes, there is no chance for a do-over. Recognizing his advantage as a transmigrator with comprehensive knowledge of the future narrative, a flicker of hope ignites within Sig. The vast tapestry of over 1,000 episodes is not merely a recollection. It is a priceless foresight, his greatest asset in this world. He begins to strategize how to leverage this prophetic ability not only to avert crises, but also to emerge as a pivotal figure in shaping events. Sig resolves to become the strategist of this realm, utilizing his insights to deftly maneuver and steer occurrences in his favor. But he can anticipate the movements of formidable foes, sidestep decisions that could lead to failure, and identify crucial characters destined to become pivotal points in the flow of history, forging alliances or steering clear of them. More importantly, Sig can unearth overlooked clues to treasures or foresee impending grand events, positioning himself at the center stage when the moment arises. However, Sig is acutely aware that an over-reliance on future knowledge is not infallible. He must tread carefully to avoid revealing his foresight, lest he draw unnecessary scrutiny and pursuit. Sig intends to subtly guide his companions, employing insinuations and strategies to establish authority and trust without exposing his secrets. A sudden headache grips Sig, as if something is violently colliding within his mind. He struggles to grasp the elusive fragments of memory, yet they scatter like smoke blown by the sea breeze, impossible to capture. Indeed, according to the historical trajectory, he knows, Monkey D. Luffy should currently be in Windmill Village. That future great pirate, merely a dreamer yearning to set sail. How could he possibly be in Gorbo's mountain? That was a time when Luffy was cared for by another bandit crew. Moreover, the legendary feats of standing atop Pirate King Roger and striking down the four emperors are still a year away. How could the timeline be so disordered? Sig surveys his surroundings, noticing that the scenery of Gorbo's mountain starkly contrasts with his memories of Windmill Village. A sense of foreboding rising within him, that he realizes that he seems to have been ensnared in a temporal dislocation not chronicled in the anime's narrative. In the original work, his story is but a few scant lines. A nameless minor character, yet in this disordered timeline, all rules appear to be rendered moot. What to do? Within the depths of Sig's heart, a tumultuous struggle ensued. He could embark on a quest to locate Luffy, perhaps leveraging his foresight of the future to unearth a sliver of hope amidst this unforeseen transposition. Alternatively, he could seek other clues to unravel the enigma of this temporal paradox. However, his foremost task was to ascertain the precise juncture in time he occupied, as well as whether this world adhered to the historical narrative he was familiar with. If Sig's recollections of time were indeed accurate, then he found himself a year prior to the events of stepping upon the Pirate King's domain and confronting the four emperors. Yet, the anime provided no insights into Sig's prior endeavors. This implied that, at this moment, Sig lacked the qualifications to alter or propel the initial storyline of the Pirate King. Thus, he could only remain in a state of contemplation. As time flowed, seasons transitioned, and a year slipped by quietly. During this prolonged and agonizing wait, Sig experienced the cyclical changes of the seasons, witnessing the transformations of Gorbo Mountain, from the vibrant life of spring to the scorching heat of summer, followed by the refreshing coolness of autumn's falling leaves, and culminating in the biting cold of winter's snow. Each seasonal vista served as a reminder that time relentlessly marched forward, and the pivotal moment he awaited drew ever closer. In spring, as nature awakened, wildflowers adorned the mountainsides in full bloom. Sig, bathed in the warmth of the sun, began meticulously organizing his memories, striving to extract any potentially overlooked details. Simultaneously, he honed his physical prowess. Enhancing his combat skills for unforeseen circumstances, he learned to embody greater restraint, refraining from revealing his ambitions and discontent, instead opting to observe quietly and prepare for the imminent upheaval. Summer arrived, with the sun beating down upon the earth. Sig seized this opportunity to delve deep into the jungles of Gorbo Mountain, practicing survival skills while gathering information from the local inhabitants and wandering travelers, piecing together fragments of the pirate world. Particularly concerning the young pirates destined to rise, as autumn unfolded. Golden leaves carpeted the pathways, and Sig grew increasingly composed. He began to operate discreetly in a tavern at the mountain's base under the guise of a fortune-teller, taking the opportunity to glean information. Utilizing his foresight, he offered prophecies to others, albeit mostly inconsequential ones, gradually building a reputation and influence. Winter blanketed Galbo Mountain in snow, and Sig patiently awaited the arrival of another spring, which would bring forth the rejuvenating energy of life and awaken the burgeoning desire within him. Sig rallied his band of mountain brigands, who, having languished in inertia due to the prolonged wait, now sparkled with newfound vigor upon hearing Sig's announcement of their impending journey to East Blue's Windmill Village. It was a yearning for adventure into the unknown, coupled with the exhilaration of rekindling the flames of battle. Standing at the bow of the ship, watching his crew bustle about, an indescribable sense of grandeur welled up within him. They prepared to set sail, breathing new life into the once dormant pirate vessel. The brigands' eyes glinted with ferocity and wildness, as they hurriedly checked their weapons to ensure that each sword was razor-sharp. Every barrel of gunpowder was dry and ample, and each sail remained intact. In the ship's hold, the brigands assisted one another in organizing supplies, their repressed roars of anger and laughter intertwining, causing the long silent hold to reverberate with the distinct clamor of pirates. They passed around flasks, celebrating this moment of renewed embarkation. Though smiles adorned their faces, each understood that this voyage represented more than mere adventure. It was a pursuit of a grander dream, a chance to alter their fates. As the last crate of supplies was hoisted aboard and the sails billowed in the wind, the pirate ship seemed to sense its master's resolve, gently swaying as if responding to the call of departure. Sig stood on the deck with unwavering determination, gazing into the distance, silently whispering, "Windmill Village, we are coming." I hope the script of this world remains unchanged. With a resounding horn, the ship slowly departed the harbor, the sea breeze rushing towards them, infused with the ocean's characteristic saltiness, heralding new hopes and challenges. Sig stood at the ship's bow, telescope in hand, peering at the gradually clarifying silhouette of Windmill Island. His heart swelling with a tumult of emotions as the lens focused. The island's charm unfolded before his eyes. Houses arranged with thoughtful irregularity, windmills gently turning, adding a touch of fairy tale splendor to this tranquil isle. Yet, what captured his attention most was the conspicuous pirate ship docked at the harbor, the flag of the red-haired pirates fluttering fiercely in the wind. The familiar emblem of three bold black stripes crossing a skull and crossed swords belonged to none other than Shanks, one of the future four emperors. Witnessing this scene, Sig rarely allowed a smile of satisfaction to grace his features. This not only confirmed the validity of his memories, but also signified his opportunity to engage directly in this historical narrative, perhaps altering his own destiny within the world of the Pirate King. Taking a deep breath, the sea breeze seemed to carry the call of fate, stirring his passions. "Brothers, that is our goal," Sig proclaimed loudly to his band of brigands, his voice brimming with excitement and resolve. "Windmill Village, this marks the commencement of our first year." As his words echoed, a fervor of cheers erupted aboard the ship, the brigands eagerly anticipating the challenges that lay ahead. They recognized that following Sig meant embarking on a journey rife with the unknown and ripe with opportunity. As the vessel approached the shore, Sig contemplated his next steps, strategizing how to leverage his foresight without alarming the red-haired pirates to achieve his objectives. He understood that every move required caution, for in this world, even the slightest misstep could yield irrevocable consequences. Nevertheless, he was resolute and prepared to face whatever lay ahead, believing that this time he would rewrite his fate and become a part of the legends of the seas. As the pirate ship gently docked, Sig and his band of brigands set foot on the land of Windmill Island. Upon stepping onto this new continent, they were immediately enveloped by a breath of fresh and pure air. The distinct scent of grass on Windmill Island, mingled with the sea's salinity and the distant fragrance of flowers, felt like a welcoming embrace from nature, invigorating the mountain-dwelling brigands. Sunlight streamed through the sparse clouds, illuminating the verdant grasslands and casting a vibrant glow over the landscape. The slow rotation of the windmills cast soft shadows on the ground, imbuing the island with tranquility and harmony. Yet, this sense of calm was swiftly shattered by the arrival of Sig and his entourage. The brigands scanned their surroundings, curiosity mingling with vigilance. Some could not resist the urge to touch the soft blades of grass lining the path, while others gazed upward at the towering windmills, their eyes reflecting both admiration for the beauty and eagerness for the impending action. Leading the way, Sig's gaze pierced through the serene facade, locking onto his objective, the red-haired pirates. Remain alert. We are here to seek opportunities. Not to vacation, he cautioned, but a low, resonant voice emanated from Sig, interrupting the leisurely enjoyment of the mountain bandits and reminding them of the purpose of their journey. His words fell upon them like a bucket of cold water, swiftly dispelling their relaxed demeanor, as they braced themselves anew for the impending game. Soon, a conflict was destined to erupt within the tavern. In a secluded corner of Windmill Village, there lay a quaint bar, artfully nestled amidst the slowly turning sails of the ancient windmills. This establishment was managed by a young and vibrant woman, whose unique charm infused the small tavern with boundless vitality. The exterior was adorned with ivy and blossoms, as if nature itself had taken special care to embellish it, while the door stood ajar, revealing a warm, inviting glow within. Upon entering, one was greeted by a delightful mingling of fresh and rich aromas, the result of meticulously selected flowers and the bar's signature concoctions. The interior decor retained the rustic charm of the countryside while exuding a modern elegance. The walls were adorned with hand-painted landscapes of Windmill Village, each piece conveying a profound affection for the land. Particularly striking was the central bar, crafted from polished walnut, reflecting the warm light and imparting an inviting ambience. Behind the bar, the young proprietress, with a smile as warm as early summer sunshine, expertly mixed beverages. Each shake and each pour resembled a silent performance, offering patrons a dual delight of visual and gustatory pleasure. Surrounding the bar were several small tables of varying styles, some marked by the passage of time, others dressed in vibrant hand-woven tablecloths, accompanied by comfortable chairs that beckoned every passerby to pause and bask in the tranquility and beauty of the space. Here, both the regulars of Windmill Village and travelers from afar could find a sense of belonging, sharing their stories, listening to the whispers of the wind, and reveling in the unique magic of the village. The bar welcomed a few distinguished guests, the members of the red-haired pirates. They entered, weary yet unable to conceal their remarkable presence. And the moment they stepped into the tavern, the entire space seemed to radiate with newfound brilliance. Shanks, the formidable pirate renowned throughout the New World, donned his signature black coat, accompanied by his trademark relaxed smile, as he led his crew to a spacious long table capable of accommodating them all. His fiery red hair resembled a blazing flame, appearing even more resplendent under the tavern's soft lighting. At that moment, he stood whole and hearty, a living testament to countless battles fought. Following closely behind were his crew, each seeking a seat. Ben Beckman, the first mate, exuded a calm wisdom that stood out even in such a vibrant setting. Meanwhile, Locky Lou, the ever-hungry carnivore, lit up with excitement upon seeing the diverse culinary offerings on the menu, eagerly discussing the evening's feast. The bar's proprietress, upon spotting these maritime adventurers, displayed a flicker of surprise in her eyes, quickly adopting a warmer demeanor to welcome them. She had specially prepared several signature drinks for Shanks and his crew, each not only visually enticing, but also imbued with names that spoke of pirate romance and freedom. Free Voyage, Dusk Adventures, and Tipsy a Treasure Be a YAS night deepened. The atmosphere within the tavern grew increasingly lively. The laughter and conversations of the red-haired pirates intertwined with the tavern's original warmth, creating a delightful harmony. In one corner, a young Luffy sat atop a chair that seemed a tad too large for him, his feet dangling above the ground, a colossal plate of pasta before him. His cheeks bore smudges of sauce, and his eyes sparkled with a determination and longing that belied his tender age. Despite his youthful stature, the indomitable spirit within him was unmistakable. This was none other than the future Straw Hat Captain. Monkey D. Luffy. Shanks, when will I truly set sail, find the One Piece, and become the Pirate King? Luffy puffed out his cheeks, indignantly addressing Shanks, who sat nearby, his voice brimming with longing for the future and dissatisfaction with the present. Shanks, maintaining his ever-gentle smile, allowed a glimmer of admiration to flicker in his eyes at Luffy's fervor. Rather than respond directly, he spoke in his magnetic voice. Luffy, every great journey requires time for preparation. Dreams cannot be realized overnight. They demand patience and courage, and most importantly, an unwavering heart. When you are ready, the sea will surely call to you. The surrounding pirates erupted in a laughter at Luffy's words, initially dismissing them as the naive fantasies of a child. Yet, witnessing Shanks' earnest reply, their laughter gradually transformed into contemplation. They began to perceive that perhaps within Luffy's clear eyes, the flames of a future dream truly burned bright. One seemingly rough yet perceptive pirate patted Luffy's head, half jokingly, half seriously, saying, "Hey kid, don't say we didn't warn you. Being the Pirate King isn't easy, so be prepared to endure hardship." This remark carried both the wisdom of a mentor and an unspoken hope. Upon hearing this, Luffy's lips curled into a confident smile, his eyes glimmering with even greater determination. "Don't worry, I'm going to be the Pirate King," his voice, though not loud, resonated with an unwavering conviction. As if proclaiming his resolve to the entire world in that moment, the tavern seemed to be enveloped in a special emotion. Even the most rugged pirates were moved by the childish dream. They began to believe that perhaps one day, this boy could indeed fulfill his seemingly absurd aspirations, conquer the Grand Line, and become the true Pirate King. Just as laughter and harmony filled the tavern, a sudden clamor shattered the tranquility. The door swung open violently, revealing a staggering figure, accompanied by an air of discord. Sig, a self-important and flamboyant individual. His arrival was akin to a cold stone cast into a once-warm pond, sending ripples of unease throughout the space. Clad in tattered pirate garb, with a curved blade at his side, he strode with an air of arrogance and disdain. His flippant gaze swept across every patron, as if deeming the presence of both the red-haired pirates and the ordinary villagers utterly insignificant. Instantly, the atmosphere in the tavern grew tense. He marched purposefully to the bar, disregarding the reactions of those around him, and audaciously shouted at the beautiful and composed proprietress, "Hey, bring me 10 barrels of your finest liquor." His voice dripped with command and haughtiness, as if the entire tavern should revolve around him. However, in response to such an impudent demand, the bar owner merely shook her head gently, her smile tinged with an undeniable firmness that "I'm sorry, sir, but we have already run out of liquor." Her tone was calm and resolute. Unshaken by Sig's belligerence, Sig's expression darkened instantly. He had clearly not anticipated such a refusal, especially in a seemingly inconspicuous tavern. He narrowed his eyes, provocatively surveying the surroundings, seemingly in search of another target for his dissatisfaction. Yet the other patrons remained unfazed by his threats, and Shanks merely smiled faintly, appearing unperturbed by the unfolding scene, his gaze glimmering with subtle anticipation for what might transpire next. That moment, the tavern fell into a brief silence, tension and unease permeating the air. Yet there was also an undercurrent, a calm before the storm. Shanks' warm smile appeared capable of melting away any chill. He casually picked up a seemingly exquisite bottle of liquor, gently swirling it, the liquid shimmering enticingly within the transparent glass. "Friend, if you are truly that thirsty, consider this unopened fine wine a gift from me. May it brighten your spirits." Shanks's words carried a hint of mockery, yet they were predominantly imbued with a remarkable composure. Upon hearing this, Sig momentarily froze, only to be engulfed by an indescribable joy. The scene before him mirrored the countless scripts he had envisioned in his mind, and it was now his turn to take action. A smug smile curled at the corners of his lips as he swiftly seized the bottle, as if he were grasping not merely a vessel of liquor, but a symbol of triumph. That moment, the glint in Sig's eyes sparkled with an unusual fervor, as if he had discovered a splendid opportunity to assert himself and challenge authority. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, he boldly wielded the precious bottle as a weapon, swinging it forcefully towards the head of the red-haired Shanks. With a resounding crash, the bottle shattered, amber liquid and shards of glass cascading down, trickling along Shanks's iconic crimson mane. For a fleeting moment, The atmosphere fell silent, save for the sound of dripping liquor. However, to everyone's astonishment, Shanks did not exhibit anger or pain. He simply remained seated on the ground, that unwavering smile still gracing his lips, as if the earlier assault had been inconsequential to him. His gaze was profound, obscuring the emotions within, whether they were tolerance, resignation, or some other complex sentiment. This serene demeanor from Shanks plunged the bar's atmosphere into a frigid silence, as a palpable tension hung in the air. The members of the pirate crew present reacted differently. Some stared wide-eyed in disbelief, their faces etched with shock and fury, while others clenched their fists. Struggling to suppress the urge to rush forward and reprimand Sig, Luffy's eyes widened in rage, his tiny fists tightening as he prepared to leap to the defense of his idol, the ordinary villagers. On the other hand, wore expressions of fear, retreating cautiously to avoid being caught in the crossfire of this conflict. The weight of the atmosphere in the bar thickened, as every soul awaited Shanks's next move. This sudden turn of events froze expressions, leaving everyone in suspense for the unknown outcome. In that moment of silence following the assault on Shanks, Luffy could no longer contain his indignation and sense of injustice. He sprang from his seat, disregarding the disparity in size and strength, resolved to stand up for the hero he idolized. Yet, in his youthful impulsiveness and lack of training, he failed to achieve his aim. Sig, despite his recklessness, had honed enough vigilance and combat instinct through years of life at sea. Almost instantaneously, he sidestepped Luffy's charge with ease and retaliated with a kick, sending the young boy flying across the bar to land heavily on the other side. The sound of Luffy's fall sent a shiver through everyone present. Sig then stood upright, a sneer playing on his lips, as if mocking Luffy's audacity. "What right do you pathetic sea rats have to flaunt your bravado before me? Sig, who bears a bounty of 8 million berries on the Grand Line." He bellowed, his tone dripping with disdain. "I've lost count of how many brats like you I've taught a lesson. 56? No, even more." Sig's words were laced with a self-inflated arrogance, relishing the display of power before the gathered crowd. Luffy, though downed, burned with a fierce resolve, as if this setback had ignited an even stronger fighting spirit within him. Yet amidst this charged atmosphere, Shanks stood up as if nothing had transpired, gently brushing off the dust from his clothes. That warm and enigmatic smile still adorning his face, he approached Luffy, who was on the verge of lunging forward in anger, and placed a gentle hand on the boy's shoulder, speaking in a barely audible tone. "Luffy, remember, a true man does not resort to violence in such moments. Our journey lies among the stars and seas, not in brawls here." Luffy froze, looking up at Shanks, his eyes reflecting an unfathomable depth of stories and wisdom that gradually quelled his fury. This gesture from Shanks seemed to signal everyone present, causing their emotions to soften, though confusion and incomprehension still lingered in their eyes. Observing this, Sig beamed with self-satisfaction, swaggering out of the bar with his band of mountain bandits, not forgetting to turn back and taunt. A bunch of feeble pirates, too cowardly to retaliate when their captain is bullied. How laughable." Their laughter echoed outside the bar, proclaiming their supposed victory. Once Sig and his crew had vanished into the night, a low murmur of laughter emerged within the bar, tinged with complex emotions. Admiration for Shanks's composure mingled with confusion and a hint of disappointment regarding his conduct. Shanks's subordinates exchanged glances and whispered amongst themselves, eventually erupting into laughter, deriding how Shanks had seemingly acted so submissively in that moment. Yet, Shanks appeared oblivious to the reactions around him. He merely smiled softly, nodding at the barmaid, his eyes conveying a silent assurance. Everything is under control. He then turned to the assembly, his smile now infused with relief and depth. "Tonight's drinks are on me. Friends, let us continue to relish this rare moment of tranquility. Remember, true strength lies not in fleeting victories, but in the calmness and perseverance we exhibit in the face of challenges." Luffy, in particular, gazed intently at Shanks, as if he had gleaned a lesson more precious than any battle technique from the events of the night. Sig exited the bar, his mountain bandit crew surrounding him, their voices a cacophony of praise, recounting their leader's valiant deeds in the bar, as if Sig had single-handedly intimidated the entire red-haired pirates. "Boss, that kick you delivered was simply magnificent. You sent that little brat flying As if he were merely a kitten, one of the bandits fawned, while the others chimed in, seemingly oblivious to the vast disparity between Shanks's composure and their leader's bravado. Sig maintained an air of nonchalance, a smile of self-satisfaction gracing his lips as he absorbed the flattery of his subordinates. Yet internally, he was far from tranquil. His heart raced, replaying the earlier scene in his mind. Particularly Shanks's enigmatic smile, which instilled a sense of foreboding. Sig felt a sense of relief, acknowledging that the first act of this unfolding drama had been executed quite well. The most challenging scene awaited. When only Luffy would come to confront him, he pondered how best to ensure the narrative continued. Humph, mere pirates daring to be arrogant on my turf. Today, they were fortunate. Next time, they won't be so lucky, Sig declared ostentatiously, attempting to mask his anxiety. Deep down, he understood that despite his bounty of several million berries, which granted him a modicum of fame among ordinary folk, it paled in comparison to the true power of figures like Shanks. The mighty pirate. His brashness today was a precarious gamble. One misstep could yield disastrous consequences. As the wind blew gently, carrying a chill, Sig breathed a sigh of relief. Grateful for his temporary safety, he reminded himself to act with greater caution in the future. Resisting the urge to act impulsively, for in this age of formidable pirates, strength was the only currency that mattered. He still had a long journey ahead to reach the realm of true power. Meanwhile, Luffy sat there, his brow furrowed, his eyes flickering with defiance and confusion. He pondered why Shanks, the hero he revered, possessed the strength to effortlessly vanquish the mountain bandit Sig, yet chose to endure such humiliation in the bar without taking action. A tempest of unarticulated fury surged within him, as he felt a profound sense of injustice for Shanks and a debilitating powerlessness for himself. This tumultuous emotion brewed within, compelling him to take action. Thus, he resolved to seek an opportunity that very night, intending to launch a surprise attack on the audacious bandit king. Zig, to avenge Shanks, as twilight descended. The bar's lights flickered vividly against the encroaching darkness. Luffy concealed himself in the shadows, cautiously observing the bar's entrance. His heart raced, a blend of anxiety and exhilaration coursing through him as he awaited the arrival of the moment he sought. However, stealth was not in Luffy's nature. His heart was laden with conflict and struggled. He was aware that his intentions might not be noble, yet he yearned to do something for Shanks, even if it was merely to vent his frustration. As time drifted slowly in the night, Luffy's emotions grew increasingly complex. He both anticipated an opportunity to avenge Shanks and feared the unpredictable consequences of his actions. This inner turmoil weighed heavily on his spirit. Zig sat beneath the dim glow of the bar's lighting, surrounded by the cacophony of revelry and the clinking of glasses, the air thick with the tantalizing aroma of delectable cuisine. Before him lay a steaming bowl of seafood risotto. The steam rising, infused with the briny essence of the sea and the rich fragrance of rice, warming the slightly chilly evening. Zig scooped a spoonful of risotto into his mouth, the tender seafood and robust sauce bursting upon his palate, momentarily distracting him from the incredulity of having traversed into the world of pirates. On this seemingly ordinary yet extraordinary night, his thoughts drifted back to his initial arrival in this realm. Fortuitously, as one who possessed foreknowledge of the unfolding narrative and combat mechanics, Zig understood that establishing himself in this world teeming with formidable foes began with mastering the fundamental techniques of the Navy's 6 powers. He recalled the instant acceleration of Soru, envisioning himself leaving a trail of afterimages upon the deck, the hardened defense of Tekai, as if the very air around him had solidified, the fluid motions of Jeppo, transforming each evasion into a dance, the ethereal grace of the moonwalk, soaring freely above the azure expanse, the slicing force of Rankyaku, potent enough to rend through enemy lines, the pinpoint accuracy of Shurgon, a culmination of power and skill at its zenith. Zig silently vowed that armed with these foundational yet pragmatic skills, coupled with relentless training and mastery of both armament and observation hockey, he would ascend to unparalleled heights even before setting sail. Here, there would be no fortuitous acquisition of devil fruits, nor serendipitous encounters with legendary swordsmen, relying solely upon his own hands and intellect. He would pen the narrative of his own adventure. As the seafood risotto dwindled, Zig's gaze grew resolute. He recognized that tonight, as culinary indulgence, was not merely a feast for the senses, but a reservoir of strength for the challenges that lay ahead. In this ocean brimming with uncertainty and peril, each hearty meal could signify a step closer to his dreams. And he, step by step, was advancing toward the goal of becoming a supreme master. Zig savored the final bite of risotto. Contemplating the imminent culmination of his plans, he understood that this performance was not merely to maintain a facade of peace, but rather to obfuscate his true intentions and buy time for his real scheme. The youthful Luffy, the future pirate king, was akin to a young lion lurking in the shadows of the night, poised for the opportunity to strike with lethal precision, according to the anime's narrative. Luffy would soon find himself ensnared by his own ambition. That would spell trouble. Not to mention that Shanks, one of the four emperors, might not easily endure confrontation with Zig. The crew under the red-haired Shanks could easily subdue anyone. In the past year, Zig had not squandered a single moment, that he had not only fortified his physical prowess in hockey, but had also delved deeply into psychological tactics and environmental manipulation. Zig realized that confronting an opponent of boundless potential and tireless resolve head-on might not be the wisest course. Therefore, he devised a meticulous plan aimed at achieving victory without direct confrontation. Just as Zig was formulating his strategy and relishing the remnants of his dinner, the back door of the bar was suddenly pushed open with nary a sound, and a familiar visage stealthily slipped inside. Luffy's signature boisterous laughter was deliberately muted, yet it still betrayed his youthful exuberance and excitement. He believed himself to be hidden, unaware that everything had already been anticipated by Zig. "Hey Zig, did you really think I would just sit idly by?" Young Luffy leaped from the shadows, fists clenched, his eyes shimmering with indomitable spirit. Though his stature was diminutive, his presence was formidable. "I am destined to become the Pirate King. Today, let me teach you a lesson." "You villain!" A roguish smile curled at the corners of Zig's lips as he had foreseen this very moment. He rose leisurely, brushing off the dust from his attire, an air of mockery evident in his gaze. "Oh, is this not the young lad who was previously seen in the bar, mingling with that group of inept individuals? It appears you possess a modicum of courage, yet courage alone cannot bridge the chasm of strength." Before he could finish a sentence, Zig's form flickered, moving like lightning to stand before Luffy in the blink of an eye. With effortless precision, he parried Luffy's strikes with a few deft punches and kicks, skillfully neutralizing his offensive without causing harm, rendering Luffy utterly defenseless. Luffy's blows landed as if upon cotton, devoid of impact, his expression one of disbelief. "Humph, battles cannot be won through mere fervor," Zig remarked, adopting an almost pedagogical stance as he easily bound Luffy's limbs with rope procured from the bar's kitchen. His technique both adept and gentle. "Kid, you have a long way to go before you can claim the title of Pirate King." Luffy struggled momentarily, realizing he was utterly ensnared, with wide eyes filled with indignation. He exclaimed, "You underestimate me. One day, I will grow stronger, and then we shall settle this score." Upon hearing this, Zig's smile deepened, and he ruffled Luffy's hair, his tone tinged with sincerity. "I look forward to that day. Little one, but remember, true strength is not solely about brute force. It also demands wisdom and strategy. Now, take some time to reflect." In this manner, Zig effortlessly neutralized Luffy's ambush, showcasing his prowess while imparting a profound lesson to the future Pirate King. All of this transpired beneath the veneer of his seemingly irreverent demeanor, accomplished quietly and efficiently. After dealing with Luffy, Zig turned to face his eager subordinates, their eyes gleaming with avarice as they envisioned untold riches and treasures. This band of mountain bandits thrived on plunder, and upon encountering a child of evidently extraordinary lineage, they were determined not to let this opportunity slip away. "Boss, this kid clearly possesses some significance. He must have powerful backing." A burly bandit approached, rubbing his hands together with excitement. "If we play our cards right, we could demand a hefty ransom. This is far more lucrative than raiding a few small villages." Another lanky bandit chimed in. "Indeed, boss, I've heard that pirate crews will spare no expense to rescue their captain or key members. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Moreover, given that this child mingles with pirates, it is highly plausible he is tied to someone of great importance among them. Zig listened to his subordinates clamoring, his brow furrowing slightly as he contemplated his own strategy. Silence. Zig's voice, though not loud, resonated with an undeniable authority, instantly quieting the raucous bar. We are bandits, not kidnappers. Holding someone for ransom will only tarnish our reputation further. But you think pirates are so easily trifled with, especially considering Luffy's background. Pausing for effect, Zig surveyed his subordinates before continuing. We have a superior approach. Tomorrow, I will personally escort this lad to meet his companions, and we shall engage in a fair exchange. This will allow us to demonstrate our strength without leaving ourselves open to criticism, while also providing an opportunity to understand the rules of the pirate world. Why not seize the chance? The bandits under Sig cast glances at one another. Although a sense of reluctance lingered in their hearts, they nonetheless acquiesced to Sig's decision. After all, in these waters, Sig's wisdom and judgment were what they relied upon. Meanwhile, Sig secretly calculated that this series of actions would not only avert unnecessary conflicts, but also provide an opportunity to uncover more secrets of the sea. Paving the way for his future, as the sun began to rise, its warm rays bathed the tranquil streets of Windmill Village, yet they failed to illuminate the villagers' anxious hearts. Village Chief Upu, Shalapu, hurried along with several villagers, their expressions grave, their eyes scanning every corner as if searching for something of great value. The absence of that boy Luffy since last night was indeed a cause for concern. Beads of sweat formed on Upu Shalapu's forehead, his anxiety palpable. He understood well Luffy's curious and adventurous nature, but such a prolonged disappearance was truly unusual. That moment, news reached the ears of red-haired Shanks, who was repairing a ship at the port. He immediately set down his tools, a resolute gleam flashing in his eyes. Luffy is missing? We must go find him. Shanks's words were brief, yet powerful, exuding an undeniable conviction. It was his responsibility and duty to ensure the safety of this little one whom he regarded as family. With Shanks's involvement, the search party's morale surged. The group split up, some scouring every nook and cranny of the village, while others ventured into the nearby forests and beaches, leaving no potential clue unexamined. Just as the villagers and red-haired Shanks found themselves at an impasse in their search, anxiety and unease loomed over Windmill Village like dark clouds, when an untimely burst of laughter shattered the silence. Sig, accompanied by his band of ruffians, swaggered into view from a distance, their appearance seeming both deliberate and fated. That a smirk of pride and provocation danced upon Sig's face as he reveled in the astonished and discontented gazes cast upon him. Oh, if it isn't the esteemed village chief and that useless pirate captain from yesterday. Look at your anxious faces. Are you searching for some little rascal? Sig chuckled, his words laced with mischief. That red-haired Shanks's demeanor instantly turned stern, his eyes ablaze with intensity, locked onto Sig despite his displeasure at the latter's arrival. As a seasoned warrior of the seas, he refrained from displaying excessive emotional turmoil in response to such provocation. Nevertheless, within, Shanks was fully prepared to confront any unforeseen developments. Bandit, you would do well to understand what you are doing. Shanks's voice resonated deeply and powerfully, each word striking like the beat of a drum, impossible to ignore, though he did not regard Sig as a genuine threat. The mention of Luffy's whereabouts tightened his nerves. The villagers halted in their tracks, their gazes oscillating between Sig and red-haired Shanks, incredulous that this newly arrived bandit leader could possibly know of Luffy's fate. Some eyes flashed with anger, others with disbelief, while many held their breath, fearing they might miss any detail. Sig casually clapped his hands, as if announcing a trivial matter. Don't be in such a rush. While I may enjoy a good prank, I am more than willing to assist my friends in locating someone. Indeed, I know where that little rascal is. This revelation. Murmurs rippled through the crowd, all eyes converging on Sig, a mix of anticipation and wariness evident. Red-haired Shanks's brow furrowed deeper, yet he refrained from acting hastily, instead choosing to await Sig's next words. However, Sig elongated his tone, surveying the surroundings. To obtain information, one must be willing to pay a price. No? Shanks's smile, radiated an extraordinary calm under the sunlight, embodying a serene demeanor forged through countless storms, while silently warning the bandit leader of his formidable presence. "Oh, Sig, I find myself quite curious. What precisely is this price you speak of?" Shanks's words, though soft, seemed to carry immense weight, slowly expanding through the air as Sig's previously confident facade began to waver as Shanks's words fell. An unprecedented sense of pressure enveloping him, as if the very space around him exerted an invisible force. As Shanks released his conqueror's haki, Sig's mental defenses crumbled first, followed by a disconcerting heaviness in his limbs, making movement increasingly difficult. "What is this?" Sig's voice trembled with disbelief and panic. He had never experienced such an intense mental oppression before. Even as the King of Bandits, having faced numerous formidable foes, this was an entirely new sensation. The villagers in Sig's band were equally taken aback by this sudden turn of events. Although they did not comprehend the circumstances, they sensed the tension in the air and the evident shift in Sig's demeanor. Casting fearful or awestruck glances, Shanks did not respond directly, his deep-set eyes glimmering with profound significance. "Sig, true strength is never acquired through threats. Tell me Luffy's whereabouts, and I shall consider allowing you to leave in safety." His tone bore an undeniable authority, laced with a subtle hint of compassion. Under the pressure of Shanks's conqueror's haki, Sig finally grasped the genuine sense of powerlessness, realizing he had vastly underestimated the strength and composure of the red-haired man before him. Struggling, Sig managed to utter, "Fine, Luffy is in our bandit's den. I will take you to him." With Sig's concession, the oppressive aura of the haki gradually dissipated, and a collective sigh of relief escaped from all present. Shanks's actions served not only to intimidate Sig, but also to silently declare to everyone present that true power stems from inner resilience and a steadfast commitment to righteousness. The tempest stirred by Luffy's disappearance seemed poised to resolve in an unexpected manner, revealing Shanks's nature as a truly formidable individual. Indeed, in the face of Luffy's plight, red-haired Shanks would undoubtedly fight tooth and nail, but if Sig's earlier conjecture was correct, that overwhelming sense of pressure must have been the Conqueror's haki, an unimaginable force. Within Sig's bandit den, an unforeseen scene was unfolding. Contrary to the stereotypical image of bandits, an atmosphere of peculiar joy permeated the air. Luffy, the small adventurer, found himself surrounded by a group of seemingly fearsome yet surprisingly considerate bandits, all eager to provide him with special treatment. It turned out that despite Sig's fierce and cunning exterior, he adhered to a strict code internally, especially concerning this particular little guest, issuing explicit orders. No harm should come to Luffy, not even a single hair. This command stemmed not only from a premonition of the future, but perhaps also from a recognition of the indomitable spirit that resided within the little adventurer. Consequently, Luffy was cared for with meticulous attention. The bandits even ingeniously formed a human slide for him to play upon, the echoes of laughter resonating through the cave. They presented him with their treasured rations, though coarse. They were imbued with sincere goodwill, allowing Luffy to feast heartily. A pure smile illuminated Luffy's face as he blinked his big eyes, gazing at the seemingly fearsome bandit uncles who treated him with such kindness. Pondering whether they were truly not the villains they appeared to be in his innocent worldview, those who brought him joy and care should undoubtedly be classified as good people. "Hey, little rascal, are you having fun?" One of the bandit uncles wiped the sweat from his brow, grinning broadly to reveal a set of mismatched teeth, genuinely pleased by Luffy's delight. "It's so much fun. Thank you all," Luffy exclaimed with exuberance, completely shedding the initial tension and fear he felt upon being captured, replaced instead by a profound trust and gratitude towards his newfound friends. In that fleeting moment, the once cold and rugged atmosphere of Sig Pirate Den was transformed by the laughter of children and the warmth of simple human connections. Luffy's innocence permeated the hearts of all present, allowing them to temporarily forget the boundaries of their identities and to relish this rare moment of harmony and joy, despite the world outside remaining fraught with uncertainties and challenges. At least for this brief instance, they collectively created a small miracle, instilling a child with the belief that even the most unlikely of places, warmth and kindness could be found in a dim yet unexpectedly cozy corner of the pirate hideout. Sig's subordinates gathered around Luffy. Their gazes softened, shedding some of their usual fierceness for a touch of tenderness and nostalgia. Typically, they obeyed Sig's commands, accustomed to a life of bloodshed and evasion, yet deep within each of them lay a soft spot yearning for a peaceful existence. "Hey, little Luffy, do it again." A burly man with a bushy beard gently nudged Luffy, who eagerly slid down the makeshift slide formed by their bodies, his laughter ringing clear and melodious like a gentle summer breeze dispersing the shadows in the hearts of the pirates. "Look at him! How joyful he is," another pirate remarked, his gaze softening as he caught a glimpse of his own unattainable childhood dream. A home surrounded by family, devoid of battles and flight. Such a scene was foreign, yet profoundly comforting to them. Among this band of pirates, women and children were nearly non-existent. Their lives revolved around robbery and hiding, punctuated by endless solitude and wandering. Yet at this moment, Luffy's laughter shone like a beacon, illuminating the forgotten corners of their hearts and awakening a longing for tranquility. "Hey, what if we left this life behind, found a place to settle down, got married, and had a few kids like little Luffy? Wouldn't that be nice?" A young pirate whispered to his companion, his tone imbued with yearning. His companion chuckled ruefully, shaking his head, yet the same glimmer of hope sparkled in his eyes. "It's a lovely thought, but we both know how our boss is. It's not as simple as just deciding to quit." Despite this, the desire for a home had quietly taken root in their hearts. Luffy's presence was akin to a seed, inadvertently sowing warmth and hope within these hardened men. "Hey, you lot, stop chatting and keep an eye on the little guy." A voice interrupted their reverie. The pirates exchanged knowing smiles, aware that this idyllic moment might be but a fleeting dream, yet they were willing to cherish the warmth and happiness it brought. Luffy's laughter became the most beautiful punctuation of this time, allowing these seemingly fierce pirates to experience an unprecedented softness and tenderness. In the gentle morning light, Shanks the red-haired, accompanied by the villagers and his reliable crew, traversed the winding mountain paths, following Sig to the pirate hideout concealed within the dense forest. Along the way, their emotions were a tumultuous blend of concern for Luffy's safety and a wary anticipation of the unknown that lay ahead. However, upon entering the hideout, the scene before them left them all utterly astonished, their worries dissipating in an instant. They beheld Luffy joyfully playing with a group of menacing-looking pirates who had constructed an impromptu slide from their sturdy arms, while Luffy squealed with excitement as if engaged in a grand adventure. The pirates' faces were no longer twisted in ferocity. Instead, they radiated a rare gentleness and affection, their eyes filled with fondness and care for the little boy. The villagers and crew exchanged incredulous glances, grappling with disbelief. The rescue scenarios they had envisioned, intense battles, arduous negotiations, or even tragic sacrifices, now seemed wholly unnecessary. To Shanks' lips curved into a subtle smile, an expression of relief washing over him. As if he were unperturbed by this unexpected turn of events, finding a peculiar solace in it appears we were overly concerned, Shanks remarked softly, his voice soothing yet magnetic, instilling an inexplicable sense of reassurance. The village chief's furrowed brow gradually relaxed as he wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, remnants of his earlier tension, and chuckled. "I never would have imagined these pirates could possess such a side." Luffy, noticing the arrival of the others, leapt from the slide and dashed towards Shanks, his face alight with excitement. "Shanks, look, these uncles are actually quite fun." Shanks crouched down, ruffling Luffy's hair with affectionate eyes. Indeed, sometimes appearances can be deceiving. "Right, little one," standing beside them, Sig observed this heartwarming scene, his emotions a tangled web. His original plans may have been laced with ulterior motives, yet witnessing Luffy's smile stirred a warmth within him. Perhaps, as Shanks had demonstrated, true strength lies not merely in the conquest of force, but in the profound connections and understanding of the heart. Ultimately, this unforeseen kidnapping incident reached an unexpectedly harmonious conclusion. Sig recognized that he had surmounted his two most formidable challenges, having also granted a favor to the future Pirate King, that as for Shanks and his crew. Their presence only enhanced his standing, as long as he did not infringe upon Shanks' interests. Their relationship would likely remain amicable. Thus, what Buggy the Clown could accomplish, perhaps Sig could also achieve. Amidst the laughter and surprise, Sig's actions became particularly noteworthy. He approached Shanks with deliberate steps, his perceptive eyes seemingly foreseeing the extraordinary ripples that would arise from their ensuing conversation. Gently patting Shanks' sturdy shoulder, Sig's voice dropped to a low, mysterious tone, as if it could penetrate the din and reach the depths of the soul. "I end this celebratory moment. Shanks, I believe you may harbor some curiosity about the future. Remember, I am not merely the pirate king renowned for my strength. I am also a skilled oracle, and why prophecies can unveil the unknown treasures and perils on your navigational journey, sharper than my sword." Directly touching the core of fate, his words lingered in Shanks' ears, akin to the brightest star in the night sky, evoking contemplation. "Given the serendipity of our meeting, I am willing to unveil the veil of the future to you free of charge. Whether it be warnings of impending storms or guidance toward treasures, I can reveal whatever you wish to know." That Sig's voice exuded an undeniable confidence, his deep-set eyes glimmering with the wisdom of one who had glimpsed fragments of the future, eagerly awaiting the chance to share this secret with the formidable Sea Lord. Hearing this, Shanks' lips curled into an amused smile, his gaze deepening as if weighing the significance behind this extraordinary proposal. "Sig, your offer is indeed hard to resist. That I in these unpredictable seas, foreknowledge of the winds and tides is undoubtedly a tremendous asset. If that is the case, then I shall graciously accept your proposition." A barely perceptible smile graced Sig's lips. He knew that Shanks might harbor doubts, yet it did not diminish his confidence. After all, his ability to grasp the future was his greatest trump card, stemming from his profound understanding and recollection of the stories unfolding in that future world. "Shanks, I know you may have reservations, believing that divination is mere folly. But please trust, as my prophecies come to fruition one by one, you will come to comprehend the essence of the divine and inscrutable arts." Sig's voice resonated with gravitas, each word imbued with enigmatic power, as he continued, "What I foresee is not baseless. It is grounded in a profound insight into the laws governing the universe. Soon, you shall witness it all unfold before your very eyes." Indeed, in order to ensure the precision and focus of his divination, Sig decided to spend some time alone with the red-haired Shanks. Away from the clamor of the crowd, he led Shanks to a meticulously constructed wooden cabin nestled on the hillside behind Windmill Village, a structure hastily erected at Sig's special request to provide a tranquil space imbued with the essence of nature for the purpose of divination. The cabin was surrounded by lush trees, seemingly isolated from the outside world, and its interior was adorned with simplicity yet retained a sense of solemnity. Beneath the center stood a round wooden table crafted from the unique timber of Windmill Village, upon which lay an array of divination tools, each exuding the traces of time and an air of mystery. Sig gestured softly for Shanks to take a seat, while he himself slowly circled the table to occupy the opposite position. As he moved, the candlelight within the cabin flickered gently, casting a tapestry of shadows that fostered an atmosphere both solemn and enigmatic. Upon the table rested an ancient crystal ball, weathered tarot cards, a slender quill, and a tattered divination journal. These tools appeared particularly mystical under the soft, yellow glow. Divination is an art of conversing with the soul of the universe, demanding absolute purity and concentration. As Sig spoke, he gently caressed the cover of the divination journal, seemingly seeking communion with the great seers of the past. "Now, please close your eyes. Let your spirit return to tranquility, and envision your thoughts flowing freely like the waves of the sea. I shall guide you to find the answers." With a low chant, Sig commenced his ritual. He first lifted the translucent crystal ball, cradling it in his palm, closed his eyes, and concentrated. The crystal ball emitted a faint glow that illuminated his face, rendering him almost sacred. Subsequently, he slowly drew a tarot card, its imagery gradually becoming clear under the candlelight, as if signaling the imminent revelation of fate's enigma. Sig gazed intently at the card, beginning to interpret its meaning. His voice was deep and resonant, each word striking a chord within Shanks's heart. The future is not an unchanging decree. It is as vast and mutable as the ocean. Yet today, I shall unveil a thread of insight to aid you in navigating toward distant shores. Sig's words bore an undeniable conviction. The act of divination transcended mere prediction of the future. It served as a guiding light for the red-haired Shanks, a profound understanding and reverence for destiny. As the divination deepened, the cabin seemed enveloped by an invisible, mysterious energy. Even with his eyes closed, Shanks could sense the unusual currents flowing through the air around him. He began to realize that this mountain bandit-turned-seer possessed a power that extended far beyond mere brute strength, encompassing mastery over the unknown and insight into fate. Perhaps this divination would mark an undeniable turning point in his seafaring journey. That Sig's gaze was locked intensely on the softly glowing crystal ball, as if all the secrets of time and space converged within its depths. His voice, though soft, resonated like thunder within the cabin. Shanks, the true purpose of your journey is not merely the pursuit of freedom or the exploration of these waters. This year spent in Windmill Village is, in fact, a destined arrangement, intended to witness and test a boy named Luffy, to ascertain whether he possesses the qualities to become the future Pirate King, a name capable of shaking the world and rewriting the era. As his words settled in the air, it felt as if time itself had frozen. A flicker of incredulity flashed in the depths of Shanks's blue eyes, overshadowed by a profound shock. He had never disclosed to anyone the deep hopes he harbored for Luffy, or the true reason behind his stay. Yet here was Sig, the Mountain Bandit King, seemingly piercing through his thoughts and unveiling secrets even he had not fully articulated. How could you possibly know this? Shanks's voice trembled slightly, his gaze towards Sig a blend of skepticism and respect. In that moment, Sig's image transformed in Shanks's mind, becoming complex and unfathomable. No longer just the notorious bandit leader, but a sage endowed with extraordinary insight. Sig chuckled softly, offering no direct answer, merely allowing his fingers to lightly touch the crystal ball. The light within the sphere seemed to respond to his call, morphing into hazy images. One could faintly discern Luffy's figure growing in various scenarios, battling until he stood at the pinnacle of the world. The tapestry of fate is intricate and delicate, and I am but a wanderer who occasionally glimpses its weaves. That Luffy's destiny is already tightly intertwined with this world. What I do is merely part the veils of obscurity to reveal hidden clues. This revelation plunged Shanks into silence, compelling him to reassess everything before him. His choices, Luffy's future, and this mountain bandit king, Sig, who seemed capable of conversing with fate. In that moment, the contours of the future appeared clearer, yet more elusive. Brimming with infinite possibilities, that a playful smile graced Shanks's lips, as if he found both curiosity and challenge in Sig's words. Indeed, if it were merely a prophecy regarding the future Pirate King, such broad claims would hardly move me. However, if you can divulge some unknown details, such as the shipwreck I faced in my childhood or the memories from my time as an apprentice under Captain Roger, then perhaps I might regard you with newfound respect. At this, a mysterious smile tugged at Sig's lips, his gaze returning to the crystal ball, which appeared not merely as a tool for foretelling the future, but as a key to unlocking past and present. Unveiling all secrets, as he began to speak in his deep, resonant voice, the light within the crystal ball began to swirl, revealing dreamlike scenes. Your childhood was not without its shadows. That sudden storm engulfed your vessel, and little you struggled against the frigid sea. The terror and despair of that moment are memories you seldom wish to revisit. Yet, it was that calamity that forged your indomitable will, marking the sea as both perilous and home. As for your time aboard Roger's ship, you transformed from an inexperienced youth into a seasoned pirate. I recall a moment when, to protect your comrades, you wielded your sword against an enemy ship for the first time. Though battered and bruised, your determination and courage captured even Captain Roger's attention. In those late-night gatherings with your crew, sharing tales, each laugh echoed with an endless yearning for freedom and a thirst for the unknown. As Sig's words faded, those images gradually dissipated, and the crystal ball returned to stillness. A complex expression flickered in Shanks's eyes: surprise, nostalgia, and a profound astonishment at Sig's abilities. He slowly rose, his gaze penetrating the walls of the cabin, as if he could see his past self and the broader world unveiled by Sig's extraordinary insight. Incredible, You are truly not an ordinary mountain bandit king. Sig, the power you wield surpasses imagination. Pray tell, how have you accomplished all this? For the first time, a noticeable tremor of curiosity and doubt colored Shanks's voice. In that instant, a subtle connection seemed to form between the two legendary pirates. As a dialogue concerning fate, power, and the unknown quietly commenced, Sig's words settled. They fell like a heavy stone cast upon the calm surface of the sea, causing the very air to feel as though it had solidified. His tone was unassuming, yet each word bore the weight of gravity, striking at the most sensitive nerves of Shanks's heart. You once had the opportunity to engage with that entity standing above the Gorosei, the one who orchestrates the shadows of the world government. You surely understand to whom I refer, and you, Shanks, as a pirate, possess an intimate understanding of the core of the world government as Gorosei. This, in itself, speaks volumes that you still believe that my divination is merely a trivial jest. The expression on red-haired Shanks' face shifted in an instant to one of profound complexity, shock, doubt, and even a subtle hint of fear. He understood that the individual capable of articulating such information must either be an insider intricately connected to the world government or possess abilities that transcend the ordinary. Sig, evidently, did not belong to the former category, leaving only one remaining possibility, compelling him to reassess the true identity and strength of this mountain bandit king before him. The tide of murderous intent surged within him, but red-haired Shanks swiftly suppressed it. He was acutely aware that engaging in large-scale conflict in the relatively peaceful EC would not only embroil the innocent, but could also invite unnecessary troubles, potentially disrupting the balance of the world. More importantly, the power Sig exhibited evoked a sense of unfathomable depth and mystery, making rash action seem unwise. Sig, your abilities indeed take me by surprise, yet you must comprehend that knowing too many secrets is not always a blessing. Red-haired Shanks' voice resonated with an unusual calmness, though his eyes burned with a fire that reflected both a thirst for the unknown and a wariness of potential threats. However, I, Shanks, have always respected the strong. No matter how you acquired this knowledge, as long as it does not endanger those I hold dear, I am willing to maintain this peace. He hoped that their intersection would remain limited to this. Yet the unspoken words hung in the air like a sword poised to strike, adding weight to the atmosphere surrounding them. The standoff between the two, though devoid of tangible conflict, sent Sig's heart racing with palpable tension. A faint, nonchalant smile graced Sig's lips, as if the earlier shocking revelations were merely an ordinary occurrence for him. I bear no intention of boasting. Shanks, in this tumultuous world, forging a friendship with one who can understand is a rare fortune for a diviner. I hope our encounter can lend a measure of support to our respective futures. His words were gentle yet resolute, piercing through the fog of confusion to reach the depths of the soul. When mentioning Luffy, Sig's gaze deepened, seemingly connecting to a distant future. As for Luffy, that child's destiny is intricately intertwined with the fabric of the world. His journey will undoubtedly be grand and beyond our imagination. And you, as one of the pivotal figures in his life, may one day find gratitude for this encounter we share today. Emerging from the wooden cabin, the sunlight hit red-haired Shanks, causing him to squint. While his mind swirled with countless questions and contemplations, that Sig's words fell upon his tranquil heart like a pebble cast into a still lake, sending ripples of thought. He could not comprehend why a mountain bandit king possessed such inscrutable abilities. Nor could he fathom the nature of Luffy's destiny that warranted such reverence even from a diviner like Sig yet. As Sig had articulated, questions without answers yield no fruitful inquiry in the present. Shaking off his doubts, red-haired Shanks lifted his gaze to the azure sky, the vast stage belonging to pirates. He inhaled deeply, silently vowing that regardless of what the future held for Luffy, he would stand by the child's side until he could stand on his own, truly becoming the pirate king. The meeting in the small cabin, while leaving many enigmas, seemed to foreshadow the intertwined fates of red-haired Shanks and Luffy, along with the entire dynamics of the Grand Line. And Sig, this enigmatic mountain bandit king and diviner, where would his path lead him next? Within the boundless expanse of the East Sea lay an island known only to nature, a pearl seemingly forgotten in time. Both solitary and mysterious, The island was cloaked in dense tropical rainforest, with towering trees and entwined vines forming a verdant sea, through which sunlight filtered sparingly, casting dappled shadows. The sea breeze carried a briny scent, mingling with the island's unique fragrances, weaving an atmosphere that was both invigorating and slightly wild. That on this untouched land, a particular hillside stood out distinctly. From afar, it appeared to blend seamlessly with the surrounding lushness. Yet upon closer inspection, one would uncover a gathering place for bandits, a hidden sanctuary. The bandits' lair was ingeniously constructed along the hillside, utilizing natural caves and massive boulders as cover, rendering it both concealed and sturdy. The entrance was a seemingly inconspicuous narrow crevice, which was, in fact, a carefully designed labyrinthine passage. Outsiders without a guide would easily lose their way. Once through this winding, shadowy corridor, one would be met with a revelation. A small, natural basin lay before them. The home of the bandits. The center of the basin was a spacious area enclosed by massive stones, designated for gatherings and training. Several bonfires flickered throughout the day and night, casting dancing flames upon rugged, wild faces. Scattered around were modest yet functional wooden huts, either embedded within the rocks or nestled against the trees, offering both concealment and protection from the elements. The roofs were thickly thatched, harmonizing with the surroundings to remain inconspicuous. A narrow stream meandered through the encampment, providing the precious resource of water. By the stream, basic crops and herbs were cultivated, showcasing the bandits' meticulous stewardship of their rugged lifestyle. Laughter and song often echoed from the camp. Although their way of life may appear coarse to outsiders, there existed an ineffable camaraderie and yearning for freedom among them. As night descended, the camp was illuminated by scattered lights, while the distant sound of waves and the chirping of insects harmonized into a unique melody, adding to the island's allure and mystery. Here, the bandits lived in isolation from the world, while outsiders regarded them as outlaws. In their hearts, this island was their kingdom, a sanctuary for their freedom and dreams. Over the course of 5 years, Sig, the Mountain Bandit King, had utterly transformed the stronghold. Not only was he a fierce pirate leader, but he was also a demanding overseer, determined to mold this unruly band of brigands into a disciplined and formidable force. Sig's ambition was to equip everyone with the Navy's 6 powers, advanced techniques reserved for the most elite warriors of the Navy. The initial days of training were undoubtedly agonizing and arduous for these bandits, accustomed as they were to a life of indulgence. From the first light of dawn until the cloak of night, they were subjected to high-intensity physical drills and skill training. The woods echoed with their heavy breaths and groans of pain. Sweat poured down like rain upon the hard earth, each drop bearing witness to their struggles and transformations. Sig implemented a nearly militaristic regime, enforcing strict schedules, a ruthless elimination system, and severe penalties for failures, enveloping the entire encampment in an unprecedented atmosphere of tension. The training served not only as a challenge to their physical limits, but also as a relentless test of their will. They were compelled to abandon their past laziness and selfishness, learning to collaborate as a team in the face of adversity. The training for the Navy's 6 powers was particularly grueling. The moonwalk required them to leap gracefully between branches like specters in the moonlight. The iron body demanded that they endure burdens unimaginable to ordinary men, forging their bodies into rock-solid forms. The paper drawing required extreme speed and agility, evading invisible strikes, each movement aimed at eradicating their inherent lethargy and bad habits. Reshaping their bodies and souls, the agony and sweat bore remarkable fruit. Once drunken brawlers, the bandits had now transformed into sharp-eyed, nimble warriors. Their relationships had also quietly evolved, shifting from initial suspicion to a bond of life and death. This transformation was an unexpected boon for Sig. While the militaristic management was harsh, it had instilled in them respect and trust, forging a powerful cohesion. 5 years had been sufficient to change everything. When outsiders inadvertently trespass upon this forsaken isle, they are met not by a rabble, but by a cadre of well-trained and disciplined brigands. Sig, in his unique manner, has forged a group once deemed societal refuse into a formidable force. Yet beneath this veneer of strength lies the unspeakable anguish and profound comprehension of freedom and survival shared by each member. Sig, the erstwhile king of the mountains, stands alone in a corner of the training ground, exuding an air of tranquility in stark contrast to his fatigued subordinates, who are worn from arduous training that a humble blade of grass rests lightly between his lips, and his eyes are gently closed, as if savoring a fleeting moment of serenity brought by the caressing breeze. Despite his outward calm, his thoughts surge like a tempest. Over the past 5 years, Sig has led by example, becoming the most diligent practitioner of the marine 6 styles. His silhouette appears first in the dawn's light and lingers longest into the night. Countless falls and rises, innumerable instances of self-overcoming have enabled him to master the marine 6 styles to an extraordinary degree. With taut muscles and agile movements, he stands out among his peers like a crane among chickens, a veritable master of his craft. However, in this rare moment of stillness, Sig's mind does not dwell on his own accomplishments. He reflects quietly on whether his series of actions have truly altered the original course of this world. In his memory, the future terror of the seas, Shanks the red-haired, still suffered the whims of fate. Losing an arm to the king of the near seas, this event, akin to an immutable reef in the river of history, seems unperturbed by Sig's emergence. Sig cannot help but smile ruefully, a flicker of helplessness rising within him. He had once believed that his transformation of the brigand crew and his meticulous study of the marine 6 styles might, to some degree, stir the winds of change in the world of pirates, leaving a more profound mark upon these seas. Yet, it appears that despite his earnest efforts, some predetermined fates remain impervious to alteration. This realization dawns on him. The power of the individual, even one as relentless as he, may not contend with destiny. As the wind whispers past, the blade of grass sways gently, and Sig slowly opens his eyes, his gaze profound. He understands that regardless of personal struggles, the world continues to operate along its destined path. Nevertheless, he also recognizes that while he may not change everything, he can at least decide how to exist in this world and how to influence those around him. Thus, Sig sets aside his subtle melancholy and reclaims the audacity and confidence befitting the king of the brigands. He comprehends that even if the flutter of a butterfly's wings cannot incite a storm, each flap is a beautiful testament to life. Standing atop the highest point of the stronghold, Sig gazes upon the magnificent East Sea. The sunset's afterglow elongating his silhouette. He closes his eyes, savoring the briny tang of the sea breeze, his heart swelling with complex emotions. After 5 years of rigorous training, he has mastered both observation hockey and armament hockey. These abilities flow seamlessly from his hands, whether in keenly anticipating an opponent's movements or enveloping his fists in hockey to amplify his strikes, rendering him nearly unbeatable in these eastern waters. However, the legendary conqueror's hockey, the hallmark of kings, remains an elusive domain for him. Each silent night, he attempts to harness that power, yet each endeavor ends in failure, leaving a knot in his heart. Even so, Sig does not succumb to despondency. He understands that true strength resides not solely in power, but in belief and perseverance. After much contemplation, Sig resolves to liberate himself from the shackles of unchangeable fate. He intends to, in his own way, infuse this pirate world with a distinctive hue. Knowing the general trajectory of the narrative, why not inscribe his own unique chapter within this known script? He aims for his name, Sig, to echo across these waters like that of the later Monkey D. Luffy, becoming a celebrated legend of the seas. A confident smile graces Sig's lips as he formulates his plans. He decides to lead his band of brigands beyond this uncharted isle, to challenge the strong of the East Sea, to partake in those destined events, and, if possible, to intervene in historical moments he believes can be altered, not seeking to overturn the entire course of the world. He merely wishes to leave his mark upon this grand stage, reveling in the adventure and freedom of being a pirate, ensuring that the name of the brigand King Sig resonates across the East Sea and beyond. Thus, Sig turns and boldly proclaims to the eager brigands below, "We are no longer the forgotten brigands. From this day forth, we shall become the tempest upon the seas, ensuring that all remember our names, Sig the Brigand King and his undefeated fleet." Let us embark towards the unknown, towards legend, and together stir the tumult of this world. As his words resonate, a wave of jubilation washes over the stronghold. For years, they have grappled daily with the rigors of training, challenging the limits of both body and spirit. They have not dined on gourmet feasts, but rather on simple grains. They have not rested upon comfortable beds, but in rudimentary wooden shelters, enduring a regimen more stringent than that of the true Navy. Once, they were free-spirited pirates yearning for liberty. Now, they have become ascetics in the wilderness, a transformation wrought by Sig's unwavering resolve and strict discipline. Upon hearing that they can finally leave this isle for the vast ocean, a newfound radiance sparkles in each brigand's eyes. They embrace one another with fervor, tears and laughter intermingling, releasing long-suppressed emotions. Countless times over the years, they have envisioned escaping this monotonous training to reclaim their freedom and experience genuine pirate life. And now, that dream is on the cusp of realization. We can finally leave this place. One brigand chokes out, tears streaming down his weathered face, hardened by years of training. Indeed, with Boss Sig, what do we have to fear? The treasures of the sea await us. Another bandit responded with exhilaration, his voice brimming with anticipation. In this ocean of joyous tears, each individual celebrated in their own manner. Some shouted exuberantly, others embraced tightly, while still others silently wiped away their tears. Yet, gratitude and hope filled every heart. They were grateful for the rigorous training bestowed upon them by Sig, acknowledging that although the process was arduous, it had forged their robust physiques and resilient spirits. They looked forward to future adventures, which would serve as their opportunity to prove themselves and achieve lasting renown. In that moment, all their toil and grievances transformed into motivation. They realized it was this inhumane training that had bestowed upon them their current strength, enabling them to confidently follow Big Sig into the ocean, to confront the unknown, and to carve out their own legends. The eyes of the bandits burned with longing for the future. They were prepared to plant the flag of the Bandit King, Sig, throughout the entirety of the East Sea, proclaiming to the world that they were no longer mere forgotten brigands, but rather valiant pirates poised to stir up tempestuous waves. With a command from Sig, the entire hideout sprang into action, an atmosphere of tension and excitement permeating the air. They were not only departing from the place they had inhabited for 5 years, but they were also packing everything to embark on a new journey. The bandits worked diligently and methodically, disassembling their humble wooden huts into timber, gathering all the crops and herbs they had cultivated, along with their daily tools and a modest amount of treasure. Every item was meticulously organized, ready to be loaded onto the ship. The vessel anchored in the sheltered harbor of the island far exceeded anyone's imagination. It was an extraordinarily luxurious warship, its hull painted a deep black, with a massive sail emblazoned with the golden insignia of the Bandit King. The prow was carved into the likeness of a soaring eagle, epitomizing its master's yearning for freedom and determination to conquer the seas. The ship was spacious, equipped with a variety of weaponry, ranging from traditional cannons to modern combat facilities. It was evident that Sig had made ample preparations for this maritime expedition. The bandits carefully loaded their organized supplies onto the ship, treating each item with utmost caution, as if they represented not only cherished memories of the past, but also vital support for the journey ahead. The hold was brimming with food and fresh water, while the armory was crammed with an array of weapons, from sharp blades to formidable firearms, everything one could imagine. They had even established a small training area within the ship's quarters to ensure their skills would not atrophy during the lengthy voyage. As the last crate of supplies was securely placed in the hold, the entire hideout seemed to echo with emptiness. The bandits stood at the ship's railing, glancing back at their former home, their hearts a tumult of emotions. This place held their sweat, their tears, and the traces of their growth. Yet, as Sig had said, they belonged to the sea, to a broader expanse of existence. With a long, resonant horn blast, the pirate ship slowly departed the port, setting sail toward the boundless East Sea. The sea breeze greeted them, carrying the sense of salt and freedom, and the bandits lined the deck, allowing the wind to caress their faces, their eyes shimmering with a desire for the unknown world. They understood that from this moment forth, they were no longer forgotten bandits. but explorers poised to etch their names into the ocean's fabric. Their story was just beginning as the wind howled and the waves crashed. The ship, known as the Bandit King, sliced through the azure waters, and Sig and his bandit crew officially commenced their maritime adventure. The sun hung high in the sky, casting golden rays across the sea, creating a breathtaking panorama. Yet for the bandits who were embarking on the ocean for the first time, this beauty was both awe-inspiring and challenging. Sig stood at the bow, letting the sea breeze brush against his face, his gaze resolute and distant as he envisioned the unknown challenges that awaited them. Turning to his companions aboard the ship, he noticed several faces pale with unease, hands gripping the railings tightly, clearly unaccustomed to the ship's undulations. "Hey, brothers, don't just succumb to seasickness. This is the first trial the ocean presents us," Sig called out, his voice cutting through the tumult with undeniable conviction. "Think about why we left that small island. What is it for? It is for freedom, for glory, to become legends known throughout these waters." Just as he finished speaking, a burly bandit staggered to Sig's side, managing to force a smile. "The boss is right. We are wolves of the mountains, dragons of the sea. What is a little turbulence to us? Everyone, stand tall. Don't let the ocean underestimate us." Upon hearing this, although many still wore troubled expressions, a spark of determination ignited in their eyes. They supported one another, some leaning against the rail, others slowly moving to the center of the deck, beginning to adapt to the ship as sway. "Come, everyone, follow my lead. Take a deep breath, feel the rhythm of the waves. Let become a part of us," Sig guided, demonstrating how to adjust their breathing to alleviate seasickness. Gradually, as their breathing steadied and their mindset shifted, some bandits found relief from their discomfort. They began to survey their surroundings, gazing at the vast expanse of ocean with curiosity and awe. "Look at this scenery. We could only dream of it before, and now it lies beneath our feet," remarked an elder bandit, his eyes reflecting nostalgia for the past and hope for the future. As time passed, with the sun rising and setting over the sea, and clouds drifting across the sky, the bandits gradually acclimated to life at sea. From initial discomfort to eventual ease, they learned how to dance with the ocean. Like a tea night, they gathered on the deck, sharing their dreams and plans for the future. Beneath the starry sky, their laughter and songs intertwined, adding a touch of warmth to the tranquilness in this realm brimming with uncertainty and challenges. The saga of Sig's bandit crew was just beginning. This pirate ship, named Phantom Merchant, cleverly disguised itself as an ordinary merchant vessel on the surface. It featured a wooden hull painted with faded colors. In its sail bore an insignia that appeared to be a mundane trade association logo, almost indistinguishable from reality. Various cargo boxes and fishing nets hung from either side of the ship, creating the impression of a bustling trade vessel returning home from a distant port. However, once other ships approached or the moment was ripe, the Phantom Merchant would swiftly reveal its true nature. The merchant's disguise would peel away like parchment, exposing the predatory visage hidden beneath. Complex black patterns would suddenly emerge along the sides of the ship, depicting a series of fearsome sea beasts. A stark contrast to its previous benign merchant facade. The insignia on the sail would instantaneously transform into a blood-red skull flag, fluttering in the wind, proclaiming its pirate identity, in terms of armament. The Phantom Merchant concealed astonishing firepower within. The seemingly innocuous cargo boxes were actually disguised cannon ports. Once the ruse was lifted, rows of gleaming brass cannons would be revealed, their muzzles ready to unleash fury at a moment's notice. These cannons were strategically placed along the sides of the ship, with rotating gun turrets hidden at the bow and stern, capable of generating a concentrated barrage of firepower in a short span, catching any approaching vessel off guard. Furthermore, the crew was similarly well equipped. They bore sharp pirate cutlasses at their waists, their hilts adorned with peculiar gemstones that shimmered with a chilling brilliance. Some elite crew members were equipped with smoothbore pistols and advanced flintlock guns, concealed in easily accessible hiding spots to ensure an advantage in close-quarter combat. The hold also housed a clandestine armory, stocked with a diverse array of explosives and specialized weapons, further enhancing the mystery and menace surrounding this pirate vessel. The captain of the Phantom Merchant, known as Ghost Jack, was renowned in the East China Sea for his cunning adaptability and his ability to act without leaving a trace. Jack consistently wore a wide-brimmed hat and a silver mask that obscured his face, revealing only his piercing eyes, which betrayed none of his true emotions. A master of tactics and deceit, he skillfully utilized the Phantom Merchant's deceptive characteristics to lure prey closer, striking with lightning speed, leaving countless ships in his wake, none of which could discern his true identity. Under Jack's leadership, the Phantom Merchant became one of the most enigmatic and fearsome pirate ships in the East China Sea, serving as a warning to all seafarers that appearances at sea are often the most deceptive. Standing on the bridge of the Phantom Merchant, Jack clasped his hands behind his back, his keen gaze peering through a spyglass, scrutinizing the approaching vessel in the distance. Upon recognizing the massive Mountain Thief King insignia painted on its side, a cold smirk crept across his lips, his eyes glinting with intrigue. "Oh, Mountain Thief King? That name certainly carries an air of arrogance," he remarked, lowering the spyglass and turning to his crew. "It seems today we have encountered a new group eager to claim a share of the sea's bounty. However, these fellows descending from the mountains likely have yet to learn the art of navigation upon the waves." He deliberately raised his voice so that every corner of the ship could hear him. "Prepare for action, mates. Let us adorn our Phantom Merchant to appear even more enticing, allowing those mountain rascals to believe they've stumbled upon fortune. Humph. Let them think they can easily find a wealthy target in these waters. When they draw near, it will be time for us to ensnare them." Jack's orders were swiftly executed by his subordinates, who busied themselves embellishing the Phantom Merchant's exterior with more lavish decorations and seemingly valuable cargo, even allowing some gold and jewels to glimmer conspicuously on the deck, creating the illusion of a bountiful return. "Remember, stay vigilant, but do not reveal our intentions. That I wish to personally assess the mettle of these overconfident mountain bandits and see just how formidable they truly are." A glint of cold determination flickered in Jack's eyes. Clearly anticipating the unfolding drama, he turned and stepped into the captain's quarters, picking up a bottle of aged rum from the table and taking a measured sip, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Mountain Thief King, I hope you possess the strength to live up to such a resounding title. Otherwise, the sea will show no mercy to the weak." With that, Jack returned to the deck, awaiting the arrival of the Mountain Thief King as he stepped into their meticulously set trap. Under the sunlight, the Phantom Merchant glided across the horizon like an elegant noble upon the sea surface. Yet beneath this elegance lay the taut nerves of Jack and his crew, brimming with anticipation for the forthcoming halt. At the bow of the Mountain Thief King, Sig stood, the sea breeze billowing his garments. His sharp eyes scrutinized the gradually revealing Phantom Merchant through a spyglass, noticing the merchant ship's excessive adornments and conspicuously displayed wealth. A knowing smile crept upon his lips. "Look yonder, a merchant ship decked out as if for a festival," Sig remarked softly, then turned to his confidant. "In this day and age, what merchant would so brazenly display their gold and silver? They are either foolish or well-prepared. Regardless, either scenario warrants a closer look." Sig's voice, though not loud, radiated an undeniable authority as he continued. "Pass my orders. All hands on deck, but do not rush into action. First, send out a negotiating team to ascertain whether these so-called merchants are compliant. Inform them that should they willingly surrender half their cargo, we shall grant them safe passage out of course. Should they choose to resist or employ trickery." He paused deliberately, his gaze sweeping over his men, whose eyes glimmered with a fierce intensity, as if echoing Sig's unspoken words. "Then let it be known that our brethren aboard the Mountain Thief King are not without their own ruthlessness." Sig added, his tone tinged with a dark humor. Sig's decision was quickly disseminated, and several seasoned pirates rowed small boats toward the Phantom Merchant. They wore professional smiles, yet their eyes concealed malicious intent, preparing for a meticulously orchestrated friendly exchange. Meanwhile, aboard the Mountain Thief King, the atmosphere was tense yet brimming with eager anticipation, each pirate aware that this encounter could either be an effortless plunder or the beginning of a fierce confrontation. Sig stood confidently, seemingly unfazed by the outcome, relishing the feeling of wielding leadership amidst the treacherous tides. As Sig stood at the ship's railing, gazing at the approaching Phantom Merchant, his eyes sparkled with an insightful gleam. As the distance closed, the crew's expressions and stances could no longer disguise their true identities. They were not mere merchants, but fellow hunters of the sea. Sig pondered. Realizing this was undoubtedly a contest of skilled adversaries. Each probing for vulnerabilities that it appears we have encountered kindred spirits. The game of masquerade and revelation. How delightful, Sig mused, a smirk playing on his lips. In these waters, the game of disguise and counter-disguise unfolded daily. With the victors often those who could perceive the opportune moment and seize the initiative. As the two ships drew closer, Sig and Jack, both leaders of wit and valor, engaged in a silent dialogue through their gazes. It was a communication only those seasoned by years of maritime trials and tribulations could comprehend, filled with mutual provocation and a subtle hint of respect. Ultimately, Sig broke the silence first, raising a hand to signal his crew to halt their advance. Then calling out to the opposing vessel, "Ahoy, friend across the way! Since we are all navigating these treacherous waters, let us be forthright that I am Mountain Thief King Sig, and I trust you are no innocent merchants yourselves. How about we engage in a fair trade or partake in an honorable contest? Shall we?" Upon hearing this, a sly smile tugged at Jack's lips, his interest piqued by Sig's proposal. Ghost Jack here. Mr. Sig's suggestion carries a certain elegance. However, as fellow seafarers, we must adhere to the rules of the game. Let us propose this. Whoever first lowers their flag shall emerge victorious, claiming the entirety of the other's treasure and ship. What say you? The air between the two vessels thickened with tension as this exchange unfolded, the sea breeze seemingly holding its breath in anticipation of their responses. No sooner had the words left Sig's lips than the calm of the water shattered. Both ships sprung into action almost simultaneously, the facade of peace dissolving in an instant. The hull of the Phantom Merchant unfurled on either side, revealing concealed cannon ports, akin to a slumbering beast awakening. An ominous aura enveloping the scene that in tandem. The Mountain Thief King revealed its own cannon ports, the pirates on deck swiftly taking their positions, the atmosphere crackling with impending conflict. Boom! 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 The thunderous roar of cannon fire erupted like the clap of thunder, as flames and thick smoke intertwined above the surface of the sea. The projectiles from both sides carved deadly arcs through the air, hurtling towards each other's vessels. Explosions sent towering columns of water crashing into the air, making the sea appear to boil, while the acrid scent of battle swiftly enveloped the scene. Jack felt a pang of astonishment. He had presumed the adversaries to be mere fledgling brigands, yet their crew displayed remarkable adaptability and combat prowess. Just as he pondered this, a group of agile figures materialized on the deck of the Phantom Merchant like phantoms. The elite forces of the Pirate King had inexplicably crossed the distance between the two ships, initiating a close-quarters melee. Armed with sharp blades, these brigands moved with astonishing agility, each slash precise and lethal, as if they possessed an innate affinity for naval warfare, swiftly transforming the Phantom Merchant into a battlefield. Although Jack's crew was well-trained, they were caught off guard by the sudden onslaught. The clash was ferocious, with the sounds of metal clashing, shouts, and the groans of the wounded merging into a cacophony. The struggle on the sea being as much a contest of will and skill as it was one of cannon fire. Jack had to concede that he had underestimated his opponents. This encounter was proving far more arduous than anticipated in that moment. The laws of the sea were reaffirmed in this lawless expanse. Strength alone dictated authority. The intensity of the battle was beyond imagination. Within less than a quarter of an hour, the deck of the Phantom Merchant lay in disarray. Jack's crew was either incapacitated or subdued, and the balance of combat had evidently tilted in favor of the Pirate King. The sea breeze carried the mingled scents of blood and gunpowder, sweeping over the battle-scarred deck, heavy with a somber weight. Leaning against the ship's railing, Jack's eyes flickered with disbelief and indignation. Glancing around, he saw his subordinates surrendering or being overcome, while the warriors of the Pirate King darted about the battlefield like leopards, dispatching the remnants of resistance. His dagger trembled slightly in his grip, and ultimately, Jack took a deep breath and made a decision. Slowly drawing his cutlass from his waist, the blade lightly touched the deck, producing a crisp sound before gradually being driven into the wooden planks until the hilt was embedded. This gesture signified respect for his adversary and an acknowledgement of his own defeat. Jack lifted his gaze, resolute, looking towards Sig not far away, and spoke in a tone laden with complexity and respect. Sig, you have triumphed. According to the customs of the sea, I, Jack, accept my loss. Sig stood at the bow of the Pirate King, arms crossed, gazing intently across the water. His expression bore no trace of victorious arrogance. Rather, it conveyed a measure of recognition for Jack's courage that in the world of pirates, power dictated all, yet respect and grace held equal significance. Nodding to indicate his acceptance of Jack's surrender, he then instructed his men to cease the assault to prevent unnecessary casualties. The environment felt eerily quiet in the aftermath of the battle, save for the occasional groans of the injured and the sound of waves lapping against the hull, accompanied by the heavy breaths of the crews. The clouds in the sky were tinged crimson by the setting sun, casting a poignant hue over the fierce conflict on the surface of the sea. The remnants of battle and flickering flames gradually dissipated. As if heralding the establishment of a new order, Sig approached steadily, stepping onto the deck of the Phantom Merchant, each stride resonating with calm assurance. Arriving before Jack, he extended his hand in a gesture of respect. Jack, you are a worthy opponent. In these waters, the strong survive, but I hold greater admiration for those who maintain their dignity in defeat. I shall safeguard your ship and cargo. As for you and your crew, you may choose to join us or depart. The sea is vast, and there will always be a place for you. Sig stood on the command platform of the Pirate King, gesturing with his hand. And at his command, a dozen small boats were lowered from the ship's belly, neatly aligning beside the Phantom Merchant. Though these boats appeared unremarkable, they were more than capable of ferrying Jack and his remaining crew. Their presence served as a final ultimatum for the vanquished, a testament to the pirate code. The victor reigns, the vanquished accept their fate. Jack cast one last longing glance over every corner of the Phantom Merchant. The vessel that had accompanied him through countless storms, now a bittersweet farewell. His heart was a tumult of emotions, resentment, resignation, and an overwhelming uncertainty about the future. Yet he understood that in these waters governed by the logic of the strong. Such was the nature of the game. Turning to his small group of loyal crew members, he declared, "Steady yourselves. We still have opportunities ahead. What we have lost today, we shall reclaim in due course, albeit in another form." Despite the sense of loss, his words conveyed a spirit of indomitable resolve. Jack was the first to step into one of the small boats, followed closely by his crew, each appearing solemn and burdened, fully aware that this separation meant the Phantom Merchant would no longer belong to them. One by one, the small boats were untethered, gently swaying with the waves as they gradually distanced themselves from what had once been their pride and dream. Sitting in the small boat, Jack gazed at the receding giant of a ship, a profound ache swelling within him that was beyond description. The sea breeze howled, laden with the salty tang of the ocean, carrying away the remnants of their former glory. Meanwhile, Sig stood at the bow, observing the scene with a complex expression. As the victor, he savored the sweetness of triumph. Yet, as a pirate, he empathized with Jack's plight. Life on the sea was cruel and unyielding, and he knew that one day he too might face a similar crossroads. Silently vowing to elevate the name of the Pirate King and to ensure that each of his followers found their rightful place in these waters. Sig watched as Jack's group vanished beyond the horizon. At last, the brigands aboard the Pirate King could no longer contain their exhilaration and erupted into raucous cheers. The sea breeze carried their laughter and pride. As the joy of victory surged like waves among the crew, ha! We did it! Those fools thought they could outsmart us. Yet they were left in utter disarray, a young brigand shouted, his face alight with disbelief and pride, reveling in their achievement of what had seemed an impossible task. 5 years. 5 years of relentless training under our captain. This battle was worth it, an experienced brigand reflected, his eyes glistening with tears, a reminiscence of their arduous past, and a hopeful gaze towards the future. Long live the Pirate King! Long live Captain Sig! The cheers rose and fell like the tide, as the brigands hoisted Sig high, adoring him as their unwavering hero. A rare smile graced Sig's face, a blend of gratitude and acknowledgement for his comrades, as well as satisfaction for the success of his strategy. Brothers, today is the fruit of our collective labor. Each drop of sweat and sacrifice has forged our victory. Remember, we are the crew of the pirate King Sig. Nothing is beyond our reach, Sig proclaimed, his voice resonating in the sea breeze, inspiring every heart present. They busied themselves, methodically transporting the gold and jewels seized from the Phantom Merchant, each individual handling these spoils with care as they cradled their dreams of the future. The glimmer of gold and silver reflected on their faces, their eyes sparkling with an unprecedented radiance, a manifestation of hope and confidence in what lay ahead. Look at these treasures, once mere dreams. Now they rest in our hands. With our captain, what can we not achieve? A brigand exclaimed, displaying a handful of gold coins, inciting admiration from those around him. Indeed, Captain Sig is not only a masterful warrior, but also possesses exceptional wisdom. Such a leader is our true pillar of strength. Another mountain bandit echoed in agreement, his tone imbued with admiration and trust for Sig upon the surface of the sea, the mountain bandit king vessel. Laden with treasures and joyous laughter, continued its forward voyage. Their gaze extended beyond the East China Sea, envisioning even broader expanses and grander adventures. This battle had not only bestowed upon them wealth, but, more importantly, it had fostered confidence and unity. They believed that under Sig's leadership, nothing was insurmountable. Standing beside the helm, Sig gazed into the gradually fading horizon, his mind swirling with intricate thoughts. The recent skirmish was not merely a victory over foes. It stood as the finest testament to 5 years of his painstaking efforts and training. Drawing in a deep breath of the slightly briny sea air, a wave of contentment washed over him. We did it, brothers. Sig's voice resonated deep and powerful, brimming with confidence. Over the span of 5 years, they had transformed from a pack of wild wolves in the forest into fierce tigers of the East China Sea. Today's confrontation proved that their strength was sufficient to establish a foothold in these waters, compelling those self-important pirates to recognize that the name of Mountain Bandit King Sig was not to be taken lightly. A glint of sharpness flickered in his eyes, as if reminiscing about the battle scenes while simultaneously contemplating future challenges. However, despite the vastness of the East China Sea, true adversaries were few and far between. Those so-called strong ones either cowered within their territories or, like the legendary Carp, remained untouchable for the time being. Upon mentioning Vice Admiral Carp, Sig's expression turned solemn, reflecting both respect for strength and a cautionary awareness of the future. Carp was a legend in the East China Sea, his presence akin to an insurmountable mountain, weighing heavily on the hearts of all pirates. We must grow stronger and craftier. The East China Sea is merely our starting point, not our terminus. Sig's gaze was resolute, already envisioning even broader horizons. We shall become a force that the world government cannot overlook, ensuring our name reverberates through every stretch of ocean. Yet, for all this to materialize, relentless effort, continuous battles, and perpetual growth were imperative. Turning to face his crew, his voice brimmed with inspiration and anticipation. Brothers, today is merely a beginning. A grander stage awaits us. Let us together plant the flag of Mountain Bandit King Sig across the seas, transforming our tale into a legend recounted by generations to come. Sig's words acted as a clarion call, igniting the passions and fighting spirit of the crew as they united in a chorus of indomitable strength aboard the ship. The sea breeze carried their vows far and wide, while at that moment, the Mountain Bandit King vessel was infused with renewed vigor, braving the winds and waves as it ventured into the more expansive ocean. Sig understood that the safety of the East China Sea was but a temporary respite. The real challenges and opportunities lay further afield. Yet in that instant, his heart brimmed not with fear, but with unprecedented anticipation and resolve. For he believed that as long as there was faith in their hearts and companions by their side, there was nothing in this vast ocean that could not be conquered. Amidst the tumultuous azure waters of the East China Sea, there existed a singular entity, Sig's Mountain Bandit pirate crew. They may have donned the hats of pirates and braved the vast, unbounded seas, yet their conduct starkly contrasted with the ruthless and savage image typically associated with pirates. If the East China Sea were to be seen as a microcosm of the pirate world, then Sig's crew represented a unique hue within this chaos. They were the most compassionate pirates of the region. Unlike those infamous brigands who reveled in destruction and viewed innocent lives as mere fodder, Sig and his comrades adhered to a set of principles of their own. They sought only a nominal toll from passing vessels, a modern reinterpretation of the ancient pirate tradition, devoid of cruelty and greed. In their philosophy, maintaining a balance between livelihood and navigational freedom was deemed far more vital than endless acts of violent plunder. The gentleness of Sig's crew was largely attributed to their extraordinary prowess. The team boasted several experts proficient in the marine six-styles, skills that were rare in the pirate realm, allowing them to easily handle even the most well-equipped pirate ships, akin to cats playing with mice. For them, most pirates were merely fish waiting to be harvested, allowing for transactions to be completed without inciting large-scale conflicts. This distinctive approach sparked mixed reactions within the pirate community of the East China Sea. On one hand, some pirates scoffed, deeming them too lenient, having lost the savage wildness expected of pirates. On the other hand, many secretly expressed relief, for encountering Sig's crew at least meant there was room for negotiation, thus providing some subtle assurance for life and property safety. Hence, the reputation of Sig's mountain bandit pirate crew in the East China Sea was quite complex. They were both a source of anxiety for merchant ship captains and a comparatively merciful option. In a sea rife with marauders, they upheld their own sense of justice and order in an intriguing manner, evolving into a captivating legend of the waters. After months of drifting upon the ocean, Sig's mountain bandit pirate crew underwent a profound transformation from forest dwellers to seafarers, their fleet expanding steadily. Captured vessels joined their ranks one after another, so numerous that the original crew allocation to each ship began to feel scant. This not only symbolized their increased strength, but also served as a testament to their adaptation to life at sea. Below deck, treasures gathered from various locales filled the space, with piles of belly coins resembling small mountains, glimmering with an alluring sheen. Additionally, there were rare and magnificent artifacts gleaming under the sun: pearls, gemstones, ancient crafts, and myriad invaluable items that left these former mountain bandits in awe. They had once believed that the treasures of the mountains were rare gems, only to discover that the ocean's bounty was even richer and more diverse, prompting them to redefine their understanding of wealth. Initially, they rejoiced at each new batch of seized treasures, engaging in debates over the spoils. But as time passed, the quantity of belly had swelled beyond their initial imaginings. Once, a single coin could incite their jubilance. Yet now, even a chest full of coins failed to evoke that same exhilaration. They began to realize that beyond a certain point, the sheer number of coins was merely a growing figure. The true value lay in how to leverage this wealth for the long-term benefit and security of the crew. Within the various bases of the East China Sea Navy, an atmosphere of tension and vigilance always lingered, especially in front of bulletin boards plastered with wanted posters. The visage of mountain bandit King Sig, somewhat flamboyant yet shrewd, stood out prominently. As his notoriety and that of his crew grew, discussions within the naval bases became increasingly fervent, particularly when his bounty was raised yet again. The resultant stir was anything but trivial. On a clear afternoon, within the operations room, a naval base in the East China Sea, several majors and colonels clustered around a large tactical map. The map was densely marked with recent hotspots of pirate activity, with Sig's designation being the most conspicuous, circled in vivid red ink, serving as a silent warning to all. An elder colonel, his temples flecked with gray, gently tapped Sig's wanted poster on the table with his finger. His brow furrowed as he muttered to himself, "This Sig truly is a formidable character, intercepting merchant vessels and taking half, neither utterly obliterating them nor allowing them to be ignored. This tactic has cast a shadow over the merchant vessels in the East China Sea, making it challenging for the Navy to find a justification for direct intervention. Moreover, during this time, the mountain bandit King Sig has captured numerous other pirates, handing them over to the world government or other naval bases." A younger major, his eyes brimming with defiance, interjected, "Indeed, sir, he engages in piracy, yet plays by unconventional rules, causing commercial ships in the East China Sea to falter at the mere mention of mountain bandit. We need to devise a plan. We cannot allow this fellow to roam freely." Another female lieutenant colonel, sporting a short haircut and exuding a sense of competence, shook her head and calmly analyzed the situation. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that, despite Sig's seemingly arrogant actions, he possesses a keen understanding of controlling the scale of his endeavors. Each operation is meticulously calculated, ensuring that he neither crosses the Navy's red line nor fails to maximize his gains. This strategy renders the Navy's response to public opinion exceedingly challenging. After all, opposing a relatively merciful pirate lacks the requisite moral righteousness. The officers fell into a contemplative silence, each mentally strategizing on how to confront this unique pirate leader. At that moment, an intelligence officer hurriedly entered the room, clutching the latest intelligence report, his expression grave. "Gentlemen," he announced, "the latest update reveals that the bounty on the Mountain Bandit King Sig has once again been raised, reaching unprecedented heights. Moreover, according to intelligence, he appears to be preparing for a larger operation, the target of which remains unknown." The atmosphere in the room grew even more oppressive. The senior colonel took a deep breath, surveying his colleagues, his voice resolute. "Regardless of Sig's intentions, we cannot remain idle. The tranquility of the East Sea must be safeguarded by us. Everyone, return and prepare. We require a comprehensive plan that effectively counters Sig's audacity while ensuring the protection of innocents and maintaining the Navy's esteemed reputation." With order given, the officers dispersed, each engrossed in their tasks. Although Sig's actions seemed distinct in certain respects, in this realm forged of iron and blood, rules are invariably established by the strong. The contest between the East Sea Navy and the Mountain Bandit King Sig was subtly escalating, a battle poised to unfold upon the vast expanse of the sea, revolving around justice and intelligence. In every corner of the East Sea, the notoriety of the Mountain Bandit King Sig began to polarize that on one hand, he was a thorn in the Navy's side, the relentless rise in his bounty serving as testament to the threat he posed. On the other hand, he unexpectedly garnered considerable acclaim and support among the populace, a rare phenomenon in the pirate world. The taverns and markets of several small towns became bustling hubs of information exchange, where conversations, aside from mundane daily matters, predominantly revolved around this anomalous Mountain Bandit King. An elderly bartender, polishing glasses at the bar, leaned closer to the patrons gathered around the table and whispered, "Have you heard? Last month, that young Sig intercepted a pirate ship laden with gold and silver. But guess what? He bound all those nefarious pirates and delivered them to the nearest Navy base, taking half the treasure for himself. Now, that is truly novel in our East Sea." In another town's marketplace, several women, while selecting fruits and vegetables, could not help but discuss Sig. Ever since Sig and his crew have been active in these waters, those petty pirates who used to prey on merchant ships have dwindled significantly, remarked a middle-aged woman. That why husband sails merchant vessels, and he used to be constantly on edge. Now, although he still has to pay toll fees to Sig and his gang, at least he returns home safely, which is far better than being looted by those cold-blooded pirates. Such tidings even quietly infiltrated the lounges of certain Navy bases. Young soldiers occasionally engaged in hushed discussions about Sig. Their sentiments complex. "Do you think Sig really aspires to be a hero?" inquired a curious recruit. "Don't be foolish. He is ultimately a pirate, merely a clever one," replied a seasoned veteran, sipping his tea slowly. "He understands that by refraining from indiscriminate slaughter, particularly against the Navy, he can secure breathing room for himself while simultaneously striking at the true villains, thereby earning a modicum of reputation. But this does not mean he lacks ambition. We must remain vigilant. Indeed, Sig's conduct established a unique persona among pirates, blurring the lines between piracy and justice, although his actions remained illegal in the eyes of the ordinary citizens of the East Sea. Compared to those ruthless marauders, the methods of Mountain Bandit King Sig at least brought a semblance of order and peace to the region. This intricate reputation compelled the Navy to exercise increased caution in formulating their strategies, balancing the need to uphold the law's dignity with the necessity of considering public sentiment, lest they inadvertently incite a backlash while attempting to subdue Sig. Thus, the legend of Mountain Bandit King Sig continued to swell amidst the tumultuous waves of the East Sea, each of his actions subtly reshaping the power dynamics of the region. Meanwhile, he appeared to revel in this adventure, straddling the line between justice and crime, awaiting the arrival of a greater storm. In a remote corner of the East Sea, there lay an uninhabited island shrouded in dense jungle, where the moonlight was scant and the sea breeze carried a briny tang that swept across the clearing. Here gathered a dozen pirate leaders, each bearing bounties of millions, even tens of millions of berries. Typically, they governed their domains independently, refraining from interference. However, this night, they convened for a rare common purpose: the mountain bandit King Sig. A fire crackled in the center, casting flickering shadows that illuminated faces marked with anger and gloom. A pirate chief, bearing a prominent scar and a bounty of 89 million berries, broke the silence with fervor. Enough! We can no longer tolerate that scoundrel wreaking havoc in the East Sea. That Sig, relying on his wits, has stolen our thunder and severed our revenue streams. Today, we must devise a plan to erase him from the map of the East Sea. A chorus of approving murmurs rose from the crowd, yet a shrewd pirate sporting a goatee voiced his skepticism. That may be so, but Sig is not to be trifled with. He plays by no conventional rules and always seems to have a backup plan. We stand no chance against him individually, let alone against his well-trained crew. The scar-faced pirate smashed his bottle on the ground, shards scattering, his tone resolute. That is precisely why we must unite. If the pirates of the East Sea cannot muster this minimal solidarity, we will inevitably be picked off by the Navy one by one. That we must share intelligence, analyze his patterns, and identify his weaknesses. And no matter how cunning Sig may be, he will invariably leave an opening. The proposal garnered the agreement of the majority present, and the gathering gradually transitioned into substantive discussions illuminated by the flickering flames. Some suggested attacking Sig's supply lines to weaken his strength, while others proposed exploiting internal discord to incite his crew to defect, and still others favored setting a trap to lure Sig into the Navy's encirclement. At this juncture, a previously silent female pirate, her eyes as cold as stars, interjected with a voice both sharp and clear. We cannot rely solely on brute force. Sig's ability to roam freely in the East Sea stems not just from his might, but more so from his strategy and the support of the people. That we must approach this from both angles to discover his Achilles heel. Moreover, it is imperative that we ensure the secrecy of this operation. Should it be leaked, we will all face unprecedented peril. Upon hearing this, the assembly nodded in agreement, fully aware that confronting Sig would not be a simple endeavor. Yet, for the sake of supremacy in the East Sea and their individual ambitions and survival, this battle was unavoidable. Thus, under the cover of night, a series of cunning and treacherous plans quietly took shape on the deserted island, while the surface of the East Sea seemed to anticipate the impending storm. The waves growing ever more tumultuous, the legend of mountain bandit King Sig was on the verge of facing its gravest trial. Would he be able to maintain his unyielding stance amidst the turbulent waves of the East Sea? Sunlight cascaded upon the expansive deck of the mountain bandit King, where golden rays intertwined with the shimmering waves of the sea. Sig reclined languidly on a specially crafted lounge chair, basking in the warm embrace of the sun, his fingers idly toying with a commemorative coin embedded with his own bounty notice, a casual smile gracing his lips. The staggering bounty of 100 million berries gleamed under the sun. A figure so astonishing that even Sig himself occasionally marveled at its astronomical scale. 100 million, Sig whispered to himself, his smile deepening. This amount not only reflected the level of threat he posed to the East Blue Navy, but also affirmed his strength and intellect. Casting a slow glance around his crew, a swell of pride filled his heart. These men, once brothers in the wilderness, had transformed into fierce warriors of the East Blue, their own bounty notices equally noteworthy. 60 million, 70 million, 80 million berries, many with bounties in the tens of millions, each one a legend upon the seas. The crew members gathered in small clusters, either organizing their gear or engaging in light-hearted conversation, occasionally casting glances at Sig filled with reverence and gratitude. Some were comparing their bounty notices, laughter mingling with incredulous astonishment. Who would have thought that a group of individuals, once struggling for survival in the mountains, had now become prominent figures in the pirate world of the East Blue? Captain, look at our current lineup. We're practically the dream team of the East Blue. A burly man adorned with a bounty of 60 million berries approached, clapping Sig on the shoulder, pride evident in his tone. Who could have imagined we would reach such heights? Sig smiled faintly. Sitting up to survey the crew he had meticulously forged, a surge of indescribable ambition coursing through him. Indeed, who could have imagined? But this is not the end, my brothers. It is merely the beginning. Though the East Blue is vast, our sights must be set on greater horizons. Our name shall make the entirety of the Grand Line tremble. As these words left his lips, the crew erupted in response, applause and cheers resonating across the deck. In their eyes sparkled a yearning for the unknown world and dreams of the future. To them, Sig was not merely a leader. He was a beacon guiding them out of the mountains and into the boundless ocean. Remember, it is our unity and wisdom that have brought us here. In the future, regardless of the challenges we face, as long as we maintain this spirit, there is no obstacle we cannot overcome. Sig's words rang with conviction, igniting the fighting spirit within each soul present. On this sun-kissed deck, a band of former mountain bandits and now elite pirates stood ready to embrace greater challenges, poised to inscribe their legendary tale. Across the island surrounding the East Blue, from the docks of fishing villages to bustling port cities, the bounty of 100 million berries on Sig, the mountain bandit king, became a hot topic of conversation in taverns, markets, and streets of these islands. Discussions erupted, revealing a spectrum of opinions about this unconventional pirate captain, all tinged with surprise and curiosity. In a quaint fishing village named Low Tide Town, several elderly fishermen sat on the shore. The sea breeze gently caressing them, bringing the salty scent of the ocean. As they mended their nets, they engaged in casual chatter. Have you heard? That's Sig, the mountain bandit king. His bounty has soared to 100 million. Exclaimed a wrinkled old fisherman, hand still busy with his work. 100 million. Did that kid dig up the Navy's ancestral grave? Another fisherman gesticulated dramatically, provoking a fit of laughter, but he's not like other pirates. I heard from a friend on a merchant ship that he never harms civilians and tries to avoid the Navy as much as possible. A young fisherman joined the conversation, his eyes reflecting an unusual admiration. That's rare in the East Blue. Meanwhile, at the largest trade port, Dawn Harbor, amidst the bustling market filled with a dazzling array of goods and the cacophony of voices, two merchants paused at their stalls to discuss Sig. How do you think Sig pulled it off? He steals things, and yet the Navy doesn't dare touch him. One spice merchant shook his head, clearly perplexed. I hear he is clever and follows the rules. Not like those barbaric types who only know how to burn and plunder. A cloth merchant's wife remarked while arranging her wares. I have a relative in the Navy, and he says the higher-ups are quite troubled by Sig. They're afraid of provoking public outrage if they act against him, not on an island near Navy base. A few soldiers whispered in a bar corner, their eyes scanning the surroundings warily, cautious of being overheard. That kid Sig is getting bolder. His bounty is almost on par with some of the major pirates. A young sergeant frowned, gripping his beer glass tightly. But there's no denying he possesses his own cunning. An old veteran replied in a low voice that he knows how to navigate between pirates and the Navy, neither provoking us nor inciting the ire of those pirates. That is quite clever. Yet the sergeant's words trailed off, leaving an unspoken implication lingering in the air. These dialogues flowed like waves upon the sea, each crest carrying a new speculation and assessment regarding the mountain bandit king. Sig, behind this whirlwind of chatter lay the complex and profound impressions of people across the East Blue and the entire Grand Line regarding this distinctive pirate captain. Thus, Sig's name quietly etched its mark in every corner of the East Blue. In the span of the past half-month, Sig found himself grappling with a sweet yet troublesome dilemma. As the mountain bandit king, and his fleet garnered immense fame across the East Blue. The quantity of ships and treasures they amassed far exceeded expectations. The deck was piled high with dazzling treasures, each chest and bag heavy with wealth. Yet it also weighed heavily on Sig's mind. Standing within the cabin, he faced a vast nautical chart, his fingers lightly tapping the table as his brow knitted in concentration. The challenge of managing these spoils loomed large before him. Selling directly on the black market seemed the most straightforward approach. Yet the sheer volume was daunting even for the shrewd operators of the underworld, not to mention the unwelcome attention it would attract, potentially revealing their whereabouts and strength. Conversely, hiding the wealth on uncharted islands appeared a safer option. However, the unpredictable nature of the sea and the multitude of islands posed the dilemma of selecting the right location for concealment. What troubled him further was the prospect of retrieving these treasures if circumstances changed in the future. After all, the ocean was vast, and every voyage was fraught with uncertainty. Sig's concerns were not unfounded. He understood that wealth could be both a source of power and a burden. He began to summon his most trusted captains and advisors for an urgent meeting under the dim light. Discussing strategies that we must not rush. Dispersing our efforts may be more prudent, suggested an older officer, his forehead etched with the marks of time, yet his gaze remained sharp. Let us divide the cargo and gradually offload it through different channels. Additionally, we might consider establishing our own secret trading network. This would not only mitigate risks, but also yield long-term benefits, a calculating strategist added. His proposal met with nods of agreement from most present. Listening to the opinions of his comrades, Sig's furrowed brow gradually relaxed. Indeed, relying solely on the black market was not a sustainable solution. Possessing their own trading chain was essential to transform this wealth into a solid foundation for their future endeavors. All right, we shall proceed with this plan that a portion of the cargo will be handled through our existing channels, while we begin to strategize the construction of our secret market. Sig decisively concluded, a glint of determination shining in his eyes. As for the remaining treasures, we will identify several discrete, yet easily identifiable locations for their secure concealment, ensuring absolute safety. As the plan was finalized, Sig felt a considerable alleviation of the weight upon his heart. Despite the myriad challenges that lay ahead, he held firm in his belief that, through the collective wisdom and strength of their team, nothing was insurmountable. During this period, the naval base in the East Sea seemed enveloped by an invisible atmosphere of tension. With the lights in the colonel's office burning bright almost every night, stacks of thick documents and wanted posters cluttered the desk, each detailing the various activities of Sig and his ship. The Pirate King, over the past few months, along with their perplexing and rapid ascendance to this day, no concrete record of Sig's direct involvement had been ascertained, and the colonel's voice resonated heavily in the somewhat oppressive air. This was not merely an issue of his elusive whereabouts. Rather, the crux lay in his ability to discreetly recruit exceptionally skilled pirates, with bounties reaching tens of millions, raising profound questions about the methods and true power behind his maneuvers. The other officers in the room exchanged glances laden with complexity. Clearly troubled by this dilemma, an intelligence officer cleared his throat, shattering the brief silence. Based on the information we have gathered, Sig meticulously plans each operation in advance, employing intelligence and psychological tactics, often achieving his objectives without direct confrontation. His capabilities have likely transcended our conventional understanding of pirates. The colonel pondered for a moment before making a decision that we need to redeploy our intelligence network, particularly monitoring informants who have had contact with Sig or may possess insights into his inner workings. Simultaneously, a thorough investigation of the islands and concealed bays surrounding the East Sea must be conducted to identify potential locations for the concealment of resources or as hideouts. With the issuance of these orders, the East Sea Naval Base entered a new operational mode, as a special task force, personally led by the colonel, commenced its activities, conducting a comprehensive search and investigation from the surface of the sea to the depths below. From bustling ports to remote isles concurrently, the Naval Intelligence Department intensified efforts to sift through the intricate flow of information for any trace regarding Sig behind this series of tense yet orderly actions. The colonel's inner worries remained unabated. Each of Sig's successful escapes, each silent expansion, served as a reminder to the East Sea Navy that they were potentially facing an adversary not only adept in combat, but also proficient in the art of strategy and intellect. The imperative challenge before them was to locate and contain such a shadowy threat within these vast waters. Although Sig had yet to engage in direct conflict with the Navy, nor had there been any explicit records of him attacking civilians. This seemingly restrained behavior, in the eyes of the naval hierarchy, could not simply be attributed to self-restraint. Naval commanders were acutely aware that the essence of piracy lies in the pursuit of freedom and treasure. A pirate capable of swiftly rising and uniting numerous formidable figures in the East Sea must possess far-reaching calculations behind his actions, that we cannot naively assume that Sig's self-discipline stems from respect for the Navy or adherence to rules. The colonel emphasized during an internal meeting, every step he takes may be a meticulously calculated strategy aimed at bolstering his own power and expanding his influence, and we cannot afford to wait for him to reveal a flaw. We must take proactive measures to disrupt his plans. The Navy began to adopt a more aggressive strategy, not only increasing the density of patrols throughout the East Sea, but also deploying additional reconnaissance teams to closely monitor the movements of the Pirate King. Simultaneously, they fortified the protection of coastal towns to ensure the safety of the populace as a precautionary measure. Furthermore, the Naval Intelligence Department escalated investigations into Sig's background and potential allies, intending to dismantle his support base at its roots. We must not allow Sig's current compliance to blind us to the threat he poses as a formidable pirate, the colonel continued. The Navy's duty is to uphold justice and peace, safeguarding every inch of sea from pirate incursions. Regarding Sig, we must remain vigilant and prepare to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. This series of measures by the Navy not only addressed the potential threat posed by Sig, but also reaffirmed their own responsibilities. They understood that true strength derives from a steadfast commitment to duty and a courageous confrontation with challenges, rather than reliance on the mercy of pirates, beneath the seemingly tranquil surface of the East Sea. A subtle contest of wits and courage was unfolding, with the standoff between the Navy and Sig becoming the focal point of public attention. As intelligence gradually coalesced, the naval headquarters began to piece together Sig's current predicament, marked by a shortage of manpower and an urgent need for secure treasure storage. This information shone like the brightest star in the night sky, illuminating a new strategic direction for the Navy. The colonel swiftly adjusted tactics, deciding to capitalize on this opportunity not only to exert military pressure, but also to impose a psychological and resource blockade on Sig. The various naval bases in the East Sea commenced a silent maneuver, where everything appeared normal on the surface, yet currents of intrigue flowed beneath. The Navy dispatched undercover units to blend in with the residents of the islands, closely monitoring suspicious trading activities, particularly those potentially involving illicit goods or financial transactions. Simultaneously, utilizing informants and undercover agents, the Navy gradually wove a comprehensive intelligence network throughout the East Sea, aiming to sever Sig's potential financial channels, that we must not only halt his expansion, but also instill pressure upon him. Compelling him to err, the colonel emphasized in a clandestine meeting. Through rigorous surveillance of key islands and strikes against dubious transactions, we can gradually tighten the noose around his neck. Concurrently, the Navy discreetly contacted local factions willing to cooperate, including discontented small pirate crews under Sig's dominion and influential merchants, to disrupt Sig's resource acquisition and recruitment efforts. These subtle operations were akin to positioning pieces on a chessboard, each move laying the groundwork for the ultimate confrontation. Moreover, the Navy initiated enhanced reconnaissance of remote and easily concealable islands, particularly those historically utilized as pirate treasure troves, to preempt Sig from using them as storage for his treasures. They established covert monitoring devices and deployed disguised patrols, ensuring that even the most clandestine actions would not escape the Navy's scrutiny. Through this series of meticulous arrangements, every island in the East Sea seemed to transform into a chess piece, awaiting the opportune moment to strike a fatal blow against Sig. The Navy's actions were not solely aimed at combating piracy, but also served to demonstrate to all inhabitants of the East Sea that the Navy is the true guardian of these waters, and any attempt to disrupt the peace would find no refuge. After several days of sailing, the horizon appeared as an unchanging vista, monotonous yet serene to alleviate the tedium of prolonged seafaring. Sig proposed hosting a unique fishing competition. Instantly, the deck of the Pirate King was infused with an unprecedented vitality, filled with laughter and merriment. The sea breeze gently caressed, carrying a hint of saltiness, while the sunlight shimmered on the undulating surface of the water, casting a dazzling glow. Sig and his crew members took up advantageous positions, their fishing rods glimmering like silver arrows under the sun, neatly aligned towards the sea, eager for the unknown catch. "Hey, Captain Sig," Are you sure your fishing skills rival your swordsmanship? A young crew member, with a teasing smile, provocatively glanced at Sig, his self-assured demeanor eliciting laughter from those around. Sig's lips curled into a relaxed smile as he retorted, "Well, that depends on whether the fish today are willing to grant me this favor. However, victory or defeat is inconsequential. What truly matters is the relaxation and enjoyment of this moment, is it not?" The words conveyed an ineffable charisma of leadership, instilling a profound sense of belonging in every individual present. As the first jubilant cheer of its hooked resounded, the fishing competition officially commenced. Crew members eagerly engaged in this uncomplicated contest. Whether seasoned mariners or fresh-faced novices, all absorbed in this simple yet pure joy, they either intently focused on their fishing rods or exchanged playful banter, the occasional eruptions of laughter and exclamations breaking the tranquility of the sea. Infusing the vast expanse of the East China Sea with vitality, time slipped by unnoticed in the light-hearted atmosphere, and the fish occasionally leaping from the water seemed equally invigorated by the merriment. Becoming more animated, even Sig, the usually stoic captain, revealed an unknown facet of himself, mingling with the crew and relishing this rare leisure. The outcome of the fishing contest began to pale in significance. What mattered more was that amidst the boundless East China Sea, they had discovered a unique joy, a warmth and harmony that belonged to family, transcending adventure and conflict. The sea breeze continued to caress them, whisking away the fatigue of maritime life, leaving only cherished memories shared by all members of the ship. The Mountain Bandit King. As the competition progressed, fish were caught one after another, diverse in species and size. Originally intended to enhance the ship's provisions, the crew soon found themselves in an awkward predicament when they excitedly attempted to stow their bounty, only to discover that the storeroom had already been entirely consumed by an array of exquisite treasures. Gleaming gold coins, dazzling gems, rare antiques, and countless invaluable artworks lay silently, whispering the illustrious history of plunder that the Mountain Bandit King had amassed. Each piece of wealth represented a successful adventure. Each artifact bore witness to Sig and his crew's transformation from petty thieves in the forest to renowned pirate elites of the East China Sea. "It seems we must devise another method to handle these fish," Sig remarked with a smile, his gaze encompassing the surroundings, reflecting both resignation to the current situation and anticipation for the future. His smile held a certain openness, conveying to all that even within this seemingly absurd dilemma, there existed joy worth cherishing. The crew exchanged glances before erupting into a knowing laughter. They began to improvise, stringing their catches together with rope, hanging them along the sides of the ship to dry, as the sea breeze and sunlight slowly cured them, creating a unique spectacle. Some crew members even joked that the Mountain Bandit King was not merely a warship, but a moving treasure trove, now also doubling as the largest fish-drying station at sea. This scene allowed these former bandits, now elite pirates, to deeply experience an unprecedented dilemma. They began discussing how to manage their wealth more effectively. Some suggested acquiring a dedicated ship for treasure storage, while others proposed trading with merchants along the way, exchanging some treasures for more portable gold or universal currency. Sig perceptively sensed the subtle shifts in the crew's emotions. With every successful adventure, they accumulated not just wealth, but also changes in human hearts. Once a bandit leader in the woods, now a famed pirate elite of the East China Sea, he had never forgotten that true power arises not solely from strength, but from the unity of hearts. On a tranquil night, with the sea as smooth as glass and stars twinkling above, Sig summoned all crew members to sit together on the deck. The gentle sea breeze brought a hint of coolness, enhancing the atmosphere of candid exchange. "Brothers, I know what is on your minds." Sig's voice, though soft, resonated clearly in everyone's ears. From the forest to the oceans, we have experienced so much together. From our initial pursuit of freedom and wealth to all that we possess now. We have changed. He paused, sweeping his gaze across each person's face, striving to perceive their innermost thoughts. "But please remember, our present circumstances are a result of our collective courage and wisdom, the unconditional trust and support we share. Wealth is indeed desirable, yet it should not become the shackles that bind us." Sig's words carried a hint of nostalgia, alongside profound reflections on the future. "But I, Sig, have never been one to seek comfort. If anyone believes they have attained the life they desire or harbors new dreams, I will not hold you back. However, I must remind you that the outside world is fraught with challenges, and one may not travel far alone. His words struck a chord, plunging every crew member into deep contemplation. Sig continued, however, before making a decision, I urge you to think once more. Here, aboard the Mountain Bandit King, it is not merely a ship. It is our shared home, a harbor that can shield us from any storm. In the future, we can explore more unknowns together, creating legends that belong solely to us. Sig's voice, though heavy with emotion, bore an undeniable resolve. Once one embarks on this path, many things will no longer be easily relinquished. Look at ourselves. Who among us does not carry a bounty of millions of berries? Freedom has always come at a price. Pausing for a moment, he allowed the weight of his words to sink into each heart. Sig, never force anyone. Should anyone truly yearn for the tranquility of the shore, I wholeheartedly support your departure. But remember, although life at sea is perilous, it is also brimming with opportunities and glory. Once you choose to withdraw, no matter what adversities you face in the future, returning to the deck of the Mountain Bandit King will not be so easy. Under the moonlight, the expressions of the old crew members became particularly complex. They had followed Sig from obscurity to fame, and the life-and-death bond they shared had deepened their connection beyond mere camaraderie. Indeed, as pirates, they had enjoyed freedom and wealth while constantly flirting with death. The relentless pursuit of the Navy and competition from other pirate crews meant that every moment could be their last adventure. At this moment, an indescribable atmosphere enveloped the deck, filled with both anticipation for the future and resignation to reality. Some eyes sparkled with hesitation and struggle as they pondered Sig's words, weighing the balance between freedom and responsibility, safety and adventure. Observing this, Sig's tone softened to "We are partners, yet we are also family. I respect everyone's choices, but I implore you to consider carefully. We have weathered storms together. In the future, be it smooth sailing or turbulent waves, as long as we are united, no challenge is insurmountable." His words flowed like a warm current, gently coursing through each crew member's heart. They exchanged glances, reflecting both apprehension for the unknown future and reluctance to part with their current camaraderie. In that moment, they became acutely aware that whether they continued as pirates in pursuit of excitement and wealth, or chose an alternative lifestyle, what they possessed was not merely money and fame, but an unbreakable bond of friendship. As night deepened and the sea breeze persisted, the crew of the Mountain Bandit King came to a clearer understanding of the choices they were about to make after much contemplation. They recognized that regardless of how their paths unfolded in the future, the shared memories and experiences would be their most treasured wealth. Yet, there were always some former bandits aboard this ship whose original dream was to pull off a big score and retire. However, they had refrained from voicing it due to Sig's enigmatic prowess. Sig gazed at his companions, who had fought alongside him for many years, their expressions revealing a yearning for new lives and a reluctance to part with the past. Taking a deep breath, he spoke with undeniable conviction. "That I understand that over these years, through storms and calms, we have shared so much. That I have seen the hesitation and longing in your eyes." That he smiled faintly, a hint of relief in his demeanor. "Therefore I, Sig, shall never become the anchor that weighs you down. From this day forth, I will grant each of you 10 million berries as a reward for your hard work and loyalty over the years, as well as the seed money for your new lives." Upon hearing these words, the crew exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a mixture of surprise and gratitude. Sig continued, "As for where you shall go and how you wish to live, that is entirely at your discretion. The ocean is vast, and there will always be a piece of land where you can find your spiritual home. Remember, as pirates, we are the strong in returning to the ordinary. Each of you can still live out your own brilliance." He gazed at each individual present, imprinting their likeness in his heart. "But before I set you free, I have one final request. Promise me that wherever you may wander in the future, you will live with integrity, never forgetting that we were once part of the Mountain Bandit King crew and the oaths and glory we shared." The crew nodded in agreement, some with tears welling in their eyes. Their voices choked as they responded, "Captain Sig, your kindness we shall never forget. Regardless of what the future holds, we will remember your words and live with dignity and courage." Sig waved his hand, signaling for silence. Enough of this melancholy. Our days at sea are far from over. We shall surely reunite one day. Now, go forth and choose an island that calls to you, embarking on a new chapter of your lives. Remember, freedom and happiness are our ultimate pursuits. As Sig's words resonated, the crew rose to embrace one another in farewell, the air thick with the melancholy of parting and the anticipation of the future. They understood that this farewell might signify an eternal separation, yet it also heralded a new beginning in the days that followed. As the Mountain Bandit King continued its voyage, some crew members disembarked at the islands they passed, carrying with them the wealth bestowed by Sig. Stepping onto the paths they had chosen, some opted to settle in tranquil towns, embracing a life of serenity. Others planned to use their newfound riches as capital for entrepreneurial ventures, embarking on fresh adventures. Each time a crew member departed, Sig stood by the ship's rail, watching their figures fade into the distance until they vanished from sight. He understood that although their numbers dwindled, the spirit and stories of the Mountain Bandit King would accompany each former crew member, continuing to be told. He himself would lead the remaining crew in crafting their own legend upon the sea. Sig was acutely aware that wavering resolve could sometimes prove more fatal to a pirate than any external threat. In the ceaseless cycle of battle and plunder, the absence of conviction could render a person indecisive at critical moments, often at the cost of their life. Thus, he chose to grant freedom to those crew members harboring doubts, allowing them the opportunity to seek a life that truly belonged to them. But he recognized that this decision stirred complex emotions among the remaining crew. On one hand, there was reluctance to part, while on the other, contemplation of their own futures. Nonetheless, Sig did not attempt to sugarcoat the sadness, but chose to confront it with candor and on a calm, serene night. Sig gathered the remaining crew, standing at the center of the Mountain Bandit King, the sea breeze gently caressing his resolute features. "Brothers," he began, "these recent farewells have imparted a weighty silence upon each of us. Yet, I wish to convey that every parting paves the way for a more meaningful reunion." His words were imbued with strength and warmth. Each one of us possesses the right to choose our own path. This is the dignity of being free men. Those brothers who chose to depart have their reasons, and we must respect that. Each of us who remains does so because the fire of adventure still burns within our hearts. Fueled by our love for this vast sea, Sig's gaze swept across every individual present as he continued. "I, Sig, am not a tyrant who clings to his crew with an iron fist. That we are comrades. We are family, united by shared aspirations and beliefs, not by fear or coercion. Therefore, should any of you wish to pursue another path, speak up, and I will offer the same respect and support." His words acted as a tonic, stabilizing the crew's emotions and igniting the embers of their spirits. But for now, as we stand together, let us continue to forge ahead, exploring the unknown, conquering challenges, and inscribing the saga of the Mountain Bandit King. Let those brothers who have chosen to depart be able to proudly declare, no matter where they are in the world, that they were once members of this magnificent vessel. Upon finishing, Sig raised his arm, prompting the other crew members to respond in kind, their resolute shouts reverberating through the night sky. A farewell to the past, and a welcome to the challenges of the future. The atmosphere of sorrow gradually gave way to a newfound determination and passion, as they understood that as long as the Mountain Bandit King sailed, their story would not conclude. The following morning, sunlight pierced through the mist, gently illuminating the deck of the Mountain Bandit King, bestowing a golden sheen upon the weathered pirate ship that had weathered countless storms. Sig stood at the prow, observing the crew as they gradually awakened. Their faces no longer bore the melancholy and confusion of the previous day, but instead radiated a new sense of resolve and hope. He noticed that those who had chosen to stay exchanged glances filled with unprecedented brilliance. Last night's conversation had released their internal burdens and ignited their boundless aspirations for the future. The wave of solace and reflection washed over Sig as he realized that the principles of success he had learned in the world before had unexpectedly proven effective in this seemingly rugged pirate realm. It became clear that regardless of the era's evolution, the motivation and unity of the human spirit remained the key to propelling everything forward. Sig pondered within himself, never having anticipated that ideas surrounding goal setting, Team building and personal growth could so effectively assist him in navigating the divisions and anxieties within his crew, allowing those who had lost their fighting spirit to depart voluntarily, while strengthening the solidarity and fortitude of those who remained. Descending from the command platform, he stood shoulder to shoulder with his crew, feeling the rhythm of their unspoken camaraderie and trust. That moment, Sig deeply felt an unprecedented strength. This power did not emanate from enhanced force, but arose from a resonance of souls and shared goals. Today, we set sail once more, not only to explore uncharted waters, but to challenge the depths of our own selves. Sig's voice resonated across the deck, each word imbued with vigor. We are the crew of the Mountain Bandit King, children of the sea. We shall no longer be shackled by the past, but shall fight for the glory of tomorrow. The crew echoed in unison, their cries ringing out loud and full of fervor, as if to shake the very ocean itself. In that instant, Sig truly sensed a remarkable transformation. He was no longer merely leading a band of pirates, but rather an invincible fleet driven by a shared belief, racing toward a common goal. Beneath the sun, the sails billowed, carrying with them newfound hopes and dreams, as the Mountain Bandit King set forth once again, heading toward the vast expanse filled with the unknown and the challenging. Sig, as the soul of this ship, was filled with both anticipation for the future and a profound sense of satisfaction and pride born from a deep understanding of human nature. He knew that this journey would be more splendid than any that had come before. Standing atop the lookout, Sig gazed down upon the vast sea, his brow furrowed, filled with uncertainty that by all accounts, the Navy and rival pirate crews should have long since launched a pursuit against him. After all, the name of the Mountain Bandit King and its captain, Sig, were sufficient to raise the alarm among any faction. Yet, the sea lay unnaturally calm, with not even a trace of the naval patrols that once frequented these waters, and other pirate crews were conspicuously absent. Sig could not help but chuckle at the irony, realizing that his recent behavior had indeed diverged sharply from that of a typical pirate captain. There had been no frenzied plundering, no fierce naval battles. Instead, he had engaged in deep conversations with his crew upon the deck, addressing their psychological dilemmas and adjusting the team's mindset. This approach seemed to announce to the world that he was no longer the pirate solely driven by bloodshed and theft, but had evolved into a leader who prioritized internal development. Perhaps it was precisely because they did not adhere to conventional methods that those adversaries found themselves baffled in the depths of his thoughts. Sig raised the corners of his mouth in a barely perceptible smile. He was aware that the Navy and other pirate crews were biding their time, waiting for him to reveal a weakness or revert to a familiar pattern they could counter. Yet, this time, Sig resolved to break the mold and lead the Mountain Thief King towards greater strength in an entirely novel fashion. Turning around, he decided to convene a meeting to share some of his ideas with all the crew members. "My brothers," he began, "the tranquility we have experienced during this period is a testament to our enemy's underestimation of us, and it presents a valuable opportunity for our transformation. In the past, we triumphed through sheer strength and speed. Now, we must also incorporate wisdom and strategy. We must make them understand that a true pirate king is not merely unbeatable on the battlefield, but knows how to chart his course amidst the treacherous and capricious seas." Sig's words ignited a profound resonance among the crew, rekindling the flames of battle in their eyes, intermingled with a yearning for the future and a thirst for exploration of the unknown. His strategic shift not only granted the Mountain Thief King an advantage on the tactical front, but also galvanized the crew's morale, awakening their collective sense of honor and belonging. As night fell and stars adorned the sky, the Mountain Thief King glided gracefully into a harbor ablaze with lights. This island, known as Commerce Tide Island, served as a crucial hub for maritime trade, its vibrancy and vitality undiminished even in the twilight. The port was illuminated, with a myriad of lanterns and torches weaving together to create a splendid nocturnal tapestry that brightened every corner of the harbor. Various vessels, from humble fishing boats to opulent merchant ships, and even the official envoy ships of certain nations, were docked, showcasing Commerce Tide Island's status as an international trade center. The air was thick with the briny scent of the sea mingled with exotic spices. The bustling sounds of lively voices, haggling merchants, and the clattering of goods formed a vivid symphony of the night. Along the streets, vendors lined up, peddling rare and exquisite items from distant lands, enticing passers-by to pause and browse. The architectural styles of the port varied, featuring sturdy stone warehouses for storing goods alongside ornate taverns and inns where merchants and sailors could rest and revel. The laughter of merchants, the clamor of bargaining, and the occasional bursts of song all showcased the island's prosperity and vigor. As the Mountain Thief King approached, the dockworkers skillfully tossed out ropes to secure the vessel, preparing for yet another round of resupply and exchange. The island's residents and merchants cast curious glances at the imposing pirate ship and its spirited crew, displaying a mixture of vigilance and intrigue. Standing at the ship's rail, Sig surveyed the bustling scene. Contemplating the opportunities and challenges that this landing might present, he understood that in such a place, where information and goods flowed freely, valuable intelligence could be gathered, and he might encounter like-minded allies, or those who had long sought an opportunity to confront him. Commerce-Tide Island. It seems we shall uncover new stories and treasures here. Sig mused softly, his eyes sparkling with anticipation for the unknown challenges ahead. That on this night, the Mountain Thief King and its crew became a unique spectacle upon Commerce-Tide Island. As the gangplank was firmly placed on the dock, Sig led his crew onto the solid ground of the island. The vibrant atmosphere enveloped them instantly, with a mlang of languages and hues weaving through the crowd. An array of goods filling every corner of the marketplace, colorful drapes fluttering in the breeze, adding an exotic charm to the island. Despite being surrounded by the cacophony, Sig remained acutely alert. He keenly detected several furtive gazes concealed within the throng. These eyes seemed to harbor a specific intent, occasionally sweeping over him and his crew, hinting at a subtle hostility and scrutiny. This feeling caught Sig off guard, prompting him to quickly review in his mind whether the owners of these glances might be old adversaries from past adventures or conflicts. Yet he found no solid connection in his memory. He lowered his voice and addressed his most trusted first mate beside him. Stay vigilant. Some of those gazes are rather unsettling. Do you sense anything amiss? The first mate, upon hearing this, scanned the surroundings, his brow furrowing slightly before he shook his head. Captain, I don't recall anything. Perhaps we were being overly cautious. Nonetheless, I will remind everyone to stay alert. Sig nodded, opting not to raise alarm, for conflict in this trade stronghold would only invite unnecessary trouble. They continued to meander through the island, feigning aimlessness while secretly observing their surroundings, attempting to unearth the source of those anomalous gazes. The market, taverns, and even some secluded alleyways bore witness to their footsteps. However, after a thorough exploration, aside from absorbing the vibrancy and diversity of Commerce-Tide Island, Sig failed to identify any concrete signs of threat. The suspicious gazes seemed to vanish whenever they sought them out, blending seamlessly into the bustling crowd, making them indistinguishable. Though puzzled, Sig understood that in such a mixed milieu, maintaining a low profile and exercising caution was the wisest course of action. He resolved to temporarily set aside his concerns and seize this opportunity to replenish supplies, gather intelligence, and contemplate potential new collaborations on Commerce-Tide Island. After all, for a pirate crew wishing to alter their course, this place was rife with possibilities. We shall continue as planned, Sig informed his crew, but each of you must exercise double caution. Report any irregularities immediately. Tonight, we will seek out a suitable tavern on this island. Perhaps we can glean some intriguing tidbits from the lips of inebriated patrons. With that, he led the way toward a bustling tavern, silently vowing that regardless of the secrets lurking behind those hidden gazes, he would uncover the truth on Commerce-Tide Island, the dimly lit backstreet of Commerce-Tide Island. Several figures stealthily slipped into a concealed corner, distancing themselves from the clamor and lights of the main thoroughfare. They exchanged tense yet exhilarated glances, and once assured that no one was observing, each discreetly raised their wrist to activate the concealed communication devices hidden beneath their sleeves. These compact and intricate gadgets were evidently designed for clandestine contact. Hello, is this headquarters? We may have discovered our target. The Mountain Thief King Sig. One voice, low and urgent, broke the silence. Struggling to suppress excitement to avoid drawing attention from outsiders, he and a group of crew members have appeared on Commerce-Tide Island, wandering about like ordinary folk, utterly unguarded. Are you certain it's him? Do not mistake him for someone else. Sig is not one to easily reveal himself, came a calm, yet authoritative response from the other end, laced with an undeniable air of command that I can almost guarantee it. Although he has disguised himself well, I recognize his face and that distinctive aura. The characteristics detailed in our prior intelligence match perfectly. The speaker's tone grew more confident, yet remained cautious. I in the corner. These individuals whispered among themselves, occasionally exchanging glances, clearly deliberating their next course of action. Their conversation hinted at a conspiratorial undercurrent, suggesting a peculiar interest in Sig's appearance. Beneath this interest seemed to lie a more extensive scheme. Continue to monitor him, but do not act rashly. Wait until we have confirmed his identity before devising a detailed action plan. Remember, Sig and his crew are not to be trifled with. Any actions must be executed flawlessly. The voice on the communicator crackled to life once more, issuing commands with clarity and decisiveness. Once the connection was severed, the group dispersed swiftly, merging seamlessly into the shadows of the night, as if they had never existed at all, leaving behind only the desolate alley, quietly witnessing this clandestine rendezvous. Meanwhile, Sig remained oblivious to the unfolding drama, enjoying a rare moment of relaxation in a tavern on the island, reveling in the company of his crew. Under the shroud of night, an undercurrent of intrigue surrounding the Pirate King was quietly brewing. Inside the tavern, the flickering candlelight danced, and melodious tunes filled the air as Sig and his crew sat together, indulging in the unique delicacies and potent spirits of Commerce Island. The table was laden with an array of sumptuous dishes, from delectable seafood to spicy roasted meats, each exuding an irresistible aroma. The barrels of liquor were as searing as flames. One sip ignited the blood, dispelling the weariness of their maritime endeavors. Sig appeared to be immersed in this rare moment of leisure, laughing and joking with his crew. Yet his mind remained partially detached from the festivities. An experienced pirate king, his perception of the surroundings surpassed that of ordinary men. Even while savoring the fine food and drink, Sig discreetly employed his observation hockey, silently attuning to every subtle movement within and without the tavern, that he noticed a shift in the atmosphere from the instant they entered. The once boisterous chatter of patrons had dwindled to a murmur, with furtive glances cast in their direction. The emotions behind those stares were complex and inscrutable, neither purely fear nor hatred, nor entirely respect or curiosity, but rather a mixture of sentiments, as if they were evaluating something of significance. Sig pondered inwardly, discerning that the gaze of these individuals conveyed not mere curiosity or wariness towards pirates, but rather a sense of long-held anticipation, as if they had awaited the arrival of the Pirate King. This realization heightened his vigilance, yet outwardly he maintained a demeanor of ease, ensuring that no hint of tension escaped to his crew. Leaning towards his first mate, he whispered, "Stay alert. If anything feels amiss, inform me immediately. We may not be the only patrons here." The first mate nodded in understanding, discreetly sharpening his observation of their surroundings. In this delicate atmosphere, Sig continued to revel in conversation and merriment with his crew. Yet every nerve in his body remained taut, poised to confront any unforeseen circumstances. The air within the tavern grew heavy, as an unknown storm brewed silently. After finishing this somewhat anxious meal, Sig rose to settle the bill. As he approached the bar, he inadvertently caught sight of a newspaper, boldly announcing in coarse print, "The 10 strongholds of the East Sea unite to hunt down the Pirate King." That moment, clarity washed over him, and the previously perplexing atmosphere found its rationale. His heart raced, yet his expression remained as calm as ever, for years of piratical existence had taught him to remain composed in crises. Casually, he placed a handful of gold coins on the counter, all the while committing the tavern owner's visage to memory, silently acknowledging this hospitality. "Thank you for your hospitality. The food was exquisite," he said with a subtle smile, infused with unspoken implications, a compliment to the meal and a veiled warning regarding the current predicament. The tavern owner accepted the hefty coins, a flicker of complexity in his gaze, perhaps stemming from concern about the impending storm or admiration for Sig's composure. He said little, merely nodding gently, as if responding to an unvoiced understanding. Sig turned, signaling his crew to prepare for departure. They gathered swiftly and orderly, drawing no undue attention, appearing merely as ordinary patrons concluding their evening's revelry. Upon stepping outside the tavern, Sig once more activated his observation hockey to scan the vicinity, confirming the absence of immediate danger before leading his crew discreetly toward the dock, beneath the cloak of night. Their pace quickened, each member acutely aware of the necessity to vacate the island swiftly to avoid ensnarement in the so-called united hunt, with thoughts racing about the next course of action. Sig reflected on the recent experience. In a world of piracy, any oversight could prove fatal. That he understood that this night's events would mark yet another legendary chapter in the saga of the Pirate King. The tavern owner's face, along with this act of hospitality, was etched deeply into his memory, awaiting an opportune moment for proper recompense. In the shadows of Commerce Island, the enigmatic figures tracking Sig found a more concealed position, ensuring they were unobserved before reactivating their wrist-mounted communicators. This was no ordinary device. It was a custom-made tool capable of direct connection to the Naval Command System. Report, this is the Shadow Team. We have confirmed the presence of the Pirate King Sig on Commerce Island, and he appears to be aware of something. His demeanor has grown cautious, one voice murmured. Tinged with urgency, he and his crew are preparing to depart. We must act immediately, or we risk losing this prime opportunity on the other end. A voice resonated with calm authority. Message received. Continue surveillance, but do not act rashly. Naval reinforcements are en route. Remember, our objective is to capture Sig alive, avoiding direct confrontation to prevent unnecessary panic and destruction. The stability of the East Sea must not be compromised by this operation. Meanwhile, Sig was hastening through the bustling market with his crew, making their way toward the dock. His steps were resolute and swift, a clear plan already forming in his mind. Listen up, brothers, he lowered his voice, yet it brimmed with undeniable strength. I just saw a newspaper headline in the tavern mentioning the 10 strongholds of the East Sea banding together to hunt us down. We cannot sit idly by. Remaining here will only place us at a disadvantage, that we must return to the ship immediately, using the cover of night and chaos to withdraw swiftly. The crew reacted with varied expressions, some tense, others exhilarated, for the prospect of a naval hunt was both thrilling and challenging. Yet their unwavering trust and loyalty to Sig propelled them to follow his orders without hesitation. Prepare the retreat plan, ensuring everyone knows their position and task, that we must be as silent as the night, leaving no trace behind. As Sig spoke, he surveyed his surroundings, ensuring there were no tales. As the night deepened, the crew of the Mountain Thief accelerated their pace, swiftly and methodically returning to the port to commence urgent preparations for departure. The sea breeze carried a blend of tension and a hint of exhilarating adventure. The illustrious thief, Katarina Rose, renowned in the pirate realm for her striking beauty and astute intellect, was a pirate of great repute. With a bounty soaring to 65 million berries, she embodied not only remarkable combat prowess, but also a series of successful high-value plunders. Katarina possessed long hair that gleamed like ebony, often playfully twirling a strand behind her ear, revealing her sharply defined visage and a pair of cunning green eyes that seemed to unearth the secrets of the heart. Her figure was voluptuous, her curves exquisite, exuding an indescribable allure with every step she took. The unique fragrance, a captivating blend of floral notes and the briny scent of the sea, wafted around her, leaving an indelible impression. Her attire exemplified the free-spirited nature of a pirate, while simultaneously embracing feminine grace and seduction. Katarina favored a fitted black leather vest adorned with delicate silver skull embellishments, perfectly accentuating her proud silhouette. Below, she wore loose-fitting red pirate trousers, the sides embroidered with golden compass motifs, the pant legs casually tucked into knee-high black leather boots, embellished with sharp silver trim, merging practicality with a touch of wild beauty. Around her waist was a broad belt, adorned with an assortment of small pouches and a finely crafted dagger, serving both as decoration and a weapon in battle. Most striking was the necklace draped around her neck, composed of various precious gems and ancient coins, each gem symbolizing a significant triumph, showcasing her achievements and wealth. Dangling from her left ear was a unique silver earring, resembling a miniature treasure chest. Concealing her most cherished secrets, Katarina Rose, this resplendent thief, was not merely a vivid spectacle upon the sea, but also a source of vexation for countless pirates and naval officers alike. Her wisdom, courage, and that irresistible charm made her a distinctive figure in the pirate world, a legendary presence. Just as Sig and his crew were anxiously preparing to depart from Trade-Tide Island, an unexpected silhouette emerged on the deck of the Mountain Thief. Katarina Rose, the legendary thief, stepped forth from the shadows, gracefully leaping onto the ship's rail, standing in the gentle breeze, capturing immediate attention. Her appearance froze the atmosphere aboard, all gazes converging upon this uninvited guest. Sig's eyes briefly flickered with surprise before shifting to a cautious appraisal. He had certainly heard of this infamous female pirate, yet her sudden and direct presence on a ship was indeed unexpected. "Welcome aboard, beautiful lady." Sig attempted to maintain the composure and poise of the Mountain Thief's captain, despite a slight hesitation on how best to address this enigmatic visitor. "However, we are preparing to set sail. What brings you here? Was it merely the capricious winds that guided you to our vessel? Or do you have a particular purpose?" Katarina smiled subtly, her expression imbued with a hint of mystery and confidence. "Oh, Captain Sig, seeing you in person is far superior to mere hearsay. I must say, your Mountain Thief is even more splendid than I imagined." She glided forward, her movements elegant. "As for my presence here, to put it simply, it is an exchange of information and profit. I possess some intelligence that is of paramount importance to you, and I, in turn, require a vessel to swiftly depart this region." Sig furrowed his brow momentarily, then relaxed, clearly not averse to such a trade. "Intelligence? It seems our goals align for the time being. However, illustrious thief, I must remind you, there are no complimentary tickets aboard my ship." His words carried a playful undertone, indicating a measure of intrigue and wariness regarding this uninvited guest. "Of course, Captain Sig, I would never expect a free lunch." Katarina responded succinctly, then leaned closer to Sig's ear, whispering as if sharing a secret known only to the two of them. "The information I hold could enable you to evade the impending storm, perhaps even alter your fate in the East Sea." Amid her irresistible fragrance and husky voice, Sig sensed an unusual sincerity and potency. After a moment of contemplation, he reached a conclusion. "Very well, illustrious thief, from the moment you stepped aboard, you have been my guest, and I hope your news is as valuable as you claim. Set sail. Let us embark with a captivating companion." Adding an element of intrigue to this extraordinary night, Sig guided Katarina through the intricate corridors of the ship, each crew member casting odd glances at their captain, while curiously regarding the newcomer. Along the corridor, stacks of treasures were casually displayed, with gold coins, jewels, and various precious spoils shimmering, narrating the glorious adventures of the Mountain Thief. Upon pushing open a grand oak door adorned with intricate carvings, they entered Sig's private captain's quarters. This space epitomized luxury and the symbolism of power. The walls were adorned with paintings depicting the sea and battle scenes, each piece of furniture exuding an aura of exquisite craftsmanship. From a mother-of-pearl inlaid writing desk to the sofa draped in Eastern silk, every detail reflected the captain's taste and status. Most striking was a wall embedded with a massive safe. Sig deftly turned the combination, and with a mechanical click, the safe slowly creaked open, revealing a trove of shining berries and rare gems, their opulent glow seemingly capturing the room's focus. Sig intentionally allowed this scene to unfold before Katarina, eager to observe the reaction of the woman who styled herself as the illustrious thief. Katarina Rose stood there, her gaze betraying an unmistakable blend of awe and desire. Even as an experienced pirate, well acquainted with countless treasures, the sheer concentration and unmasked display of wealth left her astonished. She stepped closer, her fingertips gently caressing the smooth coins, as if savoring the stories and adventures concealed within each piece. "Impressive, Captain Sig," Katarina remarked, genuine admiration threading her tone. Though she swiftly regained her composure, "It is evident you are a true treasure hunter, while I am merely a collector of stories. Perhaps we can share our respective collections, making this voyage all the more intriguing." Sig smiled faintly, pleased with the impact he had on Katarina, while also intrigued by her response. "Your proposal does not sound unappealing, illustrious thief, but before we proceed, Let us hear the important intelligence you claim to possess to determine if it warrants sharing the freedoms of this sea with you. His words bore a hint of provocation while cloaked in anticipation of collaboration. Thus, within this opulent captain's quarters, two distinguished figures of the pirate world commenced their clandestine dialogue, the air thick with the allure of wealth and the scent of unknown adventures. Unfortunately, as Sig listened, his doubts multiplied. Faced with Sig's skepticism, Katarina's smile not only remained but blossomed further, her eyes shimmering with a mischievous glint. She stepped forward with graceful confidence, seemingly prepared for Sig's doubts. The traitor? Oh, dear Captain Sig, you are mistaken that I end this ocean rife with deception and betrayal. Labels are merely affixed at the whim of others that I sought you not for refuge, but because our interests aligned at D. Oh, you truly believe that a person abandoned by their allies could find you solely on their own, bringing such vital intelligence? Without substance, how could I stand here conversing with you? Words as soft as velvet, yet each a gem that strikes at the core. Hey, as for trust, it is a luxury, one we know is hard-earned, especially in an industry such as ours. However, what I offer you is not merely intelligence, but an opportunity, one that could upend the status quo and elevate your name across these waters. All I seek in return is a position to fight alongside you, to share in the fruits of victory. As Katarina spoke, she gently tapped the dagger at her waist, implying she was not without evidence. Sig listened intently to Katarina's revelations, the furrows on his brow not entirely easing. He was acutely aware of the perilous nature of survival in these waters, particularly upon realizing he had become a target for multiple factions. The intelligence Katarina divulged not only pertained to naval movements, but also unveiled a startling fact. Several formidable pirate crews in the East China Sea had formed a temporary alliance, their common aim directed at him, Sig, and his ship, the Mountain Thief King. So, you mean to say that I am not only a thorn in the Navy's side, but also a target for other pirate crews in the East China Sea? What ulterior motives lie behind this alliance? Sig's tone carried a hint of sternness, recognizing the complexity and severity of the situation at hand. Katarina chuckled softly, her laughter seemingly laced with mockery towards the intricate circumstances. Ulterior motives? Alliances among pirates are often simple and straightforward, rooted in mutual benefit. Perhaps some envy your achievements, others fear your rise, and some wish to seize the opportunity to undermine a rival. Nevertheless, regardless of their intentions, this presents a perfect opportunity for me to forge history alongside you. Captain Sig, she approached the window, gazing out at the inky blackness of the sea, where moonlight danced upon the waves as if heralding an impending storm. We each possess our own reasons and objectives, but on these vast waters, only the strong can dictate the rules. Will you choose to remain the hunted, or will you take the initiative and become the hunter who alters the game? The atmosphere in the room grew tense with Katarina's words, and after a moment of silence, Sig's gaze deepened, seemingly weighing every potential outcome. Finally, he spoke slowly. You are right. Passive defense has never been my style. Should we join forces, we can not only evade this crisis, but also seize the chance to weaken those pirate crews and even deliver a resounding counterattack against a navy to at that moment. An unspoken understanding formed between Sig and Katarina, two once solitary pirates, choosing a path fraught with uncertainty and challenge in the face of a common threat. The Mountain Thief King was poised to embark on an unprecedented adventure, a gamble with fate. As Katarina rose departed the captain's quarters, Sig swiftly seized the telephone bug on the table, pressing a specific button, and instructed in a low, urgent tone, "First mate, come to my quarters. There are urgent matters to discuss." Before long, First Mate Harvest entered, his imposing figure and sharp gaze bearing the marks of years spent in the mountains. "Captain, you summoned me in haste. What has transpired?" Harvest inquired, sensing a distinct shift in the atmosphere of the captain's quarters. Sig gestured for Harvest to sit and succinctly recounted Katarina Rose's unexpected arrival, along with her astonishing intelligence and proposal for collaboration. His expression was pensive, revealing the gravity of the situation. The news brought forth by this alluring rogue is significant. Not only the Navy, but also several powerful pirate crews in the East China Sea are eyeing us with intent that we must evaluate how much sincerity lies behind her proposal and what risks it entails. After pondering for a moment, Harvest replied, his brow furrowed. Though Katerina appeared alone, her ability to accurately convey such internal information suggests a formidable intelligence network behind her. We indeed require such a source of information to confront the impending crisis. Yet we cannot dismiss the possibility of her harboring her own agenda. Indeed, Sig nodded in agreement. We need further information to ascertain her credibility. You may discreetly investigate her background, particularly her past behaviors and relationships with other pirate crews. Simultaneously, we must prepare a dual strategy. If we proceed with collaboration, we must ensure she does not turn against us. And if we choose not to collaborate, we must have contingency plans in place for any potential information leaks. Understood. I shall make arrangements at once, Harvest replied, rising to execute the orders. Oh, and Sig added, ensure the intelligence department monitors the movements of the various pirate crews in the East China Sea, particularly those that have formed alliances. We must act before they do. Harvest nodded, exiting the captain's quarters, leaving Sig alone in the opulent room, gazing out at the dark expanse of the sea in the night. The sea breeze carried with it the saltiness of the ocean and the unknown, mirroring his current state of mind, an amalgamation of unease about the future and eagerness for impending challenges. Sig understood that whether in collaboration with Katerina or in opposition to the Navy and the coalition of East China Sea pirates, it would be a formidable battle. Yet, as he had always believed, only by navigating through tempestuous storms can one truly witness the essence of a king. Katerina stood on the deck, the night wind tousling her hair, her eyes glimmering with resoluteness and confidence. From her elegant wristwatch, a compact telephone bug sprang forth, specifically designed for covert communications, discreet and efficient. She spoke softly into the device, informed those fellows that they need not continue tailing Captain Sig. With me on the case, matters will be handled with utmost precision. They may conserve their energy for other troubles. Her words exuded an undeniable authority, a commanding presence that suggested she was in complete control. Having concluded her conversation without waiting for a response, the telephone bug retracted back into her wristwatch, leaving no trace of its existence. Katerina turned her gaze towards the vast ocean, a knowing smile gracing her lips. In her realm, each move was a meticulously calculated outcome. Her collaboration with Sig was not merely a response to the imminent crisis, but a crucial component of her long-term strategy, trusting in her judgment and abilities. She was convinced that in this sea, rife with piracy and the Navy's watchful eyes, seizing the initiative was the only way to truly gain a foothold. Not far away, on a Navy patrol boat, the dim yellow lights illuminated a group of anxious sailors gathered around an antiquated telephone bug. Their expressions varied, each soldier anxiously awaiting directives from their superiors. The message that came through the device doused their fervor for pursuit like a bucket of cold water. Cease the chase of the Mountain Thief King and leave the matter to a mysterious third party. This sudden order reverberated through the cramped cabin like a thunderclap, inciting an uproar that a young, impetuous ensign was the first to voice his dissent. How can this be? We've been tracking them for so long, on the cusp of a breakthrough, and now we're told to abandon the pursuit. His voice was rife with frustration and anger. An older lieutenant, suppressing his own discontent, calmly responded, "An order is an order. Ensign, we must obey our superiors. That Katerina has a significant reputation among pirates. If she can handle this matter, it would alleviate our burden." And no sooner had he finished speaking than the telephone bug rang once more, this time summoning an urgent conference call from commanding officers across different Navy bases. The voices on the other end were a cacophony of chaos, interspersed with arguments and doubts. Some advocated for continued pursuit, insisting that they could not allow pirates to act with impunity. Others supported the previous directive, arguing that all available resources, including external forces like Katerina, should be utilized to stabilize the situation in the East China Sea. "We cannot take risks," a steady, authoritative voice ultimately cut through the tumult. "Katerina's capabilities are well documented. If we engage her head-on, it may provoke unnecessary large-scale conflict, jeopardizing the safety of the entire region. Our current task is to withdraw in an orderly fashion. Remain vigilant, and be prepared for any emerging situations." The final words fell. The conference call concluded, and the sailors aboard the patrol boat exchanged glances, ultimately acquiescing to the command. The small vessel slowly turned, distancing itself from the wake of the Pirate King. Beneath the inky darkness of the night, they gradually dwindled into a distant speck, vanishing beyond the boundless horizon. Meanwhile, aboard the Pirate King, oblivious to all that had transpired, Catalina continued to weave her intricate schemes, the smile at the corner of her lips widening as she recognized that each of her calculated moves was steering the situation towards her anticipated outcome. In this ocean rife with uncertainty, Catalina was, in her own manner, crafting a blueprint of power and freedom. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight cascaded upon the deck of the Pirate King, heralding a new beginning. Unlike the usual gloom and monotony, today's air was infused with an extraordinary ambience. Catalina, the unexpected female pirate, shattered the long-standing tranquility and singular male composition aboard the ship. As the morning mist gradually dissipated, her silhouette became strikingly prominent in the early light. Clad in a fitted athletic ensemble that accentuated her enviable curves, her long hair was simply tied back, with a few stray strands dancing in the wind. Adding an air of untamed beauty to her demeanor on the deck, she commenced her daily physical regimen, each movement exuding a harmonious blend of strength and grace. With every action, her muscles subtly glimmered under the sunlight, beads of sweat trickling down her cheek and splattering onto the deck, producing a crisp sound akin to a clarion call awakening the slumbering spirits. Her figure danced in the morning light. With each leap, push-up, and kick, she showcased an ineffable synergy of power and beauty, a rhythm that seemed to resonate with the crashing waves, igniting the air around her with palpable heat. The surrounding pirates either hid in the shadows or feigned casualness as they passed by, their eyes betraying a mixture of astonishment and longing. For these seasoned seafarers, accustomed to battling tempests yet seldom encountering women, Catalina's presence was undeniably a striking spectacle, stirring long-buried impulses and passions within them. Their gaze followed her every movement, some even unconsciously swallowing hard, exchanging incredulous yet exhilarated glances. However, despite the subtle shift in atmosphere due to Catalina's exercises, she remained remarkably focused, oblivious to the prying eyes around her, as if the entire world had distilled down to just her and the vast ocean. With every breath and every drop of sweat, she silently proclaimed her existence and strength, igniting a fervor aboard the male-dominated pirate vessel. Bathed in the morning light, everything on the deck appeared vibrantly alive. Catalina's workout captivated nearly all the male pirates. They converged around her, maintaining a semblance of distance to avoid drawing attention, yet the whispers that wafted through the air betrayed their excitement. "Look at that figure, a true masterpiece sculpted by the waves." A burly man with a scruffy beard murmured to his companion, his gaze riveted on Catalina, laced with admiration. "Indeed, I would wager that with such agility and physique, even the fiercest sea beast would yield." Another tall, lean pirate chimed in, a flicker of indistinct jealousy and yearning in his eyes. Not far off, a group of young pirates flushed with excitement, nudging each other in a bid to mask their fervor. "Do you think a woman like her is more tempting than all the treasures we've ever plundered?" one whispered, eliciting a chorus of low laughter. Catalina's movements were fluid and powerful, each kick and punch seemingly carving invisible ripples through the air. The curves beneath her fitted attire became tantalizingly apparent with each motion, exuding an indescribable wild beauty. Her presence was akin to a whirlwind, infusing the rugged and sweat-soaked deck with an unusual allure. "Hey lads, when did our Pirate King gain such a goddess-level warrior?" An imposing old sailor, his beard thick and bearing an air of authority, commented quietly, his tone a mix of surprise and jest. "It seems our Captain Sig has truly struck gold this time. Though he may not be one for the fairer sex, who wouldn't he be enticed by such a creature?" Amidst the hushed yet curious conversations, Catalina had unwittingly become the most fervent topic aboard the Pirate King. The arrival of a woman not only rekindled the long-dormant passions of the pirates, but also infused the impending adventure with an air of unpredictable anticipation. For these rugged men who had roamed the seas for years, Catalina's figure undoubtedly became the most dazzling sight in their monotonous lives. While she continued her workout, she keenly sensed the intense gazes surrounding her, but was taken aback to discover that, despite the pirates' interest and admiration, None dared to overstep their bounds or make any lewd advances. This self-discipline surprised her. The swift agility and sharp strikes she had prepared to intimidate any unruly individuals found no opportunity for display. Pausing her movements, she tilted her head slightly, her gaze sweeping over the pirates both near and far, contemplating inwardly. Although their eyes held primal desire, they also conveyed a sense of respect and awe, which piqued her curiosity about the enigmatic Captain Sig clearly. These men had learned to control their behavior under his strict discipline, maintaining basic decorum and boundaries even in the face of such temptation. Interesting, Catalina murmured to herself, a playful smile curling at the corners of her lips as she realized she might have underestimated the order and rules aboard the Pirate King, in her experience. Pirates typically embodied chaos and disorder, yet this atmosphere exuded an unusual sense of discipline and order. This newfound understanding of Sig's leadership and his crew prompted her to temporarily lower her guard and continue her training. As beads of sweat fell, her movements became more fluid, silently demonstrating her strength and allure while conveying an unspoken message. In these waters, Catalina Rose was both a cunning strategist and a formidable warrior. The surrounding pirates felt the weight of this tacit warning. Though their hearts still stirred with desire, they became more restrained, wary of any potential offense, as the first rays of sunlight fully enveloped the deck. Sig slowly emerged from the captain's quarters, stretching widely as if savoring this rare moment of tranquility. Yet when he noticed the crew's attention concentrated in one direction, his sharp gaze instinctively followed theirs, eventually settling upon Catalina, who was exercising on the deck. Catalina astutely caught sight of Sig's arrival, a slight smile gracing her lips as if she had anticipated this moment to respond to his attention. She deliberately incorporated more advanced gymnastic twists into her subsequent routine, each movement perfectly showcasing her undeniable figure, every inch of her skin shimmering with the radiance of strength and beauty under the sunlight. As her body twisted and turned with agility, the air around her seemed to ignite. The young, inexperienced pirates had never witnessed such a sight. A few even found themselves overly excited, inadvertently causing their noses to bleed, hastily covering them with handkerchiefs, resulting in a scene both awkward and amusing. Sig's reaction was notably more reserved. A glimmer of appreciation flickered in his eyes, yet he maintained his composure as the captain of the Pirate King. He understood the vital importance of upholding order and discipline aboard the ship. Therefore, even though he felt a stirring within at Catalina's display, he outwardly preserved the calm and authority befitting a captain. "All right, everyone," Sig's voice rang out, imbued with an undeniable authority. "We have important matters to attend to today. Let us not forget our objectives. Lady Catalina, if you're prepared, I believe we can begin discussing our next steps." These words promptly jolted the crew, who had been engrossed in the spectacle, back to reality. They quickly composed themselves and returned to their respective posts. Meanwhile, Catalina gracefully concluded her morning exercises and approached Sig, their gazes meeting in silent acknowledgement, preparing for the imminent challenges that lay ahead. As Sig and Catalina departed the deck and entered the captain's quarters to engage in their crucial discussion, the atmosphere on deck transformed into one of lightheartedness and exuberance. The pirates, who had been holding their breath in awe just moments before, now relaxed and began to jest among themselves, particularly targeting the young lad who had been rendered speechless by Catalina's stunning display. "Hey, look at our little Jack, blushing like a freshly caught lobster, with enough nosebleed to paint the ship," boomed a burly man with a rugged appearance and short hair, eliciting a chorus of laughter from those around. Young Jack, his face flushed, intermingled shame with defiance, retorting, "Hey, you would have fared no better. That's a genuine beauty worthy of the Pirate Queen. Who could withstand that?" "Oh, is that so? I truly wish to witness your composure. Next time as Catalina trains like that, we'll put you in the front row. How about it?" chimed in another pirate, igniting a fresh wave of laughter. Amidst this joviality, the camaraderie among the crew seemed to deepen, dissipating the earlier tension. For them, such moments of levity were precious, alleviating the monotony and peril of maritime life, while strengthening their bonds. The Catalina's presence inadvertently became the ship's most talked-about topic. Her unique charm not only stirred hearts, but also ignited these hardened men's imaginations and anticipation for the unknown adventures ahead. Sig sat in the captain's quarters, discussing the forthcoming plans with Catalina, though his thoughts occasionally drifted to the deck outside, where laughter and banter resounded. Unconsciously furrowing his brow, a trace of subtle concern flitted through his mind. In the past, the all-male crew aboard the Mountain Bandit had often been rowdy, yet that atmosphere was pure and straightforward. Now, however, Catalina's arrival seemed to have cast a stone upon the tranquil sea. Sending ripples in all directions, it appeared that my crew had indeed been starved of female company for far too long. Sig mused with a wry smile, secretly acknowledging that even he, a captain unperturbed by feminine allure, could not help but be captivated by Catalina's presence, let alone the younger crew members. Sig's gaze pierced through the captain's quarters window, fixating on the boundless ocean, his thoughts swirling to establish a formidable reputation in these tumultuous waters. A mere ship and a band of spirited crew would be woefully insufficient. Action was imperative. The world must know that the Mountain Bandit was not just an ordinary pirate vessel, but a force capable of upending the established order. One that neither pirates nor the Navy could dare to underestimate. As Sig and Catalina concluded their discussion, he gained a deeper understanding of this female pirate. It was evident that Catalina sought not merely wealth or power, but rather the thrill of challenge and adventure, the glory of etching her legend across the vast seas. Sig had to concede that her discerning vision recognized his potential and fearless pursuit of the unknown, choosing to stand shoulder to shoulder with him as they carved their names into the East Sea. Tonight, we shall face a formidable battle. Sig stepped onto the deck, surveying the gathered crew with a steady and powerful voice. Ghost Island is not merely a symbol of wealth. It is a test of our strength that I know that each of you joined the Mountain Bandit in search of excitement, the pursuit of freedom, or to chase your dreams. Tonight is our opportunity to prove ourselves and ensure that the East Sea and the entire Grand Line remember our names. He cast a meaningful glance at Catalina, his eyes reflecting both trust in his comrade and anticipation for the challenges ahead. That Miss Catalina will join us in this endeavor. Her experience and skills will be invaluable assets. He continued, "Remember, tonight we fight not for personal greed, but for our collective glory, to secure our place in these waters." Sig's words ignited the crew's spirit, their declarations resonating through the air. Catalina stood by, her eyes shimmering with expectation and resolve for the impending battle. This was not merely a fight. It marked the beginning of a legendary tale written by her and the entire crew of the Mountain Bandit. As night fell, the sea breeze carried a hint of chill, yet it could not extinguish the burning zeal and passion aboard the Mountain Bandit. Sig and Catalina stood side by side at the bow, gazing into the unknown darkness ahead, their hearts brimming with unprecedented clarity and determination. This battle would determine their future and usher in a new chapter upon the waves, deep within Ghost Island. In a vast cavern constructed from ancient stone blocks, flickering firelight illuminated the figures of a dozen or so pirates. Their faces bore menacing scars or adorned with various peculiar pirate trinkets, each emanating an extraordinary presence. This was a band of pirates with bounties exceeding tens of millions of berries, who, driven by their own interests and vendettas, had rarely united to orchestrate a grand scheme of vengeance against Sig. In the center of the cavern, a long table fashioned from stout tree trunks was encircled by the pirates, with tattered maps, wine jugs, and scattered food remnants upon its surface. The air was thick with a peculiar blend of salty seawater and gunpowder, and their voices echoed ominously within the depths of the space, laden with foreboding. "Will that woman truly bring the lad?" inquired a burly pirate, his right eye covered by a patch, his voice low and gravelly, glinting with cunning. This man was known as One-Eyed Wolf Mike, once a subordinate of Sig, harboring a deep-seated hatred towards him. "Humph, that female pirate is astute. She won't fail to perceive the trap we've laid," scoffed Lilith, a figure draped in a red cloak, her face painted with strange totems. Her fingers, adorned with black nail polish, rhythmically tapped the table, producing a crisp sound that conveyed an eerie cadence in the shadows of the cavern. An elderly man with keen eyes slowly spoke. "The crux lies in how we can exploit this opportunity to ensure Sig and his Mountain Bandit vanish from the seas forever." The elder, known as the Sage Robert, served as the brains of this pirate faction. His words always prompted deep contemplation among the group. Suddenly, a rumble of machinery echoed from the depths of the cavern, accompanied by heavy footsteps as a massive guardian robot, constructed from scrap metal, slowly entered the pirates' line of sight. This was a unique defensive mechanism of Ghost Island, one of the traps they had meticulously set. We must not only utilize Catalina, but also exploit the natural advantages of Ghost Island, and these mechanisms, ensuring Sig has no way back, proclaimed a slender man with a perpetually eerie smile. Known as the Mechanic Jackson, his fingers traced the complex terrain and traps marked on the nearby map. Within the illuminated cavern, various weapons and skeletal decorations hung on the walls, enhancing the sinister atmosphere. Oil lamps embedded in the surrounding rock walls cast faint light, revealing countless pairs of watchful eyes peering through the crevices, surveilling the plotting of this nefarious scheme. Remember, our target is not merely Sig. We also seek the treasures aboard the Mountain Bandit. Mike raised his goblet, and the others echoed his gesture, the sound of iron fists clashing against glass reverberating through the cavern, proclaiming their resolve and avarice. As the night deepened, the nefarious designs of this band of pirates began to crystallize. An ominous aura seemed to pervade every corner of Ghost Island, biding its time for the arrival of the Mountain Thief King. Heralding an impending clash of titanic proportions to these sea marauders, each island they had subdued stood as a banner planted in the vast ocean, a testament to their power and glory. They ruled over one or two islands each, akin to monarchs of miniature kingdoms, reveling in boundless wealth and exalted status. Yet, even such formidable pirates found themselves constrained by the vast, endless sea. The shifting maritime routes were like invisible chains, binding their ambitions and greed. Sig, the infamous scoundrel of the seas, renowned for his cunning and cruelty, routinely extorted passing vessels under the guise of protection fees, demanding even half of their treasures. Such actions were undoubtedly a direct affront to the authority of these great pirates, daring them to defend their honor. Merchant ships, which ought to have been a source of their riches, now faced the indignity of sharing their bounty with Sig, a humiliation that was utterly intolerable. Driven by their interests, the flames of wrath and vengeance within this band of pirates blazed ever brighter. They understood well that in these waters, strength ruled supreme, and mercy equated to weakness and failure. Thus, they commenced secret preparations, meticulously plotting, each contributing their most honed skills and resources, from clandestine intelligence gathering to the setup of lethal traps, and the sharpening of weapons to the readiness of warships. Every step conveyed their determination and anticipation for the imminent battle on Ghost Island. The atmosphere was taut with tension and expectation. In the pirates' encampment, the forge blazed ceaselessly, blacksmiths laboring tirelessly to craft sharper weapons and gear for their comrades. In the strategy room, the map was laden with a multitude of markings, where tactics and schemes were relentlessly rehearsed. Meanwhile, the patrolling pirate fleet heightened their vigilance, ever prepared to welcome Sig's arrival. Though these great pirates might often clash among themselves, they displayed an unprecedented unity in the face of a common enemy. They knew that only by utterly eradicating the malignant presence of Sig could they reclaim dominion over the seas and safeguard their interests from further harm. At this moment, they resembled a pack of poised beasts, ready to unleash a deadly strike the moment their prey stumbled into the trap. The Sig's doom seemed to be quietly approaching, standing on the deck. Sig felt the night wind brush against him, his steely gaze sharpened by the moonlight. Despite fighting alongside Catalina, he remained ever vigilant, leaving no rustle or whisper unobserved. Trust, in the world of pirates, was a luxury, especially in such perilous times. Catalina, we both know that out on the ocean, trust is often the most expensive wager. Sig's voice was low and powerful, his back turned yet seemingly aware of everything behind him. But if you think you can manipulate me with any trickery beneath my very nose, you greatly underestimate the captain of the Mountain Thief King. That a confident smile tugged at the corners of Sig's mouth. Reflecting his absolute trust in his own abilities and disdain for his adversary's schemes, Sig, have no need to fear any betrayal. Even you, with your remarkable strength and cunning, should you harbor treachery, I alone am more than capable of handling it. He continued, remember, In these waters, the strong prevail, and I am indeed the architect of the rules." His words radiated an undeniable dominance, a confidence forged through countless life and death struggles, and an unwavering belief in his own prowess. To Sig, Catalina's presence was merely a pawn in his grand design, a piece that, while sharp, remained firmly under his control. Yet, Sig believed that regardless of the opponent's intentions, as long as he remained vigilant, no scheme could ever shake his foundation. The sea breeze continued to blow, carrying with it the distant brine and unknowns that Sig's eyes pierced the night, foreseeing the forthcoming clash and his indomitable figure standing tall within these waters. He harbored no fear of the challenges ahead, only a fervent desire for victory and an unshakable faith in his own strength that on this grand stage of tumult, Sig was resolved to inscribe the legendary tale of the Mountain Thief King in his own manner. Catalina stood at the rail, the sea wind caressing her hair, her deep-set eyes concealing secrets untold. Her thoughts mirrored the unpredictable ocean. Complex and profound, as a pirate, she also bore the mantle of a naval informant. This duality positioned her uniquely in the impending storm. Whether it was Sig's downfall or the collapse of the coalition of pirates, both represented prime opportunities for the Navy to eliminate maritime threats. In this game of strategy, she seemed to stand on unassailable ground, yet her internal struggle and conflict shadowed her every move. As a pirate, she felt the bonds of camaraderie, yet as an informant, she had to remain loyal to the Navy's mission. This game, ultimately, must reach a conclusion. Catalina whispered, her voice soft yet resolute. To ensure that everything unfolded according to plan, she must incite both sides to engage in battle swiftly, allowing the clash of forces to reach a crescendo, and she would be the critical spark that ignited it all. Thus, she began to subtly sow discord and misunderstandings between Sig and the coalition of pirates. Utilizing her influence aboard the Mountain Thief King, she casually expressed concerns about the pirate plans on Ghost Island, hinting that they might be facing a significant trap. Concurrently, she cleverly relayed information through covert channels to the coalition of pirates, leading them to believe that Sig was orchestrating a grander scheme aimed at eliminating all rivals in one fell swoop. As suspicion and hostility escalated on both sides, the specter of battle loomed ever closer. In her heart, Catalina silently calculated that once the flames of conflict ignited, she would have to make a choice, either to fully assist Sig or to covertly aid the Navy. Whichever path she chose would be a gamble of monumental proportions. The night deepened, tension thickening over the sea, a storm brewing on the horizon. Catalina gazed at the star-studded sky, her heart a tumult of emotions. Before dawn, a tempest of blood and chaos was sure to unfold. And amidst this turmoil, she would seek her own path and fulfill her ambitions that in this grand era of piracy, she, Catalina, would emerge as a pivotal figure capable of swaying the tides of fate. Regardless of the outcome, her name would be forever etched in memory. Surrounding Ghost Island, several smaller isles appeared placid on the surface, yet dark currents churned beneath the naval base in the East Sea. Elite troops prepared for action, assembling silently to undertake a clandestine mission. Each warrior possessed a resolute gaze, clad in their iconic white uniforms, the emblem of justice glimmering with a cold light in the night. The commander's deep, resonant voice echoed through the ranks. Our objective is to maximize the conflict between Sig and those pirates, inflicting heavy casualties. This is an exceptional opportunity to cleanse the East Sea of pirate influence and solidify the Navy's rule. Everyone must proceed with utmost caution. The naval base's port. Numerous advanced warships rest silently, their formidable cannons poised in dignified anticipation of commands, ever ready to embark upon the battlefield. Meanwhile, the elite soldiers tasked with infiltration and reconnaissance have long since assumed disguises, blending seamlessly into the nearby fishing village and merchant vessels, closely monitoring the movements of Ghost Island, awaiting the opportune moment to strike. Concurrently, the pirates on Ghost Island are busily preparing, unaware that, aside from Sig and his companions, a far more formidable force covets the outcome of this impending conflict. Within the pirates' camp, the atmosphere is charged with energy. Torches blaze brightly, and the glint of blades dances in the flickering light as they hone their combat skills. testing various weapons amidst a palpable tension tinged with excitement. They firmly believe that, following this night, the dynamics of the East China Sea will be irrevocably altered by their actions that end this intricate game of power struggles. Catalina emerges as the most pivotal piece. Navigating the delicate boundary between the two factions, she meticulously manipulates the situation, ensuring that the confrontation between Sig and the pirates reaches a predetermined intensity while shielding her identity from exposure. Each step she takes is a precarious dance on thin ice, guiding events according to plan without allowing either party to uncover her true intentions. As the night deepens, dark clouds shroud the moon, enveloping the entire maritime expanse in a mysterious veil. All factions stand poised for action, and conflict on Ghost Island is imminent. In this realm driven by ambition and desire. Every move Catalina makes could trigger a chain reaction, determining the fates of countless individuals. Meanwhile, the Navy's clandestine maneuvers lie in wait, ready to deliver a fatal blow at a critical juncture, ready to harvest the fruits of this tempest. Tonight, the surface of the East China Sea is far from tranquil. A complex contest involving pirates, informants, and the Navy is on the brink of unfolding, with each individual poised to play their role in this grand game, the ultimate victor yet to be determined. Under the cloak of night on Ghost Island, the young pirates' panic spreads like ripples as they hurriedly navigate the labyrinthine cave passages, whispering to one another the news of the beautiful and enigmatic woman. Catalina, arriving on the island with Sig, their youthful faces are etched with disbelief and trepidation. After all, the myriad legends surrounding Sig are well known throughout the pirate realm of the East China Sea. His name's synonymous with both valor and cunning. Boss, Sig has truly arrived. He has come with that woman. One young pirate gasps, rushing to report to their leader, his eyes sparkling with a mix of fear and exhilaration. The other young scallywags quickly gather around, animatedly discussing the development, the atmosphere thick with tension. Yet, deep within Ghost Island, the seasoned and notoriously bountied pirates remain unervingly composed. They sit around a rugged long table, a smirk of disdain playing upon their lips, fully in control of the situation. Has that brat Sig finally lost his composure? Muses the infamous one-eyed wolf, Mike, surveying his comrades with his remaining eye, his tone laced with amusement. Let him come. He'll soon learn that Ghost Island is not so easily breached. The enigmatic Lilith raises an eyebrow, her face adorned with strange totems, appearing even more mysterious in the dim firelight. Let them in. Our welcome ceremony would be incomplete without the main character. Her fingers gently tap the table, as if orchestrating the impending performance. The wise Robert nods slightly, a glimmer of insight flickering in his weathered gaze. It is time to unveil our strategy. Remember, we must not only win, but do so resplendently. Let this event become a legend upon the East China Sea, making it clear to all pirates what it means to challenge us. Meanwhile, the engineer Jackson busily checks the control mechanisms of the traps, a satisfied grin gracing his face. Fear not. My creations are eager to give Sig and his mountain bandit a surprise. At his command, the traps on Ghost Island spring to life, and hidden trapdoors silently creak open. The young pirates on the periphery begin to guide Sig and Catalina step by step into the meticulously designed labyrinth, initiating a grand maritime drama revolving around power, vengeance, and cunning to in the dark, winding caves. Each step could trigger unforeseen perils. Oblivious to the danger, Sig and Catalina tread deeper into this web woven from greed, revenge, and scheming. Catalina's inner secrets are akin to a ticking time bomb, poised to alter the rules of this game, potentially overturning all preconceptions and plans in an instant. Thus, the night on Ghost Island grows ever more enigmatic. The winds at sea seem to herald the approach of a tempest. Sig's crew wears expressions of fearless bravado. They are not mere children cowed by the tempest. Faced with the ominous visage of Ghost Island, they do not flinch, but instead feel a surge of curiosity and adventurous spirit. These men have sailed alongside Sig through the tumultuous waves of the East China Sea. What storms have they not weathered? Ghosts. Merely another tale waiting to be conquered. Hey, you lot of cowards, do you really believe there are ghosts here? A burly pirate named Toad slaps his companion on the back, his hearty laughter echoing across the desolate shoreline, imbued with defiance that Tony's right. Sig can take on 1,000 foes alone, that a mere ghost island? We can come and go as we please. Another lanky pirate, Ed, chimes in, his sharp gaze sweeping the surroundings for hidden threats while boasting of their leader's formidable reputation. They march forth, stepping onto the beach, their boots crunching softly on the fragmented shells and damp sand. Around them, mist swirls, and the towering ancient trees on the island loom in the fog like vigilant giants guarding this mysterious land. The coastline of Ghost Island is dotted with bizarre black rocks, covered in vibrant green moss, enhancing the eerie atmosphere. In the distance, the occasional call of an unknown bird pierces the air, crisp yet hauntingly solitary. Look over there. Doesn't that boulder resemble a ghastly visage? A young pirate points to a strangely shaped rock nearby, his voice a mix of excitement and unease. Others gather around, some feigning nonchalance to mock, while others scrutinize it earnestly, quietly pondering. What is there to fear? Even if there are real ghosts, they flee at the sight of our mountain bandit Sig. A bearded pirate named Bart swings his curved blade, its edge glinting ominously in the faint light, his tone filled with unwavering faith in their leader and disdain for the unknown. They proceed cautiously, yet maintain an air of bravado. A few in the group even strike up a wager to see who can spot the first ghost on Ghost Island, with the loser treating everyone to a night of rum. Thus, this band of pirates explores Ghost Island amidst jest and challenge, their eyes sparkling with curiosity for the unknown and thirst for adventure. Even in a place shrouded in rumor, their laughter rings out, a declaration to the seas that nothing can deter the mountain bandit Sig and his crew. Yet, is Ghost Island truly just a facade? A mere game of bravado? Only time will unveil the truth. As Sig and Catalina descend the ship's gangway, their strides are light, stepping not into a perilous ghost island, but rather into a grand banquet. Sig, I've heard tales of ancient treasures hidden on Ghost Island, along with some unbelievable secrets, Catalina remarks, her voice tinged with excitement as she anticipates this adventure. Should we uncover those legendary trinkets, it would not only prove my sincerity, but also elevate the reputation of your mountain bandit. Sig arches an eyebrow, a shrewd glint in his eyes. Oh, is that so? Then allow me to see the caliber of this so-called token of allegiance you speak of. However, Catalina, I trust you're not playing any tricks on me. You know, my greatest aversion is being deceived. Catalina offered a gentle smile, one infused with confidence and composure. Rest assured, Sig, I, Catalina, have always been a woman of my word. Yet she added, true treasures often come with formidable risks. Are you prepared to embrace the challenge? The moment they set foot on Ghost Island, the very atmosphere around them seemed to thicken, as ancient trees loomed ominously overhead, casting shadows that obscured the sky. The weathered statues, eroded by time, whispered tales of past glory and sorrow. Along the winding path, peculiar symbols occasionally emerged upon the rocks, beckoning adventurers deeper into the unknown. Look, those markings. Catalina pointed to a discreet stone wall inscribed with archaic text. Sig scrutinized the symbols, his wariness palpable, yet he could not deny Catalina's keen insight and erudition. He nodded in acquiescence, choosing to follow her lead, while discreetly instructing his crew to remain vigilant, ready for any unforeseen circumstances. As they ventured further, Ghost Island gradually revealed its enigmatic and perilous nature. Ancient traps suddenly sprang from the ground, nearly engulfing a pirate. Beneath the seemingly tranquil waters, hidden currents surged, concealing unknown creatures, with each narrow escape. Sig's acknowledgement of Catalina's capabilities grew, though his doubts lingered. If we indeed find fortune this time, Catalina, I shall grant you the reward you deserve, Sig remarked, his tone imbued with a rare sincerity. Yet, should I discover any treachery on your part, my ship shall not harbor a traitor. Catalina responded with a serene smile, fully aware of the significance this trial held for her. Each step on Ghost Island would be crucial in proving her worth. As for the truth, only time and the island's unfathomable depths could unveil the final answer. Under Catalina's guidance, Sig and his entourage traversed the intricate pathways of Ghost Island, just as she had foretold. Various traps and mechanisms awaited them, yet they appeared to be well within the team's anticipation. They moved with agility, effortlessly evading every sudden spike or rolling boulder, as if engaged in a meticulously choreographed dance rather than a life-or-death adventure. Hey, this woman speaks of traps. It seems she speaks the truth, but our crew aboard the Mountain Bandits flagship are masters of hide-and-seek. One pirate chuckled, jauntily leaping over a gaping crevice. His tone brimmed with pride in his own prowess. The other pirates followed suit, some scaling cliffs with grappling hooks to evade falling boulders, while others navigated the swaying bridges with the grace of a dancer. Their harmonious coordination and remarkable skills rendered the treacherous journey appear effortless and enjoyable. Akin to an exhilarating outdoor sport, in the shadows, a group of small pirates observed this spectacle through telescopes. Exchanging astonished glances, they had anticipated Sig's party would struggle, even suffer casualties, yet they seemed to stroll leisurely, treating the perilous traps as mere child's play. Quick, hurry, and inform the captain. Sig and his crew look as if they're frolicking in an amusement park. It's unbelievable, a young pirate exclaimed hurriedly to his companion. His face betraying sheer incredulity, he rushed back to the camp to relay this unexpected intelligence, secretly speculating whether there lay some undisclosed secret behind it all, or if Sig's crew concealed formidable talents. The hurried footsteps of a young pirate echoed through the forest, his heart a tumult of emotions. Astonishment at Sig's crew's astonishing performance and unease about the news he would soon deliver to the captain. Within the dense foliage of Ghost Island, the wind seemed to carry an ominous whisper, foretelling that this adventure was far from over. The true test, perhaps, was only just beginning in a hidden cave on Ghost Island. Candle flames flickered as a group of seasoned pirates gathered, their faces a tapestry of expressions, listening intently as the small pirates rushed back, breathless and clamorous with their accounts. "Captain, you won't believe it. Sig and his crew managed to evade our traps with such ease." "It was as if they knew in advance," exclaimed a dust-covered pirate, his eyes wide with terror and disbelief. "T must be that Catalina. She must have leaked our plans to Sig." Another small pirate interjected eagerly, his voice tinged with anger and resentment. This revelation rippled through the previously calm pirate alliance, stirring waves of doubt and concern as a few of the larger pirates exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with confusion and ire. Each trap they had meticulously devised was meant to exact a heavy toll on any unwelcome intruder. Betrayal? Nonsense! One-eyed Wolf Mike slammed his hand on the table, the steel blade reflecting the candlelight's cold glow. His singular eye glinting with menace. "Oh, you take our traps for mere child's play?" Ghost-faced Lilith shook her head gently, a cruel smile playing on her lips. "Calm yourself. Mike, doubt if that were indeed the case. It would present an intriguing twist. After all, we've all heard of Sig's cunning intellect. But the question remains, how do we respond if she has truly betrayed us?" A more rational voice emerged, that of the wise Robert, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "After all, the disparity in strength between us and Sig is a reality." Just as the discussion swirled, a hot-tempered pirate could no longer contain himself. He stood abruptly, sweeping his blade with a flash of cold steel, silencing the previously chattering small pirates, who now fell silent, their heads rolling lifelessly onto the ground, blood staining the rough stone floor. "Silence, you worthless fools, only capable of baseless speculation," he roared, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. "Regardless, since Sig has arrived, they shan't depart easily. We shall prepare and give them a surprise." This violent act cast a heavy silence over the cave, leaving only the sound of labored breaths and the crackling flames. Each pirate understood that the impending battle would be exceptionally brutal, not merely for wealth and vengeance, but for survival and dignity in these treacherous waters. As night fell upon Ghost Island, a thick atmosphere of impending violence enveloped the air. A storm was brewing. Wise Robert cleared his throat softly, his visage appearing more aged and profound in the flickering candlelight. He slowly rose, his tone almost indifferent. In this chaotic situation, reason dictates that blind action is akin to courting death. I am too old for this blood-soaked tempest. You all must decide your fates." With that, he adjusted his cloak and turned to leave, his slow pace betraying an undeniable resolve. Though the remaining pirates burned with indignation, they held a lingering respect for the wisdom and experience this elder embodied. They exchanged glances, yet no one dared to speak up and protest. In their minds, Robert's departure, while diminishing their strength, also spared them from unnecessary internal strife, allowing them to focus more keenly on preparations for the battle ahead. Robert's figure gradually vanished into the shadows of the cave, yet his heart was far from tranquil. Years of experience had taught him that when circumstances grew murky, the wisest choice was often to withdraw temporarily and observe from a distance. However, unbeknownst to him, this time, his decision would lead him into an even more perilous predicament, just as he planned to quietly sail away from Ghost Island and seek a safe vantage point. He noticed the wind and currents of the sea behaving unusually. Initially, he regarded it as a mere natural occurrence until he spotted flickering lights on the horizon, signals unique to the Navy. At that moment, Robert's heart sank. He realized that the surrounding waters had been completely sealed off by the Navy, leaving him in a precarious predicament. Indeed, this game was far more intricate than he had ever imagined. Robert muttered to himself, a bitter smile playing upon his lips, that he realized that whether it was Sieg, Catalina, or their band of pirates, even the Navy, everyone had been ensnared in a colossal game of chess, where each move determined life or death. Standing on the shores of a secluded bay, Robert gazed at the approaching lights on the horizon, the Navy's vessels resembling stealthy leopards in the darkness. Silently closing, and a sense of unease solidified within him, and the strategy of merely observing the unfolding events shattered like glass. The sea breeze carried with it the brine and the scent of iron, heralding the impending storm. This is the flagship of the Navy's 7th Fleet, Light of Justice. Unidentified vessel ahead. Please declare your identity and prepare for inspection, or we will consider you a hostile target and take necessary measures. Came the stern broadcast from the Navy's ship, an undeniable assertion of authority. Robert gripped the radio tightly, a glimmer of resolve flickering in his eyes. This is Captain Robert of the Wisdom's vessel. We are a merchant ship, conducting routine navigation. Please do not misconstrue our intentions. He endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor, attempting to masquerade as a merchant vessel, yet he understood the slim hope of success in such dire circumstances. Captain Robert, we have received information regarding your connections with the Pirate Alliance on Ghost Island. Immediately shut down all engines and prepare for boarding inspection. The Navy's response was cold and direct, clearly indicating their intimate knowledge of Robert's background. Robert sighed. Fully aware that this moment was unavoidable, he swiftly issued orders to his crew. All hands on deck, prepare for battle, but we shall not initiate an attack. Let us buy time in the face of the Navy's overwhelming might. Resistance was undoubtedly futile, yet every second of delay could afford his crew a slender chance of survival. The Navy fleet rapidly encircled them. Several large warships surrounding the diminutive Wisdom's vessel, their searchlights ruthlessly illuminating it, leaving it exposed in the night. The gun barrels gradually adjusted their angles, targeting the seemingly defenseless ship, and a palpable tension filled the air. Last warning, Captain Robert, surrender immediately. The broadcast from the warship resounded once more, accompanied by a low rumble of engines, underscoring the Navy's resolve. Robert, acutely aware of the inescapable fate awaiting them, chose silence as his response. A tumult of complex emotions surging within him, he turned to his crew, those loyal faces that had followed him, filled with guilt and reluctance. Under the formidable firepower of the Navy, any resistance appeared futile. The Wisdom's vessel ultimately succumbed to a barrage, erupting into flames, the explosions echoing across the water, illuminating the night sky and the cruel laws governing this maritime domain. The Navy's actions were swift and efficient, leaving no room for mercy. This maritime pursuit concluded tragically for Robert and his entire crew. The night on Ghost Island, in addition to the sounds of wind and waves, bore the weight of sorrow and grief, as if nature itself mourned this brief yet heroic tale. For the Navy, this was merely one of many operations to uphold order in the seas. For Robert and his crew, however, it marked the end of their lives. The final trace they left in these waters, the Navy's cannons unleashed searing arcs of light. Specially designed projectiles sliced through the night sky, not ordinary explosive shells, but advanced ammunition employing sound suppression technology. Thus, at the moment of firing, apart from a faint whoosh, the thunderous roar of conventional artillery was nearly inaudible. These unique projectiles left nearly silent trails in the night, heading straight for the Wisdom's vessel. The pirates on the island remained blissfully unaware, save for Catalina, a woman who had once crossed paths with the Navy, who caught a subtle anomaly in the faint sounds, her brow furrowed, eyes piercing through the dimly lit forest towards the sea. That familiar yet disquieting sound stirred an ominous premonition within her. She recalled distinctly that these were the Navy's specially crafted silent shells, designed for nighttime or covert military strikes. Their power was immense. Yet they minimized sound transmission at launch to avoid alarming the target or revealing their location. The others on the island, including those brimming with anger and a thirst for vengeance, remained oblivious. Lost in fantasies of delivering a fatal blow to Sieg and his crew, entirely unaware of the looming external threat on the other side of Ghost Island, a dozen high-ranking pirates held their breath. Hidden among dense foliage, exchanging tense yet expectant glances. Once a direct confrontation with Sieg erupted, it would be a contest of honor and survival. Yet before that, they needed to ascertain Sieg's strength. Was he truly as formidable as the rumor suggested? Capable of overturning their plans? However, Sieg's crew was no ordinary band. Many among them were seasoned veterans of the sea, innately sensitive to crises. Soon, the sharp-eyed members of Sieg's team detected the lurking danger. Stealthily conducting a search, utilizing the island's terrain and vegetation for cover, inching closer to the hidden adversaries, the conflict ignited unexpectedly, like a fuse igniting, rapidly spreading in the forests of Ghost Island. Swords flashed, blades clashed, accompanied by muffled shouts and agonized groans. The pirates had anticipated leveraging their numerical advantage and surprised to seize the upper hand, yet they were unprepared for the fact that Sieg's subordinates were not only equally matched in numbers, but also possessed remarkable skills and extensive combat experience, leading to a stalemate. Amidst the fierce confrontation, Sieg's crew showcased unexpected synergy and tactical execution. They utilized the environment, setting clever traps. Some distracted the enemies in groups, while others launched surprise attacks from behind. Striking decisively, many of the high-ranking pirates were swiftly subdued or eliminated before they could even signal for help. Among the underbrush, blood mingled with soil, the brutality of the battle exceeding all expectations. These pirates began to realize they had underestimated their opponents. This test had not only failed to unveil Sieg's secrets, but had also resulted in heavy losses for themselves that a few attempted to organize a retreat, only to find themselves tightly encircled by Sieg's men, their escape routes blocked. The high-ranking pirates atop the mountain could no longer contain the fury boiling within them, the silence of the forest shattered by their impending eruption. The leader among them, a burly man with a face full of scars, clenched his fists, roaring in anger at the chaos below. "Sieg, you coward hiding in the shadows, how dare you toy with us?" His words dripped with uncontainable rage and disdain, each utterance a defense of his own dignity. Meanwhile, Sieg stood at the edge of the gathering flames, his silhouette swaying in the flickering light, appearing both solitary and invincible. A nonchalant smile graced his lips, an expression of confidence in his command of the situation and disdain for the so-called strong. His eyes sparkled with a cold light in the night. "Everything under his control, It seems I prepared a rather enthusiastic welcome ceremony for you, stirring such ire among you." My lord's Sieg's voice was calm, yet laced with sarcasm, as he slowly raised a hand, seemingly inviting yet provocatively challenging. "However, since you are here, why not descend and personally verify the disparity between the rumors you speak of and reality?" The high-ranking pirates atop the mountain exchanged glances, uncertainty and unwillingness flashing in their eyes. But more prominently was an ignited desire for battle. They understood that retreating at this moment would equate to conceding their incompetence, rendering them a laughingstock in the pirate world. "All right, Sieg, you arrogant little wretch." The burly man gritted his teeth, wielding the colossal axe in his grasp. He was the first to leap down the mountain peak, and the remaining pirates promptly followed suit, fueled by a torrent of rage and resentment. Like a pack of enraged beasts roaring as they charged towards the battlefield below. With their arrival, the scales of combat appeared to shift, and Sieg's subordinates found themselves under immense pressure against these seasoned adversaries. However, Sieg himself remained unflustered, his demeanor calm and collected. As if all of this had been anticipated, he lightly clapped his hands, a playful smile curving at the corners of his mouth. The game, it seemed, had only just begun to end the ensuing battle. Sig personally entered the fray with astonishing agility and precision. Each strike he delivered was a targeted blow, seamlessly intertwined with his seemingly unfathomable strategic maneuvers. Even the officers of these formidable pirates found themselves grappling with an unprecedented challenge. The conflict transcended mere physical confrontation, evolving into a contest of wits and valor. As the battle raged on. The air above Phantom Island resonated with the sharp clashing of blades, intermingled with anguished cries and indomitable roars. This confrontation, shrouded in the night, was not solely a test of strength, but also a battle of wills. Confronted with Sig's almost sardonic nonchalance, the seasoned pirates exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes flickering with disbelief. This soon morphed into fierce anger and indignation. They locked gazes, drawing from one another the motivation to persist in their fight. One among them, a middle-aged pirate with hawk-like eyes, gritted his teeth and sneered, "Sig, have you lost your mind? How dare you boast at such a time? We will not be deceived by your petty tricks." Another, lean and wielding twin blades, scoffed repeatedly. "Indeed, do you think we would retreat simply because of your empty bravado? Dream on. Today, it will either be your demise or ours." Their words dripped with the joy of anticipated victory and contempt. As they envisioned Sig collapsing in exhaustion to owe them, Sig's provocation was merely a desperate struggle, a manifestation of fear in the face of impending failure. Thus, rather than relenting, these pirates intensified their assault, pouring all their strength into every strike. Vowing to utterly crush Sig, yet Sig merely shook his head lightly, his serene demeanor appearing even more enigmatic in the glow of the flames. "Ah, truly foolish," he sighed, and then, in an instant, he sprang into action. Moving with a speed so astonishing it seemed ghostly, weaving through the pirates, each flash accompanied by the sound of fallen foe. His prowess was on full display. Every blow was both precise and lethal. Shattering their illusions of exhaustion, as the battle approached its denouement. The last echoes of triumphant laughter were silenced by the point of Sig's sword, leaving the battlefield enveloped in a profound silence. Sig stood at the center, surrounded by a faint scent of blood, yet he remained unfazed. Viewing the earlier events as mere trifles, he raised his hand, this time with an unmistakable air of authority. "Now, do you still believe you are worthy adversaries against me?" His voice, though not loud, resonated in every ear like a decree, awakening those pirates who had clung to false hopes. Faced with Sig's overwhelming strength and cunning, they finally grasped the absurdity of their earlier arrogance and complacency. But a few pirates leaned on one another, staggering backward, their eyes filled with both fear and resignation. Ultimately, they could only flee in disarray from the battlefield. Vanishing into the night, Sig watched their retreating figures, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he gazed upon those in frantic flight. The smile deepened. It was a reflection of disdain for the struggles of the weak and an affirmation of his own formidable prowess. His eyes glimmered with a cold light, weighing the value of each life before him. The conclusion drawn was one that hardly warranted mercy. How could he possibly let these fleeing scoundrels escape? Sig pondered to himself, a hint of amusement lacing his tone. With a swift motion, he propelled himself forward, as if lifted by the night wind, soaring gracefully into the air, mastering the moonwalk, one of the Navy's 6 styles. He effortlessly closed the gap to those attempting to escape. Under the moonlight, Sig's form resembled a specter, each strike executed with precision and efficiency, devoid of any superfluous movement. Those who had once prided themselves on their strength found themselves as fragile as scarecrows beneath his blade. Their heads easily severed, splattering blood in a vivid arc. Sig's swordsmanship was a precise manipulation of power and an artistic interpretation of death. The once arrogant pirates now became the most powerless annotations beneath his blade. The bounty of several million was but a mere cutting board beneath Sig's hands. He would slice as he pleased. Sig murmured softly, each word imbued with coldness and ruthlessness, reflecting his attitude towards life as akin to an artist's approach to their work, detached yet focused. In his eyes, this was both a demonstration of strength and a direct response to those who had underestimated him. As for the disbelief and confusion in the eyes of those pirates as they faced their demise, they were filled with a bitter resistance to fate and astonishment at Sig's might. Perhaps they wondered why a seemingly youthful pirate could possess such terrifying strength, and why their meticulously crafted plans had ultimately become mere playthings in his hands. To these questions, Sig merely offered a faint smile, continuing forward as the echoes of their voices faded into the wind. Why must I explain my actions to you? The discourse exudes an air of aloof indifference. For him, victors owe no explanations to the vanquished in the realm of the powerful. Strength has always been the sole arbiter. Behind Sig, a trail of gradually cooling corpses is left in his wake. Accompanied by the scent of blood dispersed by the night breeze, Ghost Island is once again engulfed by the darkness, returning to silence. Yet, Sig's legend, forged in the fires of this night's battle, has become a new myth woven into the fabric of the pirate world. Catalina, a covert agent within the Navy, concealed behind a secluded rock, gazes wide-eyed at the astonishing scene unfolding below. Her hands instinctively cover her mouth. Agape in shock. Her heart races, nearly leaping from her chest, as an indescribable blend of fear and astonishment overwhelms her. This intelligence officer, usually known for her composure, struggles to maintain her poise in this moment. How is this possible? She murmurs, her voice barely audible, nearly drowned out by the surrounding wind. Before her, the notorious pirates, even those high-ranking officers from the Navy headquarters, are treated with utmost caution. Yet now, they fall one by one beneath Sig's blade, as if mere playthings in the hands of a child. This shatters her previous understanding of power, delivering a jarring blow to her worldview. Catalina's hands tremble slightly, beads of sweat trickling down her forehead. A chilling sensation enveloping her, an acute fear of an unknown force. Even as the various naval bases of the East Blue unite to form a net around this island, Sig's displayed prowess seems to mock their efforts, rendering their encirclement mere posturing. Her gaze follows Sig's swift, lethal movements. Each flash of his blade heralds the demise of a formidable pirate. Catalina's breathing quickens. This man, named Sig, has yet to reveal the full extent of his capabilities. The sensation is more terrifying than a direct threat, for it hints at an unfathomable abyss that one dares not peer into. In her panic, Catalina's legs nearly give way, forcing her to lean against the rock to prevent herself from collapsing. The spectacle before her makes her acutely aware that she is not merely witnessing a battle. She is bearing witness to the dawn of a new era, an era unveiled by a man named Sig, rife with uncertainty and potential upheaval. Her eyes reflect a tumultuous mix of fear, reverence, and a hint of barely perceptible curiosity. As a Navy informant, she understands the value of this intelligence. Yet she is also acutely aware of the storm that would ensue if it were to be revealed. With trembling fingers, Catalina fumbles for the snail affixed to her wrist. The tiny creature vibrates beneath her touch, emitting an urgent call. Drawing a deep breath as if steeling herself, she brings the snail to her ear. Instantly, a commanding voice from the Navy warship encircling Ghost Island breaks through, filled with urgency. Report the situation. What on earth has transpired on the island? Why has communication suddenly ceased? Catalina swallows hard, her voice betraying her undeniable tension and shock. Sir, the situation is dire. Sig, the one they call the Mountain Bandit King, he single-handedly seems to have defeated nearly all the pirates who came to hunt him down. Our encirclement appears to hold no weight against him. A brief silence lingers on the other end, swiftly followed by a barrage of frantic questions. What did you say? Alone? How can that be? Which of those pirates does not possess world-shattering power? Provide every detail. And do so clearly. Catalina inhales deeply, striving to maintain a steady tone as she meticulously recounts every detail she witnessed. Sig's agility, each precise strike, and the way those formidable pirates crumbled before him like mere paper. Her narrative is laced with incredulity, yet the truth of her observations is undeniable. On the other end, within the warship's command center, a dozen senior officers gather around the commander, their faces paling as Catalina's report unfolds. Some furrow their brows, others widen their eyes in disbelief, while a few shake their heads, struggling to accept the reality. The air thickens with tension, punctuated only by the faint sounds emanating from the snail, each face reflecting a complex array of emotions: shock, skepticism, fear, and profound concern over this unknown power The middle-aged officer with a mustache finally breaks the silence, his voice low. This sounds like the emergence of a demon from a myth. Are we truly prepared to confront such an adversary? His words ripple through the gathering, igniting murmurs of anxiety among the other officers. The commander closes his eyes tightly, massaging his temples in an effort to clear his thoughts. Whether we are prepared or not, the reality is upon us. Immediately inform headquarters, request reinforcements, and activate the highest level of emergency response. Simultaneously, we must reassess Sig's threat level. He has evidently surpassed our expectations. His tone conveys undeniable resolve, yet the worry etched upon his brow reveals an underlying unease. Catalina, listening through the snail, feels as though an invisible hand is tightly gripping her heart, making each breath laborious. The information she conveys is not merely intelligence. It represents a pivotal moment that could alter the East Blue and the entire pirate world. As a witness to this upheaval, she knows she will never forget the shock and fear of this moment. As the conversation concludes, the snail is gently returned to its position. Yet within the commander's tent, the atmosphere ignites like a powder keg, boiling over with a cacophony of voices, expressions of astonishment, skepticism, and disbelief intertwining into a tumultuous sea of chaos. Defeating so many pirates single-handedly? Who exactly is this Sig? A young officer murmurs in disbelief, his voice laced with palpable fear. Have we underestimated his strength? Is there some dark secret behind him? An older officer furrows his brow, voicing his suspicions, which resonate with the others in the tent. No, this isn't merely a matter of strength. It's our severe lack of intelligence about him. The mustachioed officer slams his hand on the table, rising with determination gleaming in his eyes. Our understanding of him is likely superficial. Sig has transcended our expectations. The debate within the tent intensifies, with some questioning the veracity of Catalina's intelligence, suspecting it may be a ploy, while others reflect on whether the Navy's strategies have veered into error from the very beginning. Every face bears a grave expression, lips pressed tight, fingers tapping anxiously on the table, and some pacing restlessly. Consumed by unease, amidst the turmoil, the tent's master, the senior officer, remains silent, his gaze penetrating as he contemplates far-reaching issues. At last, he raises his hand, signaling for silence, and gradually, the clamor subsides. Enough. What we require now is calm. His voice, though tranquil, resonates with undeniable authority. Regardless of who Sig may be, his existence poses a formidable threat to us. Catalina, though she operates in the murky waters of subterfuge, has never failed to deliver valuable intelligence. I trust she will not disappoint us this time, either. As he surveys the room, ensuring his words resonate with all, he continues, as for losing oneself, it is a trial every undercover agent may face. Yet we cannot question their loyalty because of it. What we must do now is adjust our strategy, enhance our intelligence gathering, and request additional support from higher-ups. To Sig's emergence serves as a reminder that this world is far more complex than we previously imagined. It is time to reevaluate the adversaries we confront. As the tip of Sig's sword gently descended, the last great pirate's arrogance was instantly extinguished, leaving behind a lifeless body collapsing to the ground. At that moment, the air around seemed to solidify, and time appeared to stand still. Suddenly, a wave of exuberant cheers shattered this brief tranquility. It was the jubilant cries of the crew of the Mountain Thief King. Their excitement and exhilaration seemed poised to pierce the heavens. "Captain, you are simply magnificent!" exclaimed a tall crew member, leaping into the air, arms flailing as if to embrace the entire night. "It's utterly unbelievable. I thought we would have to face those great pirates head-on, yet our captain single-handedly dealt with them all," murmured another crew member in disbelief, his eyes sparkling with admiration. "This is our captain. Far more powerful than when we first encountered him in the cave." A seasoned crew member reflected nostalgically, recalling the moment he first met Sig back then. He was already impressive, but his growth now surpassed all imagination. The surrounding crew members echoed in agreement, their words brimming with pride and honor. To them, Sig was not merely a captain, but a legend, a hero leading them toward glory. The praises rose and fell like an impassioned anthem, resonating throughout the Ghost Island. Standing firm, Sig let the tip of his sword lightly touch the ground, blood slowly dripping from the blade. His gaze revealed not an ounce of arrogance, but rather a hint of profound contemplation. For him, this battle, though victorious, was but a small step toward a grander ambition. Slowly lifting his head to gaze at the luminous moon above, a grander plan surged within his heart that we still have a long journey ahead. With even more formidable challenges awaiting us, Sig's voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of every crew member. It embodied an undeniable conviction and a hopeful expectation for the future. Upon hearing this, the clamorous noise gradually subsided, and the crew's gaze towards Sig grew more resolute, their fervor reignited. Indeed, as long as we follow the captain, there is no ocean we cannot conquer, a crew member shouted, his simple words serving as a rallying cry, elevating the morale of the entire team to its zenith. Meanwhile, Sig, the man hailed as the Mountain Thief King, allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. With this loyal and brave band of companions, nothing was impossible. Beneath the night sky, the flag of the Mountain Thief King billowed in the wind, heralding the dawn of a new journey, a legendary tale awaiting their creation. Catalina smoothed her wind-tousled hair, restoring her former grace and allure. Stepping lightly from her hiding place, the tension and fear just moments ago felt non-existent. A captivating smile danced upon her lips as applause erupted. Clear, melodious, tinged with flirtation. How unexpected, Captain Sig! Your prowess is truly unfathomable. Your charm intertwined with strength is utterly mesmerizing. Her voice flowed like honey, each syllable wrapped in allure, accompanied by the deliberate sway of her hips. Exuding an irresistible magnetism, she approached step by step, her eyes glimmering with a mischievous spark, seemingly hinting at unspoken suggestions. Captain Sig, what are your plans next? Do you require a clever and beautiful woman like me to strategize for you, or assist in other ways? Her words dripped with evident provocation, each one seemingly laden with an unarticulated invitation. Yet, in the face of Catalina's enchanting demeanor, Sig exhibited an extraordinary composure and detachment. He appeared as a monk who had seen through the world's allure. Indifferent to external temptations, casting a glance around, his tone remained calm, but carried an undeniable authority. Everyone, do not rush to admire the scenery that we came here with intentions. Let us thoroughly search for any valuables these fellows may have left behind. Gather their identification papers, especially those of the great pirates. We can exchange them for bounties with the government. Sig's words revealed a pragmatic mindset. He seemed to possess a unique understanding and utilization of power, wealth, and even beauty. He did not directly respond to Catalina's proposal, yet neither did he entirely dismiss it. Leaving her ample space to interpret his intentions, his gaze ultimately settled on Catalina, though devoid of a smile. It bore a profound scrutiny, assessing her worth beyond mere appearances. Catalina sensed the subtle shift in Sig's expression and momentarily faltered, yet quickly regained her playful smile. This man before her was not easily swayed. Winning his favor would require greater wisdom and strategy. Nodding gently, she obediently stepped aside, but the glimmer in her eyes indicated her readiness for further action, whether for gain or driven by an inexplicable curiosity and desire for challenge. Catalina stood to the side, keenly observing the actions of Sig's in her astonishment. These pirates, who usually commanded the seas with authority, handled the battlefield with remarkable organization. They worked with clear divisions of labor. Some searched for spoils. Others collected the identifiers of the great pirates, and a few methodically cleaned the battlefield to prevent leaving any traces that could reveal their whereabouts. This starkly contrasted her previous stereotypes of the strong, who often cared only for conquest and destruction. Dismissing the minutiae that followed, it became evident that they were not merely machines of slaughter. For the sake of bounties and long-term benefits, they were willing to humble themselves and engage in these seemingly inconspicuous tasks. Inwardly contemplating, Catalina felt a flicker of respect for Sig and his crew's organizational discipline. This power, if solely employed for plunder, why had there been no reports of civilian massacres or large-scale confrontations with the Navy? There must be deeper considerations and principles at play. Driven by curiosity and an investigative spirit, Catalina resolved to draw closer to this enigmatic man. Captain Sig, forgive my boldness, but your crew is so formidable. Why have there been no records of harming civilians or direct confrontations with the Navy? As she inquired, she skillfully wielded her charm, hoping to leave a deeper impression on Sig while unraveling the mystery that lingered in her mind. Sig turned his gaze, his eyes penetrating and insightful. "We have our own code," he began slowly, his voice imbued with undeniable authority. "Power is meant to protect what one cherishes, not for senseless destruction. Civilians are innocent. They should not bear the brunt of war's bitter consequences. As for the Navy, unless absolutely necessary, we avoid direct confrontations because we have greater goals. Unnecessary battles only slow our progress." Catalina fell into contemplation, realizing that Sig and his pirate crew were not as simple as they appeared. They harbored more complex philosophies and long-term plans, which perhaps explained their ability to thrive in perilous waters without being entirely demonized. "This is becoming increasingly intriguing," Catalina mused internally, her interest and curiosity about Sig igniting like a wildfire, spiraling out of control. She began to anticipate whether she might become the key figure in uncovering more secrets of this mysterious pirate king. Sig's tone remained calm, yet conveyed an undeniable assertion. "Catalina, I certainly do not overlook your wisdom and charm. However, I value action over mere words. If you genuinely wish to become one of us, then prove it to me." That he gestured toward the fallen pirate corpses, silently presenting a challenge. "You desire to leverage their notoriety, do you not? Then go collect their identifiers and use your intellect to bring us tangible benefits. Action is far more persuasive than any sweet words." Katerina was momentarily taken aback, unable to anticipate such a response from Sig. This was both a trial and an opportunity. Her eyes flickered, quickly shifting from initial surprise to contemplation. And then the corners of her mouth curved into a new smile. A smile infused with the determination to accept the challenge. Sig was testing her practical abilities, rather than merely her verbal commitments. Understanding this, she declared with a serious and resolute tone, "I accept your challenge." Boss Sig. Katerina approached the remnants of the pirates, beginning to act according to Sig's instructions. Her movements were agile and efficient, each step exuding professionalism. Clearly, she was not merely a pretty face. During the process, Katerina sensed a deeper meaning in Sig's gaze. He was not only testing her, but also observing her attention to detail and her problem-solving methods. Quietly noting this, she resolved not only to complete the task, but to do so flawlessly. In order to earn Sig's recognition, as time passed, Katerina not only gathered the necessary artifacts, but also meticulously recorded each pirate's identity, even uncovering hidden treasures and important documents. When she presented her findings to Sig, her eyes sparkled with confidence and anticipation. Sig scrutinized her submissions, and for the first time, a satisfied smile graced his face, a subtle smile, yet sufficient to impart a genuine sense of accomplishment to Katerina. "Well done, Katerina. It seems you're not only intelligent and beautiful, but also possess exceptional execution skills. Remember, here, action always carries more weight than words." Sig's gaze deepened, silently assessing Katerina while weighing every detail in his heart. True danger often lurks beneath the surface of apparent tranquility. Katerina's presence undoubtedly added an element of uncertainty to this journey. Choosing to take the initiative, she thought it wise to play along with her adversary's strategy. "Katerina, you have indeed impressed me. However, I must be candid. Your actions have raised some doubts." Sig's tone remained calm, yet it carried an undeniable weight. "I am aware of your intricate connections with the Navy. Your mannerisms, even your presence here, are too coincidental." Katerina's expression shifted slightly, but she quickly regained her composure, knowing that each step at this moment was crucial. "Indeed, Boss Sig, you possess keen insight. Yes, I have had dealings with the Navy, but that is in the past. That I stand here now, because I have chosen my own path. Independent of the Navy's commands, my abilities and wisdom are at your disposal to help you achieve greater goals." These words. A knowing smile crept across Sig's lips, but a fine choice. "However, regardless of your origins, while aboard the Mountain Bandit King, you must abide by the rules here. Though you understand? I permit you to stay, but every action of yours will be under scrutiny until you prove yourself a trustworthy ally." Katerina nodded. This was the best outcome, at least for the time being. "I understand, Boss Sig, please believe that I will demonstrate my loyalty and worth through my actions. Thus, Sig began to orchestrate the next phase of his strategy. On the surface, everything appeared normal. Yet, in reality, currents of tension surged beneath. He heightened the crew's vigilance while secretly devising a series of plans, aimed both at guarding against potential threats from the Navy and at leveraging Katarina as a pawn. Perhaps they could catch the Navy off guard. Standing at the center of the deck, the sea breeze billowed his cloak, imparting an air of authority. His gaze swept over every crew member present. His sharp eyes seemed capable of piercing through each person's thoughts, striking deep into their souls. Despite having just experienced a significant victory, Sig understood that complacency only breeds laxity, and the true challenges always lurk ahead. Today's victory is the result of our collective efforts, worthy of celebration. Yet we must not become overly self-satisfied. But Sig's voice resonated, deep and powerful, in the ears of everyone present, that I witnessed your bravery in battle, and I am genuinely proud of you. However, the end of combat does not mean we can lower our guard. How much do you remember the Navy's 6 styles? In actual combat, how many of you can wield them with ease? How often have I had to intervene personally to turn the tide? The crew exchanged glances, Sig's words striking them like a hammer against their hearts. Indeed, had it not been for Sig's timely intervention during the recent battle, the outcome could have been vastly different. Reflecting on this, they lowered their heads in contemplation of their shortcomings. From today onward, we must not only solidify our existing combat skills, but also intensify our training in the Navy's 6 styles. Sig announced, his tone imbued with undeniable resolve. To become invincible upon the seas, we must exert efforts beyond the imagination of others. Training will be stricter than ever before, for our adversaries will only grow stronger. His gaze encompassed the crew, a blend of sternness and encouragement. Remember, pain and sweat are the crucibles that forge the strong. That today's suffering is to ensure survival in the more brutal battles of tomorrow. The Mountain Bandit King is not an ordinary pirate ship. We are warriors in pursuit of glory and freedom, and all of this requires strength as our foundation. Though the crew's faces bore traces of bitterness, determination prevailed. They understood that while Sig's words were harsh, they were also profoundly insightful. Under Sig's leadership, they had surpassed many a person's imagination, becoming legends across these waters. They were willing to follow Sig into whatever lay ahead, be it grueling training or unknown challenges. Thus, while others reveled in victory, the crew of the Mountain Bandit King immersed themselves once more in rigorous training. On the deck, blades flashed and fists whipped through the air as the pirates sweated profusely. Each swing of the sword, each kick was more precise and powerful than before. They understood that true victory lies not merely in defeating enemies, but in conquering oneself, continually transcending until they become legends beyond compare. Katarina stood aside, witnessing the crew of the Mountain Bandit King swiftly enter high-intensity training, her eyes filled with astonishment and contemplation. Prior to this, although she had heard of Sig's prowess, witnessing his crew master the Navy's 6 styles with such efficiency left her in awe. Within the Navy, the 6 styles were regarded as essential skills for elite soldiers. Even among the Navy's ordinary troops, few could master even one technique proficiently. Yet here, every crew member under Sig's command could adeptly wield at least one style. This not only affirmed their own capabilities, but also reflected Sig's adept teaching. Katarina pondered quietly. If even the crew had reached such a level, then Sig's strength must surely exceed her expectations, enabling him to stand out among the myriad of notorious pirates. His bounty, if not astronomical, could hardly align with such power and prestige. She recalled the scene of Sig effortlessly defeating formidable foes. Every move he executed conveyed profound internal strength and exquisite swordsmanship. But Sig's seasoned demeanor and composure made him appear as if he danced through battle, a tranquility only found in those who have endured countless life-and-death trials. This man was no ordinary individual. Catalina sighed inwardly, embarking on a re-evaluation of her relationship with Sig. From an initial dynamic of manipulation and being manipulated, it had transformed into a profound admiration and curiosity. She discovered her interest in Sig deepening, not merely due to his formidable prowess, but also because of his inscrutable wisdom and grand vision. She resolved that despite her past with the Navy and the uncertainties of the future, She would carve out her place aboard Sig's ship, standing shoulder to shoulder with this extraordinary crew of pirates. Perhaps this would become the most exhilarating and worthy chapter of her life. As training progressed, Catalina actively sought to assist in guiding the crew through the weaknesses in their Six Styles practice, demonstrating her value through tangible actions. This initiative earned Sig's approving gaze, subtly establishing a new rapport and balance between them. Standing at the edge of the deck, Sig's eyes followed Catalina's agile form, his admiration swelling within. She gracefully leapt into the sea, instantly confronting a Sea King intent on attacking the vessel. Her movements were swift and precise. With a flash of her blade, the Sea King sank silently to the depths, the entire process seamless and devoid of hesitation. Catalina then elegantly returned to the deck, her damp attire clinging to her skin, accentuating her alluring curves, leaving several crew members awestruck, with some even awkwardly covering their noses. Noticing their reactions, Catalina smirked playfully, her tone laced with teasing. It seems my return has surprised everyone. But, mates, let us not forget we are pirates. Encountering a Sea King should be well within your capabilities. Perhaps you simply enjoy seeing me in this drenched state." As she spoke, she lightly shook her wet hair, sending droplets flying and eliciting a chorus of laughter. Instantly lifting the atmosphere, Sig's lips curled into an uncharacteristic smile, silently approving of Catalina's performance. Her presence not only augmented the strength of the mountain bandit, but also ignited the crew's fighting spirit. Approaching Catalina, he remarked with acknowledgement, "Your skills are commendable, Catalina. But remember, the real test lies ahead. We require not just strength, but also wisdom and unity." Catalina inclined her head slightly, her eyes sparkling with a challenge. "Rest assured, Captain Sig, I am not merely a decorative vase. My intellect and abilities will reveal unforeseen value." Sig nodded, turning to face the crew, his tone regaining its customary authority. "All right, today's interlude concludes here. Catalina is correct. As pirates, we cannot always rely on others to resolve our issues. Starting tomorrow, in addition to our regular training, I will implement simulations for handling unexpected situations, including encounters with Sea Kings. Each of us must become stronger." The crew responded in unison, the air brimming with determination and anticipation. The interaction between Sig and Catalina not only showcased her prowess, but also inspired a collective resolve among the crew to elevate their capabilities. Meanwhile, Sig quietly entertained the thought that this woman, once entangled with the Navy, might become an indispensable asset on their voyage. As dusk descended, the crew gathered on the deck of the Mountain Bandit, holding their breath in anticipation. Their eyes shimmered with a mix of expectation and reverence to them. The sparring between Sig and Catalina represented not merely a visual spectacle, but a precious opportunity for learning and growth. The sea breeze caressed them, carrying a hint of salt, as everything on the deck seemed to hush in preparation for the impending swordsmanship display. Sig and Catalina stood facing each other, their gazes locking in silent understanding. Requiring no words, each drew their long sword, the tips gently touching as if signaling the commencement of an ancient ritual, heralding an impending silent duel. "Let us begin," Sig murmured, his tone imbued with undeniable resolve. Catalina nodded slightly, a mischievous smile dancing on her lips, eager for this moment. Almost simultaneously, they launched into action, blades flashing like meteors streaking across the night sky, dazzling and brilliant. Initially, the swordplay was discernible. Every move and counter was clear, leaving the crew in awe of their exceptional skill, with some attempting to mimic their finesse, only to find themselves unable to keep pace. As time elapsed, the speed of their duel escalated to a lightning-fast rhythm, silver glimmers rendering it impossible to distinguish between sword and shadow, the very air around them crackling as if sliced by their fierce energy. The crew watched, spellbound. Even the most basic maneuvers were executed with such artistry that it left them breathless. "This is no longer mere swordplay. It is pure art," a young crew member whispered, his voice filled with astonishment. As the dance of blades unfolded, Sig and Catalina's techniques intertwined, at times clashing with sparks flying, at others deftly evading one another, akin to twin dragons frolicking in water, harmonious yet charged with tension. This was not merely a contest of strength, but a battle of wits and strategy. Each encounter silently conveying profound insights into the way of the sword. Gradually, the flurry of blades softened until it came to a complete halt, both sheathing their swords, standing face to face, breaths slightly hurried, yet their eyes reflecting satisfaction and understanding. Thunderous applause erupted around them, the crew cheering in delight. They had witnessed not just a visual feast, but also an enlightening experience. Remember, swordsmanship is not merely about combat. It is a reflection of self-cultivation. Sig addressed the crew, his voice soft yet resonant. Catalina added with a smile, and each exchange is an opportunity for self-discovery. Each of us harbors infinite potential. The key lies in our willingness to continuously learn and challenge ourselves. As night deepened, the deck of the Mountain Bandit remained charged with lingering excitement and contemplation. The demonstration by Sig and Catalina was not merely a showcase of skill. It had sown the seeds of excellence within each crew member's heart. In a solemnly adorned conference room deep within the World Government Navy headquarters, the lights blazed brightly. Seated around a vast circular table were several stern-faced colonels clad in Navy uniforms, their expressions betraying the gravity of the unknown challenges ahead. Regarding the recent intelligence we've gathered, the individual claiming the title of Mountain Bandit, Sig, has recently welcomed a formidable female warrior, Catalina, into his ranks, began one colonel responsible for intelligence gathering, placing a classified document at the center of the table. The document contained extensive details about Catalina and her performance at sea. Her presence has significantly bolstered the overall combat capability of the Mountain Bandit, remarked another colonel, an old veteran marked by the scars of battle. His brow furrowed as he pondered. If the intelligence is accurate, Catalina is not only a skilled fighter, but also seems to possess a measure of cunning and leadership. This undoubtedly enhances Sig's strength. We must reassess the threat level posed by the Mountain Bandit. He concluded that a moment of silence enveloped the room, each individual contemplating the implications of this new development. Then, a strategic analyst broke the silence. While Sig's strength has increased, his operational tactics appear to have shifted. Unlike other marauding pirate crews, he has refrained from unjustly attacking civilians and the Navy, complicating our decisions regarding bounty placements. Indeed, a younger colonel interjected. By conventional standards, a pirate of his caliber, commanding such powerful members, should see his bounties skyrocket into the billions. However, considering his behavioral patterns, such an increase may convey a misleading message, misclassifying him among those reckless and indiscriminate killers. We require more comprehensive information to weigh our options. The brigadier seated at the head of the table finally spoke, his voice steady and authoritative. On one hand, we cannot overlook the potential growth of any force that threatens the world order. On the other, we must proceed with caution to avoid unnecessary panic and escalation of conflict. I propose the dispatch of an elite reconnaissance team to further monitor the movements of Sig, while simultaneously gathering more intelligence regarding Catalina. Furthermore, the general continued, we must also contemplate Sig's long-term ambitions. That a pirate endowed with wisdom and self-restraint may harbor aspirations that extend far beyond mere plunder of the seas. We need to anticipate and prepare appropriate countermeasures. Within the conference room, a chorus of nods echoed in agreement. With the issuance of orders, a new round of investigations and surveillance swiftly commenced. The naval headquarters engaged in a more profound and meticulous discussion regarding how to define the bounty value of the mountain pirate King Sig and his crew, as well as how to respond to this emerging force. This discourse transcended mere numerical assessments of bounty. It became a thoughtful deliberation on how to balance justice and reality, prediction and prevention. From the perspectives of the world government and the Navy, Sig and his ship, the Mountain Pirate King, emerged as variables that demanded careful consideration. Amidst the azure waves of the East Sea, the Mountain Pirate King cut through the water like a solitary, proud behemoth. Ever since Sig effortlessly repelled the joint assault of a dozen formidable pirates single-handedly, his name had spread like thunder before a storm across the waters of the East Sea. On the deck, crew members gathered in small clusters, relishing the rare moments of leisure, their conversations punctuated by laughter. In the distance, several small pirate ships, upon spotting the silhouette of the Mountain Pirate King, immediately turned their bows and hastened to flee, fearing the onset of unnecessary trouble. "Hey, did you see that? Those fellows are fleeing like they've encountered a ghost, faster than rabbits," exclaimed a burly crewman, brandishing a jug of liquor and pointing at the retreating vessels with a hearty laugh. Captain Sig's reputation is truly resounding. Who in the EC isn't aware of our mountain pirate king? Another young crew member chimed in, pride evident in his tone. Catalina leaned against the ship's railing, a faint smile gracing her lips as she softly remarked, "Indeed, Sig's renown has spared us considerable trouble, but let us not become overly complacent. The strong are often solitary, and true challenges frequently arise from unexpected quarters." Hearing this, Sig approached and gently patted Catalina on the shoulder, his gaze reflecting both admiration and profundity. Catalina was right. Strength serves as a shield for oneself and one's companions, yet excessive confidence can morph into a blind vulnerability. Although the EC is vast, there are even broader waters awaiting our conquest, with stronger adversaries lying in wait. However, indulging in the light-hearted moments afforded by our far-reaching fame is not without merit. After all, beyond battle, we too require moments of rest and laughter. Sig's words bore a rare lightness, eliciting another round of laughter from the surrounding crew members. The sun gradually dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in vibrant shades of orange and red, while the sea breeze, laced with a hint of saltiness, gently caressed Sig's sun-kissed face. Their ship was quietly anchored in an unnamed island, surrounded by the soft sounds of waves lapping against the rocks and the occasional call of distant seagulls, creating an atmosphere of remarkable tranquility. Sig stood at the ship's railing, gazing out at this unknown land, his heart a tumult of emotions. After prolonged drifting at sea, fresh water had become their most pressing need. This seemingly desolate isle had transformed into their sole beacon of hope. Turning to inquire among the crew, he sought even the faintest morsel of information regarding their location, only to be met with bewildered shakes of the head and perplexed expressions. This island appeared to be a forgotten corner of the world, its very name eluding them, that a sudden wave of loneliness enveloped Sig in the vastness of this ocean. The insignificance and helplessness of humanity were magnified, prompting a nostalgic yearning for the days when experienced sailors stood by his side. Those individuals always managed to find direction in the direst of moments, instilling confidence and security within the team. Yet now, everything relied solely on his own and his crew's explorative endeavors. Beyond the red Earth continent lay an even broader world, teeming with the unknown. Sig pondered silently. The red Earth continent, a demarcation line in the eyes of seafarers. Once crossed, leads to the gateway of the new world, but also signifies greater challenges and dangers. This thought solidified in his mind. An idea began to take shape. Perhaps it was time to adjust his existing plans and prepare more thoroughly for the impending unknown. Just as the sun completely vanished beneath the horizon, leaving only a remnant of twilight in the sky, Sig led several crew members deeper into the island's interior, brandishing makeshift torches to illuminate their search for fresh water. The dense tropical foliage appeared particularly profound in the night, and the occasional cries of unknown creatures instilled a sense of alertness. But none of this could quench their thirst for fresh water. As they traversed a thicket of trees, a gentle yet distinctly audible sound of flowing water quietly reached their ears. In that moment, all weariness seemed to dissipate. They quickened their pace, the flickering torchlight revealing an opening. And before them lay a crystal-clear lake embraced by the jungle, its surface shimmering under the moonlight like a gem set in darkness. "Fresh water! We've found fresh water!" a young crew member exclaimed in excitement, his voice barely containing his elation as he dashed toward the lake's edge, cupping his hands to gather a handful of water, eagerly tasting it, his face soon adorned with a satisfied smile. Sig stood by the lake, his lips curling into an infrequent smile, his eyes sparkling with gratitude. "Thank the heavens, this is our fortunate haven," he murmured, his tone imbued with appreciation for nature's bounty. The crew members gathered around, some kneeling by the lake to drink deeply, while others filled their containers with water, their exchanges filled with joyous conversation. "This water is sweeter than any fine wine," Captain Sig, an older crew member, remarked, tears glistening in his eyes. perhaps recalling countless past struggles and desires for fresh water during their voyages. Indeed, it's thanks to everyone's perseverance and efforts that we've discovered this place, Sig encouraged, patting the older crewman on the shoulder, his words conveying strength. Now, let us cherish this gift. Let us rest well, and come dawn, we shall begin to stockpile fresh water while exploring this island for any other useful resources. The crew members nodded in agreement, their faces radiating hope and confidence for the future. As night deepened, the laughter and light-hearted atmosphere around the campfire seemed to distance the island from the world's turmoil. However, beneath the seemingly tranquil surface of the lake lay secrets yet unknown. As the night grew darker, pairs of deep red eyes began to emerge from the water's depths, silently observing the happenings on the shore like ghostly flames in the night. These eyes belonged to a group of colossal and mysterious creatures. Their bodies were covered in rough scales, reflecting a cold sheen under the moonlight. These beings glided soundlessly through the water, their immense forms creating not even the slightest ripple, as if they were part of the lake itself, perfectly merging with the darkness, monitoring every movement on the shore. On land, Sig and the crew remained immersed in their rare moments of relaxation. They gathered around the campfire, sharing food and discussing future exploration plans. Bursts of laughter erupting, completely unaware of the danger that was stealthily approaching. The flames of the campfire danced upon the excited faces of each crew member, illuminating their dreams and anticipations for the unknown journey ahead. Come, let us toast to our fortuitous day. Sig raised a wooden cup in his hand, filled to the brim with a simple fruit wine. The crowd responded in kind, their cups clinking together, producing a crisp and melodic sound. It was a distinctive celebration among sailors. Just as the atmosphere of merriment reached its zenith, a vigilant crew member suddenly changed countenance. Sensing an unsettling shift in the surrounding ambience, he halted his actions, straining to listen intently, attempting to discern the source of his unease. Yet, apart from the gentle lapping of waves against the shore and the laughter of his comrades, all seemed to revert to tranquility. However, at that moment, the surface of the lake began to ripple subtly, as if something was quietly approaching. Seated beside the campfire, Sig took a sip of rum, its amber hue glimmering in the firelight. Attempting to dispel the subtle disquiet within him with the warmth of the alcohol, as an experienced pirate, he possessed unwavering faith in his instincts. Yet tonight, he could not shake the feeling that perhaps he was being overly cautious. He gently closed his eyes, striving to concentrate and extend his observation haki, enveloping the entire island, including the seemingly tranquil lake. Initially, only the whispers of the sea breeze, the crackling of the fire, and the jovial chatter of the crew echoed in his perception. Gradually, however, a faint and ineffable disturbance began to linger at the edges of his consciousness, akin to a hidden life form lurking beneath the lake's surface, quietly observing them. Sig opened his eyes, his brow furrowed, unable to fully relax due to a sense of vigilance. Glancing around, he noted that his fellow crew members remained immersed in their celebrations, oblivious to his unease. With a self-deprecating smile, he mused, "What lake is devoid of fish? Where there are fish, bubbles will surely follow. I must be overly sensitive." Rising, he approached the campfire and poured himself a generous cup of rum, tilting his head back to gulp it down, allowing the spicy liquid to slide down his throat. Imparting a momentary numbness and release, the alcohol seemed to possess a certain enchantment, slightly easing his taut nerves and diminishing the doubts in his mind. Perhaps I truly need to learn to relax completely during such moments. Sig silently admonished himself, before rejoining the crew's laughter, striving to cast aside the lingering unease. Yet, deep within, that keen intuition continued to gently remind him. The unknown seas and islands perpetually harbored secrets and challenges yet to be unveiled. Amidst the revelry, a somewhat inebriated crew member staggered toward the lake's edge, intent on relieving himself. Clutching an almost empty rum bottle in one hand, he intermittently took swigs, savoring the last vestiges of intoxication. Under the moonlight, the lake's surface lay as still as glass, starkly contrasting with the revelry by the campfire, exuding an air of serene tranquility. "Hey, even this lake is joining me for a drink." He jested at the lake's surface, entirely unaware that his actions were quietly shattering this tranquility. Yet, just as he prepared to indulge himself, an unusual red glow suddenly emanated from the depths of the lake. It was as though lanterns of crimson light had been ignited beneath the water, reflecting captivatingly with the rum bottle in his grasp. At first, he dismissed it as a mere illusion induced by alcohol, chuckling to himself as he continued to relish his drink. However, the red glow did not wane. Rather, it intensified, expanding in his vision as if each beam of light concealed a pair of enormous eyes, coldly gazing at him through the water. The effects of the alcohol quickly dissipated, replaced by a chilling sensation that coursed down his spine, snapping him back to lucidity as he nearly dropped the bottle. "What in the world is that?" he murmured, his gaze fixated on the increasingly vibrant red light, a wave of unprecedented terror surging within him. Suddenly, a faint yet distinct sound of a bubble bursting shattered the surrounding silence, followed by the gentle tremor of the lake's surface, as though a massive creature was slowly rising. In that instant, his heart raced to an extreme, nearly audible in the chaos of his chest. Instinctively, he realized that beneath this placid lake lay not mere fish, but some unknown and potentially perilous entity. Without a moment's hesitation, he stumbled away, nearly careening toward the campfire and his comrades, his mind fixated on a singular thought. He must immediately inform Captain Sig that there was something in the lake, a large something. Sig's attention was abruptly drawn back to reality by the panicked voice, instantly extricating himself from the relaxed atmosphere. Years spent at sea had honed his ability to swiftly assess situations. The crew member stood before him, pale and visibly terrified. This was not the demeanor of one accustomed to jest and revelry. "Slow down. Speak slowly," Sig commanded. Rising to his feet, the pleasant haze of rum instantly replaced by vigilance, surveying the surroundings. He noticed other crew members pausing in their tasks, the flickering light of the fire casting fragmented shadows on their faces, the atmosphere growing tense. The shaken crew member gasped for breath, intermittently recounting his encounter by the lake. As Sig listened, his brow knitted tighter, the unease in his heart reigniting, not as a vague sensation, but as a concrete and pressing sense of danger. "Everyone, be on guard," Sig declared loudly, his voice imbued with undeniable authority. The crew members sprang into action, some arming themselves, while others busied themselves gathering supplies. The jovial atmosphere by the fire swiftly transformed into a tense state of readiness. Sig approached the trembling crew member, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder before turning to the others. "That we do not know what that is, but the rules of the sea dictate that the unknown is perilous, that we cannot linger here. Prepare the ship immediately, and do so swiftly." With the command issued, the crew moved rapidly and efficiently, none questioning Sig's decision. He personally led a group, brandishing torches, cautiously approaching the lake's edge, eager to witness the unknown for himself. The lake remained serene, save for the occasional ripples stirred by the wind, and the peculiar red glow had vanished without a trace. Yet Sig understood well that beneath calm waters often lay tumultuous currents. He ordered the team to remain vigilant while employing his observation hockey once more, seeking to capture any anomalous disturbances. Just as they prepared to withdraw, the lake's surface suddenly convulsed violently, as if some colossal entity were breaking free from its watery confinement. In the next moment, a massive shadow erupted from the depths with a thunderous splash, and at that instant, even Sig could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. Before them loomed a creature unlike any he had ever encountered, its immense form shimmering with an otherworldly sheen, the eyes that had seemed to lurk behind the red glow now fixated on them with a chilling intensity, exuding an air of unassailable authority. "Retreat," Sig ordered without hesitation, drawing his sword as he braced himself for the worst. The crew members swiftly withdrew, showing no sign of hesitation. They understood that in the face of such an unknown entity, fleeing was the wisest course of action. Sig positioned himself at the rear of the group, his silhouette resolute and unwavering in the firelight. Though he commanded the entire crew to retreat, he did not immediately follow suit. Instead, he chose to remain behind, his sword gleaming with a steely resolve, a testament to his unwavering determination. "Go on, I will follow shortly," he spoke in a low voice to the several hesitant crew members beside him, who wished to remain and offer support. Asked the captain. Ensuring the safety of all crew members was his foremost duty, and at times, this necessitated that someone take on the responsibility of covering the retreat. The colossal creature drew ever closer, its immense form casting a daunting shadow in the night, each movement causing the ground to tremble. Sig narrowed his eyes, calmly analyzing every detail of the creature before him. Its skin was tough, seemingly impervious to conventional weapons. Though its movements were sluggish, its strength was formidable, and the consequences of being caught within its reach were unimaginable. The effects of alcohol had evaporated in the tense atmosphere. Replaced by the fervor of battle surging through his veins, Sig adjusted his breathing, entering a state of optimal readiness for combat. His years at sea had honed not only his swordsmanship, but also his willpower to remain composed in times of peril. Come forth, whatever abyssal monstrosity you may be. You shall not easily take away our freedom. Sig let out a low roar, a declaration of war against the unknown creature, as well as a reaffirmation of his own fighting spirit. Just as the creature was about to strike, Sig sprang forth, akin to an arrow released from his bow, his sword slicing through the air with a sharp whistle, targeting the creature's most vulnerable spot. This was not merely an attack. It was a cover for the retreating crew, ensuring their safe return to the ship. The clash of sword against the unknown creature produced a jarring metallic clang. Sparks flying in all directions, Sig utilized his agility and experience to deftly maneuver through the creature's assaults, each swing of his sword precise and powerful, showcasing his valor and cunning as a pirate. Meanwhile, in the distance, the crew had boarded the ship, ready to set sail, awaiting their captain's return. They glanced back at Sig, still engaged in battle, their eyes reflecting both concern and admiration, for they knew that with such a captain, no matter how fearsome the enemy, there would always be a glimmer of hope. As the battle escalated, Sig became embroiled in a fierce struggle with the gigantic, tentacled sea beast. The creature resembled a nightmare from the abyss, each tentacle moving with the agility of a serpent, its surface adorned with glistening suckers that emitted an eerie luminescence, rendering it particularly terrifying in the night. It lashed out with its tentacles, akin to a swarm of snakes attempting to ensnare Sig in an endless dark void. Sword dance. Whirlwind slash, Sig shouted, his body spinning gracefully, the sword transforming into a silver tempest, precisely severing the approaching tentacles. Each strike resonated with explosive sounds of rupture and sparks, filling the air with the briny scent of seawater and the beast's foul odor. Sig's swordplay was not only swift, but also imbued with intricate rhythmic variations, allowing him to find breathing room amid the onslaught. The sea beast, unwilling to yield, emitted a deafening roar, its massive form quaking as countless tentacles rained down like a torrential downpour, seeking to overwhelm Sig. The wrath of the abyss, is it? Then let me witness your limits. Sig's gaze sharpened, his haki surging with renewed intensity, a faint blue glow emerging on his skin, a testament to the pinnacle of his power. Wave cleaving, whale strike. Sig concentrated all his strength at the tip of his sword, launching himself like an ancient warrior challenging a sea giant, his form slicing through the sky like a meteor tearing through the night. The sword aimed directly at the center of the beast's massive head. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. The blade collided with the beast's formidable shell, producing a heart-stopping roar, sparks illuminating half the sky. As the strike landed, the creature's immense body shuddered, its tentacle assault noticeably weakened. Sig pressed the advantage, unleashing a relentless flurry of strikes, each swing accompanied by the beast's anguished howls, the tide of battle beginning to shift. Not far away, the crew's eyes were glued to this thrilling confrontation, their hearts racing with each clash. Filled with both worry and hope, Sig's gallant display was not merely a fight against the sea beast. It was a testament that regardless of the formidable foe, as long as there is faith and courage, no obstacle is insurmountable. Ultimately, when the last tentacle fell limply, the sea beast's colossal form slowly collapsed, signaling the end of the battle. Sig stood at the center of the battlefield. Though weary, his eyes sparkled with the light of victory. His figure loomed larger in the hearts of his crew. Becoming a legend immortalized, Sig stood upon the battlefield, his chest heaving, breaths heavy yet unable to mask his exhilaration. Sweat mingled with seawater, tracing down his resolute features, dripping onto the ground shattered by the remnants of battle. He marveled inwardly. Such an evenly matched contest was indeed rare, especially in the East Sea, often regarded as a novice sailor's haven, granting him a newfound appreciation for the depth and mystery of this maritime expanse. Hey, EC, how many undiscovered secrets do you still harbor? Sig mused, his gaze a mixture of reverence and anticipation. Just as he became lost in thought, the atmosphere around him shifted ominously. The once tranquil lake was no longer serene. Pairs of blood-red eyes began to surface, resembling the most sinister stars in the night sky, silently observing everything on shore. An uncanny and unsettling aura filled the air, a thirst for blood. A response to the remnants of battle. It seemed that the conflict had not truly concluded. Sig tightened his grip on his sword, scanning his surroundings. The number of those eyes continued to multiply, each revealing the predator's greed and cunning. The lake rippled gently, accompanied by deep, rumbling sounds, as if some creature beneath the surface was stirring, drawn by the scent of blood from the shore, preparing to launch another onslaught. The eyes of the abyss, perhaps? How intriguing that a cold smile crept onto Sig's lips as the fighting spirit within him reignited. The true challenge may have only just begun. He quickly checked his gear, ensuring that each weapon was ready to face any potential scenario that might arise next. If this was a trial bestowed upon me by the EC, then I, Sig, gladly accept, he proclaimed loudly, his voice piercing the night sky, echoing between the islands, eliciting more responses from the red-eyed entities, as if they were acknowledging his courage and resolve in this manner. Sig stood at the lake's edge, radiating an undeniable aura of authority, gazing intently at the eerie, crimson glowing surface. Within him, there was no trace of fear, only a fervent yearning for self-limits and the thrill of challenge. True warriors never shy away from trials. Rather, they continuously break through their limits in adversity. Sword howl. Lake's surface slash, Sig shouted. His form darted across the lakeshore like a wraith, the long sword carving a brilliant arc as it struck down upon the placid surface of the lake. In this strike, he not only concentrated all his strength, but also infused it with a profound understanding of the sword's path. The moment the blade touched the water surface, it seemed as if space itself was cleaved in two. The lake was instantly torn apart by an immense force, a column of water shooting skyward, revealing the dark abyss beneath. Come forth, whatever you may be, let us engage in a thrilling contest today. Sig's voice resonated across the lake, a blend of provocation and irreverence, yearning for a stronger opponent, eager to validate the fruits of his years of training through real combat. The red eyes below intensified. Accompanied by a chorus of furious growls, the water surface began to churn violently, as one after another, sea creatures surged forth, propelled by the wrath ignited within them. They varied in form, some adorned with tentacles, others bearing hardened shells, and some colossal fish, all driven by hatred and animosity towards the intruder, charging towards Sig. Faced with such a multitude of uniquely formidable adversaries, Sig did not flinch. Rather, a glimmer of excitement crossed his eyes. This would be the ultimate test of his physical prowess and will, perhaps the very opportunity he had long sought, a chance to elevate himself to new heights. Then come forth, let me witness your true abilities. Within the depths of his heart, Sig let out a low roar, his body transforming into a streak of lightning as he charged towards the surging horde of sea beasts. The glimmer of his sword flickered, each strike precise and lethal, weaving effortlessly through the throngs of creatures as if engaged in a dance. Every leap, in turn, an interpretation of the art of life. The battle raged on for an indeterminate duration. Sig's garments drenched in a mixture of sweat and lake water, yet the fire of resolve in his eyes burned ever brighter. In this seemingly desperate struggle, he was not merely combating external foes. He was engaged in a dialogue with himself, delving into the depths of his being to explore that indomitable spirit and insatiable pursuit of power. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon Sig, every fiber of his muscles protesting, as if reminding him he was nearing his limits. Yet at that moment, the suppressed emotions within him reached a boiling point. Anger, a desire for challenge, and an unquenchable thirst for victory. All these feelings coalesced into a formidable force. Churning within his heart, desperately seeking release, a thunderous roar erupted from Sig's chest, transcending mere anger. It was the awakening of his conqueror's haki. With this roar, an invisible wave emanated from Sig, radiating outward like a tidal surge, sweeping across the lake's surface and causing the very air around him to tremble. This force was so profound that even the restless sea beasts, whether grievously wounded or barely clinging to life, felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. Their eyes lost the glimmer of greed and ferocity, replaced instead by profound fear and submission in the face of nature's absolute authority, retreating in a flurry into the vast expanse of the lake. Too frightened to provoke further confrontation, the manifestation of his conqueror's haki transformed Sig's demeanor, his figure appearing remarkably grand beneath the morning light, as if the entire world made way for him at that moment. He closed his eyes, savoring this newfound power, a validation of his will and an elevation of his strength. Oh, this is my potential, Sig murmured, a satisfied smile gracing his lips that he realized that this was not merely an awakening of ability, but a coronation of his beliefs, a reward for countless battles and the repeated challenges he had faced. As the sea beast dispersed, tranquility returned to the battlefield. Sig took a deep breath, recalibrating himself. Although the awakening of his conqueror's haki marked a significant milestone, it was merely the beginning of his journey. Ahead lay more challenges awaiting his Longsword. In that moment, Sig appeared enveloped by an intangible force, his gaze glimmering with an unprecedented determination and pride. As his will coalesced, an indescribable pressure erupted from him, embodying the legendary conqueror's haki, a remarkable aura that belonged solely to a king. This power manifested as tangible black and red ripples, swiftly expanding outward from Sig. The black-red luminescence intertwined in the air, reminiscent of the most enigmatic stars in the night sky or the roar of an ancient beast awakening, carrying an undeniable aura of intimidation that swept across the entire island. The island's forest was the first to succumb to this force's onslaught. Leaves instantaneously lost their verdant sheen as though brushed by an unseen hand, collectively drooping, even the stoutest trunks trembling slightly in homage to this overwhelming power. An oppressive atmosphere pervaded the air, instilling a sense of reverence. Under the shadow of his conqueror's haki, no creature in the woods remained unscathed. Birds that had been cheerfully chirping in the treetops were now ensnared by an invisible net, their wings limp as they plummeted from the sky, succumbing to a profound state of unconsciousness. Likewise, even the cunning foxes and fierce wild boars were compelled to halt, their eyes shutting as their massive forms gradually collapsed, plunging the entire forest into an eerie silence. The very sky seemed to tremble under this power, clouds gathering as the black-red light intermingled with the somber tones of the heavens, creating a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. At that moment, the entire island and the sky above bore witness to Sig's conqueror's haki, etching this soul-stirring tableau into existence. Such a spectacle not only served as a direct manifestation of Sig's might, but also silently proclaimed his qualifications as a king, instilling fear in all who perceived this moment, imparting a profound understanding of what it truly means to possess the spirit of a dominator. On the deck of the ship, the crew of the Mountain Thief King gathered, their gazes piercing through the ship's railing towards the island enveloped in black-red light. Not far off, shock and confusion were etched on every face. Yet beneath it all lay an unmistakable thrill and pride. Despite their bewilderment at Sig's sudden display of extraordinary power, they sensed it heralded his imminent return, and in a manner unprecedented. "Look at that sky. Is it the power of Captain Sig? I can hardly believe it," exclaimed a young crew member, his voice quivering with excitement. "Indeed, I have followed the captain for many years, and never have I witnessed such an astonishing sight of him. This is undoubtedly the legendary conqueror's haki," affirmed an older crew member, admiration glimmering in his eyes. Within the cabin, several crew members huddled around a tattered map, their conversation brimming with anticipation. The captain has truly made waves this time. Once he returns, the name of the Mountain Thief King will surely echo throughout the seas. Absolutely. Who would dare to underestimate us now? Captain Sig is our pride. Another chimed in, fists clenched, eyes ablaze with fervor. As the influence of the conqueror's haki gradually waned, The island's outline became clearer, and the crew's spirits soared. They began to organize their gear and check their weapons, each harboring a fervent heart, ready to welcome back their returning king. Brothers, prepare to welcome the captain. After today, the Mountain Thief King will embark on a new chapter, announced the burly first mate, his sharp gaze sweeping over the crew. His voice resonated through the cabin, igniting a wave of cheers and responses from every member. In that moment, every individual aboard the Mountain Thief King brimmed with anticipation. Among the crowd stood a unique figure, Catalina. Once a member of the Navy, she now infiltrated this band of pirates as a covert agent. In the face of Sig's display of Conqueror's Haki, her reaction was markedly different from that of the ordinary pirates. In her profound gaze, there lay both shock and a glimmer of understanding. Conqueror's Haki. How is this possible? Catalina murmured, the turmoil within her mind difficult to quell. As a former Navy officer, she was acutely aware of what Conqueror's Haki entailed, a talent grasped only by a select few elite warriors. Symbolizing supreme dominion and serving as a prerequisite for the throne of the Pirate King. Surveying the jubilant pirates around her, her heart was a tumult of emotions. These individuals were blissfully ignorant of the concept of the three kinds of Haki. They only perceived Sig's incredible strength without realizing that it signified his ascension into the ranks of top-tier warriors. Mastering the three forms of Haki marked one as among the most formidable in the New World. Catalina pondered, evaluating the potential ramifications of this unexpected turn of events. What astonished her even more was that a being endowed with such extraordinary power chose to remain hidden in the relatively tranquil East Sea. Why did he linger here? Was there a plan? Or did the East Sea conceal some unknown secret? A series of questions swirled in Catalina's mind, and she realized the urgency of conveying this critical intelligence to the naval headquarters. Amidst the jubilant celebrations, she discreetly withdrew to a corner, skillfully producing a clandestine communication device to begin drafting an encrypted report. Her fingers danced swiftly across the keys, each character laden with profound significance. For she understood that this information had the potential to reverberate throughout the entire naval hierarchy, possibly altering the fates of certain individuals. A hidden tyrant. The tranquility of the East Sea might merely be a fade. What exactly are you plotting, Sig? As she mused silently, a flicker of complexity crossed her gaze. With the transmission complete, Catalina seamlessly rejoined the throng, outwardly composed, yet her inner turmoil churned like a tempest. She recognized that every subsequent step would be of paramount importance. Standing at the edge of the deck, the sea breeze caressed her face, yet it could not alleviate the weight upon her heart. Sig's emergence, particularly his manifestation of the three-color Conqueror's Haki, represented for her not merely a major discovery in her mission, but a perplexing enigma. At the naval headquarters, even seasoned generals were not universally adept at mastering the three-color Haki. In this remote East Sea, such formidable entities were indeed rare. Vivid images of the East Sea base filled her mind. The well-trained soldiers. The intricately equipped warships, all of which appeared invulnerable in ordinary circumstances. Yet now, in comparison to Sig's almost monstrous strength, they seemed pathetically fragile. That if he truly harbored ulterior motives, a shiver coursed through Catalina, and she dared not contemplate further. The peace of the East Sea, and indeed the balance of the entire world, could potentially be upended by the will of such an individual. This cannot be allowed to transpire. With a quiet resolve, the hesitation in her eyes gradually transformed into determination. As a naval officer, protecting the populace and upholding justice was her duty. Even now, with her special status, that conviction remained unshaken. Catalina began to observe her surroundings with heightened caution. As an informant, every decision she made was critical. She commenced formulating a plan, contemplating how to investigate Sig's true intentions without revealing her identity, while also seeking the opportune moment to relay this intelligence to headquarters, all the while ensuring the residents of the East Sea remained unscathed. The moment Sig emerged from the forest, it was as if an emperor had arrived, enveloped by an invisible aura of authority. His smile exuded a blend of confidence and pride. That it was the satisfaction of having finally mastered the Conqueror's Haki, as well as a burgeoning sense of self-worth. Unlike the neophytes of legend who fainted upon first awakening their Haki, Sig not only fully controlled his power, but wielded it with ease, elevating his self-assessment even further. Haha, it seems my efforts have not been in vain. The Conqueror's haki is finally mine to command. He laughed heartily. The strength behind his laughter reverberated through the air, resonating across the entire island. As he appeared, the crew of the Mountain Bandit ship gathered around him, their eyes filled with admiration and awe, eagerly recounting the spectacular scene of the crimson-black light in the sky. Their words laced with exaggeration, each attempting to express their loyalty and reverence for Sig in their own way. Boss, that light was as if a deity descended upon us. The entire island quaked under your presence. Indeed, indeed. I dare say, even the other pirate crews of the EC would be frightened to the core upon witnessing such a spectacle. Boss, you are the pride of our Mountain Bandit ship. With your Conqueror's haki, what is there to fear? Sig listened to his subordinate's flattery, a knowing smile playing on his lips. This was not merely an affirmation of his strength, but also a reinforcement of their team's cohesion. Slowly raising his hand to signal for silence, he spoke in a voice imbued with magnetism. All right, my comrades, I have felt your enthusiasm. But remember, true power is meant to protect our families and defend our freedom, not for ostentation. The Conqueror's haki is yet another sword on our path forward. In the days to come, let us wield it to carve out a new world that belongs to us. Upon his words, the ship erupted into even more fervent applause and cheers as Sig's gaze pierced through the crowd, looking toward the horizon, where vast seas awaited, filled with the unknown and challenge. In the command room of the EC Naval Base. The lights blazed brilliantly as an urgent high-level meeting convened. Following the receipt of Catalina's confidential report, the atmosphere in the conference room grew palpably tense. Senior officers sat in a circle, each face etched with seriousness and disbelief. Sig, that minor player in the EC, has awakened the Conqueror's haki. The commander of the naval base repeated incredulously, his brow furrowed, his eyes reflecting deep skepticism. The intelligence minister seated beside him quickly sifted through the documents in hand, confirming their accuracy before exhaling softly and stating, according to Catalina's description, the situation is indeed as such. Moreover, he seems to have mastered the three-color haki, which is exceedingly rare in the EC. Low murmurs erupted in the conference room as the generals exchanged glances, their faces revealing shock and unease. A young rear admiral broke the silence, his voice tinged with evident anxiety. How is this possible? A pirate with a relatively modest bounty possesses such power. Have our assessments gone awry? An experienced veteran shook his head, lips pressed tightly together, his expression grave. We cannot deny this fact. If Catalina's intelligence is accurate, then Sig's strength has far exceeded our expectations, posing a significant threat to the stability of the EC. The commander rubbed his temples, his demeanor stark. Previously, our bounty assessment of Sig was indeed overly conservative. It is now apparent that we must reassess his threat level. More importantly, we need to devise immediate countermeasures to prevent any untoward actions on his part. The discussion surrounding Sig intensified in the conference room. Some proposed strengthening maritime patrols, while others suggested deploying additional forces to encircle his potential areas of activity. Concerns were also raised about the possibility of a more profound conspiracy lurking behind the scenes. We cannot afford to be complacent, the intelligence minister summarized. The awakening of the Conqueror's haki is no trivial matter. It signifies that Sig may harbor greater ambitions, and we must verify all information and prepare for the worst. Within the high-level conference room of the EC Naval Base, discussions regarding Sig reached a fever pitch point. Two factions emerged, one advocating for a proactive defensive strategy, while the other urged caution to avoid unnecessary conflict. We cannot overlook the goodwill Sig has exhibited. A middle-aged general spoke slowly, his tone calm and rational. He has yet to act against civilians or the Navy, indicating he may have more long-term plans. The possibility of him joining the 7 warlords of the sea cannot be dismissed. If that is the case, our excessive vigilance may only drive him toward opposition. But we cannot rule out that this may be a tactic. A young officer countered, his gaze sharp. Powerful pirates often have inscrutable motives. Sig may be waiting for the opportune moment, and once we lower our guard, he could reveal his fangs. We cannot gamble with a piece of the EC. An experienced general gently tapped the table. Joining the discussion, we should prepare for both scenarios that on one hand, we must enhance our surveillance of Sig's movements to discern his true intentions. On the other hand, we should maintain a prudent distance, avoiding provocation, lest we incite this potential powerhouse. After all, a strong individual possesses their dignity. Unnecessary conflict will only hasten the deterioration of the situation. The intelligence minister nodded in agreement, adding, simultaneously, we may attempt to explore Sig's true objectives through informal channels. If he is inclined to join the 7 warlords of the sea, we could guide him toward a path beneficial to us. Yet, dissenting voices persist. The risks associated with such actions are exceedingly high. Should Captain Sig truly harbor ambitions of dominance over the East Sea, will we not be nurturing a tiger that may turn against us? The most prudent course of action remains to fortify our base's defenses, remaining ever prepared to confront potential threats. Within the confines of the conference room, 2 opposing viewpoints clashed fiercely, resulting in a fervent debate. Ultimately, the commander-in-chief rendered a conclusion that we require additional intelligence to form a judgment. In the meantime, I shall report this situation to higher authorities, seeking further guidance and support. Until clear directives are provided, we must maintain vigilance without succumbing to rash actions, lest we incite unnecessary misunderstandings. Ladies and gentlemen, the peace of the East Sea rests upon our collective guardianship. With the issuance of orders, the meeting concluded, yet discussions regarding Sig and strategies for response quietly unfolded within the Navy. Each individual harbored their own considerations, casting a shadow of uncertainty over the future of the East Sea. Catalina stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the increasingly distinct outlines of the island ahead. Sunlight graced her face, yet it could not mask the perplexity etched upon her brow. With a soft sigh, the sea breeze gently stirred her navigation journal, the pages turning as if recounting the spontaneity and unpredictability of this voyage. Captain Sig, we are approaching an unknown island. Catalina raised her voice, ensuring her words pierced through the clamor emanating from the deck and reached the depths of the cabin. Moments later, Sig strode forth, his eyes shimmering with curiosity and excitement for the unknown island. Haha, therein lies the very thrill of being a pirate, does it not? Each voyage is an exploration of uncharted realms. Sig's tone brimmed with confidence and nonchalance, showing no signs of anxiety despite the absence of a navigational plan. Catalina arched an eyebrow, opting to refrain from further debate with Sig regarding the necessity of a navigator. Instead, she proposed perhaps we should first circumnavigate the island for preliminary exploration and mapping, at the very least to ascertain the island's fundamental characteristics to avoid unnecessary peril. Sig pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Indeed, safety must always come first. Catalina, you shall lead this exploration mission. Remember, we are not only in search of supplies, but also must remain vigilant for any secrets or treasures worthy of exploration. As the mountain bandit ship gradually maneuvered around the island's periphery, Catalina meticulously documented the island's features: lush jungles, meandering rivers, and the faint outlines of ancient ruins. Strange birds circled above the island, while distant peaks were shrouded in mist, imbuing this unknown land with an air of mystery. The crew busied themselves, some preparing landing supplies, others fine-tuning equipment in anticipation of deeper exploration, although initial doubts lingered regarding Sig's decision to forego a navigator. At this moment, every crew member's eyes sparkled with a yearning for adventure and an eagerness for the unknown. Catalina resolved internally that upon the conclusion of this expedition, she must engage Sig in a serious discussion about the importance of having a navigator. After all, the vastness of the ocean is fraught with peril, and a skilled navigator could guide them through this azure domain with greater safety and efficacy, in light of the crew's concerns. Captain Sig understood that fear often stems from the unknown. Thus, he resolved to personally lead an elite expedition team onto the island, seeking to inspire morale through decisive action. He selected several agile and seasoned crew members, including Catalina, each equipped with essential weapons and exploration gear, prepared to delve into the island's interior. Before departing the mountain bandit ship, Sig stood on the deck, addressing the remaining crew with a commanding voice. Our mission is not solely to unearth treasures or resources. It is also to demonstrate our courage and strength. Upon our return, I hope to bring back safe routes and bountiful gains. You shall remain here, vigilant, ready to assist us at a moment's notice." As the expedition team's vessel glided toward the shore, Catalina noted that despite their elite status, every individual in the team appeared remarkably cautious, frequently glancing back at the seemingly tranquil yet perilous waters. The footprints upon the sandy beach were swiftly erased by the tide, as if nature itself issued a warning, reminding them that once they set foot on this island, every step would tread upon the unknown. Within the island's depths, the dense tropical rainforest obscured sunlight, casting a dim and mysterious ambience as light struggled to penetrate through the gaps in the leaves. The team advanced with utmost caution, leveraging their mutual understanding and professional skills to evade potential traps and dangers. Catalina gripped her dagger tightly, her keen observational skills attuned to any subtle changes in the surrounding environment. Suddenly, an unusual sound shattered the forest tranquility, causing everyone's nerves to tense instantly. Sig swiftly gestured for silence, signaling the team to conceal themselves. They nestled amidst the thick underbrush, holding their breath as they focused on the direction of the sound. Before long, an unprecedented colossal creature ambled into their view, an unknown sea beast adorned with vibrant feathers and sharp claws, evidently larger and more ferocious than any creature they had previously encountered. Confronted by this sudden threat, Sig calmly assessed the situation, whispering to those nearby, "Remain silent and withdraw slowly, that we must find a more advantageous position before we act." The team members executed the directive swiftly and silently, their movements synchronizing with the forest's breath as they gradually distanced themselves from the beast's domain. This encounter served as yet another reminder that this island was far from the serene facade it presented, concealing countless unknowns and challenges. Inwardly, Sig contemplated the scene before him, which deepened his understanding of the perils that permeate the New World. Even the East Sea, regarded as the weakest of seas, harbors hidden unknowns and dangers that could astonish. This seemingly ordinary uninhabited island nurtured peculiar creatures that even the most seasoned among them dared not underestimate. Sig couldn't help but envision what extraordinary sights awaited in that distant, formidable New World. Where the strong abound, it appeared that the East Sea was merely a fragment of the vast oceanic canvas, with true challenges yet to unfold, Sig murmured, his gaze piercing through the dense treetops. As if traversing mountains and rivers to gaze upon the fabled red Earth continent and the new world beyond. His tone conveyed both reverence for the unknown and a restless yearning for adventure. We pirates of the East Sea are often underestimated by outsiders due to the reputation of our waters. Yet what I have witnessed today has only solidified my belief that every sea harbors forces capable of defying reason. Sig turned to the elite crew members following him. The formidable sea pirates of the New World face horrors and challenges that are likely beyond the realm of imagination. No wonder many cannot find their footing upon that brutal stage. Catalina, hearing this, displayed a flicker of agreement in her eyes. Indeed, we must not underestimate the profundity and vastness of the ocean merely because we find ourselves in the East Sea. This experience serves as both a caution and a precious asset for us. Only by continuously confronting and overcoming these unknowns can we grow stronger. The Catalina's mood shimmered like the sunlit sea, glimmering with anticipation and excitement. She realized that this expedition was not just a journey to satiate personal curiosity, but rather a remarkable opportunity to provide invaluable intelligence to the naval base. Her notebook was already filled with detailed accounts of the island's unique ecological features, potential resource points, and even the behavioral patterns of its strange creatures. This wealth of information would be crucial in enhancing the Navy's understanding of the unknown waters and formulating more precise strategic deployments. Upon the return of this report, it would undoubtedly garner significant attention, Catalina mused. Perhaps it could even serve as a pivotal step toward her promotion. The sense of achievement buoyed her steps, instilling an unprecedented sense of security, even upon the unknown and potentially perilous island. After all, with the formidable Sig by her side, undefeated thus far, a profound sense of safety enveloped her on this desolate isle. The sky loomed with a somber grayish-blue hue, while the sea breeze carried a mixture of saltiness and solitude. Sweeping across this seemingly forgotten corner of the world, the island was overgrown with weeds, and amidst the desiccated branches and fallen leaves, a faintly discernible path emerged, the sole remnant of nature's memory of past tumult. The surroundings were so silent that one could only hear the dull roar of waves crashing against the rocks, occasionally punctuated by the distant cries of seagulls, enhancing the desolation in this eerie stillness. An ominous atmosphere began to permeate the air. Beneath the shadow of a protruding rock, a pair of keen eyes, sharp as those of a hawk, concealed themselves, penetrating the darkness and fixating intently on a figure not far away, a pirate of around 60 years. His existence seemed as forgotten by time as the island itself, yet he clung to survival with tenacity. This old pirate was clad in tattered garments, the original color long lost to the ravages of time. The fabric riddled with patches as if hastily stitched together from assorted scraps. It bore the scars of countless storms and battles. Beneath his clothing, his gaunt frame appeared particularly emaciated, each rib seemingly striving to escape the confines of his skin, narrating tales of prolonged deprivation and hardship. Most pungent was the foul stench emanating from him, a noxious blend of salty seawater, long-neglected filth, and some decaying substance, rendering him nearly unapproachable. This odor was a microcosm of his years adrift at sea, chronicling countless brushes with death and the despair of solitary survival. Yet despite this, his eyes still sparkled with defiance and cunning, a glimmer belonging to a once mighty pirate, undiminished even in this desolate expanse. His hands, calloused and scarred, gripped a seemingly rudimentary yet weathered curved blade, poised to confront any imminent threat, be it the cruelty of nature or an unknown adversary that on this forsaken island. The old pirate and his tale resembled a fragment of desiccated history. Sig, as the navigator of the crew, possessed an almost primal intuition at this moment. Despite the seemingly tranquil surroundings, he sensed an unusual gaze piercing through the dense underbrush, fixated on him and his companions. The sensation was subtle yet unmistakable, akin to a leopard detecting the slightest tremor across the savannah. In pursuit of clarity, Sig sprang into action, gracefully executing one of the Marine's 6 forms. Moonwalk. His movements flowed seamlessly and swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, he soared into the air, standing firmly upon the low-hanging clouds, surveying all beneath him. With the sun's rays illuminating the scene, he discerned the source of the concealed gaze. It was the aforementioned old pirate, whose visage appeared even more weathered in the twilight. His eyes widened in terror. When the old pirate abruptly looked up and beheld Sig, suspended like a specter in midair, his weathered countenance drained of all color. In his mind, only a marine elite could wield the 6 forms with such ease. An instinctive fear washed over him, obliterating the calmness and cunning expected of a pirate seasoned by many tempests. Without further contemplation, he instinctively turned to flee, his frantic demeanor a stark contrast to his earlier shrewdness and ferocity. His legs seemed to abandon him, stumbling as he crawled across the grass, desperate to escape this sudden, terrifying threat. Sig observed the old pirate's frantic retreat, a cold smirk curling upon his lips as he pondered the absurdity of allowing such an antiquated figure to escape unscathed, especially considering the possibility that the pirate harbored vital intelligence or secrets. An undeniable resolve surged within him. He was determined to capture this old pirate at all costs. In this dense and intricate forest, the old pirate, relying on his familiarity with the terrain, darted through the trees like an elusive eel, attempting to shake off his pursuer. Yet, Sig was no easy prey. As an experienced sailor, he was equally adept in the arts of tracking and concealment, not to mention his mastery of observation hockey, a formidable ability to sense the emotions and presence of surrounding beings. With the aid of observation hockey, no matter how cunningly the old pirate altered his course to confuse his tracker, he could not escape Sig's perception. Sig closed his eyes, concentrating, gradually honing in on the old pirate's location through the faint ripples in the air and the persistent foul odor. His steps were light and steady, each movement precise, as if he had melded with the surrounding nature, silently closing in on his target. Ultimately, Sig arrived at the entrance of a concealed cave. Here, the underbrush was thick, and several large stones partially obscured the entrance. Without the guidance of observation hockey, it would be nearly impossible for an outsider to detect it. The stench emanating from within was even more overpowering, nearly suffocating. Undoubtedly, this was the old pirate's hideout. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he slowly pushed aside the stones blocking the entrance, and a wave of damp, moldy, and decayed air rushed forth. With the dim light filtering in, Sig could faintly make out the tattered remnants of discarded items within the cave, as well as the old pirate huddled in a corner. His eyes still flickered with vigilance and unease, but more so with despair. One may evade for a moment, yet not for a lifetime. Sig's voice was cold and resolute, reverberating within the narrow confines of the cave, heralding the end of the old pirate's escape. As Sig advanced, the air within the cave seemed to grow thick with tension. Faced with Sig's relentless approach, the old pirate's previously feigned bravado crumbled, replaced by an unmistakable terror and hopelessness. He trembled, collapsing to his knees, tears and snot mingling as they streamed down his weathered face, staining his tattered clothing with blotches. Those eyes, once sharp as a hawk's, were now filled with pleading and helplessness, resembling a seabird battered by storms, unable to find its way home. "Please, great marine," the old pirate's voice quivered, fragmented. I am but a broken man, an useless old fool with no threat to this world. I am willing to relinquish all my treasures, to divulge all the secrets I know, if only you would show me mercy and spare my life." He clasped his hands together, raising them above his head, his body trembling with fear as if each breath drained the last remnants of his vitality. In the dim cave, the old pirate appeared exceedingly small and abject, a stark contrast to the bold figure of his former piratical life, evoking a sense of poignant reflection on the capriciousness of fate. I know much about the unsolved mysteries of these waters, the whereabouts of other pirates, and even some intelligence from within the Navy. The old pirate hastily spilled every potentially valuable piece of information, attempting to barter for a glimmer of hope. "If you would spare me, I would serve you faithfully as a loyal servant for all eternity." Yet, amidst the old pirate's seemingly desperate pleas, a subtle glint of malice and calculation flickered in his eyes. The tears blurred his vision, yet could not obscure the cunning light within. He keenly observed a detail. Sig had come alone, with no other marines in sight. This minute observation ignited a spark of hope within him. Deliberately slowing his sobs to sound even more tragic, he furtively gauged Sig's reaction from the corner of his eye. The old pirate contemplated that if he could exploit the young marine's potential sympathy or the concerns of his solitary mission, perhaps he could negotiate a chance for survival, or even reverse his fate. "You see, this old frame of mine is no longer the sea wolf of yore." The old pirate feigned a cough, his voice hoarse as he continued that my childhood dream was to become the greatest explorer. Yet I unfortunately strayed onto a misguided path. Now, all I yearn for is to return to my homeland. Even in death, I wish to be laid to rest in my native soil. I spoke. I discreetly observed from the corner of my eye, seeking any sign of wavering in Sig's expression. "You are still young, with a bright future ahead of you. Why sully your hands with the unnecessary blood of an old man who has already surrendered?" The words of the old pirate carried a hint of plea, intertwined with a subtle threat, an intricate balance only a seasoned pirate could master, conveying both vulnerability and a veiled warning. That moment, the sunlight outside the cave seemed to intensify, and the interplay of light and shadow within illuminated the old pirate's wrinkled visage, casting an eerie atmosphere. Sig remained silent, yet his gaze sharpened, evaluating every nuance in the old pirate's expressions and words. Standing there, his eyes deep and resolute, exuding a calm and seasoned demeanor born from countless trials. His gaze seemed to penetrate the very essence of the old man, discerning the cunning hidden beneath the facade of weakness. Years of maritime experience had seen Sig slay numerous foes, transforming him from a naive youth into the composed and profound warrior he was today. Faced with the old pirate's theatrics, a cold smile briefly flickered in Sig's heart. Though he maintained an outward calm. "Old man, I comprehend your intentions." Sig's voice was steady and magnetic, devoid of urgency, radiating a sense of condescension. "In these waters, I have encountered many who sought survival through deceit. You are neither the first nor the last. However, Today, I am in a good mood, and have decided to grant you an opportunity. His tone betrayed an undeniable authority, laced with an elusive irony. Rise, old pirate. I care not for your past. Yet I find myself intrigued by the information you possess. Should you cooperate sincerely, perhaps I might consider granting you a swift end. Though his words hinted at mercy. His eyes were sharp as an eagle's, warning the old pirate against any attempts at trickery. Sig understood well that true strength lies not merely in overwhelming force, but in the precise manipulation of the human psyche. This was an opportunity to utterly shatter the old pirate's psychological defenses, making it clear that whether through brute confrontation or psychological warfare, he was no match. Upon hearing these words, the old pirate's eyes flickered with surprise. Soon followed by a tumult of complex emotions, he slowly rose, his body still trembling. Yet the ferocity in his gaze had significantly diminished. Realizing that this young naval officer was no ordinary foe, he knew he must tread carefully. Perhaps this truly was his final chance. The old pirate's mind swirled with tumultuous thoughts. The young officer before him was not only formidable, but also astute, rendering his every action a potential exposure. Direct resistance or deceit was evidently futile. He needed to devise a different path. Thus, suppressing his inner turmoil and fear, the old pirate began to weave a new plan. Deliberately feigning weakness, trembling, he spoke, "Noble officer, behold this frail old body of mine. I can scarcely walk, let alone possess any treasures or secrets. However, if you truly wish to hear my tale, there are a few dilapidated chests deep within the cave, containing remnants of the past and some maps. Perhaps they could be considered treasures." The old pirate cautiously observed Sig's reaction, silently praying that this deception would pique the officer's interest, while also preparing for any unforeseen consequences. Should Sig lose interest in these treasures or see through his ruse, the repercussions would be dire, and why old bones are hardly fit for movement. If you would be so kind, could you assist me in taking a look? He continued, a note of helplessness mixed with cunning in his voice, attempting to lure Sig into his carefully laid trap. Noticing Sig's apparent interest in his proposal, the old pirate felt a flicker of relief. Yet he dared not grow complacent. Fully aware that this was his last opportunity, as Sig nodded in agreement, they began to venture deeper into the cave. The old pirate feigned a faltering gait, while every nerve in his body remained taut, ever ready to strike. Although Sig outwardly appeared relaxed, his keen observation remained vigilant, ensconcing the old pirate within a protective aura. Every subtle movement of the old man was within his perception. A cold smile played in Sig's heart, fully aware of the old pirate's intentions, biding his time for the perfect moment to retaliate. Finally, as they delved deeper into the cave, and Sig's back was laid bare before the old pirate, the latter, since the moment had arrived, that a flash of resolute ferocity ignited in his eyes as he bit down hard, seemingly channeling years of resentment and unfulfilled rage into that one decisive blow. Shouting, "Beast of the sea!" roar, accompanied by his thunderous cry, he surged forward, intent on delivering a lethal strike to Sig. Yet, at the very instant he moved, Sig seemed to possess eyes in the back of his head. He nimbly pivoted, drawing his sword in a heartbeat. A glint of cold steel flashed. The air momentarily stilled, and then came the dull thud as the old pirate's left arm fell to the ground. Blood gushing forth, pain and shock contorting his features. Humph! Your years of piracy have made you forget the most fundamental rule of survival. Never underestimate your opponent, Sig stated coldly, sheathing his sword without a trace of compassion. This strike served both as a lesson and a warning, showcasing his absolute prowess and calm judgment as an elite. The old pirate clutched his severed limb, collapsing to the ground in agony. His eyes reflecting both fear and defiance, he recognized that his defeat was inevitable. All his scheming amounted to naught in the face of overwhelming strength. Within the cave, the sounds of the old pirate's labored breaths echoed alongside Sig's composed commands, bringing this brutal confrontation to a stark conclusion. The old pirate, now reduced to pitiful whimpers, began to plead desperately as Sig approached. His gaze was as sharp as a knife, cutting through the darkness, scrutinizing the old man's twisted visage, marred by pain and despair. The air hung heavy, broken only by the old pirate's labored breaths and the occasional drip of blood. "Oh, now you wish to beg for mercy. It seems rather too late." Sig's voice was calm and detached, akin to a winter wind penetrating the very marrow. Yet your life has lost its value to me, unless the information you provide piques my interest upon hearing this. A glimmer of hope sparked in the old pirate's eyes as he fought through the agony to speak, his voice trembling with urgency. That I know a secret, one regarding a treasure hidden deep within these waters, said to be buried by a king of an ancient kingdom. Within it lies not only mountains of gold, but also legendary weapons and priceless gems. Only a true nautical chart and a secret phrase can lead one to that place. And I know where the chart is. Sig's brow furrowed ever so slightly, intrigued by such information that he crouched down, his gaze piercing with scrutiny. Continue, he urged. Seizing this lifeline, the old pirate eagerly continued. The nautical chart is divided into 3 parts, each hidden on a different island, guarded by families who have protected them for generations. Only by gathering all 3 fragments can one piece together the complete route. That I can tell you the location of the first fragment. It lies at the center of Ghost Island, perpetually shrouded in thick fog, making it nearly inaccessible to outsiders. On the island stands an abandoned lighthouse. The first part of the nautical chart is concealed beneath its base. Sig remained silent for a moment, weighing the veracity of the old pirate's words. Ultimately, he rose, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. Very well, I shall consider your information. Yet remember, should you dare to deceive me, your fate will be far more tragic than the loss of an ARM. These words. The old pirate's eyes flickered with a complex blend of relief and gratitude. He realized he had temporarily preserved his life. Yet, everything he had just uttered was sheer nonsense. The old pirate's consciousness began to fade, the world before him shrouded in a heavy mist, rendering everything unreal. That he attempted to struggle, only to find that his body no longer obeyed his commands. Even the pain felt distant and blurred. It was not until a chilling sensation coursed through him that he became aware that his head had been severed from his body, helplessly rolling upon the ground. His vision spinning until it finally fixed upon the pair of indifferent eyes belonging to Sig. Do you truly consider me a fool? Sig's voice rang in his ears, imbued with an indescribable coldness and disdain. Fortunately, I have indeed visited Ghost Island, where, let me assure you, not a lighthouse nor a single soul could be found. Tito still dare to deceive me at this juncture. You have undoubtedly chosen the wrong target. The old pirate's soul seemed to freeze at that moment. He could not fathom how effortlessly his meticulously woven lies had been unraveled, the price being the end of his life. He wished to express anger, to utter curses, but all thoughts dissipated like smoke as his consciousness waned. The air was filled only with Sig's indifferent words, akin to a decree from another realm, proclaiming the final outcome of this deception and betrayal. Death may indeed be preferable, especially for someone like you, who need not endure the shame of your lies being exposed. Sig's statement fell like a period at the end of this brief yet intense confrontation. Turning to depart, all that remained was the gradually cooling corpse and the scattered lies, testament to yet another brutal tale from this forsaken isle. The cave returned to silence, the only sound being the wind's mournful wail as it slipped through the crevices of the rocks, seemingly whispering countless unfinished stories of the ocean and the pirate dreams and greed that had forever vanished into the dust of history. Sig stepped heavily out of the cave. There was no joy of victory upon his face, only a complex array of emotions. Sunlight filtered through the treetops, casting dappled shadows upon him. Yet the gloom within his heart remained undiminished. In these waters, each soul harbored their own secrets and pasts, and those secrets were often heavy and bloody. Abandoned by his own crew, reduced to hiding in this godforsaken place, scraping by, Sig scoffed, feeling not an ounce of sympathy for the old pirate, but rather a disdain for the ugliness of human nature. To lie and deceive, only to hasten one's own demise. How tragic. Reflecting on the search at Ghost Island, Sig couldn't help but smirk. A dozen seasoned pirate crews, each one a ruthless character who had survived by skirting death. Their instincts for treasure sharper than any hound's. That cursed isle, though enigmatic, could not escape their meticulous search. Hidden chambers, secret passages, every inch of land turned upside down. They found not a treasure map, nor a single coin. A treasure map? What a joke, Sig muttered to himself, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Had that old fool truly possessed a treasure map, he would have fled with it long ago, rather than descend into his present predicament. The so-called treasure is merely bait used by people like him to lure in their prey, but a gust of sea breeze swept through, carrying the briny scent and dissipating some of Sig's agitation. Gazing into the distance, the azure sea shimmered under the sun, boundless and seemingly narrating tales of freedom and adventure. Catalina furrowed her brow, her gaze fixed on the direction Sig had vanished, a current of unease swirling within her. She found little to commend in his reckless style, characterized by impulsive actions devoid of planning. Filling her with both anxiety and concern, in her eyes, Sig's rashness was akin to gambling with the safety of all. What if this is merely a ploy to draw us into a trap? Catalina murmured softly, her voice barely above a whisper, yet steeped in deep worry. In these perilous waters, even the slightest oversight could spell disaster. The surrounding bandits appeared to harbor blind trust in Sig, lounging about in a relaxed manner as if he were an invincible god of war. This only deepened her sense of isolation. Sig's footsteps left varying imprints in the dense jungle, each step exuding an air of confidence, as if the jungle's beasts had returned to their rightful domain. Sunlight occasionally pierced the thick canopy, casting a mosaic of light and shadow that intertwined with his solitary figure into a stark tableau. Not far away, by the campfire, a group of bandits sat in a circle, their laughter and chatter echoing vibrantly in this desolate place, injecting a semblance of life into the stillness of the jungle. However, as Sig's silhouette gradually emerged at the edge of their vision, the conversation dwindled, giving way to a profound silence. The first few bandits to sense Sig's return instinctively twitched their noses. It was a blend of salty seawater, the dampness of the jungle, and the distinctive sense of Sig's tobacco and leather, familiar and reassuring. This aroma seemed to signal a shift, instantly transforming the previously relaxed atmosphere into one of seriousness. One of them stood up, brushing off the dust from his trousers, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, and turned to Catalina, who was deep in thought. "Look, Catalina, our Captain Sig has returned. Can't you smell it? That unique scent, one we could never forget, no matter where we go. It is the scent of home. The fragrance of safety." Sig's return acted as an invisible force, invigorating the entire crew's spirit. Without excessive pleasantries, each member instinctively returned to their place, the understanding unspoken. They knew Sig would share his findings in due time. Now was the moment to continue their adventure. The crew delved deeper into the island, each utilizing their respective skills, some scouting ahead, others clearing the path, while still others remained vigilant for potential dangers lurking nearby. Sunlight filtered through the treetops, illuminating their focused faces, each pair of eyes shimmering with curiosity and yearning for the unknown. As time passed, they began to reap bountiful rewards. Those fruits hanging from the branches, varied in hue and peculiar in shape, became their latest discoveries. Some bore smooth, mirror-like surfaces reflecting the sunlight. Others were covered in tiny fuzz, with an oddly delightful texture, and still others emitted an enticing aroma that made mouths water. When they returned to the shore with these mysterious fruits, they were greeted by the curious and expectant gazes of the crew members left behind. Sig gestured for everyone to distribute the fruits, each crew member carefully accepting nature's offerings, their faces illuminated with wonder and excitement. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in brilliant shades of orange and red. The sea breeze caressed each cheek, bringing with it a sense of coolness and tranquility. The shoreline, which should have been a scene of warmth and harmony, became awkwardly tense due to the unexpected turn of events. Every crew member who had tasted the strange fruits felt an indescribable release, crouching or curling up on the sand. Their expressions mirrored a blend of pain and disbelief, cold sweat trickling down their foreheads, starkly contrasting with the beauty of the twilight. "I say, Captain, what kind of miraculous fruit is this?" One crew member, struggling to suppress his discomfort, attempted to maintain a steady voice, though tremors revealed his inner panic. Sig, noticing the distress, furrowed his brow, clearly unprepared for such a turn of events. His gaze darted among the members before finally resting on the pile of once treasured fruits. Deep in contemplation, they exchanged glances, seeking solace and understanding from one another's expressions while refraining from questioning their captain's decisions. Next time, if there's ever such a surprise again, Captain, could you perhaps test it first on our behalf, at long last? A crew member, known for his audacity, half-jokingly and half-seriously voiced the thoughts that lingered in everyone's minds. Sig merely pursed his lips and retorted, "Then why am I unscathed? It appears that your bodies have suffered from an alarming lack of recent training, rendering you all quite feeble. You must adequately intensify your training to truly experience the essence of a life filled with trials and tribulations." Suddenly, the bandits along the coastline felt a tightening in their lower regions. In comparison, their mild stomach discomfort paled in significance against the grueling training and hellish existence imposed by their leader. Consequently, they could only begin to plead, their faces adorned with grimaces, shrouded by the foliage. Catalina sought refuge in a secluded spot, distancing herself from the awkward yet slightly humorous scene by the shore. As the sole female aboard, she maintained a unique dignity and reserve, reluctant to reveal her vulnerable side to the others. The dense leaves obscured part of the moonlight, casting mottled shadows that danced gently on the ground, mirroring her current tumultuous emotions. Leaning against a sturdy trunk, her arms crossed and brows furrowed, her eyes flickered with confusion and anger. Why can Sig consume that fruit without consequence? Does he possess knowledge that remains hidden from us? Catalina murmured softly, her voice laced with resentment and frustration, though her words were quiet in the stillness of the forest. Each syllable resonated clearly, echoing her indignation and doubt. How infuriating, she emphasized, nearly forcing the words through clenched teeth, as if to expel all her dissatisfaction and defeat. In that moment, her usual calm demeanor seemed utterly shattered by this sudden calamity. Had she known better, she would not have so readily believed his wild claims and dared to sample a fruit whose name she did not even know, that a fleeting glimmer of regret crossed her eyes as she continued her internal monologue. As night enveloped the world, with stars twinkling above and silvery waves lapping at the sea's surface, Sig stood at the bow of the ship, his gaze piercing through the darkness toward the indistinct horizon. Following the minor upheaval caused by the peculiar fruit, the atmosphere among the crew gradually eased, and everyone began to regain their former vitality and camaraderie. Sig pondered inwardly, recognizing that this band of brigands, accustomed to unfettered dominance on land, now floundered like lost lambs in the vast, uncharted ocean. Navigational skills were an entirely foreign domain for them, and the temperament of these waters proved far more unpredictable than that of the jungle. At that moment, Sig's gaze involuntarily shifted toward Catalina, the enigmatic woman who consistently maintained her distance. Although he was aware of her true identity as a naval informant, he remained uncertain whether she could facilitate communication with the Navy. He also questioned whether her commanding officer would be inclined to trust her. Yet considering that the world government had previously enlisted notorious pirates as Shichibukai, it seemed illogical to doubt a newcomer like him, who had made quite a name for himself in the East Sea. Besides, he had yet to accumulate any records of slaying naval personnel, positioning him as a skilled and benevolent figure in this world of pirates. Catalina sat beside a dimly lit oil lamp, the small cabin filled with a faint scent of pine resin, its walls constructed from rough wooden planks that exuded a sense of chill. Outside, the night sky was thick as ink, the stars sparse, and the occasional sound of waves crashing against the hull reverberated in the stillness, accentuating the solitude. Her gaze wandered across the pages of a book, her thoughts drifting to the myriad experiences of late. Suddenly, a faint yet distinct knocking at the door shattered this rare tranquility. The sound seemed jarringly out of place in the dead of night, prompting Catalina to furrow her brow in surprise. Since being assigned to this small room deep within the ship, aside from the crew members delivering meals, few had sought her out, let alone at this hour. Setting aside her well-worn tome on maritime legends, the title of which had long since faded, she rose and approached the door with cautious steps. Hand resting on the handle, uncertainty flickered in her mind. Who could possibly visit at such an inopportune moment? Was it a crew member who had mistakenly knocked? Or could it be Sig, seeking to discuss some other matter at this unearthly hour? Taking a deep breath, she slowly opened the door. The light outside was dim, and Sig stepped into the room, closing the door behind him with a subtle wariness that rendered the air almost still. Under the lamp's glow, his smile appeared both mysterious and gentle, a stark contrast to the imposing demeanor he usually exuded. "Catalina, I am aware that you possess a profound understanding of our ship's operations. He began, his tone unusually sincere, diving straight into the matter without the usual pleasantries, that we currently find ourselves in a predicament. Our lack of navigational expertise hinders our progress at sea. I require a solution. And I believe you may hold the key. A flicker of surprise crossed Catalina's face before she regained her composure, scrutinizing Sig as if assessing the veracity of his words. Sig, do you truly believe I would assist you? I am hardly an expert in matters of navigation. I certainly recall, Sig replied with an easy grin, amusement dancing at the corners of his mouth. But you are a naval informant. How could you possibly lack alternative solutions? Upon hearing this, Catalina let out a sharp scream, causing the bandits eavesdropping in the corridor to exchange glances, their faces flushing with embarrassment as they whispered among themselves, "Oh, you think Catalina, that female pirate, would agree with her captain? Was that scream a sign that he intends to use force? Or perhaps it's just that her captain is alarmingly attractive. They considered whether their eavesdropping might lead to repercussions if their captain were to discover their antics." As several of them exchanged furtive glances, they quietly retreated from the corridor, taking up positions at the far end, resembling sentinels, lest any unwitting soul intrude upon their captain's significant moment. Catalina remained silent for a moment, surveying the austere surroundings before meeting Sig's penetrating gaze. With a mix of uncertainty and astonishment, she replied, "I am a notorious pirate with a bounty in the tens of millions. How could I possibly have any ties to the Navy? It seems that strange fruit has indeed affected your mind, that I ought to summon the ship's doctor to examine what has transpired within your head." Sig, however, took hold of Catalina's hand, his demeanor calm as he said, "I'm aware of your affiliation with the Navy, and I know you possess a transponder snail that I could easily be in league with the world government. What matters cannot be negotiated. Tell me honestly, have I committed any acts of violence against civilians or attacked the Navy thus far? I am, after all, a model of virtue." Catalina's eyes flickered with a hint of panic before she inhaled deeply. As if arriving at a significant decision, her expression gradually regaining its usual calm and resolve. Meeting Sig's gaze directly, her eyes reflected both resignation and understanding, her lips curling into a bittersweet smile. "Very well, Sig, you have prevailed. Indeed, I am a naval informant, and I possess means to communicate with the outside world. However, you must understand that this does not imply I will readily assist you, let alone betray the Navy to which I am loyal." Upon hearing this, Sig's smile deepened, as if he were not surprised by Catalina's candor. "The wise choice. Catalina, I never expected you to turn traitor easily, but we share a common need, to survive in these perilous waters. We can strike a deal. You assist me in establishing contact with the Navy to procure the maritime information we require, and in return, I guarantee your safety while allowing your naval infiltrator to remain with us." Catalina's eyes widened in disbelief, a hint of barely concealed shock lacing her voice. "Are you truly intending to let me stay aboard, a Navy informant cohabiting with a band of pirates? Are you not concerned that I might betray you at any moment or disclose your whereabouts to the Navy?" Her words conveyed a tumultuous blend of skepticism and curiosity, awaiting a reasonable explanation. Sig chuckled softly, his gaze imbued with a measure of confidence and cunning. "Catalina, we both know that in these vast seas, rules are dictated by the strong. My willingness to let you remain is not without careful consideration. Firstly, given your current predicament, where could you possibly escape to if you wish to betray us? Secondly, Sig, act with discernment. We are not indiscriminate killers, and at least in this regard, our goals do not conflict with those of the Navy. Furthermore, with you among us, should we encounter the Navy-esque pursuit, you might just become our trump card. Would you not agree?" His words carried a subtle provocation, testing Catalina's limits. Sig turned towards the window, gazing out at the moonlit sea, the waves rolling in as if narrating endless tales. "Moreover, I trust my instincts. You, Catalina, are not merely a simple informant. Within you lie the answers I seek, as well as the key to our survival in these waters." Catalina fell silent, reluctantly acknowledging the merit in Sig's words. As she surveyed the modest yet brimming with untapped possibilities room, a myriad of emotions stirred within her. Yes, she indeed harbored her own plans, her own secrets, and this opportunity might just be an unforeseen turning point. Exhaling slowly, her gaze grew resolute. Very well, Sig. I accept your proposition. But remember, our agreement is binding. Should I discover any breach of promise on your part, I, Catalina, will show no mercy. Sig turned back, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. So be it, Catalina. Remember, this voyage is a gamble for both of us. And let us hope we have placed our bets wisely. Night deepened. The sea breeze carried a chill, yet the atmosphere within the cabin shifted subtly due to this unexpected alliance. In stark contrast, the colonel at the Eastern Sea base sat behind a vast, well-lit desk, the darkness outside accentuating the intensity of the moment. Beneath furrowed brows, weary eyes conveyed profound concern. His fingers gently massaged his temples, attempting to alleviate the throbbing headache that felt perilously close to overwhelming him. Scattered across the desk were various documents and maps, detailing recent pirate activities in the Eastern Sea, alongside the Navy's deployments and countermeasures. However, the source of his greatest anxiety was the report concerning Catalina, the blank pages serving as a silent indictment of his failure. Catalina, where on earth are you? He silently pondered. This exceptional informant, whom he had meticulously trained, had always been a standout in their intelligence network, delivering timely and precise information. Yet now, it was as if a star had suddenly extinguished in the night sky, without warning or news, leaving him with an unprecedented sense of unease. The colonel's fingers trembled slightly over the intercom button, a foreboding sense creeping in as an unexpected communication request surged to the forefront of his mind. He swiftly connected the call. The familiar mechanical voice was soon replaced by Catalina's urgent yet composed tone. "Colonel, it's me. Time is of the essence. Please record this swiftly." His heart jolted, as if gripped by an invisible hand, rendering his breath unusually laborious at that moment. Rapidly regaining his composure, he endeavored to sound calm and unruffled, even as turmoil surged within. "Catalina, listen closely. First, confirm your safety. What is your current situation? Is there any possibility of immediate evacuation?" A tinge of bitterness laced Catalina's voice, yet her unwavering resilience shone through. "Evacuation is currently impossible. Sig's men have sealed off every conceivable exit. Moreover, he is now aware of my true identity, and the primary concern is whether I can engage in some form of collaboration with the Navy base. That is why Sig has approached me, and his demands entail—" The colonel pressed his lips together, the furrows on his brow deepening as Catalina's words resonated. He realized that while Sig's request appeared trivial on the surface, a mere sailor, the underlying motives were as unfathomable as an abyss. Weighing the pros and cons in his mind, the colonel understood that any collaboration with pirates posed a challenge to Navy principles. However, seizing this opportunity to infiltrate the enemy's ranks, acquiring more crucial intelligence, and potentially dismantling the entire criminal network was an almost irresistible temptation. "Catalina, are you certain that Sig has only made this singular request?" The colonel's voice was low and cautious, each word meticulously considered. "This does not align with his usual conduct. Might there be ulterior motives at play?" Catalina fell silent for a brief moment before responding with conviction. "That I understand your concerns, Colonel. From my observations, Sig's current operation seems to possess deeper, more far-reaching plans. Perhaps his need for a sailor is merely an initial step, a means to forge a collaboration with the Navy, leading to a broader agenda. Yet I believe this presents us with an opportunity to exploit." The colonel closed his eyes, his mind racing with strategic considerations. This was a perilous gamble, but at times, one must walk the razor's edge for the greater good. He spoke again, his tone resolute. "Very well. We will prepare according to Sig's requirements. However, Catalina, you must ensure your safety and identify the right moment for withdrawal. Simultaneously, we require further intelligence to verify Sig's true intentions." "Understood." Colonel, that a hint of barely perceptible gratitude colored Catalina's voice. "I will remain here, striving to obtain more intelligence. Rest assured, as long as I draw breath, I shall not allow the Eastern Sea to descend into darkness." As the call concluded, the colonel sat alone in his office, the surrounding silence amplifying the weight of his burdens. After hanging up the intercom, he stared intently at the cluttered documents on his desk, his thoughts racing. SIG's proposal for collaboration must be reported to the Navy headquarters for deliberation by the higher-ups. This decision was one that could set off a chain reaction, impacting not just the stability of the Eastern Sea, but potentially the entire strategic framework of the Navy. The following morning, in the conference room of the Eastern Sea Base, the colonel presented Catalina's intelligence and SIG's collaboration conditions to the high-ranking officers and intelligence officials dispatched from Navy headquarters. The atmosphere in the room was tense, every visage marked by solemnity. Ladies and gentlemen, what we face is not merely a matter of choice, but a gamble. The colonel's opening remark struck at the heart of the matter. SIG's request may seem straightforward, yet currents of intrigue run deep beneath the surface that we require a sailor who can earn SIG's trust, ensure their own safety, and relay vital intelligence to us. The discussion quickly ensued, a cacophony of opinions colliding. Some advocated for experienced veterans, asserting only they could navigate the treacherous waters of crisis. Others suggested deploying newcomers, whose relatively clean backgrounds would arouse less suspicion. Yet regardless of the proposal, the core dilemma of ensuring the safety of the selected personnel could not be circumvented. A seasoned official from the intelligence department finally spoke that we might consider selecting from those Navy personnel who have voluntarily undertaken high-risk missions for special reasons. Among them are individuals with a strong sense of duty and a spirit of sacrifice, coupled with sufficient intelligence and adaptability. More importantly, we need a plan that allows for a safe retreat when necessary. As soon as these words were uttered, the discourse within the conference room took a new direction. The colonel inhaled deeply and proposed an audacious idea. We could establish a false identity and arrange for a Navy officer, proficient in navigation and specially trained, to present himself as a retired Navy personnel, yearning for adventure due to personal reasons. Simultaneously, we must equip him with the most advanced covert communication devices to ensure he can maintain contact with us at all times and activate an emergency evacuation plan at critical moments. The chosen navigator, named Allison Harvey, is approximately 30 years old, possessing a magnificent mane of golden hair and a pair of bright blue eyes. Her appearance and demeanor always stand out conspicuously in a crowd. Allison's figure is alluring, her curves exquisite and fluid, reminiscent of the waves, radiating vitality that easily evokes imagination. She boasts enviable contours and a confident allure. When Allison received the confidential order from the naval headquarters, she was standing by the window of a small wooden cabin along the East China Sea, the morning light streaming through the panes illuminating her sun-kissed skin, reflecting a resolute and determined expression. At the moment she read the command, a flicker of barely perceptible excitement and anticipation flashed in her blue eyes. This mission, for her, was not only an ultimate test of her personal abilities, but also a commitment to the beliefs she once held as a Navy officer. 100% perilous. Ah, this is precisely the life I have longed for since leaving the Navy, Allison murmured to herself, a subtle smile gracing her lips, ever since she was forced to retire for family reasons. She had never truly distanced herself from the ocean. The yearning for adventure within her churned like the relentless tides. This task offered her the chance to don her battle attire once more, to protect this azure expanse in an entirely different manner. Allison swiftly organized her belongings, donning a specially prepared outfit, a fitted navigator's shirt paired with loose shorts, exuding a style that was both professional and subtly seductive. With a multifunctional tool belt strapped at her waist and sturdy sailing boots on her feet, her golden hair was tied up in a high ponytail, a few strands dancing in the wind, adding an air of wildness and vigor. Taking a deep breath of the salty air, she cast her gaze toward the distant horizon, which was both her starting point and the destination of her new journey. Allison understood that this mission was fraught with uncertainty and danger. But just like the ocean she adored, the more tumultuous it was, the more it ignited her desire for exploration and her will to fight. So be it, under the guise of a retired Navy officer. Let us embark anew, Allison whispered to herself. She then turned and stepped into the sunlight outside, each stride imbued with determination and fearlessness. Sieg stood on the deck of his flagship, arms crossed, his keen gaze scanning the horizon from behind his sunglasses, exuding an air of nonchalance. The crew busied themselves on the deck, while he reveled in the refreshing sea breeze, his mind replaying the absurdity of the recent events. What a coincidence! Is there truly such serendipity in this world? Sieg murmured to his first mate, his tone laced with evident sarcasm that a wry smile appeared on his face. Seemingly amused yet exasperated by this unexpected stroke of fortune. Just moments ago, an unassuming sailboat had gradually entered his line of sight, and aboard it was the striking blonde, blue-eyed navigator Allison, as if she had come specifically for him. Her appearance coincided perfectly with the plan he had discussed with Katerina the previous day regarding the need for a navigator. This sudden gift left Sieg feeling a mix of emotions. Could this be divine assistance? Or did the Navy think they could pull one over on him so easily? He shook his head in self-deprecation, a cold smirk lingering on his lips in his view. Such a level of scheme was far too crude, an outright insult. Yet he sensed an unusual energy lurking beneath the surface. After all, in the grand line, nothing is ever truly coincidental. First mate, relay the message. Treat this unexpected guest well. I wish to meet this beautiful navigator in person and discern what the Navy is truly up to, Sieg commanded, his eyes gleaming with cunning, but he decided to play along, curious to see what abilities she possessed before determining the next course of action. Soon, Allison was brought before Sieg, undeniably altering the atmosphere on the deck. Sieg scrutinized her from head to toe, a playful smile gracing his lips, while his mind strategized further plans and contingencies. Welcome aboard. Beautiful navigator, I am Sieg. I hear you are in need of a ship, and I happen to be in search of a capable navigator, he said, his words dripping with mockery, everything firmly within his grasp. Sieg squinted, taking pleasure in scrutinizing the woman who claimed to have survived a maritime disaster. She narrated her tale of how she had lost her companions in a storm and drifted here alone with an air of naturalness. Her sincere gaze and slightly weary visage almost rendered her story believable. However, years at sea and countless deceptions had honed Sieg's ability to discern the truth. Quite the performance, Ms. Allison Harvey, or should I refer to you as an elite of the Navy? Sieg abruptly shifted his tone, certainty dripping from his words as he withdrew a neatly folded piece of paper from his pocket. He gently unfolded it, revealing detailed information about Allison, including her past as a Navy officer and the reason she was selected for this mission. Upon hearing this, the woman was taken aback and instinctively drew the dagger from her waist. For what could happen to a Navy officer in the hands of pirates? How could she possibly be unaware, especially when such a strikingly alluring woman fell into the hands of ambitious pirates? Although Allison's movements were swift, Sieg appeared to have anticipated her reaction, remaining still, his gaze sharp enough to pierce through any facade. A slight smile crept across his face, tinged with provocation and amusement. Oh, no need to rush to brandish your weapon. Allison, do you think I would do anything to harm you? In this era, information is power. I have long been aware of your existence, if you are indeed sent by the Navy, then you should know your mission, just as I do. Here, you have two choices. Continue your charade and see if you can obtain what you desire from me. Or lower your guard and collaborate with me. Perhaps you will find that my terms are more pragmatic than the lofty promises of the Navy. Sieg extended his hand, signaling Allison to calm down. His tone light, yet imbued with undeniable authority. The surrounding crew held their breath, the tension on the deck palpable. Allison hesitated for a moment, ultimately sheathing her dagger, her eyes flashing with complex emotions, defiance, resignation, but more so, a determination to confront the unknown fate that lay ahead. She realized that in these waters, sometimes the most dangerous adversaries could become the most improbable allies. Collaboration? Very well, Captain Sieg. I am willing to hear your terms. But remember, I, Allison Harvey, am not someone to be easily manipulated. Sieg lightly chuckled, seemingly quite satisfied with her response. After all, a task that had just been assigned yesterday was already understood by Sieg today, indicating a rather alarming level of insight within the naval ranks. It was indeed maddening to think that there could be no issues present internally. Fortunately, this particular Sieg did not resemble the ruthless pirates of infamy. With Allison officially taking on the role of navigator aboard the Pirate King, this vessel, which had faced numerous challenges in treacherous waters, now appeared to be imbued with new life under her guidance. Her extraordinary navigational skills and profound understanding of the ocean allowed her to predict weather changes with remarkable accuracy, deftly avoiding the very currents and reefs that had once vexed Sig. Even the most perilous and unfathomable passages were rendered clear and navigable under Allison's deft command, as if the ocean itself had opened secret pathways for her. Each nightfall resonated with the hushed admiration of the crew on the deck. They spoke of the miraculous feats during the day's voyage, recounting how Allison, guided by instinct, had altered their course to safely navigate through a sudden tempest, or how she had pinpointed the route to Treasure Island amidst thick fog solely by the stars. Each maneuver was akin to an art form, revealing to these battle-hardened pirates a different manifestation of power and beauty. "Behold, our Miss Allison is truly the daughter of the sea," exclaimed a dark-skinned swordsman, adorned with tattoos, his eyes sparkling with unprecedented admiration. "Indeed, with her at the helm, our pirate king is invincible." Another young crew member eagerly chimed in, his tone brimming with pride. Even those elder pirates who had initially harbored reservations towards Allison found themselves gradually won over by her prowess, gathering around her during their leisure to listen to her tales of distant seas. Meanwhile, Catalina stood in the dimly lit cabin, a faint beam of light streaming in through the partially open porthole, illuminating her furrowed brow. The wristwatch communicator in her hand emitted a soft hum. This was a communication device specially designed for the Navy. Though unassuming in appearance, it ensured the secure transmission of information. The voice on the other end was low and urgent, each word imbued with an undeniable sense of urgency. "Commander, the situation is dire. My observations indicate that the pirates' actions have been unusually precise lately, consistently evading our ambushes and patrol routes." Catalina's blue eyes shone with a steadfast light, her tone unyielding even when faced with an unseen enemy. "There is reason to believe that we may have a breach of intelligence within our ranks. A comprehensive review must be initiated immediately. Otherwise, our strategic deployments and even the exact locations of our naval bases could fall into the hands of those pirates." The colonel, a formidable man with a stern countenance, listened intently, his brow furrowed in a tight knot, emotions of anger and shock intertwining on his face. The soft, yellow light of the base illuminated his grave expression, casting a heavy pallor over him. He slammed his fist down on the table beside him, producing a resounding bang that caused the documents atop it to tremble. "This is an intolerable betrayal." His voice resonated powerfully in the empty office. "Catalina, continue your covert investigation that I will immediately order a comprehensive security check and personnel review. Any suspicious activity, regardless of who is involved, must be thoroughly investigated. Our mission is to safeguard the peace of these waters. We cannot allow those pirates to grow more audacious." After hanging up the communicator, the colonel swiftly pressed a series of buttons on his desk, activating the emergency response protocol. The base's alarms quietly blared to life, and naval soldiers quickly assembled, initiating a silent internal investigation. Amidst all this, Catalina gazed through the narrow porthole at the vast ocean, her heart a tumult of worry and determination, vowing to unearth the traitor threatening naval security. Rising to her feet, her tall form cast a long shadow in the dim light, exuding an air of authority. "Immediately summon all senior officers to the conference room for an emergency meeting. Within 5 minutes." She barked into the communicator. The authority in her voice compelled her subordinates to act without delay. Turning to her aide, her words were succinct yet forceful. "Contact the intelligence department. I require all communication records, surveillance footage, and the lists of individuals who have entered and exited the base in the past month, along with their movements, for thorough analysis to uncover any potential leads. Simultaneously, enhance security measures both inside and outside the base. Increasing patrols, particularly in sensitive areas, enforcing a 2-person, dual-lock system. No one is to enter alone." The aide promptly took notes, his expression grave, nodding in acknowledgement before hastily departing to carry out the orders. The colonel then strode purposefully toward the conference room, each step resonating heavily on the floor, a prelude to the impending storm. Pushing open the door, he found the room filled with tense senior officers, aware that from this moment forth, the base would enter a state of heightened alert. "Gentlemen," the colonel's voice reverberated in the hushed conference room, each word resonating with authority, "we have a traitor among us. The Navy's intelligence and our operational strategies are facing unprecedented risks of exposure. From this moment forth, we will conduct a thorough internal review. Every individual, every corner, must not be overlooked. I require your absolute loyalty and cooperation to identify this hidden enemy lurking in the shadows, to defend our homeland and uphold the beacon of justice. This is both a command and a responsibility. Let us take action." With his words, the room erupted in solemn and resolute agreement. Days turned into weeks. And despite the investigation team working tirelessly around the clock, sifting through mountains of documents, interrogating numerous base personnel, and even re-examining all external communication records, frustration mounted as it appeared that everything was proceeding by the book, with no evident signs of leakage uncovered. This grand investigation ultimately resembled a stone cast into the abyss of the sea, stirring only fleeting ripples before returning to tranquility. In the colonel's office. The dim light cast a stifling atmosphere as he sat behind his expansive desk, rhythmically tapping his fingers against its surface, his gaze fixed on the pitch-black sea outside, a tumult of unexpressed frustration and anger swirling within him. The unresolved mysteries loomed like specters in his mind, refusing to dissipate. "How could this happen?" he murmured, his voice low and heavy. "Our meticulously planned investigation has yielded not a single clue. Is the enemy too cunning? Or is the corruption within our ranks deeper than I had imagined?" This sense of powerlessness and frustration was something he had never encountered throughout his military career. The unresolved investigation sparked a flurry of discussions within the base. Although daily operations appear to have resumed on the surface, an undercurrent of turmoil surged beneath, as a crisis of trust loomed ominously over everyone's hearts. The colonel was acutely aware that such anger and resentment must remain concealed. Deeply suppressed and transformed into a more resilient and enduring force, he began to secretly devise clandestine operations, leveraging the connections and resources he had amassed over the years to quietly unearth the truth from a different perspective. The true enemy often lurks in the most unexpected places, and exposing them requires not only strength but also patience and wisdom. In the days that followed, the colonel became increasingly taciturn, his figure frequently appearing in the dimly lit corridors at night. Engaged in hushed conversations with a select few trusted subordinates, crafting a plan known only to a handful, a relentless flame burned within him, vowing to bring the hidden traitors to justice, to cleanse this shame for the Navy and for himself. Early this morning, Sig was roused by earth-shattering news. Within the hold where he stored treasures and rare artifacts, a treasure map had been discovered. Sig clutched the parchment tightly, his heart racing uncontrollably, his eyes sparkling with unprecedented excitement and curiosity. The emergence of this treasure map represented not merely a harbinger of wealth, but also a new challenge unfolding from this mysterious sea. The parchment, aged and worn at the edges, seemed as though it had traversed storms, evaded countless greedy hands, and now lay quietly in his palm. The lines drawn upon it, though weathered by time, remained distinctly legible, depicting a labyrinth of islands, reefs, and enigmatic markings, each detail whispering, guiding the seeker toward an unknown adventure. The map was adorned with peculiar symbols and hieroglyphs, reminiscent of codes left behind by ancient mariners, awaiting a worthy soul to decipher. The parchment exuded a faint scent of brine and the fragrance of aged ink, a peculiar combination that inevitably conjured images of bygone maritime adventures, tales of brave pirates, lost treasures, and undiscovered islands. Sig inhaled deeply, sensing the weight of history and the call of the ocean. This treasure map was not merely a clue to riches. It was a key to unlock a new world. Within this boundless expanse of ocean, countless treasures, coveted by pirates, lay quietly in some unknown corner, awaiting the one who could unveil their secrets. Sig felt an unprecedented sense of purpose surge within him. Regardless of the arduous journey ahead, he would pursue the guidance of this treasure map, unveil its mysteries, and etch his name into the annals of this sea. Sig turned, his gaze sweeping over the faces of his gathered crew, a blend of expectation and awe etched upon them. The flickering light in the hold elongated their shadows, casting an atmosphere both mysterious and tense. Sig's leadership presence was unmistakable at this moment, a confident smile gracing his lips as he began to speak. How can we know if it's genuine without investigating? In these waters, how many have spent their lives chasing the shadow of a treasure map, never even grazing the edges of the treasure? But we are different. We possess courage, audacity, and most importantly, we have this map. Sig raised the treasure map, showcasing it as the banner that would lead them to glory. Legendary treasures often come with immense risks. Yet those who follow me, Sig, shall break the mold and create our own legend. His words resonated with conviction, igniting a fervor of low roars and applause within the hold. Prepare the ship, check the gear. We must be swift. Remember, this is not just for treasure, but to prove ourselves as the bravest and wisest adventurers upon this ocean. Sig's voice echoed through the hold, each word striking like the drums of war. The expressions of his crew shifted from initial hesitance to resolute determination, and they swiftly dispersed, busying themselves with preparations for departure. Some meticulously inspected weaponry to ensure every cannonball would fire true. Others organized nautical charts and compasses, plotting the optimal course, while yet others counted provisions and fresh water, ensuring ample supplies for their expedition. As preparations unfolded methodically, a palpable tension and excitement filled the air. Sig's gaze returned to the yellowed treasure map, his fingers gently tracing the small circle that had piqued everyone's curiosity. For most, this detail might seem an inconspicuous symbol, perhaps a mere scribble by an ancient cartographer or a unique marker on a nautical chart. However, to Sig's keen eye, it revealed an extraordinary secret. Did you truly think this was just an ordinary mark? Sig chuckled, a hint of pride in his voice. No, this is no coincidence. This small circle may signify the location of an exceedingly rare devil fruit. In the realm of pirates, devil fruits are unparalleled treasures, granting extraordinary abilities to those who consume them, serving as symbols of power and status. The rare and undiscovered devil fruits are coveted by countless pirates. Sig continued, consider this. What treasure could possibly be more alluring than an unknown devil fruit? This is not merely about wealth. It pertains to an ascension of power. His subordinates exchanged glances, their eyes igniting with newfound greed. Indeed, if this treasure map pointed to an unseen devil fruit, the significance of this expedition would far exceed that of any gold or silver. We, the Sig pirate crew, shall be the first to unveil this secret. Imagine, when we hold this power in our hands, what could stand in our way of dominating these waters? Sig's words ignited the flames of ambition in every heart within the hold. Allison, an experienced sailor, grasped the map that bore the hopes and speculations of all. Her gaze was sharp and focused, capable of piercing through the mists of time to behold the distant secret. With her fingers tracing the map's intricate lines, each pause seemed to measure position and distance in her mind. Allison pondered, a hint of excitement threading through her voice. The method of drawing this map is quite ancient. The coordinate system differs from modern ones. Yet it is not without trace. Pointing to the small circle on the map, she continued, if we assume this mark is based on specific astronomical phenomena or seabed topography. As she spoke, Allison retrieved a nautical log and star charts, meticulously comparing them. Using her accumulated knowledge of navigation, she sought to reconstruct the precise location indicated by the treasure map. Look here, these small wave lines may represent the direction of ocean currents. And those star patterns should guide us through specific constellations for positioning. As time passed, beads of sweat formed on Allison's brow, yet her eyes sparkled brighter, like a hunter closing in on the truth. Finally, she slammed her hand on the table and declared, I have a rough estimate. This location should be on the outskirts of Eastern CG-202 base. A collective gasp swept through the crew at the mention of a naval base. A name that alone was enough to instill fear. It lay in a blank area on the map, a place feared by any pirate. Yet Sig merely smiled, his eyes glinting with a challenge. Faced with the skeptical gazes of his crew, Allison remained remarkably composed, her gaze unwavering and clear, showing no signs of retreat. Among a group accustomed to freedom and adventure, her past as a naval officer was a double-edged sword, instilling both distrust and a unique expertise that I know what you're thinking. Allison began, her voice calm, yet imbued with undeniable strength. But remember, Having chosen a journey with you, my loyalty lies here. She gently patted her chest, signaling her heart. Suddenly, it began to rise and fall like the tumultuous waves of the sea. In an instant, the attention of all the pirates was drawn to this alluring, tender whiteness, the G202 naval base. Indeed, an unexpected location, but the treasure map does not lie. It often leads us to the most unforeseen places. Sig stepped forward, surveying his comrades aboard the ship. Within his deep, penetrating gaze lay an undeniable authority. I trust Allison. She was once a member of the Navy, but that does not mean she would betray us. Remember, we are treasure-seeking pirates, not cowards shackled by the past. If we cannot dare to take this small risk, how can we talk of conquering the sea and seizing the glory that is rightfully ours? Sig's words resonated like an invisible force, rekindling the team's confidence, though a hint of trepidation lingered within. The pirates were ultimately brave souls, chasing storms and opportunities. They gradually set aside their doubts and began to discuss how to deftly evade the Navy's watchful eyes, reaching that enticing yet perilous destination. Moreover, Allison added with a sly tone, understanding our enemy allows us to better exploit their blind spots, that I am well acquainted with the patrol routes and shift changes of the G202 base, that we can use this information to approach the treasure silently and stealthily. During this time, Sig's ship has indeed welcomed two unusual members, Catalina and Allison. Their presence initially unsettled many crew members, but soon, these concerns are dispelled by a series of unexpected benefits, through the connections forged by these two former Navy women. A subtle cooperative relationship emerged between Sig's pirate crew and the EC naval base. Listen up, mate, Sig explained at a crew meeting that I know you have your opinions on this matter, but do not forget, in the world of pirates, there are no eternal enemies, only everlasting interests. Catalina and Allison have opened the door for us to trade with the Navy, which is greatly beneficial for our long-term development. He paused, scanning the crowd to ensure every crew member was listening intently. By eliminating some pesky little pirate crews, we not only reduce competition, but also gain intelligence, supplies, and even the convenience of passage from a Navy. Such a deal, why not embrace it? In fact, since beginning cooperation with the naval base, Sig's pirate crew has indeed enjoyed numerous advantages. They acquired critical nautical charts marking the Navy's patrol blind spots, granting them greater freedom of movement than on several occasions. They even received advance notice of the Navy's major operations, skillfully avoiding fatal confrontations. Catalina and Allison, though bearing unusual identities, demonstrated their worth. They provided professional insights on tactical planning and utilized their understanding of the Navy's internal operations to help the pirate crew sidestep many unnecessary troubles. During a clandestine meeting one night, Allison whispered to Sig, "The Navy is not a monolithic entity. Sometimes their internal conflicts present us with excellent opportunities." Sig nodded with a smile, fully aware that in this complex and ever-changing sea, adaptability and creativity are the keys to survival. This cooperative relationship with the Navy, fraught with risks, nevertheless paved the path for Sig's pirate crew to explore broader waters on this pirate ship, swaying upon the waves. Sig sat alone on the deck, gazing at the starry sky, his mind a tempest of thoughts. Yes, a unique being who had lived two lives. He understood more profoundly than anyone the truth that in this intricate world, whether among pirate crews, the Navy, or any formidable power, no entity could be ironclad. Rather, they were rife with various entangled interests and factional struggles. Sig chuckled softly, speaking to himself, in this era, to survive and thrive, one must not be confined by superficial friend-enemy relationships. So-called enemies can also be friends, and friends can become enemies. The key lies in how to grasp those relationships and opportunities that are advantageous to oneself. He recalled his experiences from a previous life, where strategies of deception and alliances in the marketplace were equally applicable upon these waters, that in this age of the strong, rules are meant to be broken. The glint in Sig's eyes shimmered with determination and wisdom. Sig shall tread an unprecedented path, one that belongs solely to me, the path of the Pirate King. After the captain hung up the phone, the office fell into a silence where only the rhythm of the waves crashing against the shore could be heard, the air seemingly frozen for a moment. Beneath his furrowed brow lay an unutterable complexity of emotions. The captain rose and paced to the window, staring at the glistening sea in the distance, his heart a tumult of mixed feelings. When did this world become so distorted? The cooperation between the Navy and pirates was once unimaginable. He murmured softly, his words laced with helplessness and irony. The captain understood that such decisions did not stem from the likes of him as a lower-tier officer, but rather from the careful deliberation of higher-ups in the world government. Even filled with resistance, he had to accept reality. Recalling the phone call from the East Sea Naval Base's Brigadier General, the words conveyed not only helplessness, but also a clear understanding of the current situation. We must admit that sometimes, for greater interests, we must make compromises. The existence of the Seven Warlords is the best example. They were once the rulers of the seas, but now they have become pawns of the government. This collaboration with Sig's pirate crew, though seemingly absurd, is actually part of a deeper strategy. The Brigadier General's words echoed in his ears, forcing him to reassess the entire situation. The captain took a deep breath, attempting to calm the turbulence within. Despite personal feelings being hard to accept, as a member of the Navy, obeying orders was his duty. Moreover, from a strategic perspective, if this opportunity could weaken other pirate crews and reduce instability in the East Sea, it could indeed be a good thing. Turning back to his desk, he picked up a pen. Preparing to note the upcoming deployment matters, he silently resolved that even in cooperation, he would ensure the dignity and bottom line of the Navy remained unviolated. At the same time, he would closely monitor the movements of Sig's pirate crew, just in case. Well, he mused to himself, a glimmer of resolve crossing his eyes. Even in this complex game of chess, I must ensure that each step I take is cautious and meaningful. For the honor of the Navy, for the peace of these waters, the necessary sacrifices and compromises may be the responsibilities we must bear. As the pen scratched across the paper, meticulously crafted plans began to take shape. The captain knew he stood on the edge of morality and strategy, yet willing to bear this weight for a higher goal. He pressed on in this vast and turbulent ocean. Every choice could unleash a tidal wave, and he was ready to face all challenges. Sunlight spilled across the boundless sea, shimmering like 1,000 diamonds. As a ragtag group of novice pirates, clad in tattered garments and equipped with rudimentary gear, sailed a decrepit sailboat, akin to a fawn unwittingly wandering into a lion's den, boldly trespassing into the sights of Sig's pirate crew. Adorning their vessel was a skewed, hastily scrawled skull flag, which seemed utterly out of place amidst the surroundings. Humph! What a group of naive little brats. Sig stood at the bow, a smirk of disdain gracing his lips. The crew behind him cast mocking glances, intrigued by this sudden encounter. Hey, you rookies over there, haven't you seen the world before? This is the Mountain Bandit King, flagship of Sig's pirate crew, a seasoned crew member shouted, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Upon hearing this, the novice pirates momentarily wore expressions of shock, quickly transforming into indignation. They clearly had not anticipated crossing paths with the illustrious Sig's pirate crew. The leader among them, adorned with tattoos, pointed a trembling finger at the Mountain Bandit King, feigning composure as he shouted, "Don't be so arrogant here. We children of the storm are not to be trifled with." Sig shook his head, a glimmer of pity flashing in his eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by a fervent desire for battle. Slowly, he drew his sword from his waist, its blade glinting coldly in the sunlight. Engaging you lot personally feels somewhat extravagant. However, given my favorable mood today, I might as well inject some amusement into this tedious journey. With a commanding shout from Sig, the ship Mountain Bandit King gradually accelerated. Resembling a beast poised to pounce, charging towards the group of novice pirates, as the vessels drew nearer, the air became thick with tension and excitement. "Come forth, little ones. Let me show you how a true pirate fights." Sig's deep voice resonated with undeniable authority. The outcome of this confrontation was beyond doubt, yet for these fledgling pirates, it would likely serve as a profoundly indelible lesson. The battle unfolded with remarkable swiftness. The crew of the Mountain Bandit King displayed extraordinary prowess, while the novice pirates, despite their desperate resistance, were quickly overwhelmed by the disparity in strength. The conflict concluded even sooner than anticipated, leaving behind only the battered sailboat adrift upon the waves. Accompanied by the faint echoes of frustrated curses in the air, Sig stood at the bow, gazing at the retreating figures of the defeated, feeling little sense of triumph. Positioned at the center of the deck, with his back to the blazing sun, his shadowed visage appeared even more chilling. He surveyed the surroundings, where the novice pirates were bound tightly, their feeble struggles rendered futile beneath the relentless midday sun. Sweat and tears mingling, pain and despair coexisting. The sea breeze, laden with salt and coolness, offered no respite from their torment. Listen, the weak shall forever serve as stepping stones for the strong in this world. Sig's voice was low and powerful, cutting through the clamor of the waves, striking the very core of each individual present. I, Sig, master of the Mountain Bandit King, do not engage in acts of charity. Dealing with the Navy and borrowing resources from them is merely a means of survival. In this lawless sea, there is but one rule. The victor reigns supreme. The faces of the novice pirates were etched with terror and confusion. They had believed that joining a pirate crew was synonymous with the pursuit of freedom and wealth, yet they had not anticipated the brutal reality of the path they had chosen. Their gazes oscillated between pleading and fury, but none dared to utter a word, fearful of provoking the legendary Mountain Bandit King. But do not misunderstand. Sig suddenly shifted his tone, a playful smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. I am not devoid of humanity. You still have a chance, an opportunity to prove your worth. Tell me, what valuable information do you possess, or can you lead us to any treasures? Those who perform well may yet escape death, or even become one of us. His words seemed to pierce through the shroud of despair like a faint glimmer of light, igniting a flicker of hope in the eyes of several novice pirates. They began to whisper among themselves, some recalling secrets overheard during their voyages, while others contemplated how to fabricate tales that might impress Sig. Meanwhile, the crew of the Mountain Bandit King busied themselves clearing the battlefield, mending minor damages incurred during the skirmish, all the while keeping a vigilant watch over the captives to ensure none attempted to flee. The sea breeze carried the scent of salt water and the distant call of islands. As a game of survival unfolded quietly aboard the ship, as time passed, some novice pirates summoned their courage and tentatively divulged snippets of potentially useful information. Sig listened intently, occasionally nodding or chuckling coldly, as if assessing the value of each revelation. For those who provided genuinely valuable intelligence, he ordered their bonds loosened and instructed his men to offer them basic water and food as a temporary reprieve. Remember, Sig announced to everyone after addressing the situation, this sea shows no mercy to the weak. Only the strong can carve their own legends. As for you, you shall either become my blade or a wraith upon the waves. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, the sea was bathed in a golden hue, and the Mountain Bandit King continued its voyage, leaving behind the novice pirates burdened with complex emotions and profound anxiety about their uncertain fates. Sig, the pirate who danced on the precipice of justice and villainy, cast a longer shadow in the fading light of the setting sun. As the sun sank beneath the horizon, a refreshing breeze swept across the deck of the Mountain Bandit King. Yet the young pirate captain remained firmly bound, his body weakened from prolonged exposure to the elements. His lips were cracked, resembling parched earth, blood seeping from the fissures. His skin was scorched crimson by the sun, with patches peeling away to reveal tender pink flesh beneath, akin to the bark of an ancient tree weathered by the elements. His eyes flickered half open, hollow yet sparkling faintly, as if they might extinguish at any moment. Sig emerged from the cabin, his gaze sweeping over the young pirate, a trace of barely perceptible pity flashing through his mind. He approached nearby and softly instructed his first mate, provide him with some water. But make sure he understands this is his final opportunity. The first mate nodded, retrieving a wooden bucket and carefully tilting it to allow a few precious drops of clear water to trickle onto the young pirate's cracked lips. The young man felt the moisture, instinctively swallowing, akin to a parched plant rejoicing in the rain after a long drought, greedily absorbing the life-giving liquid. Speak, what value do you possess that warrants our clemency? Sig's voice bore no emotion, yet it held an undeniable authority. In this ruthless sea, mercy is sometimes a luxury, yet wisely utilizing every resource is the essence of survival. A glimmer of spirit returned to the young pirate's eyes, and he spoke slowly, his voice hoarse. You can go to hell. Sig's patience seemed to evaporate with the sea breeze. His displeasure evident upon his face, he narrowed his eyes, coldly scrutinizing the young pirate, whose defiance clearly exceeded Sig's expectations. That in the world of pirates, those who are attuned to the times can survive, and this young man's obstinacy was akin to digging his own grave. Stubbornness. It appears you have chosen the most arduous path. Sig's voice was low and frigid, imbued with an unassailable authority. With a slight wave of his hand, the nearby crew members immediately understood, swiftly and adeptly hauling the young pirate from the ground. Securing him tightly with resilient ropes, despite being bound, the young pirate's defiance remained unyielding. He spat defiantly, summoning all his strength to shout, "Go to hell, you Navy lapdogs!" At these words, Sig's lips curled into a mocking smile. He said nothing further, merely gesturing to his crew to take this obstinate one away. Let him relish the weight in darkness, and remember, do not let him die. A living captive is always of some use to the Navy. As the crew dragged the young pirate into the dimly lit cabin, tranquility returned to the deck. The waves lapped against the hull, producing a rhythmic sound that seemed to narrate countless tales of similar fates in this maritime expanse. Sig stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the horizon, yet his mind was calculating the next move. Within the dark cabin, the screams pierced the stifling air, each utterance slicing through the heart like a sharp blade, provoking waves of unease. The young pirate captain's wails were not merely cries of physical agony, but desperate calls for help, teetering on the brink of mental collapse, sending chills down the spine of anyone who heard them. On the deck, the young pirates exchanged anxious glances. Some appeared pallid, their bodies trembling involuntarily. Fear tightened around their hearts like an invisible noose. That a flicker of shock crossed the young captain's eyes. He had anticipated nothing but endless torment and interrogation. However, he was unprepared for the revelation that within this dark, rust-laden cabin lay such modern apparatus, a dilapidated yet functional tape recorder. The screams from the recording echoed repeatedly, crafting a chilling atmosphere, and the voice was unmistakably not his own. This sudden turn of events stirred within him an indescribable sense of doubt as he stepped into a meticulously crafted web of psychological warfare, observing the two pirate guards beside him, stifling their snickers. Their expressions akin to spectators of a farcical play. The young captain realized that this was all part of Sig's cunning psychological strategy. Internally, he cursed. Sig was indeed a master tactician, wielding fear as a weapon, aiming to break the spirits of this new batch of pirates on a psychological level. The screams from the tape continued to loop, each reverberation acting as an unseen dagger, slicing through the taut nerves of everyone aboard. On the deck, the neophyte pirates looked at one another, some as pale as ghosts, their legs shaking uncontrollably. Fear spread silently among them, as if someone truly were enduring inhumane torture. Suddenly, the recording came to an abrupt halt, plunging the cabin into a suffocating silence. That a sly smile crept across Sig's lips, evidently anticipating the young pirate's reactions. The true battle often raged most fiercely on the battlefield of the mind, and these untested novices were the perfect subjects for his psychological tactics. Thus, he lightly tapped the intercom twice, issuing his next command. Switched to side beat. The order was succinct and authoritative, exuding an undeniable dominance. With Sig's command, the atmosphere within the cabin grew even more oppressive. The tape began to turn slowly, this time emitting a sound even more harrowing than before. It was a cacophony of despair and suffering, as if it were emanating directly from the depths of hell, sending shivers down the spine. This deliberately crafted atmosphere of terror was designed to compel those young pirates who harbored any hope of survival to relinquish any thoughts of resistance. Upon hearing this new round of recordings, many of the young pirates began to weep quietly, some even collapsing to the ground, their mental defenses nearing collapse. The air was thick with despair, and a shadow of death had silently enveloped the entire vessel. The unbound young pirates huddled together, their eyes red-rimmed, tears cascading silently down their cheeks. In the flickering light, every face was etched with fear and helplessness. One of them, trembling, began to recount another tale he had witnessed aboard a ship that had been raided. The merciless torment inflicted by pirates on the crew, merely to extract the secrets of treasure maps or for their own amusement. Those images haunted him like a nightmare. Now, The same fear loomed over them. Our captain must be enduring unimaginable pain. He choked out, his voice heavy with panic over the uncertainty of their future. If he cannot escape, what hope do we have? These words fell like a stone into still waters, sending ripples of realization through the others. The remaining pirates began to murmur amongst themselves, each face reflecting despair for the future and helplessness in their current plight. They recognized that in the eyes of these formidable pirates, their lives were as inconsequential as weeds. Their existence a mere whim of fate, that we once dreamed of the stars and seas, yet never envisioned such a grim reality. Another pirate murmured, tears blurring his vision. How could those with bounties exceeding 100 million possibly care for our lives? We may have long been marked as sacrificial pawns. As the dialogue waned, the deck was filled only with the sounds of muffled sobs and heavy breaths, the air thick with profound despair. They embraced one another, seeking warmth and solace from their companions. Yet each knew in their hearts how futile such comfort was. They began to realize that the true battle had only just commenced, not against an external enemy, but against the internal struggles of fear and hopelessness. Catalina, a woman clad in a crisp naval uniform, her demeanor exuding an undeniable resolve, wove through the crowd and approached Sig, who lingered in the shadows. In this oppressive and tense moment, her presence seemed to usher in an unusual aura. Her gaze was direct and piercing as she locked eyes with Sig and inquired, "Sig, why do you choose to act in this manner? What benefit do you derive from intimidating these young pirates?" In response to Catalina's questioning, Sig displayed no hint of disarray, instead replying in a tone that was almost mechanically cold. "Humph. Handing these individuals over to the Navy would only result in them being imprisoned in the dark, lifeless confines of Impel Down, where they would lose their freedom entirely, living a fate worse than death. What I am doing now is merely allowing them a glimpse of fear beforehand. Thus, when they eventually fall into the Navy's hands, they will be much more compliant and easier to manage. Besides, on the Mountain Bandit, a group of terrified, soul-crushed pirates will not stir up much trouble. This not a method that is both efficient and demonstrative of control." Catalina's brows knitted together, clearly at odds with Sig's merciless logic. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to persuade him with reason and justice. However, responding to violence with violence is not a sustainable solution. Your actions will only breed more fear and erode trust and justice. The Navy's duty is to uphold peace, not to instill further terror, but we should seek more humane resolutions, guiding them toward reform rather than brutally dismantling their will. Sig let out a cold chuckle, his gaze reflecting an acceptance of the harsh realities of the world. "Miss Navy, ideals are beautiful, but reality often proves to be more stark than in these waters, where the strong devour the weak. Mercy is often a fatal flaw. Everything I do is for survival, to ensure my crew holds a place in this domain. Justice? It is a luxury. Sometimes fear is the most effective rule." The dialogue between the two individuals represent a clash of two distinctly divergent beliefs. One is the naval representative, ardently pursuing justice and peace, while the other is the pirate captain, adhering to the law of the jungle, in this shadowy realm of confrontation. Their conflict transcends personal ideologies, embodying a fierce collision of worldviews. Sig observed as Catalina stormed away, her silhouette receding with palpable indignation. Each resolute step she took upon the deck resonated like a series of crisp chimes, seemingly articulating her discontent and disappointment. After her departure, Sig remained rooted in place, the trace of a sardonic smile gradually fading, replaced by a profound and intricate expression, despite appearing to have gained the upper hand in their verbal exchange. As time elapsed, the disdain he held for Catalina's notions of justice began to be supplanted by an insidious unease. He started to recognize that, although he wielded superiority in strength and strategy, the loyalty of his crew was not without its vulnerabilities. The brigands, who had either witnessed or heard of Catalina and another woman espousing ideals of justice and peace, began to undergo a subtle transformation in their hearts. These brigands, largely hailing from impoverished backgrounds, had initially joined Sig's ranks merely to escape their destitution, dreaming of returning home in splendid attire after a single grand adventure. However, prolonged wandering upon the seas, confronting unending violence and fear, led them to waver in their original intentions. Catalina's words pierced through the long-accumulated gloom within them like a sliver of light, awakening a yearning for an alternative existence. Although Sig did not articulate it, he could sense a delicate shift in the atmosphere aboard the ship. Once silenced under his iron-fisted rule, his subordinates began to whisper among themselves, contemplating whether there could be a life beyond mere plunder. They started to question whether it was truly only through relentless fear and violence that one could establish a foothold in these treacherous waters. This undercurrent of sentiment posed an unprecedented threat to Sig. Maintaining control hinged not solely on brute force, but more crucially on winning hearts and minds. He began to reflect on whether he had become too engrossed in the game of power. Neglecting the genuine needs and aspirations of his subordinates, Sig's internal struggle was fierce. On one hand, it was driven by the harsh, pragmatic logic upon which his survival depended, while on the other, it was a vague resonance with the ideals of justice that Catalina embodied. One fateful night, as the lights within the cabin flickered out one by one, Sig stood alone on the deck, gazing at the starry sky, his heart awash with an unprecedented complexity of emotions. As time passed, the presence of Catalina and Allison aboard the Pirate King began to wield a transformative influence. Utilizing their naval backgrounds, they painted a starkly different vision of the future to those brigands who had mastered the Navy's 6 styles under Sig's tutelage. In a secluded corner of the deck, or during the stillness of the night, Catalina and Allison gathered with these brigands, sharing their myriad experiences as members of the Navy. They recounted the glorious moments of executing justice, safeguarding the innocent, and the pride that blossomed within the disciplined framework of naval life. Their words brimmed with passion and dedication to the cause of justice, moving their listeners profoundly. Although these brigands had learned the sophisticated techniques of the Navy's 6 styles under Sig's guidance, deep within, they harbored doubts about the applications of such skills. The arrival of Catalina and Allison opened a window for them, revealing that the same power could be wielded to protect rather than plunder, to forge heroes rather than infamous pirates. Imagine, Catalina said fervently, if you were to wield this power to safeguard the peace of the seas, becoming revered warriors rather than fear marauders, it would be a most honorable endeavor. Moreover, Allison added, the Navy offers not merely a career, but a home, a family bound by shared goals and beliefs. There, your skills will serve justice, and your names will be remembered for protecting others, not harming them. These words stirred ripples within the hearts of the brigands. They began to envision themselves clad in pristine naval uniforms, standing on the side of justice, receiving the admiration of the populace, rather than lurking in fear and villainy. A glimmer of aspiration flickered in the eyes of some brigands as they began to question their past choices, filled with newfound hope for the future. Sig, keenly observant, noted the subtle changes among his subordinates. Feeling a tumult of emotions that on one hand, he feared the erosion of his authority. On the other, he began to reflect on whether, as Catalina and Allison suggested, there might indeed be a brighter path worthy of exploration. At times, Sig felt the bonds of loyalty fraying, making leadership increasingly arduous. Perhaps, he mused, the ties between people fade gradually, ultimately leading them to part ways. Standing on the deck, the sea breeze carrying the briny scent brushed against his face. As the stars above seemed to bear witness to his inner deliberations, clenching his fists, his gaze sparkled with a resolute yet complex light. This treasure map expedition would become a watershed moment for him. He had silently resolved that once the treasure was found, he would present those crew members harboring dissent with a final choice, either to continue trailing him along the old path or to pursue the luminous future Catalina and Allison promised. In Sig's mind, this was not merely a strategy, but a means of self-affirmation that he firmly believed that true strength does not rely on others. Even when alone, one can carve out their own legend amidst the tumultuous seas. He envisioned that without the burden of discontent and hesitation from his crew, actions would flow more freely, decisions would be more decisive, and power would coalesce. Unencumbered, he would dart like a cheetah across the oceans. Realizing his ambition for dominance over the world, a cold smirk curled at the corners of his lips, infused with confidence and anticipation for the future, when he stood alone or led those still loyal to him. Navigating a vessel laden with treasure through the storms, how astonished the world would be. In that moment, All who had once doubted him would come to understand that the name Sig epitomized the indomitable sovereign of the mountains. Yet beneath this steely resolve lay a subtle undercurrent of loneliness. After all, he had once believed that this crew, forged by his own hands, would be a family accompanying him to the ends of the earth. However, the disparity between reality and ideal had become apparent. He began to accept that sometimes sacrifices and separations are inevitable in the pursuit of loftier goals. As the night deepened, Sig turned and stepped into the cabin, leaving behind the endless waves and starry sky. In his silhouette lingered the weight of impending change and an uncertain fate. Tomorrow would dawn anew, and Sig would continue his voyage towards the predetermined goal nestled in his heart. Catalina sat beneath the dim glow of the lantern, the pen in her hand scratching rhythmically against the pages of her journal as she diligently recorded the day's observations, particularly the nuances of Sig's behavior. Ever since their cover had been blown, she and Allison had outwardly complied while secretly seeking opportunities to relay information to the East Sea base's commanders, hoping to one day dismantle this pirate faction and restore peace to the waters. This night, her heart weighed heavily, for she had discerned a significant habit of Sig's, perhaps the very key insight derived from the analyses of numerous colonels at the East Sea base. Catalina understood that each report could be pivotal in shifting the tides of fate. Thus, she chose her words with utmost care, ensuring the accuracy of the information. She wrote in her journal, "Today, Sig's influence among the crew appears to have waned. His autocratic ways starkly contrast with the crew's awakening to ideals of justice. Notably, I increasingly suspect that Sig's powers are constrained. He only intervenes in critical moments, and each engagement seems unsustainable. In conjunction with the research from the EC base, we hypothesize that his special techniques may only last for a few minutes, presenting us with a potential breakthrough that she penned these words. Catalina paused momentarily, her gaze drifting towards the pitch-black expanse of the sea beyond the window, her heart a tumult of emotions. She felt a flicker of solace at this revelation, for it might hold the key to vanquishing Sig, yet she was also beset by trepidation regarding the potential repercussions of this intelligence, a looming, unavoidable conflict and the specter of possible casualties. Drawing a deep breath, she resumed her writing. "Colonel, we must proceed with utmost caution, by fracturing Sig's ranks and diminishing his direct control, we may seize the fleeting opportunity to capture him. However, it is imperative that our strategy is meticulously crafted to minimize the sacrifice of innocence. I firmly believe that the light of justice and peace will ultimately illuminate these waters." Upon completing her entry, Catalina carefully secured her diary, preparing to seek an opportunity to transmit this vital information. This necessity arose primarily because Sig had long since confiscated Catalina's wristwatch phone in such dire circumstances. Both Catalina and Allison were compelled to resort to more covert and traditional means of communication. Written records became their sole channel for conveying intelligence, and ensuring the safe transmission of this information emerged as their greatest challenge. After finishing her diary, Catalina turned to Allison, exchanging a resolute glance. Allison spoke softly. Though paper correspondence may seem antiquated, it often proves to be the least detectable method that we must identify a reliable moment to discreetly send this intelligence from the Mountain Bandit King. Thus, they began to devise a clandestine delivery plan. Catalina proposed that when they approached the naval base's treasure map location, they could utilize the cover of night, feigning a routine supply inspection, and stealthily conceal the informative notes within the supply crates. Allison would be responsible for creating a minor commotion to draw Sig and his confidant's attention, thus affording Catalina precious time. That a few nights later, the opportunity finally arose that on a tempestuous night, Allison deliberately caused a barrel of fresh water to topple on deck, igniting a considerable uproar. Sig and his associates were preoccupied with addressing this unexpected incident, while Catalina swiftly seized the moment, hastily stuffing the invaluable notes into the designated supply crate, shrouding it with an inconspicuous piece of canvas. The following day, as the Mountain Bandit King neared the waters adjacent to the naval base, a supply ship arrived as scheduled, and both Catalina and Allison felt their hearts race with anxiety. During the transfer of supplies, the precious notes lay quietly among the cargo, awaiting discovery. When night fell once more, Catalina and Allison stood by the ship's railing, gazing at the distant lights of the naval base, silently praying. They were uncertain if those few pages would successfully reach the colonel at the Eastern Sea base. Yet at the very least, they had exerted their utmost effort that moment. Their commitment to justice and loyalty to their mission were more resolute than ever. All this transpired in silence, unbeknownst to Sig, who remained absorbed in the excitement of his impending treasure hunt, utterly oblivious to the fact that every move he made had already been discreetly recorded and was slowly making its way to the adversarial camp through the most ancient of methods. In a materials reception area of a naval base, a flurry of activity was laced with an unusual tension that a group of naval soldiers was diligently cataloging items from the recently received supply crates. Their movements both swift and meticulous as they searched for something. Just as they were on the verge of relinquishing hope, one soldier discovered an unremarkable envelope nestled at the bottom of a pile of spare parts. Immediately halting his work, his eyes sparkled with a mix of surprise and caution as he swiftly reported this discovery to the nearby officer. The news rapidly reached the base commander, a seasoned captain who instantly recognized the potential significance of this information. An order was promptly issued to summon all colonels present at the base to witness this moment that could reshape the dynamics of the Eastern Sea. The atmosphere in the conference room grew solemn as a dozen Navy colonels gathered around a long table. Their eyes focused on the young officer holding the envelope. Under the collective gaze, the officer gingerly opened the envelope, extracting several meticulously folded sheets of paper. As the contents of the letter began to unfurl, the air in the room seemed to thicken with anticipation. The colonels held their breath, the only sound that of the paper's gentle rustling. The letter detailed Sig's operational patterns, potential vulnerabilities, and his special powers that might only last a few minutes. More critically, it concluded with Catalina's specific recommendations on how to fracture and capture Sig, each word infused with a commitment to justice and loyalty to the Navy's mission. Upon finishing, the room fell into a profound silence, soon erupting into fervent discussion. The colonels exchanged insights, formulating urgent strategies, each acutely aware that this was not merely a straightforward transmission of information, but a pivotal key to the future tranquility of the Eastern Sea. In that spacious and solemn conference room, the gathered colonels resembled a circle of strategists, their hands gripping the letter like a stone cast into still waters, sending ripples of thought across the assembly. They murmured among themselves, each face reflecting a tapestry of astonishment, doubt, and gravity. An elder colonel first broke the silence, his voice steady as he declared, "The information provided by Catalina is of utmost importance. Sig's delay in action may very well stem from the time-limited nature of his power, presenting us with an unprecedented opportunity." The younger colonel quickly chimed in, "Indeed, if we can exploit this, devising a trap to act during his brief window of weakness could significantly reduce our losses while enhancing our chances of capturing him." The discussion grew animated. As a strategy-savvy colonel contributed his insights, we must also consider how to silently undermine Sig's crew without alerting him that Catalina's notion of spreading the ideal of justice could serve as our weapon. We can covertly support those crew members harboring doubts about Sig, sowing discord within their ranks. At this juncture, a female colonel skilled in psychological tactics added, "Simultaneously, we must prepare for psychological warfare, instilling a sense of instability within Sig's ranks, compelling him to err in his anxiety. Once he begins to doubt his own crew, no matter how powerful he is, his suspicion will hinder his full potential." During the discourse, a technically adept colonel also proposed a technological support strategy. We can employ advanced listening devices and reconnaissance methods to closely monitor the Mountain Bandit King. Upon detecting signs of Sig's waning strength, we shall immediately initiate a containment plan. As the discussion deepened, various strategies and contingencies began to take shape, and the expressions of the colonels transitioned from initial uncertainty to resolute determination. Despite the formidable challenges ahead, Catalina's intelligence illuminated a glimmer of hope, rendering the seemingly impossible task of defeating Sig a tangible possibility. As the meeting drew to a close, the highest-ranking officer, a brigadier general, stood and summarized, "We face an adversary who is both cunning and formidable. Yet justice and wisdom remain our most potent weapons. The courage of Catalina and Allison has lit our path forward. Now, we must meticulously craft our strategy, awaiting the optimal moment to decisively take down Sig and restore peace and order to the Eastern Sea. With this declaration, the colonels rose in unison, each taking their leave to execute the intricate plans against Sig, which had quietly commenced. With the strategy solidified, the naval headquarters sprang into action, swiftly transmitting information via the encrypted telephone worm network to the G202 naval base. At the base near the treasure site, upon receiving the notification, naval officers immediately entered a state of heightened alertness, fully cognizant that what lay ahead was not merely a confrontation with Sig, but a pivotal juncture for the future safety of the Eastern Sea. The telephone worm rang incessantly throughout the base, each call conveying urgency and gravity. In a brightly lit operations room, the highest commander of the base was receiving the final directives from naval headquarters, his face etched with seriousness and resolve. Understood, headquarters, that we will mobilize all available resources immediately, ensuring that G202 base serves as a robust support for this operation. Within 2 days, we shall be fully prepared to welcome Sig's arrival. After the commander hung up the phone, he immediately convened his core team to commence the deployment of a concrete action plan. Meanwhile, both inside and outside the base, a flurry of activity ensued. Soldiers meticulously and efficiently transported ammunition and calibrated equipment, while engineers inspected the fortifications to ensure absolute security. The intelligence department worked tirelessly, leveraging all available resources to further analyze Sig's movements and potential operational patterns. Striving to gain a strategic advantage, through the naval radio waves, encrypted orders flowed seamlessly between various vessels in the base, as if the entire naval force in the East China Sea were interconnected by an invisible thread. Weaving a net for the impending decisive battle, at the heart of this grand web lay the G202 naval base, a seemingly ordinary yet soon-to-be historic locale. Furthermore, the Navy discreetly reached out to friendly forces in the surrounding waters, seeking their assistance and intelligence sharing, aiming to encircle Sig within the vast expanses of the East China Sea. All of this unfolded in a tense yet orderly manner, with every effort directed towards ensuring that when Sig set foot in that treasure-laden location, he would find himself ensnared within an inescapable trap. Over the following 2 days, the G202 base transformed into a colossal gear, each cog interlocking seamlessly, operating with remarkable efficiency, as everyone contributed their part to the forthcoming confrontation. The air was thick with tension and anticipation, as each individual harbored the shared conviction that justice would ultimately prevail and that peace in the East China Sea must be safeguarded. Upon the vast, boundless ocean, the pirate ship King of the Mountain glided like a lone leaf, proudly navigating the crests and troughs of the waves. Captain Sig stood firm at the helm, the sea breeze playfully tousling his unruly hair, while his sharp eyes appeared particularly profound under the afternoon sun. The weathered visage bore witness to the storms and glories of the past, each wrinkle seemingly chronicling a tale of hardship. Glancing around, Sig keenly discerned the unusual glances cast by his crew. Those gazes were imbued with a greedy longing for the unknown treasure, yet beneath them lurked an insidious current of disloyalty and betrayal. An involuntary chill coursed through him, akin to the cold sea water silently creeping across the deck, eroding every inch of warmth. Sig understood all too well that aboard this vessel, loyalty had become an exceedingly rare treasure. Behind each crew member's gaze lay their own calculations and desires. They followed him, perhaps merely believing that the King of the Mountain could lead them to greater riches. But once their goal was achieved, former comrades might swiftly turn into the blades of betrayal. Recalling the early days of their voyage, this crew had once brimmed with ambition, vowing to weather the storm together. Yet the harshness of reality had relentlessly battered this fragile unity like relentless waves. Sig realized that a true pirate must not only conquer the seas, but also navigate the intricacies of human hearts. The crew before him had evidently strayed from their original path, devolving into a collection of disjointed individuals. At that moment, a decisive thought quietly took shape in Sig's mind. When the ancient treasure map revealed its mysteries, whether he returned laden with riches or empty-handed, It would mark the moment he parted ways with these companions that in the vast expanse of the ocean. Each person's fate ultimately became a solitary voyage, and Sig would set forth once more in search of those who were trustworthy, who could weather the storms alongside him. A cold, resolute smile curved at the corners of Sig's lips. It was a farewell to the past and a commitment to the future. The road ahead, though long and fraught with uncertainty, demanded that he shed the burdensome weight of those who could not contribute meaningfully, allowing the King of the Mountain to sail forth unencumbered, standing at the ship's rail. Sig gazed out at the boundless horizon, his heart waging an intense internal battle. Indeed, stripped of those unreliable but numerous crew members, the once mighty King of the Mountain felt akin to a lifeless beast, its operation and maintenance becoming overwhelming burdens, and no matter how valiant one might be, a single individual could not command such a grand vessel that required collective effort. He found himself thinking of the solitary swordsman Mihawk, who braved the tumultuous seas alone, exuding a freedom and ease that inspired countless others. The elite personnel at G202 Naval Base, though lacking the crucial treasure map, remained captivated by the island's enigmatic legend. Choosing to venture forth on their own initiative, they set out, driven by a thirst for the unknown and a quest for glory, onto uncharted territory not marked on any nautical chart. Lacking detailed guidance, they relied on an experienced guide and their instincts to navigate through the dense jungle. Initially, they were filled with confidence, well-equipped and planning to discreetly establish monitoring and defense systems on the island to secure an advantage over potential future competitors. However, the island seemed to possess its own will, silently yet powerfully resisting the encroachment of outsiders. As the team delved deeper, the sky became shrouded in heavy clouds. Sunlight turned scarce and precious. A thick fog, akin to a ghost, silently enveloped the entire island in chaos. This mist was unlike any ordinary fog. It was so dense it felt almost tangible, like stirred milk, viscous and chilling, suffusing the air with a stifling dampness. In such an environment, even the most seasoned naval soldiers felt an unprecedented sense of disorientation and unease. The compass became useless, GPS signals were disrupted, and even the experienced guide lost his sense of direction amidst the fog. They began to realize that this island seemed to wield some supernatural power, rendering all technology impotent in its presence. As time passed, the tension and fear among the team members escalated, each step fraught with uncertainty and peril. They began to experience vivid hallucinations. Some claimed to hear whispers in their ears, while others saw flickering lights and shadows that did not exist, as if the island itself was subjecting them to psychological trials and misdirection. In this fog-enshrouded forest, the elite personnel of G202 Naval Base found it far more challenging than anticipated to leave their mark on this island. They first needed to learn to respect the rules of this unknown realm and discover a way to coexist harmoniously with it. Otherwise, the island would forever remain their labyrinth, ensnaring them in its depths with no escape. In the depths of the misty forest, the G202 naval team halted their advance. They formed a circle, their faces dimly illuminated in the gloom, as tension and fear subtly spread among them. Each person's eyes reflected the same anxious uncertainty, their breaths heavy in the stillness, as if the very air was laden with oppression. Are we lost? A young soldier's voice trembled, breaking the silence, his face betraying unmistakable panic. Stay calm. We have a trained team, and we will surely find a way out. The squad leader attempted to reassure them with a firm tone. Yet even he could not entirely mask the uncertainty in his voice. Around them, the outlines of the trees appeared ghostly and distorted in the mist, as if every leaf whispered, mocking their helplessness. Suddenly, a cacophony of cawing crows pierced the oppressive silence. The sound was sharp and eerie, like a harbinger of death, tightening their hearts and amplifying their panic. That doesn't sound like ordinary crows, a seasoned guide remarked. Furrowing his brow, squinting, he tried to discern a direction through the thick fog, but all efforts proved futile. The team members exchanged anxious glances, some gripping their weapons tightly, while others instinctively wrapped their arms around themselves, as if to shield against the invisible threats surrounding them. Every slight movement in the mist, every rustle of grass, sent their hearts racing and nerves taut. We must unite, focus our minds, and utilize all our survival skills. The squad leader reiterated, his voice resolute and strong, striving to rekindle the team's spirit and cohesion. Remember our training. We are not easily defeated. However, just as the captain's words fell, a surge of denser fog swept in, as if conjured by a tangible hand, enveloping them entirely and further diminishing their sense of sight and direction. The cawing of crows echoed around them, composing a sinister symphony that added an air of foreboding and eeriness to the entire scene. The voice of the base commander resonated through the mist, imbued with an undeniable authority and resolve, penetrating the fears and anxieties of the team members. His countenance, shrouded in the nebulous light, appeared particularly resolute. With a fire of unwavering determination burning in his eyes, we are the elite of the G202 naval base. How can we be daunted by mere tales of phantoms? Draw upon your courage and demonstrate our strength. His words resonated like the beat of war drums, galvanizing the spirit of each individual. Subsequently, the commander inhaled deeply, as if a surge of power coursed through him. It was the secret technique of hockey, mastered only by a select few in the Navy. This force enveloped his hands in an instant, and even the twin blades he wielded seemed entwined by an invisible energy. The blades glimmered with a dark sheen, exuding an extraordinary presence. Behold, this is my renowned technique, Sky Splitter. With a resounding shout, the commander swung his blades fiercely, unleashing two razor-sharp arcs that sliced through the dense fog. The previously thick, milk-like mist, impenetrable and cohesive, was effortlessly cleaved apart before this power, revealing a clear passageway. The astonishment and awe of the team members were palpable. They bore witness to the commander's prowess, and the fear in their hearts was significantly dispelled by this breathtaking display. After the fog parted, although visibility remained limited, it at least provided a glimmer of light, guiding their way forward. Keep up. We cannot afford to waste time cowering here. The commander's voice rang out once more. He strode confidently ahead, his blades at the ready to confront any potential threats that might emerge. Under his leadership, the morale of the team surged, each person following closely, their steps growing more resolute. Despite the commander's extraordinary display of strength in carving a path through the thick fog, he remained acutely aware of the complexities of their situation. This island appeared to harbor some extraordinary power, and even the elite of the Navy might find themselves ensnared in peril here. Listen, everyone, cease all exploratory actions immediately. Our foremost task now is a safe retreat. The commander's tone was grave and decisive. Turning to face the following team members, his gaze radiated an undeniable firmness. We have underestimated the dangers of this island. Remaining here to set traps will only render us victims. The team members exchanged glances. Though reluctant, they realized that the commander's decision was not without merit. Given their recent experiences in this realm of uncertainty, every step could lead to a trap, and losing one's way was merely the least severe consequence. We shall gather all available information and swiftly return to the G202 naval base to report our findings. The commander continued to issue orders while activating the emergency communication device to request assistance from the base. We must inform the higher-ups. The situation here exceeds our expectations and may involve greater threats. As the retreat order was given, the atmosphere among the team shifted from tense to efficient and orderly. They quickly organized their gear, leaving markers along the way, ensuring that if anyone fell behind, they could retrace their steps. The plans regarding treasure maps and trap setting were now cast aside, as survival became the most pressing goal. The thick fog still lingered, yet it no longer loomed as terrifying before this disciplined unit. Under the veil of the fog, a peculiar and mysterious creature quietly observed the G202 naval team. Its body seemed to merge with the mist, save for its pair of ghostly white eyes that glimmered in the fog like the brightest stars in the night sky, both eerie and captivating. These beings appeared to be filled with curiosity towards humanity, particularly regarding the commander who had showcased formidable strength, their gaze revealing a vague, indescribable interest. For these sailors, aside from the commander, who had awakened the ability to penetrate the fog through hockey, the remaining team members remained oblivious to the presence of these creatures, ensnared by the mist. They continued their retreat along the markers, their occasional conversations and footsteps echoing through the silent forest. Entirely unaware that they had become subjects of observation, the movements of these beings were swift and silent, leaping between treetops or gliding through the fog, as if part of the mist itself, effortlessly navigating around the naval team without any sign of hostility. They appeared to be assessing, or perhaps waiting for something. The fleeting glimmers in their white pupils suggested a form of silent communication. Although the commander did not directly see these beings, years of experience enabled him to sense the abnormality surrounding them. A feeling of being watched heightened his vigilance. Slowing his pace, he cast a sidelong glance around, attempting to detect any unusual movements, while subtly reminding the team to remain alert and prepare for any unforeseen circumstances. Everyone, I have a sense of being watched. Maintain formation and be ready for sudden events. The commander whispered to the nearest team members, his words tinged with caution, heightening the tension within the group. Amidst this charged atmosphere, the G202 naval team continued their retreat, while the creatures with white pupils trailed silently alongside them. This silent standoff unfolded beneath the cover of the fog, adding an air of mystery and unease to the unknown island. With the team's relentless efforts, at last, the fog began to thin, and the distant coastline emerged like a beacon of salvation, gradually coming into view for all eye in that moment. Both the commander and the ordinary team members could not suppress their expressions of astonishment and relief. The sea breeze brought a hint of saltiness, yet it also carried the promise of home. They were finally about to leave this land fraught with uncertainty and danger. "Look, it's our ship!" a young soldier exclaimed excitedly, pointing at the naval vessel not far away, his voice trembling with exhilaration. The familiar hull shimmered under the sunlight, radiating a hopeful glow, becoming the most beautiful sight at that moment. The commander's furrowed brow finally relaxed. He took a deep breath and addressed his team. "Well done. Everyone has persevered. Remember, the lessons learned today will be our invaluable treasure. Sometimes, acknowledging one's limitations is not weakness, but rather a form of wisdom." The team members exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting both a sense of relief at having survived and a resolute determination for the future. They began to quicken their pace, eager to return to the vessel and depart from this enigmatic stretch of S. As they made their way toward the shore, no one dared to mention the treasure map or the plans for setting traps. Each individual understood implicitly. The experience they had undergone was profoundly etched in their minds, rendering further words unnecessary. The moment they stepped onto the ship's deck, an indescribable feeling of safety enveloped them. The naval crew promptly assisted them aboard, sealing the hatch as if to leave behind all the strangeness and unknowns of that mysterious island. As the vessel slowly pulled away from the coastline, they cast a backward glance. The island, shrouded in thick mist, receded into obscurity until it vanished from view. The team shared a knowing smile, a smile imbued with a multitude of complex emotions, reverence for the unknown and joy at their survival. As the naval ship gradually distanced itself from the enigmatic island, the commander of Base G202 swiftly returned to his seat, immediately preparing to report the details of this expedition to his superiors. What he had encountered was not merely a simple fog and unknown threats, but phenomena that transcended conventional understanding. All of this needed to be conveyed with precision to facilitate informed decision-making. Inside the bridge, the lights blazed brightly, casting a serious atmosphere. The commander faced the holographic communication screen, where a stern-looking brigadier general awaited his report. Taking a moment to steady his breath, he began his narrative. "Brigadier, our preliminary exploration of the unknown island has proven to be quite challenging. We encountered unprecedented circumstances, beginning with the fog, an exceptionally thick and disturbingly intrusive mist that severely hampered our visibility and navigation devices. Even more bizarrely, it seemed to conceal some form of life, with beings possessing white pupils that could observe us closely without the majority of our team being aware. That I suspect these creatures might possess advanced camouflage abilities or have merged with the fog itself." The commander paused, ensuring his information was accurately received before continuing. "Utilizing my armament's Conqueror's Haki, I was able to momentarily part the mist and confirm the existence of these beings, yet they did not exhibit any aggressive behavior. This suggests they may have some purpose regarding us or are observing us due to some unknown rule. Moreover, the internal environment of the island is exceedingly complex, easily disorienting individuals that I believe there exists some supernatural influence at play, affecting unauthorized intruders. The Brigadier General listened intently, his brow furrowed in contemplation. What do you surmise lies behind these creatures in the fog? Is it related to the treasure we seek? The commander shook his head in response. It is too soon to ascertain, but one thing is certain. That island is far from ordinary. It may involve phenomena that our current science cannot explain, perhaps even a forbidden realm from ancient legends. The notion of treasure may merely be bait to lure adventurers into a trap, concealing greater secrets or dangers beneath. Understood, the Brigadier General mused for a moment before issuing his command. You have done well. Lead your team back to base immediately. We need to assemble an expert team to conduct an in-depth analysis of the data collected during this expedition. Simultaneously, I will report to higher authorities regarding the necessity of a more advanced investigation or establishing a perimeter alert in that area. Remember, safety first. We cannot underestimate the forces of nature and the unknown. The commander nodded, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Although this report had concluded, the exploration and study of that mysterious island had likely only just begun. Every member of the naval base, including himself, would learn invaluable lessons from this experience. The sea, forever more enigmatic than humanity can fathom, demands not only courage but also a profound sense of reverence in its exploration. After the thorough briefing from the commander of Base G202, the Naval High Command engaged in a careful discussion, ultimately reaching a strategic consensus. They deemed the risks of direct involvement in the deeper exploration of that mysterious sea to be extraordinarily high, potentially leading to significant losses. Moreover, the existing technology and capabilities of the Navy were insufficient to confront the unknown entities and potential supernatural phenomena. Thus, they resolved to adopt a more conservative and indirect strategy, utilizing available intelligence to observe and exploit other forces that might enter the region. Commander, your judgment is indeed astute. The mysteries of that sea are not something we should directly confront at this time. However, we are aware of the pirate King Sig's obsession with the treasure map, which presents us with an opportunity, came the Brigadier General's voice through the encrypted channel, laced with undeniable resolve. We need not delve into the lion's den. We shall instead deploy resources around the perimeter, waiting for Sig and his crew to unwittingly step into that unknown trap. Following this new strategy, Base G202 swiftly adjusted its deployment, refraining from sending large fleets near the mysterious waters. Instead, they divided into smaller teams to patrol and monitor the outer sea. Employing advanced reconnaissance equipment, they closely tracked the movements of the Pirate King's ship while continuously monitoring the weather and ocean currents in that region, striving to gather useful information at the earliest opportunity. Simultaneously, the technical department of the base worked diligently, attempting to simulate the specific conditions of that sea based on the commander's descriptions, analyzing potential biological characteristics, and hypothesizing their relationship with a natural environment. While direct confrontation with the unidentified life forms was not part of the plan, understanding these unknown factors was crucial for formulating subsequent countermeasures. Once all preparations were complete, the Naval High Command confidently believed that this strategy not only mitigated unnecessary risks, but also effectively harnessed third-party forces to uncover the truth behind that sea. They envisioned that as Sig and his crew approached the fog-enveloped island with hopeful anticipation, they would encounter unforeseen challenges. Meanwhile, the Navy could remain at a safe distance, reaping the rewards of valuable intelligence and possibly intervening when necessary to eliminate this unstable factor in the East Sea. This seemingly effortless strategy, however, was imbued with meticulous calculation and foresight. The Navy's operations unfolded silently, like a current awaiting the opportune moment to strike in this vast ocean. A contest surrounding the unknown and the treasure had quietly commenced, with various forces only just beginning to position their pieces on the board. Standing on the deck, Sig felt the sea breeze caress his face, carrying with it the scent of salt and moisture as his gaze traversed the shimmering waves. He squinted into the distance, where the silhouette of the mist-shrouded island loomed, and myriad thoughts raced through his mind that he couldn't help but ponder. If he were to find the legendary devil fruit on that island, Should he consume it? The devil fruit, one of the most mysterious treasures of the ocean, bestows extraordinary powers upon its consumer, yet the cost of losing the ability to swim forever. Sig understood that each fruit represented a form of unknown power. Some might be overwhelmingly potent, while others could lead to absurd outcomes. With this in mind, he couldn't suppress a wry smile, mentally weighing his options that if it were a nature-type fruit, such as the flame fruit or the lightning fruit, it would undoubtedly allow him to become the unrivaled sovereign of the seas. Sig envisioned himself wielding nature's forces, looking down upon the world with a glint of longing in his eyes. Yet, what if it were one of those ridiculous fruits, perhaps one that turned him into a fishman or made him slippery like oil? Would that not render him the laughingstock of the seas? At this thought, a shiver ran down Sig's spine, and his lips twitched involuntarily. After all, a pirate's reputation is paramount, who would want to be the subject of jest during mealtime conversations. Caution, it seemed, was the order of the day. Sig secretly resolved to gather as much intelligence as possible regarding the devil fruits on the mysterious island before setting foot on its shores. He intended to rely on his subordinates' information network and his own intuition to discern which fruit was worth the risk of pursuit. Knowledge is power. To act blindly without thorough understanding is not in my nature, Sig murmured to himself, his gaze growing more resolute. Standing at the helm of the ship, he gripped the wheel tightly, his sharp eyes scanning the averted glances of his crew, acutely aware of their unease. As plans for the expedition to the unknown island progressed, an atmosphere of tension enveloped the ship. Once united comrades of the mountains now harbored doubts, with some even whispering about defecting to the Navy, hoping to absolve their past transgressions for a chance at a clean slate. Humph, what a bunch of spineless wretches, Sig inwardly cursed, though his expression remained impassive. Fear and greed are the immutable dualities of human nature. Those destined for greatness must learn to master these emotions rather than be enslaved by them. If any among you believe that following me, Sig, leads to nowhere, you may step forward now. I will not force you to stay. Sig's voice resonated across the deck, deep and powerful, each word striking the hearts of his crew like a hammer. He paused deliberately, scanning his surroundings with piercing eyes, attempting to expose the wavering hearts through silent pressure. However, despite the turmoil within, the deck remained silent. No one dared respond to Sig's challenge. They were all acutely aware that Sig was not one to easily forgive betrayal, and even a fleeting thought of dissent could invite unforeseen consequences. Very well, since you have chosen to continue following me, cast those foolish notions into the sea to feed the fish. Sig's words carried an undeniable resolve. We are mountain bandits, free hunters of the sea, not timid rodents that Catalina's navy may harbor deserters. But aboard my ship, Sig, only warriors are welcome. With that, he turned his gaze toward the fog-shrouded island, his eyes glimmering with determination and ambition. Treasure, devil fruit, whatever it may be, I shall not miss the opportunity to grow stronger. Remember, only the strong can write history. The weak shall be forgotten by it. Sig's words faded. The atmosphere aboard the Mountain Bandit King plummeted to an icy chill. The crew exchanged anxious glances, a current of unease spreading among them. Sig's declaration served both as a proclamation and a warning, instilling an unprecedented pressure upon these once arrogant bandits. Their leader's resolve was deeper than the ocean and fiercer than the storm, a force they found difficult to withstand. At a few bold bandits, trembling, stepped forward, attempting to shatter the suffocating silence, their voices quivering, yet striving to maintain composure. Captain, we naturally stand united with you, but that unknown sea, the legendary devil fruit. What if Sig's gaze swept over these hesitant bandits, his eyes seemingly capable of piercing through their hearts, evoking dread? What if what? Is it fear of the unknown or fear of your own greed? Remember, fear and greed can be both a driving force and a grave. That we are bandits, living on the edge of a knife. Every voyage is a gamble with death. Yet, as long as we remain united and ruthless, there are no challenges we cannot overcome. His words bore an undeniable authority, while subtly conveying a hint of encouragement. As for the devil fruit, it is a double-edged sword. Consuming it may grant extraordinary power, but could also bring unforeseen constraints. Yet that is precisely the allure of adventure. is it not? The unknown is what makes it worthy of pursuit. Sig's tone softened slightly, providing his crew with a measure of solace. Now, return to your preparations. Check your weapons and gear, and ensure the ship is in optimal condition, that we do not know what awaits us ahead. But as long as we are well prepared, we can minimize the risks. Remember, we are brothers aboard the Mountain Bandit King, united in life and death. With Sig's words, the crew's trepidation seemed to alleviate somewhat. They exchanged glances, nodding as they returned to their respective duties, though doubt and fear still lingered in their hearts. Sig inhaled deeply. Pure intimidation could temporarily quell the crew's anxiety, but would not resolve the underlying issues that stabilized their spirits. He needed to display a more humane side. Thus, he spoke again, his tone infused with a rare warmth and understanding. I know that each of you harbors your own dreams and concerns. This expedition is indeed fraught with peril. I cannot guarantee that everyone will return unscathed, but please believe, I, Sig, never make sacrifices without purpose. Our goal is clear, and the rewards shall be bountiful. Pausing for a moment, he cast a gentle gaze across each face, engaging them in a silent dialogue that I promise, once we successfully explore this treasure map island. Regardless of whether we return laden with riches or empty-handed, I will grant you the freedom to choose. Those who wish to remain and continue adventuring with me are welcome. Those who desire to settle with their newfound wealth will face no opposition from me. Just as I treated those brothers who chose to leave in the past, I will provide you with ample gold and a small vessel to facilitate your fresh start. Sig's words were like a spring breeze, dispelling the shadows hanging over the crew's hearts. They began to whisper among themselves, their faces brightening with hope. We are brothers, and more importantly, comrades in these seas. Trust and respect are more precious than gold. Let us join hands to complete this adventure, and afterward, regardless of the paths we choose, this shared experience and bond will be our collective treasure. His words resonated with conviction, each phrase revealing his unwavering determination and sincerity. This discourse acted as a potent tonic, not only stabilizing the crew's emotions, but also rekindling their fighting spirit. They commenced an animated discussion about the forthcoming expedition, sharing their visions of treasure. As the atmosphere shifted from tense to fervent, brimming with anticipation of the unknown and a fervent desire for success. Observing this transformation, a satisfied smile crept across Sig's face, sometimes beyond the iron fist. Understanding and respect can forge a stronger bond among people. Over the past 2 days, the ambience aboard the Pirate King had undergone a remarkable metamorphosis. Words flowed like a warm tide, seeping into the hearts of every crew member. They began to perceive the impending adventure from a fresh perspective, driven not merely by a thirst for wealth, but by an innate desire for exploration and a profound appreciation for the freedom of choice. A group of crew members gathered, excitedly discussing the dreams they wished to realize upon discovering the treasure. Some dreamt of returning to their homeland, using their newfound wealth to purchase land and lead a tranquil agrarian life. Far removed from the clutches of violence, others fantasized about opening a tavern in the bustling city, reveling in a life of peace yet filled with merriment, while some half-jokingly expressed a desire to join the Navy, seeking to protect the seas in a different manner. Though this often elicited laughter, it concealed a serious contemplation of various lifestyles. As night fell, a bonfire was lit on the deck, with everyone seated in a circle, sharing their stories and aspirations for the future. The air was thick with an unprecedented sense of ease and unity. Yet, amidst this warm and hopeful gathering, Sig's heart stirred with an unspoken turmoil. Catalina and Allison, two beautiful and enigmatic women, had become a source of unarticulated concern for him. Unlike the other crew members who expressed curiosity and desire towards them, Sig's demeanor was one of cool detachment and vigilance. In these waters, beauty often coexists with danger, and the presence of these two women undoubtedly added an element of uncertainty to the impending adventure. He deliberately avoided direct interaction with them, fearing that he or his crew might be beguiled by superficial allure, thereby compromising their judgment. Amidst the laughter and merriment by the bonfire, his gaze occasionally darted towards Catalina and Allison, his penetrating eyes concealing scrutiny and wariness. Beauty was secondary. What mattered most was maintaining discipline and focus within the team. especially as they were on the brink of venturing into the unknown. Sig pondered internally, realizing that his crew might indulge in various fantasies fueled by their yearning for beauty, with some even mentioning joining the Navy for stability, which left him feeling a tinge of disappointment. Without his guidance, navigating the complexities of the maritime world would prove challenging for this group. Yet he understood that a true leader must comprehend and steer these emotions rather than dismiss them outright. The faces illuminated by the flickering firelight danced in and out of shadowed as dawn approached. With the sea breeze gently caressing, the Pirate King slowly drew near to the island shrouded in ancient legends and mysterious fog. Sig stood at the bow, his telescope in hand, gravely surveying the horizon. The thick mist enveloped the island like silk, rendering the view a hazy blur. Only the outline of the coastline was faintly discernible, resembling a slumbering giant awaiting the arrival of uninvited guests. "Captain, are we truly going in? That fog appears unusual," remarked a seasoned old sailor, stepping beside Sig, his voice tinged with curiosity and unease. Sig tightened his grip on the telescope, his brow furrowed. "Yes, we must proceed. The treasure map points us here. The unknown is always fraught with risk, but great discoveries often lie within," he commanded. "Prepare the landing party. We must tread carefully." "Aye, Captain," the old sailor nodded and turned to relay the orders. The other crew members hastily busied themselves, readying the necessary equipment for landing. As the landing boat was lowered, the crew prepared to disembark, with Sig being the last to step onto the small craft. He glanced back at the Pirate King, silently wishing, "May the sea god bless us and return with our glory." Gradually, the small boat vanished into the fog, leaving behind rippling echoes shimmering in the morning light. The unknown adventure was about to unfold. As the landing craft approached the island, Sig's unease intensified. The surroundings were tightly wrapped in thick fog, and a continuous low murmur seemed to emanate from all directions yet remained without a discernible source. Looking around, he whispered to his first mate, "This island possesses an inexplicable eeriness. Everyone must remain vigilant and avoid acting separately." Upon hearing this, the first mate promptly conveyed the command, and the crew's previous levity gave way to a tense grip on their weapons. They knew that the captain's instincts were seldom wrong and warranted utmost attention. Upon landing, they stepped onto the damp, moss-covered ground, each step taken with utmost caution, fearful of triggering unknown mechanisms that eye in the fog. The outlines of trees appeared intermittently, as if countless eyes were watching from the shadows. Sig understood clearly that the devil fruit was a legendary treasure, and the quest for it was a gamble in itself. The authenticity of the treasure map remained shrouded in mystery. "Captain, do you believe the devil fruit truly exists?" A young crew member couldn't help but inquire, his voice laced with anticipation and apprehension. Sig halted, his gaze penetrating through the layers of mist as he replied solemnly, "In this world, anything is possible. Since we have come this far, we cannot return empty-handed. However, remember, our primary goal is safety, and the treasure is a secondary reward." The team pressed onward, discovering many peculiar plants and rugged terrain along the way, everything appearing remarkably extraordinary. Sig mused that even without the devil fruit, the island itself might be a vast treasure. Concealing untold secrets, he gazed towards the horizon, where the sun seemed to be swallowed by the thick fog, leaving only a few strands of residual light blurring the boundary between sea and sky. Today's exploration had to be halted. Nighttime on the island would prove even more perilous, with unknown creatures and potential foes lurking in the darkness. His furrowed brow relaxed slightly as he decided to establish camp, planning to reassess the situation come morning. "Everyone, we shall halt here for today. Set up tents, kindle a fire, and take turns keeping watch. We must not let our guard down." Sig's orders swiftly spread through the ranks. The crew moved with agility, quickly erecting the camp. Sig retrieved a bottle of rum from his pocket, gently uncapping it and taking a sip. The spicy yet slightly sweet flavor instantly awakened his senses, momentarily dispelling the clouds of doubt in his mind. Closing his eyes, he attempted to perceive the surrounding environment using his observation hockey. However, even he, an experienced warrior, could only capture indistinct vibrations amidst the dual obstructions of fog and night, unable to discern whether they were animals or something else entirely. Perhaps I am being overly cautious, Sig muttered to himself, yet the ominous premonition in his heart lingered. He glanced at Catalina and Allison nearby, assisting other crew members in preparing dinner. Their seemingly mundane actions still stirred a hint of unease within him. After dinner, Sig found himself alone by the bonfire, the flames casting a warm glow on his resolute face as he raised his cup once more. The rum glimmered enticingly in the firelight. Leaning closer to his first mate, he softly instructed, "Keep a close watch on those two ladies. We do not know them well enough to dismiss any possibilities. As for me, I intend to delve deeper into the island's secrets tonight using my Haka." As night deepened, Sig closed his eyes, focusing intently, attempting to extend his observation into the far reaches of the unseen. Gradually, he sensed the pulsing of the island, a heartbeat of life intertwined with subtle fluctuations that hinted at an existence lurking in the shadows, apart from nature itself. Yet, the specifics remained shrouded in ambiguity. Upon opening his eyes, the starry night sky revealed itself, though the moonlight was obscured by thick fog, weaving a tapestry of the unknown and the perilous on this fateful eve. Sig resolved silently that he must exercise greater caution in unraveling the island's enigmatic veil on the morrow, while also seeking to decipher the mysteries surrounding Catalina and Allison. Gathered around the flickering campfire, silence enveloped the group, each member grappling with a blend of trepidation for the unknown and anticipation for the forthcoming exploration. The night deepened, and from the depths of the island, unfamiliar sounds echoed, foretelling that the impending adventure would be fraught with danger. Sig gazed into the dancing flames, quietly contemplating his plans for the next day. Regardless of what lay ahead, the crew of the Pirate King would face it together, united against adversity. The existence of that mysterious devil fruit loomed large in his mind, its truth waiting to be unveiled come dawn. Moonlight filtered through the dense mist, casting dappled shadows that added an air of mystery to the tranquil night. As the pirates succumbed to slumber, the surroundings seemed to descend into a deeper stillness. However, this calmness was merely the eye of the storm that a colossal, indistinct white creature silently emerged from the fog, its form blending seamlessly with the mist. Only at certain angles and under faint light could its outline be discerned. The creature moved with an ethereal grace, almost as if it were a specter formed from the fog itself. Inching closer to the slumbering Sig, though enveloped in sleep, Sig's years of experience kept him alert even in repose. On the cusp between dreams and reality, he sensed an unusual presence. Suddenly, he jolted awake, eyes wide, as a hazy white mass drew near, instinctively reaching for a weapon at his side. At the same moment, the creature seemed to register Sig's awakening, its previously slow movements accelerating, an invisible pressure enveloping the entire camp. Sig's breath quickened. Drawing his dagger from his waist, he called out in a hushed tone, "Who goes there? Show yourself!" The tranquility of the camp shattered. A few quick-witted crew members were stirred from their slumber, hastily searching for weapons while scanning their surroundings with palpable tension. Yet, the creature vanished into the air as if it had melded back into the fog, leaving only a low, resonant hum echoing around the camp. "All hands on deck," Sig commanded loudly. Surveying his surroundings, he silently thanked his instincts for waking him early. That moment, he realized that this island was far more perilous than he had imagined. The enigmatic white creature could very well be an unknown threat they had yet to encounter. The crew sprang into action, lighting more torches to reinforce the camp's defenses. In the mist, vigilant eyes searched for any trace of the creature, but it remained elusive. That Sig's directive tightened the atmosphere within the camp. Every pirate held their breath, weapons gripped tightly, anxiously scanning the fog-laden surroundings. The flickering torchlight danced in the night, casting elongated shadows, yet it could not pierce the heavy mist to reveal the secrets hidden within. "Captain, are you certain something is out there?" "We see nothing," a young crew member asked in a trembling voice, clearly unsettled by the sudden tension. Sig furrowed his brow, reluctantly acknowledging that the creature had indeed adeptly concealed its presence. "Perhaps I am overly sensitive, but we must remain vigilant. We are uncertain of what lies on this island, let alone what may be hidden within this fog. Keep your watch, pair up, and maintain communication." Following Sig's orders, the crew reorganized their night watch. Although doubts lingered in their minds, Their trust in the captain compelled them to comply. The camp regained a facade of calm, yet each individual's heart raced, straining to catch the faintest sound, eyes striving to adapt to the dim light, attempting to penetrate the enigmatic barrier. As time wore on, apart from the occasional rustle of the night wind through the treetops and the distant murmurs of unseen creatures, the area surrounding the camp seemed devoid of unusual occurrences. Some crew members began to question whether the alarm had merely been a false alarm. However, Sig's furrowed brow remained unrelaxed. In this realm of uncertainty, any lapse in attention could yield fatal consequences. Amidst this delicate equilibrium, the night gradually faded, and the first rays of dawn struggled to pierce the fog, bringing a glimmer of light to the camp. A night without incident allowed the crew's taut nerves to ease slightly, yet Sig's conviction only strengthened. This island concealed secrets yet to be uncovered, and that mysterious white creature might merely be the tip of the iceberg among the unknowns. "Pack up, prepare to delve deeper into exploration," Sig commanded, his voice imbued with determination and resolve. The pirates swiftly set to work. Although the previous night's experiences had not posed a tangible threat, they had nonetheless sown seeds of unease within each heart. They understood that the true challenge had only just begun as Sig orchestrated the team in organizing their gear for departure. His mind replayed the events of the previous night, familiar with the vast and wondrous world of the Pirate King. He knew that myriad strange and varied creatures existed, many possessing extraordinary abilities due to consuming devil fruits. Chopper's case sparked an idea in his mind. Perhaps that white silhouette was also a being endowed with the powers of a specific devil fruit. If it is a devil fruit user, what could its power be? Sig pondered aloud, attempting to sift through memories for potential clues. He recalled legends surrounding the land of snow and the associated devil fruit abilities, such as the ice fruit or the snow fruit, all of which could correlate with the image of white. Yet those users typically exhibited distinct characteristics when utilizing their powers, such as frost or snowflakes. The creature from last night, however, seemed to embody pure white, devoid of any obvious traits of fruit-related abilities. Perhaps it is a species we have never encountered or some peculiar natural phenomenon. Sig speculated inwardly. Yet regardless, his curiosity about the island intensified that he resolved that today's exploration would not only seek treasure, but also uncover the truth behind that mysterious white creature. As the team ventured further into the island, they navigated through dense forests and scaled rugged cliffs, with the fog seemingly a constant companion. Sig instructed the crew to remain close-knit, wary of the unknown creature's potential reappearance. Each step was laden with uncertainty and vigilance, as if they were traversing an entirely new world, far beyond the confines of any mere treasure map. In an open clearing, they stumbled upon peculiar tracks. These prints were abnormally large, unlike any conventional creature they were familiar with. The impressions sank deeply into the damp soil, their unusual shapes and indistinct edges suggesting a fusion of solid form and mist. The vast distances between each step hinted that the being responsible for these marks was colossal beyond comprehension. Sig knelt to scrutinize the tracks, his fingers brushing against a leaf beside one of the impressions, tiny droplets of water beating upon it, likely remnants of the fog left by the creature's passage. He mused internally, recognizing that such evidence could not have originated from an ordinary denizen of the natural world, further confirming the reality of last night's creature's existence. "Take heed, we may not be the only visitors on this island," Sig stated as he rose, addressing the crew that had gathered around him. His voice was low and serious, his gaze firmly meeting each crew member's eyes. "These tracks are the clues we seek. Stay alert, weapons at the ready." Upon hearing these words, the crew members solemnly nodded, their expressions grave. They gathered closely around Sig, forming a compact formation as they cautiously advanced along the footprints as they delved deeper. The surrounding environment grew increasingly surreal. The fog thickened, shrouding visibility to an almost absolute minimum, compelling them to rely on hushed whispers and the flickering light of their torches to navigate their way. Suddenly, a faint beam of light pierced through the mist, capturing the attention of the group. The source appeared to emanate from a nearby cave entrance, casting a strange yet gentle white glow reminiscent of the creature from the previous night. Albeit distinct in its own right, that a powerful premonition surged within Sig, This place might harbor the key to unraveling all the mysteries. Advance towards the light. Maintain formation, Sig commanded, simultaneously drawing his dagger, ready to confront any unforeseen circumstances. As the party drew closer, the interior of the cave gradually came into view. It was not spacious, but the walls were adorned with moss that emitted a soft white luminescence, illuminating the entire space in a dreamlike glow. At the deepest recess of the cave stood a figure, the same enigmatic white creature from the previous night. It appeared to await their arrival, the surrounding mist swirling as if in accordance with its will, creating an atmosphere both mysterious and solemn. Sig gestured for the team to halt and took a few deliberate steps forward, attempting to establish communication with the being that we mean no harm. We merely wish to understand you in this land. His voice resonated within the cave, imbued with a sense of gravity. The creature seemed to comprehend, slowly extending a part of its form to reveal a hand that appeared to be formed from condensed mist. It gently placed it upon the ground, then took a step back, presenting an inviting gesture. Sig inhaled deeply, deciding to trust this unknown exchange, leading his crew deeper into the cave alongside the creature. As they approached, an unprecedented sense of peace enveloped the air, establishing a wondrous connection between the being and themselves. That moment, Sig's thoughts surged like a tidal wave. The scene before him evoked visions of the mythical spiritual beasts from tales of cultivation, entities that existed solely within ancient stories and deep, secluded forests. Such beings often possessed incredible powers, capable of manipulating the elements of nature and even becoming invisible. He pondered in silence. Could it be that this world of pirates also harbored a cultivation system and life forms akin to those in the realm of immortality? With his sword tightly gripped in hand, its cold gleam flashing, Sig felt ripples of uncertainty within. Faced with such a being that seemed to transcend the material realm, he couldn't help but question whether his weapon could truly reach it. This white creature was like an elusive mist, both tangible and ethereal, defying easy classification. The power we seek appears minuscule before this world, Sig whispered inwardly, his gaze reflecting both reverence and defiance. He turned to face his crew, who looked back with expressions of confusion and fear, their faces mirroring the turmoil within. For these marauders, accustomed to the visible battles and plunders upon the sea, the extraordinary phenomenon before them was indeed beyond comprehension. Sig noticed the unease among his subordinates. Their anxious conversations pierced the cave's stillness. "Captain, are you certain there's something here? I see nothing but fog and these strange lights." The young crew member murmured nervously, gripping the hilt of his knife as sweat trickled down his cheek. Another seasoned sailor voiced his doubts, his tone laced with apprehension. "This place feels off, as if we've stepped into the realm of ghosts. Shouldn't we retreat and return to the ship?" A couple of timid crew members had already begun to mutter prayers, hoping for the protection of the sea gods to ensure their escape from this ominous locale. Sig took a deep breath and turned to face them. "I understand this appears extraordinary, but we are pirates, adventurers, not cowards who flee at the slightest disturbance. If there truly exists an unknown force or being on this island, it should be our prize, not a cause for fear. That I will not compel anyone. But if you trust me, follow my lead, that we will face this together, explore together." His words acted as a stabilizing anchor, calming the wavering hearts of the crew. After all, straying from their captain in this mysterious land left them uncertain of what peculiarities they might encounter. It was far wiser to follow closely behind him. As the group ventured deeper, the cave's interior revealed increasingly astonishing sights. Wisps and clusters of white, gaseous beings began to drift gracefully from the depths of the cave. They took on various forms, some resembling delicate feathers, others like flowing clouds, and still others akin to coalescing mist, all gently dancing in the air, radiating a soft glow. Though composed of gas, these entities exuded a sense of life, vitality, and harmony. Sig watched in rapt attention, his heart shaken, for this scene felt both clear and real, as if it were an intimate vision seared into his consciousness. That he sensed that he had been chosen to witness this hidden secret. Meanwhile, his crew, though closely following, appeared bewildered, oblivious to the subtle fluctuations in the air surrounding these wondrous sights. It seemed this was a serendipitous encounter meant solely for him. Sig whispered to himself, his heart racing with both excitement and a burgeoning sense of responsibility. He resolved to attempt communication, even if guided solely by instinct. Clearing his throat, he endeavored to make his voice sound gentle and respectful, akin to chanting an ancient and mysterious ballad, hoping to forge some connection with the white, gaseous beings. Esteemed guardians, I am Sig, a traveler from afar, arriving with a heart yearning for knowledge and peace. We mean no offense. We merely desire to understand this unknown land and your mysteries. May you feel our sincerity and share with us the wisdom of this realm. His words echoed through the cave. However, the white beings did not exhibit any overt reaction, neither approaching nor retreating. They seemed to listen quietly, yet were seemingly unaffected. Sig awaited their response, time appearing to freeze in that moment. The air thick with anticipation and uncertainty. Within the enveloping, peculiar white mist, a subtle yet eerie change began to unfold within Sig's crew. Initially imperceptible, this change gradually became evident, and Sig sensed an unusual shift in the atmosphere surrounding them. Turning suddenly, he was taken aback to see that the previously anxious crew members now bore an unusual crimson glow in their eyes. It was a sign of long-buried resentment and anger being inexplicably awakened. Their gazes no longer focused on the unknown being, but turned towards one another, and even towards Sig himself. Every face appeared distorted in the dim light, as the camaraderie they once shared seemed to dissolve. Replaced by deeply buried grievances and discontent magnified beyond measure, Sig's heart sank, realizing the dire situation. The mist appeared to have catalyzed the darkest aspects of human nature, exposing long-standing conflicts and resentments. Sig swiftly assessed the situation. This was no coincidence. The white beings had influenced their minds in some manner. Everyone, remain calm. We are a team, facing challenges together. Do not allow external forces to sway our resolve. Sig endeavored to shout in a calm, yet resolute tone, attempting to awaken the reason and spirit within them. However, his call was met with an even greater cacophony of disordered whispers and suppressed roars. As several crew members began to shove each other, hostility rapidly permeating the air, Sig realized that verbal persuasion had become futile. Action was imperative to prevent the situation from deteriorating further. He watched as the crew's emotions ran wild, uncontrollable like horses unbridled. The faces of several crew members flushed crimson, their eyes glinting with an abnormal light as they accused one another, their voices rife with long-suppressed anger and discontent. You received more than I did from the last haul. What gives you the right? Bellowed a burly man, pointing at a scrawny companion, his fists clenched, muscles quivering with rage. The lean crew member was equally defiant, retorting, unfair. You slack off every time we set sail. While I toil relentlessly, don't forget who secured your rigging during that storm. Their gazes were laden with provocation and resentment. Others joined this verbal skirmish, past grievances and misunderstandings magnifying infinitely in this moment. Some berated their opponents for cowardice in battle. Others complained of unfair distributions, while others dredged up old grievances from years gone by, each word striking like a sharp blade at the hearts of their fellow sailors. Amidst them, a few crew members, though affected, bore expressions starkly different. They gritted their teeth, weapons gripped tightly, yet refrained from joining the fray. Their eyes flickered between their enraged comrades and Sig, evidently struggling to control their burgeoning emotions. The sweat beading on their foreheads and their furrowed brows revealed they were embroiled in a fierce internal struggle, resisting the force that sought to plunge them into chaos. Witnessing this, Sig felt a surge of urgency. He had to find a way to quell the conflict before it spiraled out of control, but he recognized the critical nature of the situation. Should infighting erupt fully, not only would their expedition fail utterly, but their very lives would be gravely endangered. He made a swift decision. They must first retreat from this place, charged with an eerie energy, away from the influence of the white creatures. Everyone, cease fighting at once, and heed my command. Sig commanded loudly. Drawing his dagger, he did not point it at any of his comrades, but rather struck the nearby stone wall forcefully, creating a series of loud, resonant thuds in an attempt to interrupt their heightened agitation. Yet his efforts seemed to yield little fruit. Groups of men had already engaged in combat. blades flashing in cries of fury and pain intertwining in a chaotic weave. Sieg observed a few crew members who had been striving to maintain their composure. Gradually becoming embroiled in the conflict, the situation becoming dire, he quickly assessed his surroundings in search of the best escape route. In a corner of the cavern, he noticed a faint beam of light, seemingly an exit to the outside world. Without hesitation, Sieg shouted, "Follow the light. Retreat immediately." He dashed between two still quarreling crew members, physically separating them, while wielding his dagger to reflect the dim light, guiding their path. With all his strength, he fended off the blind assaults of his anger-driven comrades while striving to escort the more lucid crew members towards the glimmer of light. "Maintain formation. Protect our injured brethren. We must leave this place." Sieg's command resonated through the tumult. Imbued with decisiveness and undeniable authority, in that moment, he was not merely a captain, but their beacon of hope for survival. At last, a portion of the crew began to heed Sieg's call. Whether out of trust in their captain or fear of the brutal scene unfolding around them, they began to withdraw in an orderly fashion towards the cave's mouth. Sieg closely followed, using his body and weapon to carve a path for them, resisting the onslaught of those still ensnared by their rage. More and more individuals fled the area shrouded by the white creatures. Clarity gradually returned to their eyes, as if awakening from a nightmarish trance, bewildered and perplexed by the recent events. Ultimately, when the last person stumbled out of the cavern into the light, Sieg collapsed onto the ground. Gasping for breath, his sweat mingling with the dust that clung to his garments, he lifted his gaze to the sky, a tumult of emotions churning within him. Though they had temporarily escaped that uncanny realm, his heart raced, for the sight before him was utterly chilling. Witnessing firsthand, as they emerged from the cave, some crew members' faces began to undergo an unfathomable transformation. Those most profoundly affected by the white creatures appeared to merge with the misty beings, their features blurring as if establishing a bizarre connection between the two. This was not mere parasitism or control, but rather a profound, indescribable fusion of spirits. Sieg's thoughts raced. If measures were not taken swiftly, not only would he lose these comrades, but they might also be assimilated by these creatures in an unprecedented manner, becoming another set of permanent residents on the island. Such an occurrence was intolerable. He had to find a solution. Confronted by the ever-encroaching white creatures within the cavern, Sieg's fury and resolve coalesced into an unstoppable force. Drawing a deep breath, the latent conqueror's haki within him awakened like thunder, instantly suffusing his entire being. This power, a birthright of true sovereigns, could instill fear in nearby creatures on a spiritual level, even shattering the will of the feeble. Slowly, Sieg unsheathed his sword, its blade shimmering with a cold brilliance in the sunlight. Closing his eyes and centering himself, he guided that conqueror's haki towards the sword's tip in an instant. An invisible yet immensely powerful aura enveloped the blade, as if it were cloaked in an ethereal flame, the air thick with a sense of oppressive dread. Now, with a low but commanding shout, Sieg swung his sword towards the nearest white creature. As the blade passed, the air seemed to tear apart, emitting a sharp wail. The creature, upon contact with the haki-laden sword energy, trembled as if electrified, before exploding into wisps of smoke that dissipated into the air. This scene resembled that of a mythic hero cleaving through demons. Fierce and awe-inspiring, each of Sieg's strikes carried unparalleled momentum, his adept use of the Conqueror's haki granting him the upper hand against these enigmatic beings. The crew members affected by this power, even in their semi-fused state, appeared to regain a glimmer of lucidity, hope rekindling in their eyes. However, these white creatures proved not easily vanquished. Their numbers seemed endless, continuously surging forth from the depths of the cavern. Just as Sieg was fully engrossed in countering the relentless influx of white creatures, devoting nearly all his attention to this unprecedented battle, he failed to notice the subtle changes among the crew behind him. Those who had once fought alongside him bore expressions of complex emotions, their gazes occasionally meeting with those of Catalina and others nearby, hinting at an unspoken understanding. Catalina, this seemingly unassuming female naval officer, had subtly intervened with the crew over the past few days, skillfully planting seeds of loyalty and obedience within them. Her gaze was resolute and encouraging. A simple gesture could awaken the suppressed sense of justice and courage buried within these former mountain bandits. At the very moment Sieg turned his back to the group, fully exerting his conqueror's haki against the white creatures, Catalina gently raised her hand, poised to issue a command. The air hung heavy, as if time had paused, every breath held in anticipation of that moment. For them, this instant represented not merely a test of loyalty to a new belief, but also the ultimate affirmation of their transformation. Yet at this crucial juncture, Sieg's keen intuition suddenly sensed a chill at his back. Years of combat experience urged him. "Is there a problem?" he called out loudly. "What do you intend to do? Did you not say you could not see the enemy hidden in the dense fog? Or do you now harbor other intentions?" The call of Sieg resonated like a lightning bolt, shattering the tense atmosphere and causing the crew members, on the verge of violence, to momentarily freeze, though their weapons were raised. They lingered in the air, time seemingly suspending at that instant, in their eyes. Amidst the original impulses and the confusion of being manipulated, hesitance and struggle began to intermingle. "Have you forgotten our oath? We once sailed through storms together, overcoming adversity." As soon as Sieg's words fell, tension escalated to an unbearable peak. The crew, previously restless, seemed doused with a bucket of cold water at Sieg's inquiry, their bodies stiffened and indecisive. Their hearts were in turmoil between loyalty and the will of manipulation. But after a fleeting moment, the influence of Catalina gradually gained the upper hand. An air of resoluteness and madness began to spread amongst them. Fire Dragon's Kiss. A burly crew member was the first to shatter the silence, conjuring a sphere of searing flames in his hand. Like an enraged fire dragon, it prepared to strike at Sieg's back. In his eyes flickered defiance, yet there was an almost imperceptible pain. Evidently, he was wrestling with his loyalty. Shadow assault. Another agile crew member growled, his form blurring into a shadow, attempting to encircle Sieg's blind spot for a deadly strike. His movements were swift and silent, seamlessly blending into the surrounding darkness, exuding a chilling resolve. Gale Cleave. A towering figure raised a massive battle axe, its blade spinning and conjuring a miniature tempest. Roaring, the air displaced by the axe sliced through the atmosphere, hurtling towards Sieg's rear with astonishing destructive power. Accompanied by these formidable declarations of attack, a fierce battle intent clashed and surged within the cavern, creating an indescribable tension. Although these assaults were veiled in complex emotional entanglements, each movement was resolute, akin to a predetermined ritual from which there was no turning back. Yet in this critical moment, Sieg seemed to possess eyes at the back of his head, sidestepping with agility at the last instant. Deftly evading all assaults, simultaneously he unleashed the residual force of his conqueror's haki, repelling the encroaching crew. His gaze, piercing and illuminating, swept across his surroundings, embodying both helplessness toward the situation and heartache for his manipulated comrades. "Do you truly wish to betray me, to betray our friendship?" Sieg's voice was tinged with a note of desolation, still striving to awaken their conscience. Unwilling to accept this sudden treachery, his eyes wandered amongst the manipulated crew, filled with both sorrow and resolve. Should there be even a hint of hesitation, it would only plunge more into peril. Thus, Sieg made his decision, relinquishing all reservations as he fully unleashed the conqueror's haki that resided within him. In an instant, the entire island seemed engulfed by an invisible tempest. The once thick white mist, struck by the force of the conqueror's haki, trembled violently and scattered in all directions. The sky and earth appeared divided by an unseen boundary, presenting a bizarre hue of black and red. This was the epitome of the conqueror's haki, a manifestation that not only shook the souls of living beings, but also stirred the elements of nature itself. A thunderous boom echoed, as if the heavens and earth resonated, reverberating across the entire island. Those crew members, influenced by Catalina and poised to ambush Sieg, were struck as if by an invisible hammer, their bodies trembling involuntarily, the confusion and fervor in their eyes gradually fading, replaced by a glaze of bewilderment and shock. "Awaken, my brothers!" Sieg's voice pierced through the tremors of the conqueror's haki, eschewing direct assault. Instead, he hoped to awaken the blinded hearts of his comrades through this power, liberating them from the shackles of a will that did not belong to them. The black and red boundary, formed by the conqueror's haki, rippled outward, each wave seemingly narrating a tale of rebellion and freedom. Under this force, even the white creatures appeared to sense a threat, their movements slowing, some even retreating to evade this irresistible power. Catalina's voice rang out, imbued with an irresistible charm, as she gently shook the copper bell in her hand. Each crisp chime seemed to strike at the most secret desires and discontent within the hearts of the crew. Her sharp words hit precisely at the core of each individual's deepest longings and aspirations. Are you content to live your lives in the shadows, merely serving as a backdrop to another success? Catalina's words coiled like a venomous serpent, each term precisely stimulating their pride and ambition. How long can Sig's brilliance overshadow you? It is time to rise and become your own sun. Her voice was laced with seduction, as if painting enticing pictures of power, status, honor, and boundless wealth and beauty. In her portrayal, returning to the village would no longer signify being forgotten bandits, but rather revered naval commanders, basking in unparalleled glory and prestige. These impassioned words reignited the turmoil within the crew, who had been wavering due to Sig's conqueror's haki. Greed and yearning rekindled in their eyes, the earlier indecision and loyalty devoured by a fierce desire. Consider the loved ones in the village awaiting your return. Do they wish to see a compliant follower or a triumphant hero? Catalina continued to incite them. Each word was like a key, striving to unlock the last shackles within their hearts. Under the dual onslaught of the copper bells ringing and her rhetoric, the crew's wills were once again pulled taut. The brief awakening brought on by the conqueror's haki now succumbed once more to the dreamy illusions woven by Catalina. Their gazes turning fierce and resolute, having made up their minds to seize a new future amidst the chaos. Sig observed all of this, his expression grave. His laughter echoed across the island, a sound mingled with resignation and broad-mindedness. Mocking the predetermined fate that loomed, his gaze swept over the distorted faces twisted by greed and ambition, his heart clear as a mirror. These followers were no longer loyal, as before to Haha. Splendid, Sig proclaimed loudly, his voice revealing a weariness that came from seeing through the ways of the world. I, Sig, have never been one to wallow in indecision. Since you have made your choice, I shall not force you to stay. Straightening his back, his aura shifted abruptly, like a volcano on the verge of eruption, emanating an undeniable pressure. From this day forth, we shall sever all ties. But remember, it was you who betrayed me first. Aboard Sig's ship, there is no turning back. At the azure fringes of the island, the naval fleet circled like vigilant sharks, silently lurking, when that deep and wild red-black aura surged from the island. Even the distant naval soldiers felt an indescribable shock. This power was so intense that the waves seemed to become restless in an instant, and the clouds in the sky appeared to freeze in place. Report, report. There are abnormal energy fluctuations on the island. It is Conqueror's haki. A young naval observer trembled as he relayed through the communicator, his voice laced with incredulity and fear, in the relatively calm waters of the East Sea. The emergence of Conqueror's haki was akin to a thunderclap, shocking everyone on the command ship. The previously composed atmosphere was instantly replaced by tension and chaos. The naval officers exchanged glances, their expressions grave. They understood what Conqueror's haki signified. It was a symbol of kingship from legend, a power capable of intimidating all, causing the mighty to tremble. In the East Sea, such an existence was nearly unprecedented. All hands, attention. Immediately elevate the alert level. All warships are to enter a state of combat readiness. A middle-aged commander, clad in a pristine naval uniform, issued the command with a grave expression. His gaze remained fixed on the direction of the island, while his mind busily contemplated potential strategies. This situation had far exceeded their expectations. What manner of creature could possibly incite such formidable combat power from a pirate of Sig's caliber, standing atop the island? Sig was ensconced in an oppressive aura of crimson and ebony, akin to an insurmountable chasm that severed him from the world. Before him, his subordinates, manipulated by an inexplicable force, floundered like marionettes, utterly devoid of autonomy. Mere extensions and sacrifices of his will. For Sig, combat had devolved into a demonstration of stark imbalance. Without the need to wield a weapon, or even engage in grand gestures, he merely raised a hand. Fingers curling slightly. It was as if invisible strings were being tugged in the air. Soon after, a series of subtle, yet distinctly audible explosions resonated within the bodies of his controlled subordinates. Each life in that moment was rendered void, as invisible blades meticulously erased all traces of existence. With every strike, there was no torrential downpour of blood, no anguished cries, only an eerie silence mingled with an ineffable grace. Sig's eyes remained calm and profound. To him, it was akin to leafing through the pages of slender tome, effortlessly and nonchalantly. His steps were light, weaving between the fallen bodies, with each pause. A spark of life extinguished, the entire process flowing seamlessly like a meticulously choreographed dance. The sea breeze, laden with a briny tang, swept across the battlefield, yet it could not dissipate the heavy, oppressive atmosphere. Catalina and Allison observed this shocking purge from their hidden vantage point. Their expressions shifted from initial confidence to disbelief and incredulity. Exchanging glances, a complex emotion flickered in their eyes. The meticulously devised scheme, intended to weaken Sig by leveraging the strength of these mountain bandits, had unexpectedly revealed the depths of his power. How could this be possible? Allison whispered in astonishment, grappling with the reality before her. In her understanding, even the most formidable pirate seldom exterminated over 100 trained subordinates with such ease and without the use of any weaponry. Catalina pressed her lips together, a shadow of gravity passing through her eyes. As a member of the Navy, she naturally possessed a deeper understanding of the existence of Conqueror's Haki than Allison. Yet, witnessing Sig wield it with such casual abandon left her utterly astounded. It seems we have underestimated his strength. He is not merely a mountain bandit king, but a formidable wielder of Conqueror's Haki. Catalina's voice was low and resolute, clearly already pondering the next course of action. Sig's gaze lingered on the two naval women, Catalina and Allison. The ominous red-black aura surrounding him thickened with his contemplation, as he realized that his prior dismissal of them might prove to be a fatal miscalculation. In these waters, even the slightest oversight could lead to irreparable consequences. Humph, quite adept at concealing themselves. Sig smirked coldly, his eyes glinting with icy resolve. He began to recollect every interaction with these two women. Seeking flaws within the details of their past encounters, it became evident that those seemingly trivial exchanges were, in fact, meticulously orchestrated setups, leading him step by step into a trap. However, it was not too late to uncover this now. Sig mused. The Conqueror's Haki surged once more, yet this time, it was not merely a display of intimidation, but rather an unveiling of lethal intent. He had initially been willing to grant his subordinates a chance at survival. But he hadn't anticipated that these two naval women would employ brainwashing and hypnosis as tactics. Thus, he was left with no choice but to eliminate his foolish subordinates, just as he prepared to act. A peculiar sensation arose from deep within him, a sense of power unlike any he had experienced before, seemingly linked to his recent acts of slaughter. Sig suddenly realized that this island, or rather certain creatures upon it, were responding to his display of power in a unique manner, offering him a form of feedback and enhancement. How intriguing, Sig murmured softly. This unexpected revelation tempered his murderous intent, giving rise to a desire for exploration. Yet he understood that the prerequisite for this was to neutralize the current threat. Determined to take the initiative, he resolved not to grant them any further opportunity. Sig's form flickered, materializing like a specter before Catalina and Allison. The stifling aura around him nearly materialized, suffocating their breaths. The game is over. Ladies, Sig's voice was deep and magnetic, yet laced with an imperious authority. Tell me, what is your true objective, or should I simply extract it from your minds? It seems that my initial display of goodwill towards the Navy was regarded by you as a sign of weakness or a retreat from confrontation. In the face of Sig's inquiry. Catalina and Allison, though horrified, could not allow their pride as Navy officers to succumb easily. That Catalina's gaze flickered as she sought a final opportunity for counterattack, while Allison clenched her fists, striving to resist the overwhelming pressure that threatened to engulf them. However, in that tense moment, a deep rumble emanated from the depths of the island, accompanied by a subtle tremor of the ground, as if some ancient and powerful entity had been awakened. Let us resolve this swiftly. Just as the tension reached its zenith, Catalina and Allison exhibited the resilience and courage befitting naval officers. They nearly simultaneously drew their swords, their blades gleaming, and despite the futility against Sig's overwhelming conqueror's haki, their eyes betrayed no hint of retreat. Even in the face of conqueror's haki, the honor of the Navy will not permit us to take a step back, Catalina proclaimed loudly, her voice brimming with determination, attempting to rally both herself and Allison. Following suit, Allison's gaze was resolute. The tip of her sword pointed directly at Sig, prepared to confront this seemingly unwinnable battle. Yet, Sig did not immediately launch his attack. His eyes swept over the two, seemingly evaluating, or perhaps relishing the dramatic tension of the moment. Then, with a light chuckle, he slowly drew his long sword from its sheath. The blade was dark, yet emanated a chilling gleam. Commendable courage, but bravery cannot compensate for the disparity in strength, Sig remarked blandly. In an instant, his movements became a blur, the long sword carving a brilliant arc through the air. The speed was such that it cleaved the very air, producing a sharp whistle. Catalina and Allison fought with all their might. Although their swordsmanship was exquisite, it paled in comparison to Sig's extraordinary speed and power. In a flash, Sig's sword shadow flickered, and the perspectives of the two women seemed to twist in an instant as the entire world spun around them. The next moment, everything around them appeared to freeze. Catalina and Allison felt a bone-chilling cold spreading from their necks, followed by an astonishing lightness as their heads, unbeknownst to them, detached from their bodies, spiraling through the sky, leaving a ghastly trail in their wake. Time appeared to stand still in that instant. Their faces still bore the steadfastness and defiance from before the battle. Yet the flame of life had quietly extinguished. Sig sheathed his sword, a flicker of complex emotion crossing his gaze. Originally, his intent was to explore this island, after which he planned to part ways with them. Perhaps it was the presence of the ethereal white creatures on this island that stirred the deepest desires within him. Humans are eternally insatiable beings. Sig stood upon the battlefield where crimson hues intertwined with ghostly mists, surveying his surroundings as an unprecedented sense of solitude enveloped him. The pungent stench of blood mingled with the island's characteristic white fog, rendering the atmosphere both eerie and saturated with the essence of death. His gaze, cold and profound, methodically traversed the lifeless forms of those who had once pledged their loyalty to him, now fallen victims to manipulation or the influence of the island's creatures, yet his heart stirred with little emotion. For them, Sig felt more a sense of abandonment after utility than the sorrow of lost comradeship. Not far off, the figures of Catalina and Allison lay fallen, their sacrifice serving as a poignant reminder to Sig that even within the Navy, there were those brave enough to confront formidable foes. He exhaled softly, not out of regret, but as a reflection on the battle at hand, that in these waters, strength dictated all. The weak were destined to become mere stepping stones for the powerful. At this moment, Sig's attention was drawn to the persistent, ominous rumblings emanating from the depths of the island. The sound seemed to beckon him, both inviting and warning, enticing him to unravel the mysteries of this land. With all those connected to him now gone, what remained was the island itself and the unknown beings that dwelled upon it. Regardless of their origin, if they instilled within him a sense of threat, nothing could deter his pursuit of the truth. Sig mused, a fervent desire for exploration and conquest surged within him as he strode deeper into the island, each step resolute and powerful, ready to crush any obstacle with his indomitable will. As he delved further, the dense white mist thickened, and the metallic tang of blood was supplanted by an intriguing, fresh aroma. This scent belonged to the enigmatic creatures of the unknown, rich with both allure and peril. Sig pressed forward with heavy strides, each footfall proclaiming his determination and fury. The residual might of his conqueror's haki continued to resonate within him, awakening not satisfaction, but a deeper yearning and rage. The mysterious, pale beings, fearing his strength, fled, yet this victory brought him not joy, but a profound loneliness and an insatiable thirst for power. These creatures could sense and amplify my strength. Their existence might be a rare opportunity for me. He contemplated. Yet their evasion felt like a provocation, a mocking disdain for a conqueror. Sig's gaze turned ever colder, a burgeoning intent to kill simmering within him like a volcano on the brink of eruption. Seeking the next outlet, he followed the direction where the thick white mist converged, stepping deeper into the heart of the island. Along the way, the fog grew denser, nearly obscuring his vision entirely, yet this did not slow his pace. Rather, it invigorated the surging power within him, guiding him toward an unknown challenge. The suppressed desire to kill within him resembled a ferocious beast yearning for release, eager to tear apart any impediment. The island's center, it seemed the secrets concealed there might be precisely what I seek, Sig whispered, his tone laced with an uncontainable anticipation and excitement as he quickened his pace, upon breaching the final layer of thick mist. The sight before him caused his pupils to constrict. A vast, natural cavern lay exposed, at its center a massive stone radiating a gentle white light, from which the dense fog continually emanated as part of an ancient ritual. Even more astonishing were the large creatures covered in thick white fur that moved slowly around the stone, their eyes glimmering with intelligence. Guardians of this secret place. Sig realized these beings were likely the source of the influence over his subordinates and the amplification of his own power. At last, I have found my trial ground, he stated in a low voice, his hands clenching as the conqueror's haki surged forth, causing the very air around him to tremble under its weight. The presence of these creatures represented both a challenge and an opportunity for him, but he yearned to engage them, not only to test his limits, but also to further master and enhance his control over the conqueror's haki. The intent to kill coalesced within him as a tangible force. Sig stepped forward, inching closer to the creatures. Meanwhile, on the periphery of the island, the Navy fleet maintained a heightened state of vigilance, closely monitoring every movement on the island. As time passed, the once impenetrable white fog enveloping the island began to subtly alter, no longer an opaque barrier, but gradually thinning, seemingly drawn by some unseen force, slowly and steadily converging toward the island's center. The naval soldiers, peering through their telescopes, were astonished to observe that as the fog dissipated, the contours of the island became increasingly discernible. Lush trees, jagged rocks, and even the distant outlines of mountain peaks gradually revealed themselves, as if the island were shedding its mysterious veil. Report: the fog is rapidly diminishing. We can see the situation on the island more clearly. One observer excitedly relayed, his voice tinged with both curiosity and a subtle undercurrent of tension. Other soldiers adjusted their telescopes, striving to capture more details of the island and on the command ship. The furrowed brows of the naval generals relaxed slightly. Yet they understood that such an unusual phenomenon must conceal significant information. Continue to observe. Inform all warships to prepare for immediate landing, a general commanded, his tone revealing both caution and resolve regarding the impending actions. As the fog continued to lift, the Navy discerned that the island's ecological environment appeared exceptionally rich yet eerily silent, devoid of the sounds of birds or rustling leaves, an unsettling quiet that heightened their unease. This contrast only solidified their conviction that the heart of the island, the very place where the fog ultimately converged, must harbor some unknown secret. However, they would soon discover the scattered remains of bodies upon the island. Were these not the crew of the mountain bandit ship that had previously landed here? Such a staggering mortality rate, with the majority of the corpses showing neither completeness nor any evident fatal wounds. Shiga was acutely aware that the beings before him were no trifles. They not only sensed and amplified his strength, but also seemed to possess a mission to guard this enigmatic realm. Taking a deep breath, the conqueror's haki and armament haki surged violently within him, merging seamlessly under his will to forge an unprecedentedly formidable force. Shiga's gaze sharpened, piercing through all illusions, as his sword seemed to be imbued with life at that moment. Surrounded by a swirling aura of black and red, with occasional flickers of golden light reminiscent of the most radiant star before dawn, the thick white creature displayed astonishing resilience against Shiga's full-force strike. As the blade descended, the air erupted with a deafening roar, yet the creature's surface merely rippled, akin to the ripples caused by a stone thrown into a lake, effortlessly dissipating the cataclysmic force of the sword. Its body appeared to be composed of some unknown resilient material. Even with the dual enhancement of Conquerors and Armament Hockey, only shallow scratches marred its surface, which swiftly healed, leaving no trace behind. This creature not only boasted incredible defense, but also astonished Shiga further. With each attack it endured, the fog surrounding it thickened, absorbing all external damage, transforming it into sustenance for itself in an instant. This near-immortal recovery ability instilled an unprecedented pressure upon Shiga, igniting a deeper fighting spirit within him. In the throes of battle, Shiga moved with the grace of flowing water. Each swing of his sword was accompanied by the tumult of the Conqueror's Haki. The intertwining black-red energy and golden light painting a magnificent scene above the entire island, casting it into a hellish tableau. The shadows of swords danced wildly. Every strike contained the power to obliterate the heavens and the earth. Yet upon the creature, they left only ephemeral marks. In this contest of power and will, Shiga gradually realized that sheer violence might not be the sole solution to his predicament. These beings were intricately linked to the mysteries of this island, and their existence might hold the key to deeper layers of power. Consequently, amidst his relentless assault, Shiga began to probe the creature's essence with his Conqueror's Haki, seeking to uncover any vulnerabilities in its defenses. In this breathtaking spectacle, the surrounding Navy personnel stood agape, witnessing an unprecedented combat scene. The black-red aura of battle surged like a tempest, shaking the ground and soaring skyward, tearing apart the heavy clouds to reveal the brilliant starlit sky behind. A testament to the overwhelming power that even nature's order could scarcely withstand. Each flash erupting from the depths of the island carried the force of a thunderous wrath, akin to the fury of the gods, piercing the tranquil night sky and illuminating the faces of every onlooker. These flashes were not merely releases of energy. They bore ancient and mysterious messages, resonating deeply within the souls of the watching Navy. Evoking a profound awe of absolute power, the sailors exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of shock, disbelief, and a hint of hidden yearning. That moment, they realized that what they were witnessing far exceeded their wildest imaginations. The strength displayed by Shiga transcended their understanding, capable of making even the toughest of hearts tremble. "How is this possible?" a young sailor muttered, his eyes wide with incredulity, though his voice was soft. It resonated clearly in the silent crowd, echoing the shock and confusion in everyone's hearts. Experienced commanders furrowed their brows, their gazes complex. Having fought countless battles, even they had never encountered such a jaw-dropping display of power before. In this moment, their astonishment was overshadowed by contemplation. What revolutionary changes could such power bring if harnessed for the Navy's use? Shiga keenly sensed that his sustained output of Conqueror's Haki was nearing its limits. While the peculiar white creature seemed capable of drawing infinite strength from the colossal stone, this compelled him to reassess his strategy. After a fierce clash, Shiga decisively redirected all his amassed power to the tip of his sword. Aiming directly at the softly glowing giant stone as Shiga leaped, his sword sliced through the night like a shooting star, entwined with the red-black energy, propelled by a sense of desperation as he thrust towards the stone. However, an unforeseen event occurred. The seemingly tranquil surface of the stone rippled as if a pebble had been cast into water. Immediately, an invisible force surged from the stone, effortlessly engulfing Shiga's full-force strike. This force was neither a mere physical defense nor a conventional energy barrier. It resembled the distortion and repulsion of space itself. Behind the stone lay a portal to another dimension, where any external assault would be consumed by the laws of this void. Rendered utterly null, Shiga's attack vanished silently into that unseen barrier, leaving not even a whisper of resonance. In that moment, Shiga realized that this stone was no ordinary object. Its power far exceeded imagination, perhaps continuously supplying the white creature with the astonishing recovery and combat prowess it exhibited. Faced with such an unknown, yet formidable entity, Shiga felt an unprecedented challenge, simultaneously igniting a fervent curiosity and desire for conquest within him. "So this is it. The true opponent is you," Shiga murmured to himself, his gaze radiating an indomitable light. Just as Shiga attempted to gather his strength once more, seeking a countermeasure, An overwhelming pull suddenly ensnared him. This force was beyond comprehension. Shiga felt as though his body were tightly bound by invisible ropes, utterly stripped of any capacity to resist. The surrounding space seemed to freeze, time slowed down, and his movements became sluggish. Even his thoughts felt drawn and scattered by this mysterious force. What is happening? Shiga's heart raced with fear. He had never encountered such a bizarre and powerful force before. Even his conqueror's haki seemed powerless at this moment, unable to assist him in breaking free from this enigmatic attraction. Shiga could feel himself being inexorably drawn closer to the rounded giant stone, as if lured by an abyss, sliding step by step towards the unknown realm. The surface of the stone glowed even brighter, the light imbued with an ancient and profound rhythm that whispered long-forgotten secrets. As Shiga approached the stone, he began to sense a peculiar resonance, a vibration that reached deep into his soul, prompting him to recall myriad past experiences. Every moment of battle, every awakening of power flashed through his mind like a rapid carousel. Just then, intricate patterns appeared on the surface of the stone, seemingly alive, flowing of their own accord, ultimately coalescing into ancient totems to conquer. One must first be conquered, in the depths of his heart, Sig silently chanted. Compelling himself to regain his composure, he endeavored to commune with the mysterious force enveloping him. As Sig's consciousness gradually merged with this peculiar connection, he found himself swept into a vortex of time and space. Countless scenes unfurled before him like a grand tapestry, each tableau revealing a different version of himself, existing in diverse parallel worlds. Among these visions, Sig witnessed the moment of his own birth. The innocence in his eyes, sparkling with curiosity about the world, he beheld his youthful self, battling the tempestuous seas for survival. A resilience and tenacity that gradually forged his indomitable spirit. In his prime, he led a band of pirates, engaging in one fierce battle after another, each victory and defeat fortifying his strength. Even in old age, he sat in the captain's quarters, gazing at the sunset over the horizon, his heart brimming with nostalgia and contentment for the years gone by. Yet this was not merely a simple replay of his life's trajectory. Sig also became a witness to paths he had never chosen. In some worlds, he emerged as a valiant naval officer, fighting to protect the innocent. In others, he opted for a tranquil existence, far removed from the life of piracy. In yet more realms, he made pivotal decisions at critical junctures, leading to vastly different fates. Throughout this spiritual odyssey, Sig experienced the diversity of life and the infinite possibilities it holds, prompting profound reflections on the significance and cost of each choice made. He began to comprehend that true power lies not solely in conquering the external world, but in the exploration and transcendence of one's inner self. This journey became an unparalleled exercise in self-cultivation. Sig's conqueror's haki, armament haki, and observation haki underwent a qualitative enhancement through these experiences. His conqueror's haki, forged in the fires of leadership across countless worlds, learned the art of better control and guidance. Armament haki evolved into a more intricate and strategic force through various combat trials. Observation haki reached a new realm of foresight and understanding of others' thoughts amid the perception of endless future possibilities. Within these parallel experiences, Sig learned to relinquish unnecessary obsessions, gaining insight into the variability of fate and the fragility of life. As Sig immersed himself in the cyclical experience of existence, time seemed to lose its significance. Each moment unfolded a brand new chapter of life, transitioning from the opulence of nobility to the desolation of nomadic tribes, from the secluded wisdom of hermits to the industriousness of urban artisans. He was no longer merely the mountain thief king, but rather a vessel of the myriad experiences of existence that in every cycle of life. Sig learned to view problems from diverse perspectives, his spirit expanding into unprecedented vastness and profundity as he traversed the realms of love and hatred, joy and sorrow. Each emotional tide fortified his heart, rendering it both resilient and gentle. He discovered the ability to seek hope amidst despair and find opportunities within adversity. This newfound insight and resilience subtly permeating his three haki forms. When Sig finally emerged from the long cycle of existence and opened his eyes, The sight before him left him in a state of bewilderment. The once menacing fog creature that had confronted him had vanished as if it had never existed. The stone upon which he had sat had transformed into a fine dust, scattered by the wind until it disappeared from sight. The entire experience felt like a vivid dream, almost beyond belief. Sig rose, surveying his surroundings. The battlefield, once shrouded in thick mist, now appeared clear and transparent. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating the damp earth, breathing life into everything around him. His recent experience was not merely a journey of the spirit, but a transcendence of time and space. What felt like eons of spiritual exploration amounted to mere minutes in the real world, deepening his understanding of the mysteries of time and the universe. What manner of power is this? Sig's heart brimmed with awe and confusion. The secrets concealed within this island and its guardians surpassed his wildest imaginings. Those seemingly ordinary objects concealed a formidable power capable of rewriting reality and manipulating time and space. With the fog creature's disappearance and the dissolution of the stone, Sig sensed a subtle shift within himself. His conqueror's haki, armament haki, and observation haki harmoniously merged within him, as if forged through relentless trials, becoming purer and more potent. Sig could feel his perception, willpower, and physical strength reaching unprecedented heights. This transformation astonished even him. Perhaps this was the true intention of the Great Stone, to allow him to experience the cycle of existence, elevating his spirit and catalyzing a profound transformation of his body and power. Sig pondered, filled with both reverence for the unknown forces at play and boundless anticipation for the future. He gently clenched his fist, and his conqueror's haki flowed forth naturally. Subsequently, he deliberately guided this power, watching as his armament haki seemed to be catalyzed, effortlessly enveloping his fist in an invisible, sturdy armor. The process was fluid and natural, far easier than ever before, as if a certain innate rapport existed between the two. "This is extraordinary," Sig murmured, disbelief shimmering in his eyes, attempting to manipulate the seamless transition and fusion between his conqueror's haki and armament haki felt as effortless as breathing. This sensation was both novel and familiar. A capability that he was meant to master, now finally awakened within him. Could it be that the cycle of existence was not merely a spiritual journey, but also a baptism of power? Sig mused, reflecting on how each accumulated life experience, every emotional upheaval, and each moment of enlightenment had nourished his spirit, subsequently influencing his strength. With this newfound understanding, Sig sensed a subtle resonance forming between his conqueror's haki and armament haki. They were no longer merely superimposed upon one another, but had evolved into a deeper, synergistic interaction. Sig could perceive the minute shifts in his surroundings, his insight and foresight significantly enhanced. Clearly, his observation haki had also undergone a qualitative leap. That it appeared that true power derives not only from physical training, but also from the growth of the spirit and the accumulation of wisdom. A clarity washed over Sig's heart. The mysterious stone had bestowed upon him not only an accelerated experience of time, but also a dual evolution of spirit and power. In that moment, Sig felt as if he had been reborn, his demeanor becoming more composed and profound, exuding an indescribable aura of authority. He had stepped into an entirely new realm, one where his conqueror's haki, armament haki, and observation haki were perfectly fused, achieving a state of unity between body and mind. It was time to confront whatever lay ahead. Sig took a deep breath, his gaze resolutely fixed ahead. He was acutely aware that numerous missions still awaited his completion. Closing his eyes, Sig concentrated, allowing his observation haki to surge within him, gradually extending its reach into the external world. Initially, he only perceived the gentle sounds of the wind rustling the grass and the waves lapping against the shore of the island, along with the faint rustle of seabirds soaring in the distance. Yet as he delved deeper into meditation, the boundaries of his observation haki began to expand, granting him insight into not only the present, but also the impending events. In that vague and distant vision of the future, scenes unfolded like frames of film in his mind. He envisioned himself stepping off the island, standing at the water's edge, wielding an unprecedented power. conjuring titanic waves with sheer will and the release of his conqueror's haki. The waves surged forth like ferocious beasts, crashing against the naval ships encircling the island. The vessels, fragile as toys, were toppled one after another, shattering and ultimately sinking beneath the waves. This was not merely destruction. It was a proclamation, a declaration of resistance against those who sought to control and exploit him, but a wicked smile curled at the corners of Sig's mouth, embodying both anticipation for the forthcoming battle and a simmering desire for vengeance against the naval commanders, Catalina and Allison, whose actions had infringed upon his dignity as the exalted king of the mountain bandits. The trajectory of the future will be determined by me, Sig whispered to himself, his eyes glinting with resolve and coldness. Navy, since you have chosen opposition, do not blame me for showing no mercy. Outside the island, the naval fleet maintained its blockade, oblivious to the unfolding events on the island. Just as the Navy personnel anxiously upheld their blockade, an eerie tranquility suddenly enveloped the entire sea. The sunlit surface sparkled, appearing deceptively ordinary, until a series of unexpected explosions shattered the calm. The Navy's ships began to tremble without warning. Almost immediately, the hulls were ripped apart, as if by an invisible hand. "Report! Report! Our ship is disintegrating," a young naval soldier shouted into the communicator, his voice trembling with terror. "What is happening? All ships, report immediately." The commander on the flagship reacted swiftly, but his orders were soon interrupted by another violent tremor, this time emanating from the flagship itself. Amidst the chaos, the radio crackled with panicked calls and reports, each voice revealing profound confusion and fear. There were no signs of an enemy attack, yet the vessels seemed to be sliced apart by unseen blades. "Are we under attack by something? Why is nothing showing up on the radar?" In this turmoil, the sea was littered only with debris and floating soldiers, devoid of any tangible enemy. The Navy personnel exchanged bewildered and despairing glances, attempting to locate the source of the attack, but all they could see were rolling waves and a clear sky, as if the entire world had turned against them like T that moment. A seasoned old sailor, fixated on the distant island, murmured, "This cannot possibly be a natural phenomenon. Could it be that guy's doing? This conqueror's haki? No, this far exceeds anything I comprehend." As more ships crumbled in silence, the sea was left echoing with desperate cries for help amidst the expanding wreckage of wooden planks. In this invisible battle, Sig's power was vividly displayed, proving that he had not only grown stronger physically, but had also mastered the ability to disrupt the very order of the ocean on a spiritual level. The faces of the commanders were grave, their eyes a tapestry of shock and helplessness. Despite being elite naval officers who had faced countless crises and battles at sea, the scene unfolding before them, one that defied all logic, utterly overturned their combat experience and understanding. "All hands, attention!" A colonel strained to steady his voice, issuing urgent commands through the communicator. "Initiate emergency evacuation procedures immediately. All personnel prepare to abandon ship and utilize moonwalk to approach the island for cover. Repeat, all personnel abandon ship and head for the island." As the orders were relayed, the naval soldiers sprang into action amidst the chaos. Well trained, they began to employ the moonwalk, a special movement technique that allowed them to leap gracefully across the water surface like the moon. In an instant, the sea was dotted with swiftly moving figures as soldiers raced against time toward the nearest island, desperately trying to escape the deadly waters. However, amid this frantic flight for survival, confusion and fear filled each heart. They exchanged anxious glances, unable to comprehend how such a formidable naval fleet could be bested by an invisible foe. "Commander, where is Sig? What methods is he employing?" A young naval lieutenant gasped, his face a mixture of sweat and seawater. The colonel shook his head, his brow furrowed with gravity. "I cannot say for certain, but it is clear that this is not a conventional battle. His abilities may have transcended realms we cannot fathom." As he spoke, several ships nearby erupted in thunderous disintegration, the colossal noise and explosive flames serving as the most haunting backdrop to their retreat. In the face of nature's fury and humanity's insignificance, even the most seasoned Navy personnel felt an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. "Maintain formation. Do not scatter," the colonel reiterated emphatically, They understood that amidst this unknown threat, unity was their sole path to survival. As the last contingent of the Navy struggled to ascend the island, glancing back at the fleet that once symbolized naval glory, now reduced to mere shattered remnants adrift. Today's ordeal would become an unspeakable enigma in naval history. The name Sig would forever be etched in their hearts, embodying both reverence and bewilderment. Sig stood atop the island, his piercing gaze penetrating the clouds. Fixated on the chaotic naval fleet below, after countless cycles of rebirth and self-exploration, his mindset had undergone a profound transformation. This world showed no mercy to the weak. To safeguard all that he cherished, one must possess absolute strength and wield it without hesitation. In a secluded corner of his heart, Sig had long since resolved that this confrontation with the Navy was no longer merely about escape or resistance. It was a reckoning, a definitive rupture of all past humiliations and constraints. He intended to make those who sought to hinder him pay the requisite price. Without a moment's hesitation, a fierce light flickered in Sig's deep-set eyes as he began to harness the overwhelming power of his conqueror's haki. An unprecedented force coalescing around him. Like the calm before a storm, it harbored the potential to annihilate everything in its path. Sig extended his arms, embracing the entirety of the world. Suddenly, a tremor rippled from him like an unseen wave, surging forth with the ferocity of a tempest. In that instant, the Navy's soldiers on the surface of the sea felt an overwhelming pressure. It was a tremor from the depths of their souls, rendering many unable to react before collapsing. Consciousness fading, Sig's intentions were abundantly clear. He sought to instill in these sailors the understanding that defying him would lead only to annihilation. However, Sig underestimated the terrifying extent of his own power. As the conqueror's haki wreaked havoc, the scene upon the sea turned utterly catastrophic. Not only did the ordinary soldiers succumb and lose consciousness, but even seasoned naval officers were rendered lifeless by this pure mental assault. Vessels capsized without a soul to steer them, leaving only a haunting stillness upon the waters. Sig's face bore no trace of compassion. His gaze was cold and resolute as he enacted a sacred judgment. For him, these sailors represented not merely individuals, but the oppressive systems and authorities that had long constrained him. In this moment, he was not killing. He was clearing obstacles, paving the way for himself and for all souls yearning for freedom. Power is justice, he mused. For me, this is the only law, Sig whispered to himself, his figure elongated by the setting sun, appearing both solitary and formidable. This blood-soaked endeavor was his declaration of rebirth to the world. Regardless of the outcome, he would carry this strength forward. Sig stood silently at the island's edge, gazing down at the sea shrouded in deathly silence. The once magnificent naval warships now lay in ruins. Remnants of a cataclysm that spoke of a silent devastation. On the beach, Navy equipment and garments lay scattered, yet not a single sign of life was present. Hollow helmets rolled in the wind, producing a chilling sound. The air was thick with a pungent scent of gunpowder, intermingling with the brine of the sea, creating a stifling and somber atmosphere. Though sunlight still bathed the earth, it could not dispel the gloom of this region. Instead, it rendered the broken masts and capsized vessels even more desolate in the interplay of light and shadow. Power and strength are a double-edged sword, Sig murmured. His voice echoed along the desolate shore. Laden with weight and self-reflection, Sig surveyed his surroundings, observing the fragmented sea that bore the scars of his unleashed power, and a bitter smile crept upon his lips. Despite showcasing his might, he was left grappling with the harsh reality of how to escape this isolated island. Staring at the waters that once housed the Navy fleet, now merely a graveyard of wreckage, Sig couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. It seemed that an excessive display of strength also demanded a price. Sig spoke to himself, silently committing this lesson to memory. He recalled Rayleigh, the legendary swimming skills he possessed, traversing the boundless ocean with an air of nonchalance and freedom, qualities he desperately needed now. Though he could not match Rayleigh's ease, Sig recognized the necessity of action. He could not remain trapped here. Thus, he took a deep breath, shedding the battle-stained garments, leaving only a simple pair of shorts that revealed the chiseled muscles honed through years of training. Approaching the water's edge, his feet gently probed the icy sea in that moment. He felt as though he had merged with the ocean, casting aside all worries and troubles. Even in swimming, he vowed to embody the swagger of the Pirate King. Sig silently swore to himself. He then plunged into the depths, embarking on his journey into the unknown. The waves crashed against his body, but he, equipped with exceptional physical prowess and resolute determination, swam steadfastly against the tide. In the water, Sig's thoughts began to crystallize as he realized that true strength lies not merely in its display, but in the judicious application of that strength to protect what he holds dear while avoiding unnecessary harm. This experience had imparted to him a nuanced understanding of the balance between power and responsibility. Next time, I will exercise greater caution. My strength shall be wielded to forge paths, not to create barriers. Sig silently vowed, engaging in a wordless dialogue with the ocean with each stroke, that he drew strength from the depths, learning humility along the way. Thus, Sig commenced his maritime journey in a primal and direct manner. Though the beginning was somewhat ragged, it undeniably marked a new chapter in his life's odyssey. Sig pressed forward through the ocean. Each stroke of his limbs felt like a fierce contest with his own thoughts. As his body brushed against the water, his mind grew ever clearer. The recent stunning display had granted him a profound awareness of his power's boundaries. The nearly unimaginable strength he possessed ignited aspirations for loftier goals. The cycles of existence bestowed upon me not merely the passage of time, but also the boundless possibilities of strength. Sig mused inwardly, a newfound confidence blossoming within him. He envisioned that with his current capabilities, even the four emperors of the New World would find it challenging to withstand his onslaught. This strength instilled in him the belief that even if the four emperors united, they could not shake him. For this was the embodiment of absolute power. If the Navy fleet could crumble so easily, then what of the celestial dragons? Those who prided themselves as the rulers of the world. Were they truly as untouchable as they claimed? Sig's thoughts drifted further afield. A bold notion taking root in his mind, he yearned to verify whether his strength could indeed reach that so-called absolute, to determine if even the celestial dragons could not hinder his advance. I shall venture there, not to provoke, but to prove, to demonstrate that true power belongs not solely to the exalted celestial dragons, but also to those brave enough to explore and challenge. Sig's gaze hardened with resolve. His purpose was no longer confined to mere escape. Rather, it was to showcase to the world that the true essence of power lies in transformation, not dominion. For even in dominion, it must be the Pirate King Sig who reigns. With this conviction solidified, Sig's swimming strokes grew more vigorous. Each movement a challenge to the old order, a breakthrough of his own limits. He resolved that once he safely reached land, he would commence preparations for a direct confrontation with the celestial dragons. This was not merely to satiate his curiosity, but to demonstrate to the world that even those deemed untouchable could not obstruct the path of one who had truly awakened their own strength. Celestial dragons, I am coming for you. I shall show you what true absolute power truly means. Siggy roared inwardly, as he swam with great effort. He surveyed the vast expanse of the sea around him, a sense of unease bubbling within. In this region, renowned as the age of great pirates, one would expect frequent skirmishes between pirates and the Navy. Yet at this moment, apart from the sound of waves and his own strokes, an extraordinary tranquility enveloped him, devoid of any figures to converse with or observe. How ironic, Siggy muttered to himself. When he yearned for peace, battles ensued. Now, craving confrontation or chance encounters, he could not even spot a passing pirate ship. His tone dripped with a mix of helplessness and sarcasm. After all, given his current prowess, seeking a suitable opponent to vent his frustrations did not seem an unreasonable request. As time wore on, the monotony of his swimming began to bore him, and he found himself daydreaming. What if a treasure-laden pirate ship happened to pass by, or a naval patrol boat unwittingly drifted into view? How exhilarating that would be! He even imagined making a dramatic entrance before them to showcase his strength, ultimately deciding whether to issue a warning or to obliterate them outright. Alas, it seemed that luck was not on his side today. Not even a favorable breeze to aid him. Siggy sighed, and though he complained, a flicker of anticipation stirred within him. In this ocean, brimming with the unknown and adventure. Surprises could arise at any moment. Perhaps the next moment would unveil unexpected challenges or opportunities waiting for him. Just as Siggy was lost in his musings, a wisp of black smoke suddenly appeared on the distant horizon. Following that, a faint distress signal pierced his ears. He abruptly lifted his head, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. Finally, an opportunity had emerged to break this monotonous journey. It seemed the sea had not completely forgotten him. A smile crept upon Siggy's lips as he quickened his strokes, propelling himself toward the plume of smoke. Regardless of who was in peril in that maritime expanse, be it friend or foe, at least this journey would no longer be solitary. Siggy silently resolved that no matter what lay ahead, he would etch a new legend into this ocean with his own flair. As he approached, the source of the black smoke gradually revealed a small, precarious boat, struggling amidst the waves like a solitary leaf adrift in the vast sea. On board stood a noblewoman named Eleanor de Montreux, adorned in a long gown drenched by the sea, yet still exuding elegance. The hem of her dress fluttered gently in the wind, and her golden hair shimmered under the sun, unable to conceal her extraordinary poise and grace even in such a dire moment. Eleanor's eyes, clear and resolute, reflected both fear of the unknown and an indomitable spark. Her exquisite features bore the marks of determination and courage. Beside her stood an elderly but loyal steward, his face etched with deep lines. The marks of time unmistakable, yet his gaze conveyed a calm steadiness. Gripping the helm tightly, he endeavored to maintain the boat's stability, beads of sweat forming on his brow, revealing the immense pressure he bore. Two ragged but steadfast guards flanked the small vessel, the fiercest warriors of the Montreux family. Despite their battered appearances and shattered weapons, their eyes held no hint of retreat, resembling two guardian deities sworn to protect their mistress at all costs. Their presence granted Eleanor a rare sense of security. Not far behind the small boat, several pirate ships flaunting skull and crossbones flags relentlessly pursued them. The pirates aboard bore menacing visages, their rough laughter and boisterous shouts carried by the wind. Brandishing swords as their eyes sparkled with greed and cruelty, salivating over the spoils that lay ahead. The leader of the pirates stood out, a burly figure with wild red hair dancing in the wind. A wicked smile gracing his lips as he envisioned the fruit of victory. Eleanor clutched the necklace at her chest, a family heirloom that not only signified her identity, but also embodied her family's honor and aspirations. At that moment, her heart swelled with a complex array of emotions: fear, despair, but more so, a fervent desire for freedom and a steadfast commitment to her family's reputation. She silently vowed that regardless of the outcome, she would face it bravely, refusing to allow her family's name to be tarnished. Even if it meant sacrificing herself, she would never let them have her. The red-haired pirate, known as Bloodsail Jack, bore a rugged face weathered by sun and rain, now twisted into a grotesque grin of greed and desire. Wiping his mouth with a tattooed arm, his eyes gleamed with fervor at the thought of his imminent prey. "Hey, brothers, look at that canary. The sea salt on her feathers makes her even more enticing." His raspy voice echoed in the sea breeze, eliciting a chorus of raucous laughter and wolf whistles from his crew. "But remember, don't let your filthy swords come near her. Let alone fire the cannons," Jack commanded, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority. "This lady must be welcomed into her new life with the utmost gentleness. In this vast ocean, such a noble and alluring creature is more precious than any treasure. We shall make her the most resplendent adornment aboard our Black Pearl," Jack's first mate, a bearded man with snake-like eyes named Poison Tooth Mike, chuckled, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. "The captain speaks true. We must handle her with care, lest we damage such a delicate masterpiece. Once we invite her aboard, there shall be true enjoyment." The pirates eagerly echoed their agreement, some whistling, others flexing their arms, their eyes ablaze with desire and possessiveness for Eleanor, envisioning her as their ship's prized possession. Though the pirates' vessels appeared dilapidated, they exuded a fierce and untamed spirit, their sails emblazoned with a fearsome skull proclaiming their reckless defiance to the world. Meanwhile, Eleanor sensed the looming malice closing in behind her, her heartbeat quickening. Yet her expression remained one of noble pride and dignity. She tightly shut her eyes for a moment before opening them. Her gaze now resolute, a decisive strength rising within her. She could not simply surrender. Even in this seemingly hopeless situation, she would fight for her survival and dignity. Under the sunlight, the distance between the small boat and the pirate ships dwindled. The chase across the sea felt like a deadly game of speed, the air thick with tension and unease. This young lady, raised in the lap of luxury, accustomed to grand balls and velvet gowns, nonetheless possessed the courage and resilience inherited from her lineage. Faced with the encroaching threat of pirates, there was no trace of fear in her eyes, only calm determination. These pirates sought not merely treasure, but also the identity she represented as a noble woman. Hoping to exchange her for a higher ransom or other unspeakable purposes. Point two: loyal guards. The seasoned swordsman William and the young Arthur, though vastly outnumbered, bore only the resolve of facing death in their eyes. William's sword was drawn, its cold gleam a testament to countless battles fought alongside him. Arthur gripped the hilt tightly, his palms sweaty, yet his gaze remained unwavering. This was his honor as a swordsman. He vowed to protect the young lady until the very end. My lady. The elderly steward Howard, his face a map of time's passage, now grasped a heavy oar, preparing to confront the impending storm. I fear we may not be able to escort you to safety. But please remember, our bloodline never bows to tyranny. Regardless of what lies ahead, we must live bravely. His words, laden with resignation and solemnity, also brimmed with hope for the future. Eleanor looked at Howard, a glimmer of unshed tears flickering in her eyes, but it quickly transformed into resolute strength. Did I understand? Howard, thank you for your unwavering protection. Now, allow me to fight for my own fate. As the pirate ship's hull collided forcefully with Eleanor's small boat, the entire world seemed to tremble in that moment. Eleanor steadied herself, her gaze piercing, and shouted loudly at the approaching bloodsail Jack and his crew. Listen well, you scum of the sea. If you wish to take me alive as your captive, you must spare my steward and guards. Otherwise, I would rather choose to meet my end in these azure depths than allow you to succeed so easily. Her voice rang out with unwavering conviction in the wind, devoid of any tremor, embodying the pride and dignity of her noble lineage. And no sooner had she finished speaking than William and Arthur, standing nearby, roared in unison, their voices brimming with anger and defiance. My lady, we are the swordsmen of the Van der Linde family. How could we allow our noble mistress to face such filth alone? 1 against 100 is the training we have embraced since childhood. Even against 1,000 foes, we shall carve a bloody path for you. Their eyes burned with the flames of combat. Faced with overwhelming odds, they showed no hint of retreat. Bloodsail Jack, momentarily taken aback, had not anticipated such resolute defiance from a seemingly delicate noblewoman. Narrowing his eyes, he surveyed Eleanor from head to toe, a smirk of amusement curling at the corners of his mouth. Oh, how intriguing, a woman of such spirit. I find it quite appealing. But do not be so naive as to think you can threaten me with your bravado. However, given your audacity, I may grant you an opportunity. If you lay down your weapons and come with me willingly, I assure you that your companions will remain unharmed. Of course, that is contingent upon your obedience. At that moment, the clouds in the sky thickened ominously, in response to Jack's proposition. William and Arthur exchanged resolute glances, their silent understanding needing no words. They slowly drew their swords, the blades glinting coldly under the dimming light, proclaiming their unwavering resolve to resist to the death. Filth, we are all too aware, William replied solemnly, his voice filled with deep respect and a protective determination for the lady. If you take her captive, her future will be shrouded in darkness. But remember, we are the swordsmen of the Van der Linde family. Our swords are wielded solely for the purpose of protection. Even if the path ahead leads to an endless abyss, we shall leap into it without hesitation, if it means securing even a glimmer of hope for Our Lady. Arthur gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, his youthful visage etched with resolve. We would rather die in battle than witness Our Lady suffer even the slightest indignity. Today, let us, in the name of swordsmen, prove what true honor and loyalty entail. Eleanor's eyes glistened with unshed tears, yet she held back the tide of emotion, gazing deeply at her two protectors. William, Arthur, Your loyalty is forever etched in my heart. But remember, we are the Vanderlyn family. Our lives do not belong solely to ourselves, but carry the glory and mission of our lineage." Just then, a fierce wind whipped up monstrous waves, bringing the small boat perilously close to the pirate's ship, and the battle was on the brink of erupting. Bloodsail Jack's expression darkened, his eyes glinting like winter ice, radiating an aura of impending violence. "Humph, ungrateful wretches, you are courting death." He spat through gritted teeth, turning to his crew to issue commands. "Charge! Today, I shall teach these arrogant fools the consequences of challenging Bloodsail Jack." The pirates erupted in wild cheers, akin to bloodthirsty beasts catching the scent of carnage, brandishing their curved blades in eager anticipation of the impending bloodshed. "You self-righteous nobles," Jack sneered, "when I capture you, you will learn what true suffering and despair are. Even in that moment, your beautiful lady will be on her knees before me, begging for my mercy. Ha ha, just imagining that scene is truly exhilarating." Meanwhile, the storm intensified, the waves surged violently, and the small boat rocked precariously, as if it could capsize at any moment. Yet William and Arthur stood steadfast, like unyielding rocks, their swords drawn and ready to face the approaching tempest. "Come forth, rabble!" William roared, his sword pointed at the encroaching pirates. "Even on this vast ocean, we shall not yield an inch." Arthur echoed his sentiments, his youthful voice brimming with determination. "Today, let us demonstrate through our actions that the swordsmen of the Vanderlyn family shall never bow to evil." Eleanor stood behind them, her hands tightly clasped. Though fear gripped her heart, an unprecedented determination shone in her eyes. In this moment of life and death, she knew she could not remain passively awaiting her fate. She must seek an opportunity to strike back, no matter how slim the chance. Meanwhile, Sig, the legendary mountain bandit king, concealed among the clouds, moved gracefully amidst the stars, indifferent to the world's turmoil below, yet the brazen arrogance and cruel actions of the pirates beneath him, even from a distance, could not escape his keen perception. "Humph, these vermin tarnish the name of freedom that the sea represents," Sig mused quietly, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, piercing through the clouds to observe the impending conflict. In his heart, he believed that the creed of the strong was to resolve issues without leaving future troubles. Otherwise, they would only allow potential threats to fester. "Had I not chanced upon this place, these innocents would likely have met a grim fate." With that thought, a rare flicker of compassion crossed Sig's stern visage, and no longer lingering in the clouds, he willed himself into motion, descending like a shooting star towards the sea. As Sig arrived, the sky seemed to dim momentarily, and the sea breeze shifted, carrying a chilling intensity. The pirates, poised to attack, suddenly felt an invisible pressure descend upon them, causing them to halt in their tracks. Exchanging bewildered glances, "Foolish insects, your clamor has awakened the sleeping dragon." Sig's voice, though low, resonated clearly across the battlefield. Imbued with undeniable authority, he landed firmly, his black cloak billowing, exuding a disquieting aura that made the very earth tremble. The pirate's bravado extinguished in an instant, replaced by an unprecedented fear in the face of this sudden powerhouse. That Jack's face paled, and he forced himself to ask, "Who are you? Why do you interfere in our affairs?" "Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that today, I, Sig, am here, and I will not permit anyone to wreak havoc in these waters." Sig's words were succinct yet powerful, each syllable striking like a hammer upon the hearts of the pirates. At this moment, William, Arthur, and Eleanor gazed in astonishment at the mysterious figure who had descended from the heavens. Though unaware of his origins, it was evident that this man named Sig might very well be the key to their escape from peril. However, as they surveyed their surroundings, they realized that this was the only individual present. No other reinforcements or pirate ships floated upon the waves, just this disheveled man, appearing to be in his youth to middle age, daring to challenge Jack and his 1,000-strong crew. Even if he possessed some remarkable abilities, it seemed certain that he would meet only a grim fate. A pirate captain bellowed, wielding a rusted cutlass, leading the charge towards Sig, attempting to respond to Jack's provocation and salvage the pirate's honor. His eyes sparkled with madness and irrationality, completely consumed by rage, oblivious to the formidable aura emanating from the enigmatic figure before him. Yet, Sig merely smiled lightly. Without any visible movement, the pirate captain suddenly froze mid-lunge. Ensnared by invisible shackles, the look of disbelief flooded his face as his cutlass clattered to the deck, his body trembling in suspended animation. Utterly immobilized, silence, the voice of Sig, deep and resonant, echoed like thunder in the ears of all present, causing the pirates to wince in pain and stirring within them an indescribable sense of reverence. I shall reiterate, this maritime realm permits no acts of violence. As his words fell, the pirate captain seemed to be released from an unseen grip, collapsing back onto the deck, utterly weakened, terror evident in his gaze as he regarded Sig's formidable power. The remaining pirates exchanged glances, their earlier bravado evaporating. Many began to stealthily retreat, no longer daring to act recklessly. I could see that moment. Bloodsail Jack's expression fluctuated with uncertainty as he recognized that the man before him was no ordinary foe. A tumult of rage and frustration surged within him, yet years at sea had taught him to gauge the situation. Slowly lowering his drawn cutlass, he squinted at Sig, searching for a flaw in his demeanor or a potential avenue for negotiation. Who exactly are you? If you wish to thwart me, Bloodsail Jack, you must present a compelling reason. Though Jack's words dripped with provocation, his tone had noticeably tempered, betraying a hint of cautiousness. Sig offered a derisive smile, refraining from a direct reply, instead turning his gaze to William, Arthur, and Eleanor, a flicker of acknowledgement and approval dancing in his eyes. Protect the innocent and uphold the peace of this sea is my reason. As for you, Bloodsail Jack, the choice lies in your hands. Retreat or continue down this misguided path. At Jack's silent command, the pirates sprang into action. Within the throng of 1,000, those armed with muskets silently prepared their ammunition. A palpable tension hanging in the air like an impending storm. Though their movements were subtle, to a master like Sig, all was laid bare. Foolish choice, Sig scoffed coldly. Suddenly, his form blurred, melding seamlessly with the atmosphere. In the next instant, he stood amidst the pirates poised to fire. With a mere flick of his sleeve, an invisible force rippled outward, guiding the muskets in their grasp to veer off course. The bullets plunging harmlessly into the sea, sending up splashes of water. The pirates were engulfed in terror. They had never witnessed such an unfathomable power, and in an instant, their meticulously plotted counterattack devolved into chaos. Jack, witnessing this, had a fierce glint in his eye. He understood that if he did not eliminate this irritating adversary today, he would likely find no foothold on the seas in the future. All of you charge, he bellowed. I refuse to believe that with our numbers, we cannot handle a single opponent. With that, he personally lunged at Sig, attempting to rally morale through his actions. William, Arthur, and Eleanor, seeing this, did not hesitate to join the fray. Fully aware that this was their sole opportunity to escape their predicament, that William's swordsmanship was as graceful and lethal as a dance. While Arthur fought with youthful fervor and indomitable will, each strike imbued with strength and determination. Though Eleanor bore no weapon, she deftly navigated the battlefield, seeking chances to support her two comrades. The surface of the sea erupted into a melee of flashing blades, cries of battle, and the clang of metal, intertwining to form a chaotic yet poignant sea shanty. However, despite the overwhelming pirate numbers, under Sig's extraordinary capabilities, William and his companions gradually gained the upper hand, just as the battle reached a fever pitch. An unusual glimmer appeared on the horizon. Several vessels bearing the Vanderlyn family crest breached the waves. They were reinforcements, having received a distress signal and arriving just in time. The sight threw the pirates into disarray. Many began to search for escape routes. Bloodsail Jack, realizing the tide had turned against him, felt a surge of reluctance. Yet he knew victory was unattainable today. With a fierce roar, he commanded the remaining pirates to retreat. The sea gradually calmed, leaving only the scattered, panicked silhouettes of fleeing pirate ships. Sig's voice resonated through the air, imbued with an undeniable authority, his figure suspended above, garments billowing in the wind as he commanded the shifting tides of this domain. Did I allow your departure? Remember, the rules of this sea are dictated by me. And no sooner had he spoken than the fleeing pirates felt themselves ensnared by an invisible force. Their vessels were bound as if by ethereal chains, rendering them utterly immobile despite their frantic struggles. Panic ensued among the pirates, their previous arrogance and mockery frozen on their faces, replaced by disbelief and dread. How is this possible? Bloodsail Jack roared, attempting to maneuver his ship, only to find even the flagship seemingly anchored to the ocean's surface, unable to budge. The sea breeze howled, yet offered no glimmer of hope for escape. The pirates exchanged fearful glances, beginning to comprehend that they had provoked a force beyond reckoning. "Behold the true power," Sig softly gestured. Instantly, dark clouds gathered overhead, thunder crackled, and monstrous waves surged, encircling the pirates' vessels. Before the might of nature, human resistance appeared trivial and impotent. At that moment, a brilliant beam of light shot forth from Sig's palm, radiant as the sun, striking Bloodsail Jack's flagship. Wherever the light touched, all obstacles were obliterated. The cannons and weapons aboard the pirate ship seemed to lose their potency, disintegrating under an enigmatic force. Terror gripped the pirates, who hastily discarded their weapons and fell to their knees, pleading for mercy. Sig descended slowly upon one of the pirate ships, his gaze a mixture of sternness and compassion. "Today, I grant you a chance for redemption. Remember, freedom is not a pretext for trampling the weak. True strength is wielded to protect peace and justice. I hope you comprehend this truth in your next life." Suddenly, Sig's expression turned cold and resolute. He shook his head, dissatisfied with the pirate's verbal repentance. "I have granted you an opportunity, but genuine change requires action to substantiate it, not hollow words." His voice swept across the sea like a chilling wind, indifferent and inexorable. With a gentle wave of his hand, an invisible wave of energy rapidly expanded, enveloping all the pirate ships. The pirates, in horror, watched as their vessels began to deteriorate, planks peeling away as time accelerated their decay. In mere seconds, the once sturdy pirate ships transformed into rotting wood, ultimately sinking to the depths. Those pirates, despite their frantic attempt to swim to safety, found themselves equally doomed. That Sig's power enveloped the entire sea. Translucent ripples emanating through the water. He was commanding every droplet, weaving an invisible net that ensnared the pirates, rendering them immobile. "Remember, this maritime realm will not tolerate any malevolence," Sig's voice echoed in each pirate's ear, like a judgment from the abyss. "The moment you chose the path of piracy, you should have understood that one day you would pay the price." S's words fell. The power within the sea surged suddenly, and one by one, the pirates were crushed by the immense water pressure, disappearing beneath the surface without leaving a trace. The ocean regained its tranquility as if nothing had transpired, leaving only the vessels of William, Arthur, Eleanor, and the Vanderlyn family to drift quietly. Witnessing this spectacle, William, Arthur, and Eleanor were not only struck with shock, but also filled with a profound fear of Sig's might and a re-evaluation of justice. As distant white sails appeared on the horizon, the Vanderlyn fleet finally arrived at the scene of the conflict. The family flagship, the Dawn, led the way, its bow adorned with the family crest glinting in the sunlight. A testament to the family's glory and strength, the elders of the family and several elite warriors stood anxiously on the deck, straining to catch a glimpse of William, Arthur, and Eleanor. When they approached and beheld the shocking sight of the wreckage of pirate ships scattered across the sea, the water remained eerily calm, yet no pirates were in sight. Only the small boat carrying William and his companions floated safely, leaving the elders' faces etched with astonishment and confusion. The family leader, the seasoned and dignified Duke Vanderlyn, strode to the ship's side, gazing at this extraordinary scene, a deep furrow of worry creasing his brow. "What on earth has transpired? Where are my children?" he inquired solemnly. Just then, William, Arthur, and Eleanor rose from their boat, waving toward the family fleet. Their expressions were complex, mingling joy at their reunion with a lingering dread of their recent ordeal. Upon witnessing this, the Duke's furrowed brow relaxed slightly, and he promptly ordered the ships to draw nearer in preparation for their rescue. Once the four were safely aboard the Dawn under the protection of the family warriors, the family members exhaled in relief. "Thank the heavens, you are safe," the Duke declared, stepping forward to embrace his children, his eyes brimming with affection and concern. Eleanor grasped her father's hand tightly, tears glistening in her eyes, her voice trembling as she recounted their encounter with the pirate crew led by Bloodsail Jack, and how the enigmatic and powerful Sig had appeared, not only rescuing them, but also punishing the pirates with tremendous force. The elders exchanged glances, feeling both relief and shock at this revelation. An elder advisor murmured, "Who exactly is this Sig? His power surpasses imagination, effortlessly dismantling an entire pirate crew. Regardless of his identity, we owe him a debt of gratitude." After a moment of contemplation, the Duke responded, "Yet, this individual remains an enigma. We must remain vigilant. Henceforth, the Vanderland fleet must exercise greater caution at sea, guarding against pirates while also being wary of this mysterious power. Amidst the azure sky and the swirling sea of clouds, the mountain bandit King Sig stood in the void, his silhouette outlined by the soft moonlight, exuding an air of both arrogance and invincibility. He had never anticipated that the latent dominion of his conquerors could be so astonishing, transcending the mundane understanding and transforming the impossible into the breathtaking sight before him. A small boat, once belonging to a formidable pirate, was forcibly severed from the sea by his intangible aura, defying gravity's constraints as it hovered steadily above the clouds, as if the laws of nature had yielded to him. But a confident and wild smile crept upon Sig's lips, a tribute to the awakening of his own power, as well as an unbounded yearning for the future. Employing the moonwalk, a technique as light as walking on the moon, he glided between the clouds, each step seeming to mock gravity's impotence. He looked up, the small boat quietly suspended beside him, becoming a witness to his newfound strength. This was not merely a manipulation of objects. It was the embodiment of his inner will to dominate in that moment. Sig's heart surged with unprecedented ambition, but he began to doubt, even to believe, whether the legendary overlords of the sea were truly as unshakable as their names suggested. Could this extraordinary conquerors be sufficient to crown him as the new monarch destined to rewrite the era? An unprecedented fervor for battle and ambition blazed within him, enough to make the very sky tremble. "Perhaps," Sig whispered, his voice echoing through the sea of clouds with undeniable conviction, "I, the mountain bandit King Sig, can truly challenge the limits of the world with this power, and bring down the names of the 56 overlords one by one. This vast ocean shall soon welcome a new sovereign." With this proclamation, Sig's figure grew ever larger above the clouds. He was no longer the humble bandit of yore, but rather a king poised to reign supreme. In that instant, it felt as if the heavens and the earth contained only him and the boat suspended in the clouds, heralding an impending storm that would upend the world of pirates. Standing firm in the cloud, Sig closed his eyes and centered himself, feeling the powerful energy coursing through him. That it was a transformation from within, a metamorphosis that transcended the ordinary. His skin seemed to shimmer with a faint glow, a sign of the supreme mastery of conqueror's will and the pinnacle of physical training. His body was as hard as rock yet retained its agility, each muscle and bone imbued with explosive power. Recalling a recent encounter with a group of ordinary pirates, Sig had not drawn his sword nor relied on external force. With a single move, he had swept them away like autumn leaves in the wind. This was not merely a display of martial prowess, but a perfect fusion of conqueror's will and physical strength, where each swing of his arm and every step seemed capable of tearing through the air, unleashing devastating shockwaves. Such power was beyond the reach of even the most renowned warriors in the pirate world, let alone those nameless pirates in the cycle of time. How terrifying it is, Sig mused inwardly. This was not merely a sentiment. It was a profound recognition of his own capabilities. The trials and awakenings he had endured felt akin to a multitude of life and death experiences and rebirths, each cycle contributing to forge the indomitable body and awe-inspiring power he possessed today. In these waters, countless individuals had dreamed of becoming the pirate king, yet to truly stand at the pinnacle, one must possess absolute strength and unmatched charisma. Sig understood deeply that what he now held far exceeded the realm of an ordinary pirate. One might even say that, to a certain extent, he had already qualified to be an absolute sovereign of power. However, true dominance could not be achieved solely through personal strength. Wisdom, strategy, and comrades were equally indispensable. Yet, in the face of absolute power, everything else could be rendered irrelevant. With a mere thought, he began to descend alongside the small boat under the control of his conqueror's will, moving gracefully and effortlessly, becoming one with the natural world, harmonizing with the rhythms of the earth and sky. The boat lightly touched the ocean surface, creating not a single ripple. The sea lay as still as a mirror, reflecting the sky above. This mastery was beyond what words could convey. Sig stood upon the boat, his garments fluttering gently in the wind, his gaze profound, exuding an air of transcendence. His absolute mastery over power was no longer a mere exhibition. It was the perfect amalgamation of conqueror's will and his own intent. A fusion of spirit. This state of being was one that even the man hailed as the strongest in the world, Whitebeard, could not easily attain. Throughout the annals of pirate history, conquerors may have been rare, but to wield it with such grace and artistry, Sig could be considered unparalleled. His existence was a subversion of the traditional pirate power system, compelling a re-evaluation of what it truly meant to be a sovereign. The sea breeze caressed him, imbued with a briny essence, as Sig surveyed his surroundings. The vast ocean stretched endlessly, distant islands flickering in and out of view. Each landscape seemed to proclaim to him, "This boundless sea awaits your conquest," to inscribe your own legend upon it. With an unprecedented fervor swelling within him, he resolved to ensure that his name would not only echo across the seas, but also be etched into the annals of history. Power, he realized, was meant for both protection and conquest. Whispers of Sig reverberated softly, yet imbued with an undeniable firmness and resolve that he stood there, brows furrowed, manifesting a blend of confusion and a hint of helplessness. Within him surged the astonishing power of the three-colored hockey, the pinnacle coveted by countless pirates, an energy potent enough to shake the very foundations of the world coursing beneath every inch of his skin. His physique, tempered through countless battles, had become as unyielding as iron, impervious even to the sharpest of blades. Yet within this seemingly impeccable form of strength, an incongruous episode unfolded. His stomach audibly grumbled in an opportune moment, akin to ripples disturbing the serene surface of the sea, shattering the surrounding gravitas. This sound, though muted, resonated with an unexpected clarity, rendering the atmosphere around him somewhat delicate. A wry smile flickered in Sig's eyes. A poignant reminder that even one endowed with formidable capabilities cannot escape the most fundamental human needs and physiological responses that in that instant. He felt as if he had plummeted from a divine pedestal back into the realm of mundane existence. The awkwardness whispered that no matter how powerful a person may be, they possess an ordinary and authentic side. It seems that even a will of steel cannot quell the stomach's yearning for delectable fare. Sig mused humorously. This self-awareness rendered him more dimensional, no longer merely a figure of raw strength, but rather imbued with the warmth of humanity. Standing upon the small craft, Sig gazed across the shimmering expanse of the sea, his mind awash with myriad thoughts. The recent pangs of hunger served as a humble epiphany, leading him to realize that as a man intent on conquering the seas, sheer personal might was woefully insufficient. A crew was essential, particularly individuals in pivotal roles such as a cook and a navigator, to compensate for his deficiencies in practical skills. With a rueful chuckle, he recalled his last foray into the culinary arts. A catastrophic affair that produced billowing clouds of smoke, causing even the ship's rats to flee, let alone the taste. And when it came to navigation, Sig could not help but shake his head in self-deprecation. Having once meandered aimlessly in the same waters for days due to his lamentable sense of direction, were it not for his indomitable survival instinct and a modicum of luck, he might have been irrevocably lost in the vastness of the ocean. I must seek out individuals who can compensate for my shortcomings, Sig resolved inwardly. Yet he soon felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Exceptional navigators and cooks were not readily found. They were coveted treasures fiercely contested by various pirate crews. The quest for such talents loomed as a formidable challenge before him. Just as Sig sank deeper into contemplation, a gust of wind swept by, bringing with it the scent of distant freedom, seemingly igniting inspiration. Perhaps the answers lay within the journey itself. He pondered, in this ocean brimming with opportunities and challenges, kindred spirits, or individuals endowed with exceptional skills awaited discovery. What was required was vigilance, ensuring that no potential opportunity slipped away. Thus, Sig resolved to alter his course, not merely in pursuit of treasure and combat, but to find those who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Navigating toward the ultimate destination of the Grand Line. Surveying his surroundings, he acknowledged that while the East Blue was picturesque, it could not conceal the region's immaturity and underexplored realities, though numerous pirate crews thrived here. True powerhouses capable of maintaining composure under the intimidation of conquerors' haki were a rare breed. Contemplating this, a sense of solitude and helplessness crept into his heart. The East Blue, though it marked my inception, seemed increasingly inadequate to meet my expectations for companions. Sig sighed inwardly, recognizing that lingering here might forever prevent him from finding allies who could fight alongside him against the challenges of the New World. His thoughts drifted toward more distant waters, where the legends of the Grand Line echoed in his ears. That realm was where true strength congregated, populated by figures who could rival or even surpass him. Only there could he potentially encounter partners capable of standing firm against the conqueror's haki, while also providing support in navigation, culinary skills, and various survival techniques. It appeared that I must depart from the East Blue and venture into the unknown and perilous Grand Line. Sig declared resolutely, his gaze set with determination. This choice was fraught with risk, yet also brimming with infinite potential. The journey ahead would undoubtedly be fraught with greater difficulties and challenges, but in pursuit of his dreams and the quest for companions who could accompany him until the world's end, all of it was worth it. Thus, Sig began to prepare, fortifying his team, while quietly praying for fate to guide him toward those who could surmount adversities alongside him, sharing in the joys of victory. The winds of the East Blue seemed to grow stronger as a reflection of Sig's resolve, propelling him toward that distant and mysterious realm. Seated in the swaying small craft, despite the surrounding tranquility, his keen observation haki sensed an impending change. Not far off, an unusual presence was stealthily approaching. A group of uninvited guests was preparing to challenge him, the wielder of conqueror's haki. Yet, Sig exhibited neither excessive tension nor aversion. Instead, a playful smirk graced his lips that it was time to conclude this solitary voyage. Inwardly, he welcomed the impending conflict. Sustaining the small craft journey solely through reliance on his haki had grown monotonous. He began to devise a plan, intending to seize this opportunity to transform these unexpected visitors into allies. The crew aboard the Iron Chain, upon spotting the solitary small craft on the distant waters, erupted into excitement, exchanging greedy glances. For them, it appeared to be a divine gift, an opportunity to acquire gain without the need for a laborious pursuit. Captain Harvey stood at the helm, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth, his sharp gaze scrutinizing the figure in the small craft through a telescope. "Humph, looks like a solitary fellow." Harvey's deep voice resonated, laced with an unmistakable command. "Prepare the small craft. We shall welcome this unexpected guest. Remember, capture him alive. I do not wish to miss any potential treasure." The crew swiftly complied, several agile pirates leaping aboard the prepped small craft, paddling towards Sig, their hearts aflame with the desire for spoils. In their eyes, the individual in the small craft, whether a pirate or a hapless refugee, represented a substantial windfall, whether through ransom or enslavement, promising lucrative returns for the Iron Chain. As the small craft drew near, Harvey's subordinates began to hurl coarse and threatening words, attempting to intimidate and subdue Sig. However, as they gradually discerned the calm demeanor of Sig and the unintentional aura of pressure emanating from him, some seasoned pirates felt a flicker of doubt. Yet, the insatiable greed propelled them onward. "Hey kid, which pirate crew did you escape from? Or are you just a pitiful soul fleeing from some island?" A burly pirate captain bellowed with fervor, attempting to overwhelm his adversary with sheer presence. Yet his voice betrayed a barely perceptible tremor. Sig sat silently in the small boat, allowing the opposing vessel to draw near, his deep-set eyes having already pierced through the intentions of the pirates. In this moment, he refrained from immediate action, opting instead for silence to let their greed and impatience lay bare. Beneath the deck of the Iron Chain, the enslaved souls within their iron cage felt the tumult above reverberate through the planks. Their bodies trembled involuntarily, fear enveloping them like the frigid sea, saturating every inch of their skin. Hailing from disparate islands and diverse backgrounds, their sole commonality at this juncture was despair and helplessness. Crouched within their confined space, they exchanged anxious glances, each acutely aware that the pirates' agitated emotions often heralded yet another bout of senseless violence. An elderly slave clutched the iron bars with his frail hands, his eyes brimming with pleading and hope as he murmured softly, "May the sea gods grant that the approaching figure may escape unscathed, lest we become their outlets for fury." Though his voice was a mere whisper, it echoed through the iron cage, touching the hearts of the other captives. In the shadows of the cage, a young girl clutched her knees tightly, her eyes glimmering with a resolve not typical of her age. Although fear gripped her, her greater dread lay in the potential harm that could befall her companions. She closed her eyes, silently praying for the tempest to pass swiftly, sparing all from further suffering. Meanwhile, the pirates aboard the ship busied themselves preparing to welcome the mysterious owner of the small boat, entirely oblivious to the trembling and terror within the cage. In these waters shrouded by greed and violence. The voices of the weak were easily overlooked. Their fates seemed to rest solely upon the whims of chance or miracles. Yet, Sig's arrival might very well serve as the catalyst to shatter this oppressive norm. Confronted with the avarice and arrogance of the pirate crew aboard the Iron Chain, Sig stood tall in his small boat, his stature commanding, his gaze revealing a hint of disdain and indifference. His tone, calm yet imbued with undeniable strength, resonated. "You lot are remarkably short-sighted to assume everyone will become your prey." The pirates' fury ignited instantaneously. They could not abide such unabashed contempt. The temperamental pirate captain drew his firearm with a swift motion, roaring as he pulled the trigger. In a flash, the sharp crack of the gunfire shattered the tranquility of the sea, the bullet hurtling towards Sig with a breath of death. Yet, an astonishing scene unfolded. As the bullet approached, it appeared to be halted by an invisible barrier, producing a soft chime before plummeting ineffectually into the water. The pirates gaped in disbelief at this spectacle, some instinctively rubbing their eyes. Questioning their own sanity. Impossible. The firearm slipped from the captain's grasp, his incredulity spilling forth in murmurs. The remaining pirates stood frozen, exchanging bewildered glances, unable to fathom the reality before them. In their understanding, even the mightiest of marauders could not withstand the assault of a bullet unscathed. A smirk of derision crept upon Sig's lips, but he did not directly respond to their astonishment. Instead, he began to stride forward, as though an unseen force lifted him gracefully onto the deck of the Iron Chain. His movements were elegant and unhurried, each step seemingly proclaiming his inviolability. "Now, it is your turn to choose. Will you persist in these sordid dealings, or will you follow me in pursuit of that which is truly worthy?" Sig's voice, though not raised, carried an irresistible authority, his gaze sweeping over each individual present, the implications of challenge and opportunity palpable. In the face of Sig's unflappable demeanor and overwhelming presence, Captain Harvey's gaze darkened with resolve. Allowing such a mysterious and formidable figure to depart could pose a significant threat to their future. Thus, Harvey swiftly made his decision, drawing a blade embedded with sea stone from his waist. The peculiar dull gleam of the sea stone shimmered in the sunlight, the substance feared most by all devil fruit users. "Attack!" Harvey hissed decisively. The loyal pirates at his side, upon hearing this command, unsheathed their weapons, many similarly adorned with sea stone, cautiously encircling Sig to execute their captain's orders. "Foolish wretches, do you truly believe that mere sea stone can deter me?" Sig's voice remained calm, yet it now bore a frigid edge, his eyes seemingly capable of discerning all, having already perceived Harvey's intentions. Just as the pirates closed in, preparing to launch their lethal assault, Sig's form suddenly blurred, merging seamlessly with the air around him. In the next instant, he found himself beside Harvey, his speed defying belief. That it became evident that Sig's prowess stemmed not from the abilities granted by devil fruit, but rather from the perfect synthesis of his martial arts and haki honed to perfection. "The greedy shall ultimately be consumed by their own desires," Sig murmured, his hand lightly resting on Harvey's wrist. In an instant, An invisible force erupted from Sig's being, and Harvey felt as though a great weight bore down upon his wrist, causing his blade to clatter to the ground. The pirates, witnessing this, were momentarily rendered speechless, their greed and fear entwined as they began to comprehend that they faced no ordinary foe. Harvey's complexion paled. He realized he might have encountered a formidable opponent today, yet his years of pride would not permit him to retreat. "All of you, charge!" Harvey roared, attempting to salvage the situation with what remained of his authority. However, the atmosphere aboard the ship had irrevocably shifted. Sig's composure and might began to erode the pirates' confidence. Just as tensions reached a boiling point, a long, resonant horn echoed across the sea. Moments later, several vessels bearing distinctive flags emerged into view, their presence undeniably altering the dynamics of the confrontation. As the distant ships drew closer, ominous silhouettes materialized upon the horizon. These were additional slaver ships, their arrival intensifying the atmosphere aboard the Iron Chain. It was evident these newcomers were not there to assist, their avaricious gazes fixated on Harvey's vessel, particularly enticed by whispers of the valuable cargo within the hold. "Hey, Harvey, old chap, looks like you've bitten off more than you can chew." A coarse voice called from the nearest ship that it belonged to another slaver captain, known as Black Shark Jack, a sinister grin adorning his face, clearly reveling in Harvey's predicament. "What do you mean by that? Black Shark?" Harvey's face turned a shade of deep crimson that he realized these so-called colleagues were merely waiting to take advantage of his misfortune, eager to seize the spoils of his hard-earned labor. "What do I mean?" The meaning is abundantly clear," Jack laughed, as his ship and others began to encircle the Iron Chain, that we've seen your plight, rather than allow this mysterious figure to prevail. Why don't we join forces and share that valuable cargo? You will not. Harvey retorted furiously, yet an inner turmoil began to stir within him. Given the current state of the Iron Chain, confronting Sig was already a formidable challenge. And with these greedy colleagues, the situation would only worsen. Sig observed this unfolding scene with a glimmer of amusement. His initial intent was merely to teach these nefarious pirates a lesson, yet he found himself attracting even more avaricious souls. Nevertheless, this turn of events presented him with an opportune chance to eradicate these pests once and for all. That it seems today is quite the spectacle, he mused. Sig slowly opened his mouth, his voice low yet resonant, echoing across the entire battlefield. As he surveyed the surrounding vessels, an aura of dominance radiated from him. "You have all misjudged the situation. I am not here to seize your treasures, but to bring an end to all of this." With that, Sig's form transformed once more into a streak of lightning, instantaneously teleporting to the ship where Black Shark was stationed. The swiftness of his movement left all present momentarily stunned. This action undoubtedly proclaimed to all the pirates that he was the true sovereign of these waters. The captains of several slave ships exchanged glances, their eyes entwined with astonishment and calculation. Some among them had already recognized the speed and defense Sig had just displayed, unmistakably reminiscent of the Navy's sixth forms. Specifically, the moonwalk and iron body techniques. Such skills could only be mastered by elite Navy personnel or formidable individuals with close ties to the Navy. In the East Blue, possessing such abilities was exceedingly rare, heightening their avarice with a newfound caution. Gentlemen, this could very well be a Navy undercover agent, perhaps even someone sent by higher-ups to eradicate us vermin, Black Shark Jack murmured, his tone laced with both trepidation and resentment. However, if we unite, we might not only preserve our cargo but also achieve a victory to flaunt against the Navy. Upon hearing this, the other captains displayed hesitation, but ultimately, their desire for profit eclipsed their fear. They swiftly communicated through flags and gestures, reaching a consensus to first combine their efforts against Sig, and once successful, to divide the treasures and slaves aboard the Iron Chain according to their respective contributions. Action. With a low command, the pirates aboard several ships seized their weapons, some even equipping specially crafted sea prism, stone chains, and bludgeons, ready to launch a full-scale assault on Sig. The atmosphere above the sea turned tense, as a battle surrounding the unknown powerhouse was imminent. Standing resolutely on the deck of the Iron Chain, Sig remained unperturbed in the face of the encroaching danger. He had anticipated that these pirates would not relinquish their hold easily. Moreover, He viewed this as an opportune moment to eradicate these blights upon humanity and usher in a breath of fresh air to the East Blue. Very well. Let me witness just how steadfast your so-called unity truly is. Sig murmured, his body once again emanating a subtle wave of domineering aura. This was the manifestation of Conqueror's Haki, exerting an invisible pressure upon the surrounding pirates, causing many of the faint-hearted to tremble. With a thunderous roar, Sig surged forth like a lion awakened, confronting enemies from all directions. The battle escalated rapidly. Sig not only employed the techniques of the Navy's six forms, but also pushed his Haki to its very limits. Each punch and dodge exhibited astonishing power and precision, forcing the pirates attempting to encircle him into retreat that on the surface of the ocean. The smoke of battle billowed, with Sig standing as a giant at the eye of the storm, single-handedly facing foes that outnumbered him many times over. The clash was fiercely intense, yet Sig moved with an ease that belied the chaos. His attacks came like a tempest, wherever his blade struck. It cleaved through foes with effortless might. Each blow from his fists sent pirates sprawling. Any form of defense crumbled before Sig's onslaught. The former bravado of the pirates was utterly shattered, replaced by fear and despair. They watched helplessly as comrades fell beneath Sig's strikes, collapsing like mere straw men, plunging into an eternal slumber devoid of life. As time passed, more and more pirates began to falter, shoving one another in a desperate bid to avoid becoming the next casualty. Sig's might exceeded their wildest imaginations. It was not merely a matter of physical overpowering, but a psychological intimidation that rendered them powerless. "Hey, you lot, is this the extent of your courage?" Sig laughed amidst the skirmish, his laughter tinged with mockery and provocation. "Hiding at the back, are you not afraid that I shall send you all to the depths of the sea?" His words struck like ice, chilling the already trembling hearts of the pirates. They exchanged glances, and many began to contemplate escape routes. After all, resisting such an almost invincible adversary seemed a futile endeavor that would only lead to further casualties. "Surrender now. Lay down your arms. And perhaps I shall spare your lives." Sig's voice reverberated through the sea breeze, carrying an undeniable authority. This was not merely a suggestion, but rather an ultimatum, imposing an unprecedented pressure upon the pirates. Confusion ensued among them. Some of the more prudent began quietly discarding their weapons, kneeling upon the deck, while those still clinging to hope hesitated in their indecision. The situation on the sea shifted dramatically. The once mighty slave fleet now appeared feeble and vulnerable under Sig's formidable presence. Faced with the prospect of surrender proposed by Sig, the pirate leaders displayed expressions of turmoil and determination. The blood and crimes they bore on their hands, should they fall into the Navy's grasp, would lead them only to the endless darkness and despair of impelled down in that prison known as the Devil's Island. Each day was a torment for the soul. With no hope of redemption, surrender? Ridiculous. Black Shark Jack was the first to step forward, his voice quaking with rage, yet his eyes burned with a reckless fire. Which of us has not survived by licking blood from the edge of blade? To be incarcerated and impelled down would be worse than fighting to the death here. At least we can choose how to end our own stories. Though the other captains felt fear, Jack's declaration spurred them to respond with grim resolve, their faces etched with determination and madness. In their eyes. Even when faced with an almost certain defeat, they must uphold the last shred of dignity as pirates. At the very least, they wished to choose to die on their feet rather than live in humiliation. "Very well, since you choose to fight to the bitter end, I shall oblige." Sig's tone held a hint of regret, yet was resolute. For those pirates who had reached a dead end, sometimes mercy only led to more unnecessary sacrifices. The battle intensified once more, as the pirates cast aside all avenues of retreat and launched a desperate charge. They employed every means at their disposal, even resorting to detonating the gunpowder aboard their ships, attempting to inflict even the slightest harm upon Sig. The surface of the sea erupted in flames, the sound of explosions reverberating, creating a scene of utter carnage. Sig navigated through the inferno and smoke with agility, each of his movements aimed at swiftly resolving the conflict and minimizing needless loss of life. True victory lay not merely in vanquishing foes, but also in how to protect the innocents upon this ocean, ensuring that justice and peace endure. as the battle drew to a close. The pirates' resistance gradually waned, ultimately leaving only scattered remnants of defiance. The sea breeze carried a briny scent, sweeping over the battlefield, where a dozen pirate leaders and senior crew members exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting not only fear but also disbelief. The meticulously planned encirclement and all-out assault had culminated in the sight of only these so-called elites remaining. Opposite them, Sig maintained his composed demeanor, even the edges of his garments untouched by sweat. The earlier skirmish was merely an inconsequential warm-up for him. "Is this fellow truly human?" One pirate vice-captain muttered to himself, his sword trembling slightly in his grip. Others nodded in agreement, their faces mirroring the same questions and despair. "We must devise a plan, distract him." And then, the captain attempted to propose a final strategy, but was abruptly interrupted by Sig. "I have seen enough of your theatrics." Sig's voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable authority. His gaze sharp as that of a hawk, sweeping over each individual present. Continue struggling will only lead to a more tragic end for you all." The pirates exchanged glances, acutely aware that at this moment, Sig was not only devoid of any physical fatigue, but also exuded a commanding presence that utterly overwhelmed them. They had once prided themselves as the wolves of the East Sea, yet before Sig, they resembled lambs, utterly powerless. In their despair, the pirates summoned forth a final surge of defiance. They understood that whether faced with Sig or the impending navy, escape was no longer an option. Their only chance of survival lay in a desperate fight to the death. They roared, transforming their long-suppressed fears into a fierce rage, each wielding their unique skills as they surged towards Sig. The black shark danced with dual blades like a dragon, the edges coated with sea stone powder, aiming to deliver a fatal blow to Sig, the one substance capable of countering the powers of the devil fruit users. Another captain brandished a specially crafted harpoon, its tip gleaming with a strange light. A vessel of lightning he had gathered over many years, poised to strike Sig with a thunderous blow. Yet, in the face of this overwhelming assault, Sig did not flinch. Instead, a contemptuous smile crept across his lips. With a powerful push from his feet, he soared into the air, defying the constraints of gravity, effortlessly evading every attack. In midair, Sig's figure flickered in and out of visibility, like a specter, utilizing his observation hockey to perceive the trajectory of each incoming strike, deftly neutralizing them with his exceptional martial arts. "Your tricks are nothing more than childish play to me." Sig's voice echoed through the AI. As his words faded, he descended like a meteor, targeting the black shark. A heavy punch tore through the air, producing a sharp whistle, and directly breached the meticulously arranged defenses of the black shark, inflicting severe damage upon him. The pirates, stricken with horror, began to see their offensive crumble. They bore witness to Sig's extraordinary strength, and fear and helplessness spread within their hearts. That moment, the Navy's patrol ship loomed near, and a warning blared from the loudspeakers, demanding the pirates surrender immediately. Sig stood resolutely at the center of the deck, his gaze coldly surveying the surroundings, refraining from pursuing the now demoralized pirates. The slaves within the iron cage peered through the narrow gaps, their eyes wide with terror, yet brimming with hope as they observed the unfolding events. They witnessed Sig's valorous stand against multiple slaving vessels, and each pirate's downfall stirred waves of emotion within their hearts. Over the years, they had grown accustomed to despair, resigned to their fate, but today, the emergence of a man with a handlebar mustache was like a beacon of light amidst the darkness, illuminating the hope within them. "Is he here to save us?" a frail young slave stammered, his voice quivering with disbelief, his eyes sparkling with unprecedented light. "He must be a warrior sent by the gods," an older slave exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice, his rough hands gripping the bars of the cage, tears glistening in his eyes. This was the first time in years he felt the stirrings of hope for freedom. As the battle gradually subsided and the sea returned to calm, the atmosphere within the cage bubbled with the fervor of hope. The slaves began to murmur, exchanging their speculations and fantasies, each heart echoing the same question: who was this mysterious man? When Sig finally concluded the battle and turned to face the crowd within the cage, his words rang out with simplicity and strength. "You are safe. His eyes swept over each cage, assuring them that this was no longer a dream. They were on the brink of rebirth. The slaves erupted in cheers. Some wept, others laughed, and some knelt in gratitude. They realized that from this moment forth, their destinies would be irrevocably altered. Sig, the figure they regarded as a savior, had demonstrated through action that even in the darkest of times, light would not be absent. As Sig methodically unlocked each cage, liberating every trapped soul. An unprecedented atmosphere of freedom enveloped the sea. Yet, he turned his attention towards the Navy. The true battle was only just beginning, and he needed to address this situation before the Navy arrived to claim the innocent pirates as trophies. "It's all over," Sig stated calmly, his tone suffused with both a warning to the pirates and a composed assurance towards the approaching Navy. As the Navy's patrol ship drew closer, a slender figure with a cunning visage and round glasses, known as the Rat Admiral, slowly ascended the deck. True to his moniker, he was renowned for his sly and calculating ways, adept at appearing at pivotal moments to secure maximum gain, while you exhibit great valor. "Mr. Sig, it seems you have forgotten that this is the Navy's territory." The Rat Admiral smirked, his voice laced with a mixture of provocation and self-satisfaction, resonating across the battlefield. Upon hearing his words, the pirates displayed expressions of hope, as if they had found a lifeline. They had once been partners of the Rat Admiral in various gray dealings, from which he had profited handsomely. This unexpected turn of events seemed to offer them a glimmer of respite. However, Sig's expression remained unchanged by the Rat Admiral's presence. He maintained his composure and coolness, surveying the dynamic between the Rat Admiral and the pirates, assessing the current situation. "Rat Admiral, your appetite is quite large. But these slaves I have saved are not yours to claim." Sig's voice was calm, yet resolute, exuding an undeniable authority. "I will not allow anyone to drag them back into darkness." With that, Sig's aura surged dramatically, the conqueror's haki unintentionally leaking forth, causing those around him to feel an oppressive weight. Even the Rat Admiral involuntarily took a step back, his expression shifting. The realization of Sig's formidable strength struck him, and suddenly, all his carefully laid plans appeared to waver. Mr. Sig, do not misunderstand. The Navy has its own regulations. We are merely here to eliminate these pirates and safeguard the peace of the East Sea." The Rat Admiral quickly recalibrated his strategy, donning a more official smile in an attempt to ease the tension with diplomatic language. "As for these slaves, they will of course be handled according to the law, ensuring they are properly accommodated." Sig's gaze pierced through the Rat Admiral's facade. He understood that the complexities within the Navy were far from superficial. Yet at this moment, his primary concern lay with the fates of these innocent slaves. A sardonic laugh escaped Sig, echoing in the sea breeze, tinged with irony and disdain. True justice has never relied upon verbal promises, especially in this world rife with tangled interests. Narrowing his eyes, a resolute determination emanated from within. "Rat Admiral, your sweet words hold no weight with me. I have witnessed too much hypocrisy behind promises, and today I shall personally fight for the freedom of these innocents." And no sooner had Sig spoken than he transformed into a blur. Moving with astonishing speed, nearly imperceptible to the naked EYE.to onlookers, Sig appeared as a gust of wind. In the blink of an eye, he leaped from the chainbreaker to the Navy's patrol ship. On the deck, the Navy soldiers barely had time to react before an invisible pressure enveloped the area, causing the surrounding air to thicken. "Everyone retreat," the Rat Admiral shouted, his voice betraying his shock and panic. He had not anticipated Sig's actions to be so decisive and swift, nor did he foresee an outright assault on the Navy. Sig's strikes were like lightning, each punch and kick executed with pinpoint precision, sending Navy soldiers crashing to the ground. Remarkably, Sig controlled his strength deliberately, avoiding any fatal injuries. Remember, true justice should not be built upon the sacrifice of the innocent. These slaves are coming with me today, and if the Navy genuinely seeks to protect peace, it should reflect upon its own actions. The voice of Sig resonated through the patrol ship, his words striking with such gravity that they reverberated deeply within the hearts of the assembled naval soldiers. This sudden confrontation had rendered the already complex situation even more intricate. Although Brigadier Mouse was filled with indignation, He recognized, in the face of Sig's demonstrated strength and resolve, that today's events could not be resolved through sheer force. A flicker of determination passed through Sig's gaze. Understanding the severity of a direct confrontation with the Navy, he was nonetheless willing to bear any consequences to protect these innocent slaves. In a moment of electric tension, he resolved to adopt a more direct and impactful method to ensure their safety. Suddenly, Sig's aura surged, an overwhelming wave of Conqueror's haki emanating from him like a torrent, crashing towards Brigadier Mouse. The sheer force was such that the surrounding air seemed to compress, creating visible shockwaves that rippled outward. Brigadier Mouse, caught unprepared, was rendered momentarily dazed, his previously shrewd expression transformed into one of bewilderment, his eyes losing focus as his mind crumbled under the weight of this power, leaving him as foolishly daft as a simpleton. The naval soldiers, witnessing the spectacle, were gripped by terror. They had never encountered such a fearsome display, and even their commander had instantaneously lost his capacity for action. Panic erupted, shouts of alarm rising as their once orderly ranks devolved into chaos. "General, what has happened to you?" One soldier attempted to approach Brigadier Mouse, but was thwarted by the invisible pressure of Sig's haki, struggling merely to maintain his footing. "What is this power?" Another soldier cried out in horror. Despite their rigorous training, the overwhelming presence of Sig Conqueror's haki rendered all their preparation futile. Fear spread like wildfire in their hearts. Without further ado, Sig seized the momentary chaos to swiftly organize the liberated slaves, guiding them towards safe quarters. Under the intimidation of his haki, the naval soldiers found themselves temporarily devoid of effective command. Unable to mount a coherent resistance, Sig moved like a specter, ensuring the slaves' evacuation while clearing a path for them with his own strength. Despite displaying formidable Conqueror's haki, Sig did not lose his composure nor forget his initial purpose: to punish wrongdoing and protect the innocent. A twinge of compassion stirred within him for these young naval soldiers. After all, in this chaotic world, many were merely compelled to play their respective roles, and the true lines between good and evil often blurred. Swiftly recalibrating his strategy, Sig refrained from further displays of force and opted for a gentler approach. His imposing presence receded in an instant, the suffocating aura dissipating as if nothing had transpired. Standing there, he spoke in a calm yet unmistakable tone. "Sailors of the Navy, I harbor no intent to be your adversary. Today, I merely seek to liberate these enslaved individuals. They rightfully deserve their freedom. Remember, true justice is not blind obedience, but rather a heartfelt judgment of right and wrong, safeguarding those in genuine need of assistance." His words were like a gentle spring rain, leaving the naval soldiers momentarily stunned. They exchanged complex glances, some displayed hesitation, while others lowered their heads in contemplation. Sig's actions and words had sown a seed within their hearts, a seed of justice and choice. "You may continue your mission, but please allow me to take these slaves with me. Perhaps one day, you will understand my actions. Now, please clear a path to let justice pass." His words conveyed an irresistible force, yet were imbued with respect and understanding for humanity. After a brief silence, some naval soldiers began to slowly part ways, their movements hesitant yet seemingly propelled by some newfound conviction. Sig wasted no time, swiftly organizing the slaves to pass through the naval lines towards the shores of freedom. As Sig and his group departed, an oppressive atmosphere enveloped the patrol ship. Brigadier Mouse's condition sparked concern among the soldiers. Yet deep within, they began to contemplate the essence of justice more profoundly. Sig not only redeemed the slaves, but also stirred the souls of these young sailors, prompting them to question and reflect upon their own positions and actions. As Sig led the newly freed slaves onto the soft sands. The golden hues of the setting sun bathed the entire coast, intertwining with the gentle lapping of the waves to create a heartwarming tableau. These souls, once tormented, finally inhaled the long-awaited breath of freedom, their eyes brimming with hope and gratitude for their rebirth. Without the need for excessive words, they instinctively formed a line, kneeling one after another before Sig, bowing deeply, some even prostrating themselves, expressing their gratitude in this ancient and sincere manner. Tears mingled with grains of sand, falling upon this land that symbolized freedom, each gesture laden with unspoken thanks. Observing this, Sig rushed forward, extending his hand to lift those still bowing, his gaze filled with warmth and understanding. "Rise, my friends, there is no need for this. Your freedom is what you rightfully deserve. It is my duty to act." His voice was gentle yet resolute, assuring them. From this moment onward, they would no longer be the dust beneath anyone's feet, but the masters of this vast world. "From now on, your lives are in your own hands. Seek out your own happiness and freedom." Sig's words shone like the warm sun, illuminating the hearts of all present. They gradually stood, gazing at one another, their eyes sparkling with an unprecedented light, an embodiment of hope for the future and a yearning for life. In this moment, they were no longer slaves, but reborn free individuals, supporting one another. They walked slowly along the beach. Though the road ahead remained long and fraught with uncertainties and challenges, they had already sown the seeds of hope in their hearts, believing that as long as they journeyed together, nothing was insurmountable. In this dramatic turning point, the Navy soldiers seemed to be touched by an unexpected awakening. They exchanged glances and soon began to murmur amongst themselves, their voices rising in fervor, ultimately coalescing into a strong consensus. A young naval soldier broke the silence first, exclaiming with enthusiasm, "Indeed, why should we proceed to that island? There lies only the memories of suffering and atrocities. Why must we adhere to the orders of our former commander now?" This statement ignited a spark, instantly resonating with everyone present. Following suit, more naval soldiers began to respond, casting aside their weapons and crossing their arms over their chests, a nonverbal gesture of dissent and unity within the Navy. They shouted with fervor, "Colonel, let us be part of the change. Allow these innocent people to board our ship and give them a chance to return home." Amidst this fervent uproar, the naval colonel, a seasoned veteran who had weathered countless storms, exhibited a complex expression. Gazing into the distance, it seemed as if he were conversing with his past self. Then he abruptly turned, a resolute glimmer igniting in his eyes. Raising his arm, he brought it down forcefully, announcing, "Attention, everyone. This ship now has a new mission. We will transport these survivors back to the naval base, providing them shelter and assisting in verifying their identities, ensuring that each one can safely return to their homes." This decision was akin to a gentle spring breeze caressing a barren desert, bestowing vitality and hope upon all. The enslaved individuals stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom the reality unfolding before them. Moments later, an eruption of fervent applause and jubilant cheers ensued, tears cascading down their cheeks once more, yet this time, they were tears of joy and liberation. Following the colonel's orders, the naval forces sprang into swift action, meticulously organizing rescue efforts, erecting temporary resting areas, and distributing water and sustenance to the survivors poised to embark on their journey home. On the deck of the warship, individuals of disparate fates were now closely interconnected, collaboratively inscribing a new chapter of redemption and hope. Amidst the crowd stood Sig, silently observing the scene, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. As he beheld this transformation, a complex array of emotions surged within him that he could have wielded his power to forcefully resolve the issue, yet he opted for an alternative approach, one that would engender a more profound and enduring impact by awakening the conscience and justice within the hearts of others. True strength lies not solely in physical prowess, but in the ability to influence and transform others. The colonel's decision brought a measure of solace to Sig, affirming that even within a seemingly absolute authoritative regime, the luminescence of justice and humanity could find a crack through which to illuminate the darkness. His reluctance to confront the colonel directly stemmed from his belief that every individual possesses the right to choose justice. Moreover, positive exemplification and encouragement often yield more lasting change than mere military suppression. "You have performed admirably," Sig conveyed to the sailors, his tone imbued with both affirmation and encouragement. "Remember, each person possesses the capacity to steer their own destiny and serve as a beacon of hope for others. Today's decision reflects your righteous hearts. Continue to nurture this kindness and courage." With that, Sig did not linger, but turned to depart, leaving the sailors and the liberated individuals with a solitary yet resolute silhouette. The sailors gazed at Sig's retreating figure, their hearts brimming with respect and contemplation. True strength resides not merely in an absolute advantage of force, but in the ability to inspire others and lead transformation. Sig was undoubtedly such a legendary figure. His tale would resonate within the naval ranks, becoming a paragon of steadfastness in justice and compassion. As night descended, the warship slowly set sail, bearing hope and rebirth toward the naval base. At that pivotal moment, within the largest naval base of the East Sea, the atmosphere was so tense it felt as though it could be wrung out for water. Several brigadier generals, their insignias glinting with a cold sheen under the lights, were accompanied by a scant few major generals. These typically dignified and composed naval figures now bore unmistakable expressions of anger and shock, their gazes intertwined with confusion, fury, and a subtle hint of fear. Their comrades, those who had once fought alongside them through storms, had returned from a mission transformed into mere shadows of their former selves, as if stripped of reason by some mysterious force. Reduced to murmuring, vacant-eyed husks, this sudden turn of events was undoubtedly a grievous blow to a navy that revered discipline and intellect above all. Even more troubling was the conclusion drawn from the urgent analyses of military scientists. The transformation of these soldiers could only be attributed to an exceedingly rare and formidable application of conqueror's haki. This legendary ability, previously thought to exist only in myth, had undeniably manifested in their world, casting an inescapable shadow over the naval base. The air in the conference room was frigid, seemingly thickened with tension. The silence was punctuated by repressed breaths as the commanders convened around the long table. Soon, an intense and urgent discussion erupted. Some voices were low and urgent, deliberating how to confront this unknown force and safeguard more sailors from its wrath. Others were filled with indignation, vowing to unearth the mastermind behind this calamity and avenge their fallen comrades. The name Sig was repeatedly invoked at the eye of the storm, whether as a direct participant in the events or as the speculated puppeteer of this mysterious force. Imbuing the discussion with palpable tension and uncertainty, I end this war without gunfire. Every decision bore the weight of the future of the East Sea Navy and the equilibrium of the entire maritime realm. Amidst the myriad conjectures and unrest, the debate within the conference room intensified. Although some naval soldiers provided information suggesting that Brigadier General Mouse might harbor ulterior motives, intending to use the slave ship incident as a guise to expand personal power. These assertions did little to quell the commander's suspicions. Instead, such information acted like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring up further ripples. Among the commanders, one furrowed his brow and raised a question. How can we easily trust the words of these soldiers? Have they not been manipulated by some means, or are they fabricating tales for personal gain? This question struck like a lightning bolt, shattering the somber atmosphere of the conference room and redirecting the focus toward a dual consideration of internal loyalty and external threats. The stance toward Sig became the focal point of contention that a faction of commanders advocated for a hardline approach, asserting that regardless of Sig's true intentions, the extraordinary power he exhibited constituted a direct threat to the Navy, necessitating immediate countermeasures to avert future calamities that, if he remains, he could become a significant liability, declared a resolute major general, his piercing gaze reflecting a firm commitment to eliminate potential threats. Conversely, another faction urged caution, contending that without ascertaining the truth, rash actions could inadvertently harm allies or fall into the traps set by others. We cannot dismiss the possibility that these soldiers' aberrant behaviors are part of a more intricate scheme. Perhaps Sig himself is among the victims. A senior brigadier general spoke slowly, his tone gentle yet imbued with the weight of careful consideration. The debate raged on, opinions clashing and intertwining, as the atmosphere in the conference room grew increasingly charged with tension. The commanders understood that any decision made would carry profound implications, not only for the stability of the East Sea Navy, but also for the security of the entire maritime order. In this landscape of shifting tides, finding the most appropriate response tested the wisdom and decisiveness of each commander. Ultimately, after prolonged deliberation and careful weighing of options, they began to coalesce around consensus. Just as the discussion reached a fevered pitch, a shocking revelation reverberated through the conference room like a thunderclap. According to the latest reports, the fleet of warships dispatched to enforce a blockade and surveil Sig's band of pirates had met with disaster. None had survived, all sinking into the vast ocean, with no naval soldiers returning alive. This sudden and devastating news propelled the already tense atmosphere to a boiling point. Wreckage and the bodies of fallen soldiers were gradually retrieved. Each shard and every cold formed a stark affront to the East Sea Navy's might. A ruthless trampling of the dignity of all present commanders, the tempest of anger and sorrow found expression on their resolute faces. Each pair of eyes ignited with the flames of vengeance, the inner turmoil and despair surging like a tidal wave. Nearly bursting from their chests, the Major General rose abruptly, fists clenched, veins standing out, his voice trembling with fury. This is not merely an affront to our East Sea Navy. It is a desecration of the very spirit of the entire naval force. We must take action, not only to avenge our fallen brothers, but to demonstrate to the world that the East Sea Navy will not tolerate any form of provocation or infringement. Within the conference room, the original debates and disagreements were abruptly supplanted by a shared fury, as the eyes of the generals sparkled with an unprecedented determination and resolve. They recognized that, in the face of such brazen provocation, the Eastern Sea Navy must unite, responding to the challenge with ironclad measures, regardless of the identity of the adversary or the secrets and powers that lay hidden behind them at that moment. Strategic plans swiftly crystallized, enveloping the Eastern Sea Naval Base in an atmosphere of palpable tension and gravity as preparations for war commenced. From the highest-ranking officers to the lowest-ranking soldiers, a singular thought resonated in every heart. For honor, for comrades, for the tranquility of these waters, they would spare no effort. Vowing to unveil the truth to the world and bring the provocateurs to justice, the tempest was quietly brewing over the Eastern Sea, heralding the onset of a maritime conflict that would center around justice and vengeance. Faced with such overt provocation and intolerable losses, even the usually cautious and rational moderate leaders could no longer maintain their composure. To them, this was not merely a direct assault on the Eastern Sea Navy. It was a blatant disrespect towards the entire naval hierarchy. A surge of profound anger and a sense of duty arose within them, compelling all to stand united against this unprecedented challenge. In the preceding days, the Eastern Sea Naval Base had been indecisive regarding whether to issue a bounty on Sig and his band of brigands, largely because Sig had not previously engaged in direct assaults against civilians or the Navy. This relatively lenient behavioral pattern had led the Navy to adopt a tolerant stance towards him and his crew, hoping they would confine themselves to minor activities, thus not posing a significant threat to the stability of the Eastern Sea. However, the recent string of events, particularly the sinking of several warships and the tragic loss of all naval personnel aboard, shattered all previous illusions and tolerance. The generals wore grave expressions, their eyes glinting with unwavering resolve, whether confronting bandits or pirates. Once allowed to run rampant, their true nature would inevitably emerge, revealing violence and greed in all their starkness. We once attempted to grant them a chance for redemption, but it now appears that was merely our wishful thinking, a vice admiral solemnly declared, his voice laden with regret and sorrow. It is time to tear away their facade and expose their true nature to the world. With the bounty now determined, the Eastern Sea Naval Base swiftly entered a state of heightened alert, and a large-scale manhunt for Sig and his band of brigands was set into motion. Simultaneously, the Navy began disseminating information through various channels, revealing Sig's true identity, elevating him from a marginal bandit leader to the focal point of the entire pirate realm. The generals understood that this campaign was not merely a pursuit of Sig. It was also a testament to the honor and strength of the Eastern Sea Navy. They must act with utmost speed and unwavering decisiveness to bring Sig to justice, both to honor the fallen soldiers and to send a clear warning to all potential threats. The Eastern Sea Navy must not be underestimated. During this process, within the Eastern Sea Naval Base, every individual, from frontline soldiers to logistics personnel, was mobilized, engaged in tense yet orderly preparations on the training grounds, shadows of swords and flashes of gunfire intertwined. While warships prepared for departure, the air thick with an unspoken urgency. Over the waters of the Eastern Sea, a storm was gathering, foreshadowing an impending clash and a definitive confrontation between justice and malevolence. The next task at hand was to determine the bounty for Sig, who was rumored to possess the legendary three-color haki. This was not merely a matter of numbers. It represented the Navy's assessment of the threat posed by Sig and sent a powerful signal to the pirate world. The atmosphere in the conference room grew tense once more. With each discussion marked by careful deliberation, the senior vice admiral spoke first, his voice deep and authoritative. The strength Sig has displayed is extraordinary. Possessing the three-color haki is exceedingly rare in the pirate world. Our bounty must not only reflect its danger, but also convey the Navy's resolve. I propose a starting bounty of at least 500 million berries. This suggestion immediately sparked intense debate. Some generals expressed concern that a high bounty might attract unnecessary troubles, such as drawing more pirates to challenge them or provoking Sig into more extreme actions. However, many others believed that only a substantial bounty could incite competition among pirates, possibly leading someone to resolve this thorny issue ahead of time. As discussions regarding the bounty escalated, it became clear that such an individual as Sig, endowed with the three-color haki, warranted a figure that could not be trivialized. Initially, a bounty of 500 million berries was proposed, but it was quickly countered, deemed insufficient to represent the serious threat Sig posed to the Navy. At least 700 million, declared an experienced brigadier, emphasizing that Sig's abilities surpassed many known dangerous pirates, necessitating a bounty that matched the actual threat he presented. The discussions intensified, with figures steadily climbing. Some voiced concerns that an excessively high bounty could attract unwarranted attention, potentially galvanizing other pirate alliances against the Navy, yet more insisted that only a sufficiently enticing bounty would expedite the resolution of this pressing concern. Ultimately, after weighing various factors, the generals reached a hard-fought consensus, deciding to set Sig's bounty at the unprecedented sum of 800 million berries. This sum not only underscored the Navy's seriousness regarding Sig, but also served as a clear warning to the pirate world. Any challenge to naval authority would incur grave consequences. With the bounty now established, a newfound determination seemed to permeate the entire naval base, as every officer and sailor understood that a formidable battle loomed on the horizon. News swept through every corner of the Eastern Sea like a gale. From bustling port cities to remote fishing villages, from busy markets to quiet taverns, as people paused their activities to whisper and speculate. The figure of 800 million berries reverberated like thunder in the hearts of all, symbolizing not merely money, but a harbinger of strength and fear. Once considered the sea of the weak, the Eastern Sea had birthed a super pirate in Sig, capable of shaking the very foundations of the Grand Line. Newspapers and pamphlets bore a blurry photograph of him, accompanied by sensational descriptions of his legend, the wielder of the three-color haki, a storm that would upend the order of the Eastern Sea. Such words sent chills down many spines, while igniting the flames of adventure and challenge in others. The residents of the Eastern Sea began to reassess their understanding of these waters. Merchants grew anxious, while pirates stirred with anticipation. Meanwhile, the Navy stood ready, as the entire atmosphere of the Eastern Sea shifted dramatically due to the bounty of 800 million berries. In bars and tea houses, discussions about Sig became the most popular topic. Old sailors recounted ancient tales of the three-color haki in hoarse voices, while the younger generation listened wide-eyed, struggling to fathom the terror of such power. Legends spoke of the three-color haki as a force only the kings of the sea could wield, capable of shattering rocks, bending wills, and even glimpsing the future. And now, this power seemed to lurk in a corner of the Eastern Sea, awaiting an unfortunate or fortunate soul to unveil it within the naval base. The general's decisions swiftly transformed into action. Warships set sail, morale soaring, as they pledged to demonstrate the strength of the Eastern Sea Navy amidst this storm and to wash away the shame of past failures. Simultaneously, hidden bounty hunters and ambitious pirate crews began to stir throughout the Eastern Sea. They caught the scent of opportunity, preparing to seize a share in the ensuing chaos or directly challenge Sig for that coveted staggering bounty. The skies over the Eastern Sea darkened with ominous clouds, and the waves grew increasingly restless, heralding an unprecedented storm on the horizon. To the eye of this storm, Sig appeared to have vanished, his whereabouts unknown. Yet everyone understood that this calm was merely the tranquility before the tempest. A fierce battle over the bounty of 800 million berries was about to commence. This astonishing revelation struck like a thunderclap, reverberating through the naval ranks and igniting a new wave of shock. The sailors dispatched to scout the Sig stronghold had anticipated fierce resistance, only to find themselves enveloped in an eerie silence. The ground was littered with corpses, none belonging to the Navy, but all were the minions of Sig, those bandits who had once fought alongside him through thick and thin. This hellish scene elicited a collective gasp of horror from all who beheld it. Why had Sig turned against his own comrades? Was it driven by a twisted desire for revenge, or was he orchestrating a far more sinister plot? Such actions transcended the realm of ordinary understanding, leaving even seasoned commanders furrowed with confusion and unease. Rumors swirled that upon mastering the three-color hockey, a dark force within Sig had been awakened, endowing him with both immense power and unpredictability. Perhaps he deemed his subordinates insufficiently strong to accompany him to greater heights, or perhaps this was his extreme declaration of war against the East Blue Navy, a brutal proclamation of his ascent, leaving no room for retreat. This behavior sent shockwaves through the world of pirates, inciting fear in some, derision in others, while many remained perplexed and curious at Sig's name, accompanied by a bounty of 800 million berries and his enigmatic cruelty, swiftly spread across the seas, becoming the talk of the town. In taverns, pirates debated whether Sig had succumbed to madness or if he was laying an unfathomable trap. For the Navy, this discovery undoubtedly heightened their vigilance and dread towards Sig. The commanders recognized that they were no longer contending with mere pirates, but rather a potentially deranged adversary, one who might possess deeper, more sinister schemes. Consequently, the operations of the East Blue Navy became increasingly cautious and meticulous, as every step risked falling into a trap meticulously set by Sig amidst the unrest and uncertainty shrouding the East Blue. An unprecedented game of hunter and hunted quietly unfolded that Sig's movements became the greatest enigma. Solving this mystery was not merely a matter of East Blue's tranquility. It could potentially reshape the balance of power across the Grand Line. As Sig strolled through the bustling streets, the cacophony of chatter was laced with his name. Each discussion a silent blade slicing through the air, aimed squarely at his existence. A sardonic smile curled at the corners of Sig's lips as he regarded the Navy's meager bounty of 800 million berries. Finding it both laughable and contemptuous to him, it was a gross underestimation of his capabilities. After all, he was a monster who had mastered the three-color hockey. Such rare talent could not be measured by mere mortals. 50 billion, or perhaps even higher, was the figure that resonated in his mind. Clearly, the Navy had misjudged him. Gently brushing the brim of his iconic straw hat, he recognized that it served not only as a disguise, but as a declaration, a silent challenge to the world. Beneath its shadow, his face concealed his contemplations of the future and his indifference to the past, reveling in this shroud of mystery. That it was this very uncertainty that amplified the fear and speculation surrounding him. Sig's gaze pierced through the crowd, landing on those engaged in hushed conversations, their faces etched with doubt and confusion. They could not fathom how a bandit hailing from the East Blue could possibly possess the strength to rival legendary pirates. Such skepticism ignited his fighting spirit, fueling his desire to demonstrate his worth and compel the world to redefine the very essence of strength. Sig continued to navigate through the throng, each step akin to measuring the distance between himself and the world. In his heart, a plan had begun to take shape, one that would send tremors throughout the globe. He longed for those who had underestimated him, those who had mocked him, to witness his rise, to see how he would single-handedly